Village chief, Xihe village's water supply has been cut off. A young boy hurriedly ran up to a 5-year-old girl sitting on a bench, shouting. The girl was the village chief of Taoyuan village, lost in thought. The boy calling her village chief was Xiao Jiu, the 8-year-old grandson of Aunt Zhao, who often braided her hair. As for why she was the village chief, it is said that 5 years ago, after the old village chief died, on the 7th day after his death, he appeared in a dream to several clan elders. In the dream, he told them that the new village chief was under the banyan tree in the back mountain. They should find and raise this child carefully, as he would bring great luck to Taoyuan village in the future. At first, everyone didn't believe it. They thought choosing such a young child as village chief was just a joke to make other villages laugh. So, they decided to raise the child with some grain, hoping he would grow up strong. Unexpectedly, on the very first night he returned to the village, during a drought that had lasted a year, it suddenly rained heavily. Everyone in the village believed that this girl was a fairy who had descended from heaven. The old village chief must have known this, but he couldn't say it openly, because such secrets are not to be revealed. Instead, he sent a dream to the clan elders, telling them to bring the girl back as the village chief. Having a fairy as the village chief would surely bring great fortune to Taoyuan village. From then on, everyone truly accepted this little girl, who didn't even know how to walk, as their village chief. The clan elders repeatedly warned the villagers, the little village chief is a divine being, and this must not be told to outsiders. Even relatives from other villages are not allowed to know. Anyone who leaks the secret will be erased from the clan register and expelled from the village. So, everyone carefully told their wives and mischievous children, do not tell outsiders that the village chief is a fairy. If others find out, they might come and take our village chief away. The clan elders also said that the village chief is still growing, and unless something major happens, they won't call him out to handle village affairs. Small matters like family disputes or trivial issues should be left to the villagers themselves. But today, Xiao Jiu thought it was a big deal. 2 villages were almost fighting, and the village chief of Xihe village had already stepped in. Since their village chief was a fairy, he had to be called out. At this moment, the familiar voice in Xiao Jiu's mind spoke again. Proceed to the small hill, protect the villagers of Taoyuan village. Xiao Jiu didn't know who was speaking inside her head, but she knew that completing the task would earn her a reward. So, Xiao Jiu got up from the bench, hands behind her back, with a chubby little face, walking ahead like a small adult.
Let's go see, she said.
She learned this way of acting from the village chief next door in Suihua village because she thought it made her look more commanding. Xiao Jiu followed behind the little village chief, watching her try hard to act mature and serious. He found it funny, but kept quiet. The village chief, though younger than them by a few years, was a child who cared a lot about face. Soon, they reached a small hill at the border of the 2 villages. At this moment, both sides were arguing loudly, and some men already had cuts and bruises. Let us through. No way. Why should we move? If you don't move, don't blame us for being rude. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Exactly. This is our peach garden village as well.
We dug it ourselves.
Now you come to steal water from us. Do you have no shame? The village elders saw Xiao Jiu approaching and looked at Xiao Jiu with unfriendly eyes. Who told you to bring the village chief here? What if someone careless hurts the village chief? You'd be in big trouble. Xiao Jiu's father, Zhao Daliang, was furious. This brat, was this the place for him to bring the little village chief? Didn't they see both villages almost fighting? If the little village chief got hurt, their family would be blamed by the whole village. Thinking more about it made him angrier. He raised his hand and slapped Xiao Jiu's bottom several times, scolding and hitting him. Who told you to bring the village chief here? You little brat. Itching for a beating? Xiao Jiu cried out in pain, realizing he had done wrong. The village chief was so small, if the other village's people took advantage and hurt him, he could be killed with one punch. Xiao Jiu got more and more scared. He started crying and apologized. I won't do it again. I'll take the village chief back right now. Boo-hoo! Xiao Jiu quickly stopped Zhao Daliang from hitting him again.
Daliang, stop.
It's my fault. I wanted to come here myself. It's not Zhao Hu's fault. Seeing the village chief had spoken, Daliang let Xiao Hu go. Xiao Hu looked at the village chief as if he saw his own parents. He knew for sure he wasn't his real father. Xiao Jiu turned away in disgust. Then she asked the elders what happened. The elders, feeling they had found someone to rely on, suddenly gained confidence and passionately told about the incident of Xionghe village coming to steal water and hurting people. This year, I don't know what's going on. It's been months without rain, and the land is almost cracked open. The once lush wheat seedlings in the fields are now withered and yellow, and the vegetables are in terrible shape. Fortunately, last year, the small village chief of Taoyuan village led everyone around the village to find water sources. They successfully dug a few wells, barely enough for the whole village to use. Recently, at the village entrance, old Zhang heard noises in the middle of the night. He thought there was a thief in his house, but it turned out some people from another village were sneaking in to steal water. Not only did they steal water, but they also hurt old Zhang. Since then, every family in the village has sent someone to take turns guarding those wells. Now, the troublemakers from Xiahe village, seeing they can't steal water anymore, have started coming directly to take it by force. If it were just normal, maybe it wouldn't be a big deal. But the weather is unpredictable, and with so many people in the village, the few wells aren't enough for everyone. If they show mercy now, the villagers might not survive. The people of Xiahe village believe that water is underground, and the wells in Taoyuan village might be connected to their underground streams. Why should the people of Taoyuan village be allowed to use the water, but they can't? On the other hand, the villagers of Taoyuan think that the wells were dug with the effort of their village chief. Whoever owns the well is from their village. If they have the ability, they should dig their own wells. The two villages are now in a standoff, each refusing to back down. Xiao Jiu listened and roughly understood the situation. He asked the village chief of the neighboring village, "Are you coming to our village to steal water?" The village chief of Xiahe village looked down at the small child, who wasn't even as tall as his waist. He pushed him aside and, too lazy to pay attention, sneered at the old elders across the way, saying, "Are the men in your village all cowards? Letting a little kid run things?" Everyone from Xiahe village burst into laughter. Exactly. This tiny kid. Go back and play with mud. You bunch of cowards hiding behind a kid. What skills do you have? The people of Taoyuan village were also angry. Before, when Xiahe village came to steal water, they weren't so upset. But now, they dared to mock their village's little hero. Several young men clenched their fists. If it weren't for the warning look from the old village elder, they might have already gone up with their hose to teach them a lesson. However, Xiao Jiu was thinking about the words from the voice in his mind. It said that protecting the villagers would bring rewards, but it didn't specify how to protect them. Xiao Jiu thought for a moment, then snatched the stick from Zhao Hu's father. With a single strike, he knocked down a group of people. After a few more hits, no one in Xiao village was standing. Everyone on the ground was either holding their legs or covering their heads, crying out in distress. The people in Xiao village can't stand up anymore, but those in Taoyuan village are still standing well. Isn't that a form of protection? Xiao Jiu was satisfied and called everyone to go back. The villagers saw their young village chief wielding a stick taller than himself, knocking down more than 10 men from Xiao village, with their jaws nearly dropping. On the way back, everyone had different thoughts. The clan leader thought, "The old village chief appeared in a dream, so I was right. He has such courage at a young age." Zhao Hu's father thought, "Wow, I didn't realize my stick was so powerful. I need to keep it safe at home." Zhao Hu thought, "Luckily, my dad isn't using this stick to hit me." Other villagers, "No wonder he's called a little god. He single-handedly defeated a whole village." After recovering from their shock, a group of proud villagers followed the village chief back into the village, eager to share the amazing scene they had just seen. They started showing off as soon as they saw others. "Did you see? Our village chief is incredible. Our village chief knows martial arts. He's a martial arts master. Our village chief is naturally strong. Our village chief can knock down a crowd with one stick. Their stories became more exaggerated as they went along. It seemed as if the village chief just waved his hand, and everyone across from him fell down. The villagers were very excited. They realized their village chief was so powerful. As for Xiao Jiu, she didn't know any martial arts. Xiao Jiu remembered she used to be a small zombie. Before the apocalypse, she was in elementary school. Later, she somehow turned into a small zombie. After becoming a zombie, she was chased and beaten by a group of superpowered people every day. Because those people said she might be a zombie king, a very powerful zombie king, they all wanted to open her head and steal the crystals inside her brain. But they were all pretty weak. A group of adults bullied her, a little girl, and she couldn't even fight back. So she wandered around every day, didn't need to eat because she wasn't hungry, and no one wanted to play with her because they were afraid she would bite them. The biggest fun for her was fighting those superpowered people. One day, she saw her parents in the distance, holding her younger brother and waving at her. She happily ran toward them, but just before reaching them, she was suddenly blown away. Before she was blown away, she saw her parents crying. She thought they must have been looking for her for a long time and were so happy to see her that they cried tears of joy. When she opened her eyes again, she was lying under a large banyan tree on the back mountain, and she had turned into a small baby. Soon, a group of people found her. She thought they were also there to hurt her, so she planned to use her mental powers to knock them out and then find a quiet place to keep wandering. But they insisted she was their village chief and wanted to take her back to care for her. So, Xiao Jiu ended her wandering life and went back to the village with them. She was very happy living in Peach Garden Village for these few years. The villagers treated her very well. The women in the village cleaned their houses every day and even braided pretty hair for her. The children in the village liked playing with her, and when the villagers went to town, they brought back delicious food and fun toys for her. Xiao Jiu liked them very much. Xiao Jiu had not learned martial arts, but she had mental power and was very strong. She didn't know exactly how strong she was, but she knew that in the end-of-world stories, those with special abilities couldn't beat her. Back at her home, the voice in her mind sounded again. Successfully protected the villagers of Peach Garden Village, earned 50 points plus a bag of sweet potato seedlings. Xiao Jiu stared blankly at the sweet potato seedlings that suddenly appeared on the ground. She remembered that the voice in her head had appeared suddenly a few days ago. It said its name was System. It was here to help her become a good village chief. Xiao Jiu thought she was already a good village chief because the villagers liked her so much. But she was still very interested in the rewards and points. The system told her that points could be exchanged for items in the system shop. The sweet potato seedlings could grow sweet potatoes, which were food that could feed the villagers. She looked at the items in the shop. It was like playing a game, earning points and exchanging for things. Xiao Jiu was very interested. Her account showed she had 50 points. Currently, she could only exchange for some snacks, which included candy, 20 candies for 1 point, instant noodles, 1 pack for 1 point, cola, 1 bottle for 1 point, snail noodles, 1 bag for 3 points. She looked at the snacks in front of her, drooling. The system saw that she was now thinking only about food and reminded her again. Host, one of the key requirements to become a qualified village chief is to ensure the villagers are well fed. Please work hard to grow sweet potatoes. But there's no rain now. The ground is cracked. How can I plant? Xiao Jiu exchanged 20 various animal-shaped candies with 1 point. Immediately, 20 candies appeared in her hand. However, their packaging was different from what she used to eat in modern times. They were wrapped in ancient-style candy paper decorated with cute little animals in bright colors, both adorable and pretty. She took one out and put it in her mouth. Very tasty. Xiao Jiu happily squinted her eyes. Please work hard to become a qualified village chief and stop eating, the system reminded her again. But I don't know how to plant sweet potatoes, she replied. The system quickly played a video on how to plant sweet potatoes. But there's no rain now, how can I plant? Xiao Jiu asked. It will rain tomorrow. Really? Our system never lies, the system said, then stopped speaking. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu quickly put the candies in her pocket and went out to find the village chief, thinking she should make him happy. On the way, she met many villagers who greeted her warmly. Village chief, where are you going? To see Grandpa Village Chief. Village Chief, take care and walk slowly.
Okay.
Village Chief, do you want some candy? My dad bought some in town today. No, I have candies, she said, giving 2 big, white rabbit candies to the little girl who was about to give her candy. Xiao Jiu was very satisfied. Look at how qualified she was now as a village chief. Soon, she arrived at the village chief's courtyard. She saw Zhou's grandson, Xiao Jiu, playing at the door. Xiao Jiu took out 2 candies from her pocket, unwrapped one, and put it in Shida's mouth, while the other she put into his pocket. 3-year-old Xiao Jiu was chewing the candy with his mouth open, eyes wide. This candy was much tastier than the one Grandpa brought back from town. Xiao Jiu happily danced and waved his arms. Thank you, village chief. Are you here to see my grandpa? Then, the voice in her mind returned. Care for villagers. Reward 5 points plus a wild chicken that can lay eggs. Is that even possible? Xiao Jiu looked around, confused. Where is the wild chicken? She thought the reward would appear right in front of her like before. The system replied, please be patient, host.
All right.
Xiao Jiu patted Shida's head and asked, is Grandpa Zhou at home?
Yes.
While pulling a small jar of wine inside, she cheerfully called out to the courtyard, Grandpa, the village chief is here. Xiao Jiu followed Xiao Jiu inside and saw several elders, the clan leaders, all looking worried and seemingly discussing something. Grandpa clan leaders, Xiao Jiu politely called out. The elders saw the village chief arrive and smiled with many wrinkles on their faces. Why did the village chief come by himself? Said Elder Zhou, who then took out a small bench made especially for Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu sat on the bench and asked curiously, Grandpa clan leaders, what's wrong? Why do you all look so worried? Elder Zhou sighed and said slowly, there hasn't been any rain for months. The crops in the fields are dying, and the harvest is very low. We might not survive. Today, the people from Shangha village came to take water, and tomorrow, other villages might come too. To stay alive, those people are willing to do anything. Xiao Jiu remembered what the system said and replied, Grandpa clan leaders, don't worry. It will rain tomorrow. The elders all looked at Xiao Jiu in surprise. How does the village chief know that? They didn't doubt the village chief, but with the clear sky today, it was hard to see any signs of rain tomorrow. Seeing that the elders didn't believe her, Xiao Jiu puffed out her chest and said confidently, I just know. She wanted to tell them about the system in her mind, but the system said it was a secret between her and the system, and she shouldn't tell others. Xiao Jiu thought of herself as a trustworthy village chief and promised not to tell anyone what she knew. The elders looked at her determined face and thought maybe the gods in the sky told her, so they finally felt a little less worried. Elder Zhou asked Xiao Jiu, did the village chief come to see me about something? Xiao Jiu remembered she had a serious reason for coming and told the elders, I want to plant something. Grandpa clan leaders, find me a piece of unused land. The elders found this strange. The village chief really cared about everyone, and at such a young age, she already wanted to farm. What does the village chief want to plant? Sweet potatoes, Xiao Jiu replied. What are those? The elders had never heard of it. Xiao Jiu wasn't sure how to explain. In her mind, she only knew that sweet potatoes were something to eat. She told the elders, it's something you can eat, and it's very tasty. She then remembered a video she watched about how to plant sweet potatoes and carefully explained to the elders how to do it. The clan leaders listened carefully. Since it was what the village chief wanted, no matter what was grown, they would make sure to plant it well for him. Also, it didn't sound difficult. They had spent their whole lives working with the land and were skilled farmers. Tomorrow, they would have their lazy boy go to the fields and prepare a piece of land to plant for the village chief. Xiao Jiu saw that the clan leaders agreed and was about to leave. They insisted on seeing her off, but Xiao Jiu politely declined. She looked at the stone playing at the door. Then she took out a piece of candy from her pocket and gave it to the stone. She stood quietly, waiting. After a long time, no sound came from the stone. Well, it seems she can only get one free favor. Xiao Jiu swung her hands behind her and strolled back home. As soon as she entered the yard, a beautiful wild chicken flew straight toward her. Master, master, you're finally back. Come here, come here. Xiao Jiu immediately caught it. A wild chicken? It turned out her reward was waiting at home. Looking at the chicken in her hand, Xiao Jiu remembered all the delicious chicken dishes she had eaten before. Stewed chicken soup, kung pao chicken, plain boiled chicken, three-cup chicken, spicy chicken, fried chicken, roasted chicken. Her mouth watered. She had been here for a few years, but she had only eaten meat a few times, less than her fingers could count. The village was too poor. She could only eat meat during the New Year. This wild chicken's eyes kept changing as it looked at her, and it immediately broke free from Xiao Jiu's hand, staying far away. It puffed up its neck and clucked loudly at her. I thought I was your owner, and now you want to eat me? Unkind. Unfaithful. Heartless woman. Xiao Jiu looked at the chicken with suspicion. Something was wrong, very wrong. She felt like the chicken was insulting her, and the insults were quite. Can you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Jiu squatted down and asked the chicken. The chicken lifted its head high and slowly nodded. Then, as if afraid she wouldn't see, it quickly nodded several times. Xiao Jiu was a bit disappointed. Turns out, this was a very intelligent chicken. She really wanted to eat meat. Seeing that Xiao Jiu no longer had the fierce look of wanting to cook it immediately, the chicken finally relaxed. It was a chicken that could only bend but not break, so it slowly squatted next to Xiao Jiu and laid an egg right there.
See?
Master, I can lay eggs. I can do it every day. Keep me around, and I'll be useful. Xiao Jiu looked at the egg rolling to her feet and brightened. No chicken meat, but eggs would do. Her attitude toward the chicken softened. From now on, I'll call you Suihua. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. Suihua refused, saying, this name sounds terrible. But her refusal was ignored. Xiao Jiu placed eggs in the kitchen, planning to ask Sister Su to steam them later, so she could enjoy steamed egg custard. Sister Su is the eldest daughter of the Su family. A few years ago, she married Xiao from the neighboring Niulan village. Over the years, they haven't had children. Xiaoda's mother is a harsh woman who always thought her son married a hen that couldn't lay eggs. She grew more annoyed with Sister Su and constantly mistreated her. According to the village women, Sister Su often ate leftovers at Zhao's house, starving herself while working from dawn until night. Before sunrise, she had to get up to prepare breakfast for the family, then clean the yard, feed the chickens and ducks. If she worked slowly, her mother-in-law would scold her. In the cold winter months, the mother-in-law made Sister Su wear thin clothes and wash clothes by the icy river. What was worse was her husband. If something went wrong, he would take out his anger on Sister Su, hitting her with fists and kicking her, often using sticks. Once, Xiao came home drunk and started beating his wife. Luckily, Sister Su's mother was visiting her daughter and saw everything. It's said that on that day, Sister Su's mother fought Xiaoda's family alone and even managed to drive them out, smashing their house before leaving, and told her daughter to divorce Xiaoda. When Xiao Jiu heard this, she really admired the brave old lady Su. She also heard from Sister Su's young grandson that her little aunt cooked very delicious food. Xiao Jiu felt very touched. Before, village women took turns caring for her. She didn't want to trouble them every day, so she suggested to the village elders that they hire Sister Su to take care of her. Sister Su, who had just returned from her divorce, had nowhere to go and could stay in Xiao Jiu's yard. Her yard had many empty rooms, so it was a good idea. The elders thought this plan was feasible. Having someone live with the village chief would make everyone feel more at ease. Plus, Sister Su's youngest daughter was honest and hardworking. However, Sister Su refused to take any payment. She felt caring for the village chief was her duty. She was already grateful that the village chief provided her a place to stay. The elders saw her attitude and felt reassured, knowing she was grateful and kind. So now, Sister Su became Xiao Jiu's long-term caretaker. Xiao Jiu placed the eggs in a basin in the kitchen and headed outside. She thought it would be good to go for a walk. Maybe she would trigger a task and get a reward. As she stepped out of the yard, she saw Dia, carrying a basket on her back, and her younger brother Ado Dao heading up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Xiao Jiu immediately followed. She had only taken a few steps when the young girl turned back and asked her, "Village chief, why are you following us?" Xiao Jiu looked serious and said, "I'm not. I just went out for a walk." "Oh," said the young girl, not thinking much of it. She reminded the village chief to walk slowly and not to fall, then held her brother's hand and continued forward. However, after walking a bit, the village chief, despite his short legs, was still trying hard to catch up, making it impossible for the young girl to ignore him. Helpless, she turned around, squatted down, and looked at the village chief carefully, saying, "Village chief, my brother and I are going up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. You really shouldn't follow us. The elders don't allow anyone to take you up the mountain." The village chief had a past. When he was 3, he secretly hid behind and followed the villagers up the mountain. Later, the elders discovered he was missing, and the whole village searched all night before finding him. Unfortunately, they saw a small child lying behind a big rock on the mountain. They thought the village chief was gone and almost lost their breath going to see the old village chief. Later, they found out the village chief was just sleeping, snoring peacefully. Since then, the elders stopped letting the village chief go up the mountain, worried he might fall asleep in some hidden corner again, and if a wolf took him away someday, no one would know. Xiao Jiu confidently said, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't follow you. I was just going the same way." "Are you saying the village chief is going with us to the mountain?" the young girl asked, looking at the stubborn village chief with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Xiao Jiu's mind turned, and he pointed at Suihua, who was busy working on her chicken claws, and said, "I brought Suihua out to relax. She's been feeling a bit down lately." The young girl finally saw Suihua and asked the village chief, "Who is this?" "That's a wild chicken from the mountain. It ran into my yard on its own. It even lays eggs," Xiao Jiu explained. The young girl had seen wild chickens on the mountain before, but never one so beautiful. This chicken had bright, eye-catching feathers that shimmered in the sunlight with many colors. Very pretty. But that's not the main point. The important thing is, why does this chicken, which looks like a rooster, lay eggs? Seeing that the village chief was determined to go up the mountain, the young girl didn't bother to check whether the chicken was male or female. Instead, she thought it was better to watch over her, so she wouldn't sneak off later. She held her brother's hand, and also held the village chief's hand. They decided not to pick wild vegetables today, but instead, gather some wild fruits at the foot of the mountain for the village chief to eat. At the foot of the mountain, she repeatedly warned them not to go into the mountain and to just pick some wild fruits before returning home. Little Jiu certainly doesn't listen. Does she seem like someone who craves those wild fruits? No, today she must eat meat. She plans to go up the mountain to hunt some. As soon as they reach the foot of the mountain, Dia chases Suihua up the hill, shouting, "Suihua, Suihua, where are you going? Come back quickly." Dia watches this scene silently, thinking, "Don't think I didn't see it. It's the village chief pushing Suihua up the mountain." Dia quickly grabs her brother and hurries to catch up. "Village chief, walk slower or you'll fall." "Village chief, Suihua, wait for me." Ado also calls softly from behind, his little legs moving quickly. The group runs after Suihua, and he finds it very fun. Mission: rescue the fallen elderly person. Reward: 60 points plus 1 teacher. Location: in the big pit 100 meters ahead. Little Jiu suddenly breaks and turns around quickly. The system sees the host walking down the mountain without looking back. Thinking the host didn't hear, it repeats the task 3 times. Mission: rescue the fallen elderly person. Reward: 60 points plus 1 teacher. Location: in the big pit 100 meters ahead. Mission: rescue the fallen elderly person. Reward: 60 points plus 1 teacher. Location: in the big pit 100 meters ahead. Mission: rescue the fallen elderly person. Reward: 60 points plus 1 teacher. Location: in the big pit 100 meters ahead. Teacher? No, I don't want to study. Little Jiu, scared, runs off as if chased by a dog behind her. The system thinks maybe the wording was wrong and reissues. Mission: save the fallen elderly person. Reward: 60 points plus a wild boar. The little person running ahead stops. Luckily, it's not another school day. Dia sees the village chief running back and thinks he's finally listening and about to come down the mountain. Village chief, are you going back? No, I'm just exercising, he says, then continues running back to where he just came from. Ahead, they see a big pit with a dazed old man with a white beard lying inside, his foot caught in a trap. Dia and Ado, who are running up, also see the old man at the bottom of the pit. Ado scratches his head and asks, "Who is this?" Don't know. Little Joe tries calling out a few times, but the old man doesn't respond. Dia guesses the old man is probably lost, accidentally fell into the pit, stepped on a trap set by the hunters, and fainted from the pain. Dia thinks they should hurry back to the village and call the elders to come help. Village chief, let's go back to the village first and call the villagers to come help save people. You go back and call them. I'll wait here. I won't run far. No, what if we meet a bear or a wild animal?
I can punch it to death.
Quick, go call the villagers to help. Little Joe urged Dia to hurry. Dia thought for a moment. A few days ago, Xiao Jiu and the others said that the village chief could take down more than 10 people from the other village alone, so he should be able to protect himself. She then told the two to wait where they were and hurried back to the village to call for help. Little Jiu saw Dia finally leave and began quietly waiting to see where her wild boar would appear. Could it be waiting for her in the yard again? If Sister Sue saw that, she would be so scared she might faint. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from afar, a huge wild boar charging toward Little Jiu and Ado. Ado was so scared that tears welled up in his eyes. Village chief, quick. Before he could finish shouting, the village chief raised his small fist and punched the boar. The wild pig fell straight to the ground and stopped moving. Ado was stunned, his eyes shining with admiration as he looked at the village chief. Village chief, you're so amazing. Village chief, you're awesome. Village chief, I want to be as strong as you when I grow up. A series of praise made Little Joe very happy. She took out a candy, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. A sweet, milky aroma filled his mouth, so delicious. Ado thought to himself, when I grow up, I must marry the village chief. Little Jiu squatted down, looking at her prize, drooling. She remembered she had eaten wild boar meat a long time ago. It was from Tianzuji, the eldest son of the hunting family, who went up the mountain to hunt. But that meat was a bit gamey and not very tasty. She remembered there was a recipe book in her shop that showed how to make various dishes. It only cost 10 points to exchange, and she planned to get it so Sister Sue could cook all sorts of delicious food for her. Soon, a group of villagers hurried up the mountain. When they saw the wild boar lying beside Little Jiu, they were all very frightened and quickly checked to see if the two children were hurt anywhere.
Dia was almost scared to death.
She was fine when she left, but suddenly, where did the wild boar come from? Fortunately, the two children were unharmed. Ado saw that his father and the uncles and aunts from the village had arrived, and he quickly, sweetly praised the village chief again. Thanks to Ado's animated introduction, everyone learned that the wild boar was killed by the village chief with a punch. After witnessing the village chief's brave fight with the wild boar at the village entrance last time, everyone was less surprised this time. They could only once again admire how amazing the village chief is. The old village chief truly had foresight. When Dia saw that everyone's attention was focused on the wild boar, she completely forgot the reason they came up the mountain. She quickly ran to check near the pit and saw that the old man was still there. She hurriedly said, "Grandpa is still at the bottom of the pit." Oh, right. Everyone then realized what they came up the mountain for. At first, everyone was just imagining how the small village chief courageously fought the wild boar. A few villagers worked together to rescue the old man from the pit and carried him back to the village. A few strong young men carried the wild boar behind them. Xiao Jiu walked at the front with her hands behind her back, standing tall and proud. A doe also imitated the village chief, walking behind him with short steps and hands behind his back. The group returned to the village in a grand procession. When the villagers saw the returning group, they widened their eyes. They wondered, wasn't there an old man fainted on the mountain? How come there's such a big wild boar? When they heard that the wild boar was killed by the village chief, everyone praised him as if it was worth a fortune, and their admiration poured onto Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu felt even more proud now. She loved being praised the most. Village head Zhou patted Xiao Jiu's head and asked, "Village chief, what do you plan to do with this wild boar?" Village head Zhou thought that such a large wild boar should be sold in town, and the money earned could be saved by the village chief. He never considered that the village chief might get married someday. He believed that no man in the world was good enough for their village chief. Xiao Jiu refused without hesitation, not selling it. Tonight, everyone will eat wild boar meat. Everyone was very happy to hear they could eat wild boar tonight, especially the children, who cheered excitedly. They hadn't eaten meat for almost a year, only eating wild vegetables every day. The elders saw how happy everyone was and couldn't bring themselves to dampen the mood. This year's harvest was poor, and everyone was tightening their belts, so buying meat was out of the question. Seeing how happy the villagers were, Xiao Jiu suddenly felt a bit guilty. She wondered if she was really a good enough village chief. The villagers of Taoyuan village were simple and united. They were genuinely kind to her. Whenever there was something delicious or fun, they would send it to her first. The uncles, aunts, and elders in the village had always been willing to take care of her. Even the children respected her as their village chief, especially the elders, who, even at their old age, still worried about the village every day. She, the village chief, doesn't seem to have done much for the village or its people. The villagers are now so poor that they can't even afford meat. Xiao Jiu feels very sad. She decides that in a few days, she will go to the town to earn money. She has points she can exchange for candies, which she plans to sell in town. She has tasted the candies from the town. They cost 1 coin each and are much better than hers. Her own candies should sell for a good price. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiu suddenly feels full of energy. She returns to the yard and spends 10 points to exchange for a recipe book and another 5 points to get various seasonings. The items she exchanges through the system are all described in a way fitting for this era, so Xiao Jiu doesn't worry about others finding it strange. As for where these items come from, she notices that villagers tend to imagine their origins, so she feels safe using her points to exchange for things. Xiao Jiu counts her points. She has a total of 115 points, has used 16, and now has 99 left. She can still exchange for many candies. Carrying the recipe book and seasonings, Xiao Jiu goes to find Sister Su and explains how to use them. All instructions are in the book. She remembers that Sister Su's grandfather used to be a chef in the town, and she can read some characters. Sister Su learned many characters from her grandfather. Sister Su looks at the recipe book and seasonings in shock. Her grandfather was a chef at a restaurant, and since childhood, Sister Su loved experimenting with tasty dishes. She understands the value of this recipe book. If it were sold outside, many chefs would desperately want it. The village chief simply gave it to her. Sister Su is determined to protect this recipe book at all costs. She will learn the recipes carefully, practice cooking diligently, and in the future, make delicious food for the village chief. Sister Su feels even more grateful to the village chief. Congratulations, host. You have gained an excellent cook reward, 50 points and a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine. An excellent cook? Sister Su? Anti-inflammatory medicine? Why reward with anti-inflammatory medicine? But since she has more points, Xiao Jiu is still quite happy. She runs to Aunt Lu's house and sees Grandma Lu. Hello, Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu, seeing the village chief, beams with a big smile. Oh, the village chief is here. Come, I have some sweet fruit for you. She takes out a few pieces of sweet fruit and puts them into the village chief's small cloth bag. Thank you, Grandma Lu. Xiao Jiu looks at the full cloth bag. She quickly asks Grandma Lu, is Aunt Lu at home? Yes, I am here behind the vegetable garden. Tonight, everyone is eating wild pig meat together. Aunt Lu is thinking of picking some vegetables from her garden to add to the meal. I will go find Aunt Lu, she said, and headed toward the vegetable garden. Village chief, slow down. Be careful of the door threshold. Okay, Grandma Lu. The small jar slipped from the threshold and clattered as it fell. Then it ran quickly to the backyard and saw Aunt Lu carrying a basket of vegetables heading back. Its bright eyes looked at Aunt Lu and asked, Aunt Lu, can you sew me a bigger cloth pouch? My current one is too small. Aunt Lu smiled as she looked at the small cloth pouch the village chief carried, which was bulging. She wondered what children usually put in their pouches. Aunt Lu said to the small jar, Sure. What style does the village chief want? The small jar thought for a moment, took out a piece of candy from the pouch, unwrapped it, and laid the wrapper flat. Then it handed the wrapper to Aunt Lu, pointing at the small panda picture on it, and said, I want it to be made like this. Aunt Lu looked at the wrapper, which had a cute, chubby little panda, and smiled. When does the village chief want it? Tomorrow. My cloth pouch can't hold everything, said the small jar. All right, then remember to come get it tomorrow morning, said Aunt Lu, thinking about lighting an oil lamp to make it for the village chief tonight. The small jar thought for a moment. Everyone who needs something done usually pays for it, but she didn't seem to have any money. She reached into her pocket, took out a handful of candies, and handed them to Aunt Lu. Give these to Dia and Ado to eat. Aunt Lu quickly refused, no need. You can eat them yourself, village chief. Dia and Ado already have sweet fruit to eat. The small jar simply put the candies into Aunt Lu's basket and ran off without looking back, afraid she might put them back into her small pouch. Grandma Lu, Aunt Lu, I'm leaving now. In the evening, the once peaceful village became lively as the sunset faded. The women in the village were busy in the kitchen, each bringing out special dishes they usually only save for New Year's. The air was filled with the rich smell of meat, drifting through every corner of the village. The men working in the fields hurried home faster. Children ran happily, chattering excitedly about the delicious food coming soon. The elderly sat at their doorsteps, smelling the rare aroma, their faces full of satisfied smiles. The whole village was immersed in this warm, inviting atmosphere, full of the smell of firework and human warmth. Soon, the villagers set up tables outside, with small wine and the village chief sitting together. Baskets of cooked wild boar meat were brought to the table. This meat was prepared by Sister Sue according to the recipe, and it smelled very tempting. Everyone waited for the village chief to start eating. Xiao Jiu took a piece of wild boar meat and put it in her mouth. Seeing this, others also picked up their chopsticks to eat. The wild boar meat was tender, juicy, and firm, not greasy, with a unique aroma that filled the tongue. It was very different from the usual boiled wild boar with just salt. Today's meat was not gamey at all, and it was delicious. The villagers praised Su Xiaoxiao's cooking skills. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly waved her hands, not wanting to praise herself too much, and said, I followed the village chief's recipe and seasonings. Everyone then turned to praise Xiao Jiu, saying their village chief was truly talented, knowing how to cook, and there was nothing he couldn't do. The village elders were busy eating meat. They had never tasted such delicious meat in their lives, and they felt it was worth it. Xiao Jiu's mind was full of one thought: delicious, delicious, delicious. She wanted the villagers to earn more money so they could eat meat every day. After everyone was full and satisfied, the men sat together chatting. The women talked about family matters, and the children discussed becoming as impressive as the village chief. They wanted to go hunting in the mountains and eat meat every day. The atmosphere was more lively than during the New Year. Su Xiaoxiao patted the village chief's round belly, a little worried about him getting indigestion tonight. Xiao Jiu also felt a bit full and planned to go for a walk with Suihua to help digestion. She also wanted to check on the old man they rescued today, since today's wild boar meat was his reward for being saved. According to Dr. Huang from the village, the trap on the old man's foot had been removed, but the wound was slightly infected. Dr. Huang only had common herbal medicines for stopping bleeding. Xiao Jiu remembered the anti-inflammatory medicine the system had just rewarded her with, so she took it and went to Dr. Huang's house, knocking on the door before entering. Old Su, lying on a wooden bed, turned his head and widened his eyes suddenly. He sat up quickly, limping over to Xiao Jiu, and stared at her carefully. "What's your name?" "I am the village chief of Taoyuan village, Xiao Jiu," she proudly introduced herself.
How can you look so much alike?
Old Su looked at Xiao Jiu in shock. How could there be two people in the world who look so similar?
Who do I look like?
Xiao Jiu asked suspiciously. The old man didn't seem to have all his wits about him. So strange. "No one," he replied. The old man sat blankly on the wooden bed, looking lost in thought. His eyes seemed empty, and he appeared to have aged suddenly. The already somewhat shabby old man looked even more worn out. Xiao Jiu quickly took out some anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to him. "Here, this for you." Old Su snapped out of his daze and slowly took the ointment. It was a strange kind of medicine he had never seen before. Curious, he asked, "What is this?" "It's ointment for inflammation. It can help heal your foot injury," Xiao Jiu replied. "Thank you for saving me and for your medicine." "Child, who are your parents?"
How old are you?
Old Su asked cautiously. "I don't have parents. I was found by the village elder and the others on the mountain," Xiao Jiu said. "I'm 5 years old now." Xiao Jiu remembered being brought back to the village by the village elder. The villagers said she was abandoned at the bottom of a banyan tree on the mountain when she was just born. She had lived in Taoyuan village for the past 5 years. During these years, no one came to look for her. No one had reported missing a child. The villagers believed their small village's elder was a divine being. When the village's ancestor grave started smoking, the elder just happened to fall on their mountain, and they found him. For many years, Xiao Jiu never thought about her parents or how she was abandoned under the banyan tree. She was content with her life now. Everyone in the village was like family to her. Old Su staggered back a step, nearly dropping the ointment. "You're 5 years old? No parents? How is that possible?" Xiao Jiu looked at the dazed old man sitting by the bed, seemingly lost in thought, and felt he was very strange. Curious, she asked, "Who are you? Why are you on the back mountain of our village?" Old Su looked at Xiao Jiu's innocent face and quickly masked his strange expression. He tore open the ointment and began applying it to his foot, gritting his teeth as he said, "Just call me Grandpa Su. I don't know how I got here. I just got lost." He was angry as he added, "Who knows which little rascal set a trap on the mountain? I fell into it. I shouted for help, but no one answered. I, an old man with bones, was in so much pain, I fainted on the mountain." Xiao Jiu silently lit a candle for the hunter. To avoid Grandpa Su asking who set the trap, Xiao Jiu decided it was best to leave quickly. She reminded him to apply the medicine on time and take good care of his injury. Then she hurriedly left with Suihua, away from Dr. Huang's house. The next morning, light rain was falling outside. Soon, the rain grew heavier. The villagers quickly ran out of their houses, cheering and running in the rain. They shouted happily, releasing their long-held emotions. Their worries and anxieties gradually faded as the rain droplets fell, replaced by hope and excitement for the future. The village elders were not only happy but also showed great respect and gratitude toward the village chief. They believed their village chief was truly a divine being sent from heaven to overcome challenges. They felt blessed that their village had accumulated so much good fortune from their ancestors. Xiao Jiu was awakened by the villagers' cheers. Soon, he heard the sound of rain falling outside. As the system predicted, it was indeed going to rain today. Xiao Jiu put on his clothes, washed up, and went to the yard to play with Suihua. He checked the item exchange panel and saw chicken feed. Using 2 points, Xiao Jiu exchanged for a bag of chicken feed. "Master, you're so kind. Huahua loves you so much," Suihua chirped happily, flapping her wings around Xiao Jiu's leg. "After you finish eating, be good, and lay eggs, Xiao Jiu said. Suihua now lays 1 egg every day. Sister Su always gives her a boiled egg each morning. Xiao Jiu looked outside. The rain was gradually easing. At this moment, the village elders arrived and entered the yard. Chief Li couldn't wait to speak. Village chief, it really is raining outside. The elders looked pleased and continued. Thanks to the village chief, it rained for several hours this morning. The fields are no longer cracked, and the crops have a chance to grow. Also, the old man we rescued yesterday wants to rent a room in your yard. He'll pay 5 taels of silver per month. What do you think, village chief? 5 taels of silver. This made the elders' hearts tremble. People in the village earn less than 5 taels in a whole year. The old man renting a room for a month was quite wealthy, something they couldn't understand. Xiao Jiu thought for a moment. His yard was large, with many empty rooms. Sister Su was staying in one, he was in another, and there were 4 more empty rooms. He could rent out one and earn 5 taels a month, like winning the lottery. That sounds good. There are 3 empty rooms near the back. Let's see which one Grandpa Su wants to stay in. Soon, Grandpa Su arrived. It was unclear what he talked about with the elders last night, but today he looked at Xiao Jiu with extra kindness. Xiao Jiu felt goosebumps and was scared. He quickly said, Grandpa Su, you can pick a room yourself, and then ran away. He was so frightened. Grandpa Su was smiling like a scheming merchant. Did he think Xiao Jiu was cute and want to take him home? Little Jiu shook off her silly ideas and hurried to Aunt Lu's house to see if her big cloth bag was finished. When Aunt Lu saw Little Jiu, she quickly took out the cloth bag she made last night and hung it up for her. The small person carried a round, chubby panda cloth bag that looked just like her belly. It was very cute. Is it pretty, Aunt Lu? Little Jiu asked, tugging at the panda's little ears. Of course. Our village chief looks good with anything. It looks like he's holding a furry little animal, Aunt Lu praised. Little Jiu also thought it was nice. She believed Aunt Lu's skill was so good she could make more of these cute, new-style small cloth bags to sell in town. Aunt Lu, have you thought about making more to sell in town? The children there will definitely like my small cloth bags, Little Jiu said confidently. Really? The tailors in town are probably better than me. Why would the children like my bags? Don't tease me, village chief, Aunt Lu said a little shyly. Really, if you don't believe it, ask Dia and Ado. Little Jiu ran inside and called out Dia and Ado. Ado looked at the village chief with a panda bag on his back. It was very cute. He also wanted one. Village chief, is this little panda the same as the candy from yesterday? Ado asked, touching the panda's little paw. This was made by Aunt Lu based on the panda on the candy wrapper. Little Jiu pulled back Ado's little panda paw, worried he might pull it off. Ado quickly turned and tugged at his mother's sleeve. Mom, I want this bag too. Can you make me a tiger one? Aunt Lu almost choked. Mom can only make things based on the pictures. I can't make a tiger. The pattern on the candy wrapper was simple and cute, easy to understand, and easy for Aunt Lu to copy. But if she had to make a real animal, she said she lacked the imagination and couldn't do it. Little Jiu thought for a moment. The mall had many cookies, candies, and other snacks, all with different animal pictures on the packaging. She quickly exchanged for snacks with various patterns and took out a tiger-shaped cookie from her bag. She handed it to Aunt Lu. Is this okay? It was a cookie with a cute, tiger-headed design on the package. Very adorable. Ado immediately spotted it. Mom, I want this one. Okay, I'll make one for you later, Mom replied. Aunt Lu looked at the pattern from left to right, and it was truly adorable. Big sister also really wanted a small cloth bag with an animal pattern. She remembered the caramel the village chief gave her yesterday, which had a small rabbit printed on it. She liked that candy wrapper with the rabbit design and didn't want to throw it away. Big sister took out the wrapper and handed it to Mother. Mom, can we make this? I want a small rabbit cloth bag. Aunt Lu took the wrapper with the rabbit pattern, looked at it and smiled, saying, Of course, I will sew one for each of you tonight. Thank you, Mom. You're so kind. The brother and sister happily thanked their mother. At this moment, there was a loud commotion outside the door. probably from the Wang family next door. Little Xiao and a few others quickly ran outside. They could hear the noise and saw neighbors gathering to watch the fun. Sure enough, gossip is part of human nature. Goodness, Wang Jingyi, your family has been saving money to send you to school, but you skipped class and went to the dock to carry goods. Aunt Wang pinched Wang Jingyi's ear angrily, her eyes wide with fury, her voice trembling with anger. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. I don't want to go to school anymore. I won't go in the future, Wang Jingyi shouted, covering his sore ear. If you don't want to go, I'll beat you to death today. Until you go, Aunt Wang grabbed a broom and started hitting her son hard. Wang Jingyi ran and dodged while the normally most beloved elderly Wang and old Wang just watched coldly as he was beaten. The Wang family was relatively well off in the village, so they managed to save money and send Wang Jingyi to school. But yesterday, Aunt Wang went to town to see her son, and the teacher at the academy said Wang Jingyi hadn't been to school for many days. Aunt Wang and her husband, Wang Rengui, searched all day and night in town. This morning, they saw Wang Jingyi carrying goods at the dock. The couple was so angry they almost fainted. Wang Rengui directly took Wang Jingyi from the dock and brought him home. This led to the current scene. Task issued. Find out why Wang Jingyi is skipping school. Reward: 50 points plus 1 lottery draw. This time, the system was clever. It didn't tell the host the reward directly. When the reward was uninteresting, the host didn't care much. Making the prize random increased the host's enthusiasm for completing tasks. Little Jiu listened to the familiar voice and asked, "What can I win in the lottery?" The system replied, "I don't know. It depends on your luck. The prizes are all random." Compared to known rewards, Little Jiu was more interested in the lottery. Xiao Jiu decided to finish her task quickly, so she could go to the lottery. She looked at Wang Jingyi and remembered her school days. It was obvious she disliked school. She replied, "He probably hates studying, so he doesn't go to school." The host should carefully find the real reason. Don't assume, the system said coldly before going offline. Xiao Jiu's face puffed up with frustration. She didn't want to look for the reason, but she really wanted to win the lottery. She told Daya and Ado nearby, "Let's go to the town tomorrow." Ado got excited and said, "Yes, yes. I want to go, I want to go. Village Chief, I want to go." Daya thought for a moment and asked, "Village Chief, do you have money?" To Daya, going to the town meant spending money. Usually, villagers only take the ox cart to town when they need to buy things. Most of the time, everyone stays in the village. Daya had only been to the town once in her life. Xiao Jiu honestly shook her head and said, "Not now, but I will soon." She was very confident in herself. Her candies were unique and much tastier than those in town. She believed she could make money. Daya asked, "Then what will we do in town?" Xiao Jiu pointed to her small panda cloth bag and said, "Sell candies. I have a lot more. I'll take them to town and sell to the kids there. They've probably never had candies like mine." Daya and Ado immediately brightened up, thinking, "Wow, the village chief's candies are so good, they will definitely sell." From afar, Xiao saw Daya and Ado talking to the village chief and got anxious. He hurried over, pushed past them, and flattered the village chief, saying, "Village chief, what are you doing? Leave it to me. I can do it well." Xiao, who wanted to be the village chief's right-hand man. He was upset because these two had taken his top spot while he wasn't paying attention. Humph. Fortunately, he noticed early. Then the three of them whispered, and soon it became 4 people whispering. After discussing how to make money in town, Xiao finally spoke sadly, "Village chief, why did you give them candies but not me? Do you dislike me?" Xiao Jiu was speechless.
I didn't see you,
she replied. Xiao thought, "You saw me several times yesterday." Humph. It must be that Daya and Ado always follow the village chief and steal his position. Xiao Jiu quickly took out a few candies from her pocket and handed them to Xiao. Then she asked, "Do you know anyone who knows the way to town?" Xiao opened a piece of candy, put it in his mouth, and mumbled, "Lu Dezhu knows. He used to go to town every day to gamble." Wow, this candy is so fragrant and delicious. Xiao often heard his parents say that Lu Dezhu was a clever person, but his intelligence was wasted on gambling. He spent all his money at the gambling house. Now nearly 30 years old, no girl wanted to marry him, and he was the village's old bachelor. Xiao Jiu thought it was a good idea. Then let's find Lu Daju and ask him to take us to town tomorrow. They went to Lu Daju's house, which only had Lu Daju and Grandma Lu inside. According to villagers, she had found him as a child, and they had depended on each other ever since. In the past, Lu Daju gambled to earn money so Grandma Lu could have a good life, but he got addicted. The family's money was all lost.
They knocked on the door.
After a while, Grandma Lu opened it and saw the villagers. She quickly invited them in. "Grandma Lu, is Brother Lu at home?" they asked. "Yes, he's here, sleeping inside," she replied, calling out, "Daju, Daju, get up. The village chief is here." They followed Grandma Lu inside and saw Daju lying on a wooden board, snoring loudly. Grandma Lu hurriedly pushed him awake and said, "The village chief is looking for you. Don't sleep." Xiao Jiu looked at Lu Daju seriously and asked, "Daju, do you still gamble now?" Xiao Jiu thought gambling was very bad. He had heard from a village aunt that Ma Zi from the neighboring village lost everything gambling, his family, his children, who were sold to others. His wife ran away with someone else, and he had cut off.
Now, he was living a terrible life.
Xiao Jiu didn't want his villagers to suffer like that. Hearing the village chief ask, Lu Daju was frightened and immediately woke up, standing up quickly. He waved his hands and said, "Village chief, I don't gamble anymore, really." He had seen with his own eyes when Ma Zi's fingers were cut off by the gambling house people. Now he truly dared not gamble. "That's good. If you gamble again, I will have the clan leader expel you from the village." Xiao Jiu, as the village chief of Taiyuan village, had the authority to do so. Lu Daju was about to kneel before the village chief, hurriedly promising, "Village chief, I really won't gamble anymore. Don't believe me? Ask my mother." Grandma Lu finally spoke. "Village chief, he hasn't been to the gambling house recently. He's been sleeping at home every day. If he gambles again, I will tell you, and he will be expelled from the village." Lu Daju felt like he couldn't sit still or stand properly. He didn't understand why the village chief specifically came to warn him not to go to the gambling house. Xiao Jiu saw that Lu Daju didn't seem eager to go gambling again, and she was satisfied. She said, "Tomorrow, we are going to the town. You should take us there." "No, village chief. If I take you out of the village, the clan leaders will think I'm selling you to the gambling house, and they won't agree," Lu Daju replied. Although he was sure he wouldn't do such a thing, taking the village chief and others out would make everyone in the village worried. "That's okay. I'll ask my dad to come along too. Brother Lu, you know the town well, so you can lead the way," Xiao Hu said. He thought it was no big deal, especially since they needed to sell sugar in the town tomorrow. Since they all agreed, Lu Daju didn't refuse. Xiao Jiu and the others confirmed the departure time with Lu Daju, then said goodbye to him and Granny Lu and left. The next day, Xiao Hu and his father Zhao Dalong, along with a few others, were already waiting at the village chief's house with a cart pulled by oxen. One unexpected person was Wang Jingyi. Xiao Jiu thought of him after leaving Granny Lu's house yesterday. She went to Wang Andy's house and asked Wang Jingyi to come with her to the town. First, because Wang Jingyi studied in the town and knew it well. Second, Xiao Jiu wanted to hear what Wang Jingyi had to say and see if she could complete her task. Daya and Ado carried backpacks with tiger and rabbit designs that Granny Lu made yesterday. Zhao Hu watched them and the village chief, who also carried a big cloth bag. He was so angry, he turned red in the face. He pointed at them and then at the village chief's big cloth bag. He said angrily, "When we come back from the town, I want my mom to make me one too. I want to make a lion, way more fierce than your tiger." Ado wasn't convinced and said, "My tiger is better looking than yours. My tiger is invincible." They argued fiercely, each refusing to give in. "Are you two going or not?" Xiao Jiu asked angrily. The two instantly fell silent and obediently climbed onto the ox cart. They glared at each other with sparks flying from their eyes. When the village chief looked back, they immediately looked away and sat quietly. Wang Jingyi also silently got on the cart. He didn't say a word the whole time. If Xiao Jiu hadn't remembered that Wang Jingyi had spoken when Wang Auntie hit him yesterday, she might have thought he was mute. The cart jostled along the bumpy road, and it took a long time before they finally arrived in the town. Along the way, little Jiu also asked Lu Daju about the best busy area on the street. It was near Yongfu Restaurant, where there were all kinds of small stalls, and it was the busiest street with the most people. Little Jiu took out some candies from his pocket and put them into Daya and Ado's backpacks. He said, "We'll sell these near Yongfu Restaurant later. 5 coins each." Then he turned to Zhao Hu and Wang Jingyi and said, "You two help collect the money and give the customers candies." Everyone agreed happily. "Village chief, can we really sell them for 5 coins? Malt candies in town are only 2 coins each." Dio was a bit worried that the price was too high and no one would buy.
Of course, I can sell them at that price.
My candies are different. They look good and taste great. Little Jiu was very confident now. "Village chief, I believe in you."
"We will sell a lot," Dio said.
"Village chief, I also believe in you," Zhao Hu and Ado said, eager to show off. Lu Daju watched the children discussing how to make money and became interested, listening happily. They arrived at the busiest street in town and quickly caught the attention of a group of children. It was because of their cute panda, rabbit, and tiger backpacks. A group of children ran over, pointing at the backpacks and asking, "Where did you buy these backpacks?" "My mother made them. She's amazing," Ado proudly puffed out his chest. Then he took out some tiger-wrapped candies from his backpack, which had the same pattern as the backpack, and said to the children who asked, "Look, my backpack matches this tiger candy wrapper. Isn't it nice? And I tell you, this candy is very delicious. You've never tasted anything this good." "Really?" The children looked a bit doubtful. They had eaten a lot of candies in town, so they wondered if there was anything they hadn't tried. Little Jiu took out some candies and handed them to the children, saying, "Here, try one. If you don't like it, you don't have to buy." After tasting, the children found that these candies were better than any they had eaten before. One chubby boy, seeing candies with animal pictures on the wrappers for the first time, asked excitedly, "Are you selling these candies? Do you want some?" 5 coins each, Little Jiu asked. "Yes," the boy replied confidently. "How many do you want?"
"I'll sell them to you," Little Jiu said.
Xiao Jiu took out various candies and said, "I have small cats, small dogs, tigers, lions, birds, rabbits, monkeys. Which one do you like?" As Xiao Jiu showed each item, the children's eyes widened with amazement. "Wow, so many cute animals." The chubby boy confidently said, "I want everything in your bag." Then he pointed at the small tiger on Ado's back and asked, "Can I buy your small tiger? When you go home, ask your mother to make me one." Ado looked at Xiao Jiu and quietly asked, "Village chief, I want to sell this. When I go home, ask my mother to make me another one. How much are these bags?" Xiao Jiu thought since the bags are handmade, they should be worth more. After thinking for a moment, he said, "We sell each bag for 200 coins. He touched the candies inside the bag and continued, "I only have 200 candies. Do you want all of them?" "Yes, I want them all. There are many people in my family," replied the chubby boy. Seeing that the boy was from a wealthy family, he immediately ordered his servant to get the money. The other children saw the chubby boy wanted to buy everything and quickly said, "I want some too. Do you still have more?" "I want 10. "I want 20, said another. "I want 5, said another. "I want 30, said another. "I want your rabbit bag," said one. "I want your panda bag," said another. "I want that rabbit bag too," said another. Ado and Daya quickly took candies from their bags and handed them to Wang Jingyi. Wang Jingyi, who had studied in town for a few years, was good at counting and math. He immediately gave the candies the children wanted and collected the money. As for the small girls who wanted bags, Xiao Jiu could only tell the first ones who wanted to buy that they could reserve them and come to town in a few days. She also told them they could choose their favorite animal patterns on the candy wrappers to make the bags. The small girls were very happy and quickly picked their patterns. Those who bought the bags couldn't wait to carry them. Especially the chubby boy, who just wanted to carry his bag and candies home to show off to his older brothers and cousins. This trip to town to sell candies was surprisingly smooth and profitable. Xiao Jiu took the copper coins from Lu Jiu and started counting the money. They sold candies for a total of 2 taels and 200 coins, and the bags for 600 coins. Zhao Delang and Lu Jiu's eyes widened. Was it really so easy to make money? Were the town children so wealthy? Xiao Jiu began calculating their wages. Each person received 100 coins. The 600 coins came from Aunt Lu's bag sales, leaving her with 1,700 coins. None of them wanted to take the money. They came to town, but didn't help the village chief at all. The village chief said he wouldn't take it this time, and next time he wouldn't bring them again. So they hurriedly accepted it. After selling the candy and small wine, they remembered the task and planned to visit Wang Jingyi's school. Then they asked, Wang Jingyi, which school did you go to before? I know, village chief. I'll take you there. Lu Jiu, who had just received his pay, was now very energetic and eager. They thought, Lu Jiu is indeed familiar with the town and knows everything. Dia asked the village chief, do you want to go to school to study? Xiao Jiu put his money into his pocket and replied, no, I haven't been to school yet.
I want to see what it looks like.
Ado touched his 100 coins and said enviously, I want to go too. My dad said if I study and pass the exams, I can become an official and not be a laborer all my life. But he also said our family doesn't have enough money to afford it. Dia was also envious, but the village was so poor that even boys couldn't afford to go to school, let alone girls. Zhao Hu clenched his fists and flexed his non-existent biceps, saying, I don't want to study. I want to learn martial arts and become the greatest hero in the world. Ado rolled his eyes and said, that's impossible. The village chief is the strongest. Zhao Hu remained confident, then I'll be the second greatest hero in the world. I won't go. Wang Jingyi, who had been silent all along, suddenly refused. It was clear he was very against going to school. But Xiao Jiu told the system that he didn't want to go to school, and since the task wasn't marked as complete, Wang Jingyi didn't dislike studying.
But why?
If it was fighting, Xiao Jiu would be the first to jump in. But if it was thinking, forgive Xiao Jiu for his long and used, brand new zombie brain. Just as they were about to ask Wang Jingyi why he didn't want to go, a few boys around 12 or 13 years old approached. One of them, dressed in blue silk, said, Hey, look, isn't that the country bumpkin? Why isn't he carrying goods at the dock? He's come to sell candy in the street. A boy in black silk mocked, born to be a mudfoot, covered in dirt, and daring to come to this literary place. We study in the same school, but he's so unlucky. Another boy sneered, look at that poor kid. He's polluting the purity of this school. Their faces showed disdain and contempt. Their eyes were full of scorn, and their tone was sharp and sarcastic. A few people from the small tavern blushed with embarrassment. Xiao Jiu always thought that scholars in ancient times should be humble, polite, gentle, and refined. But these people were just like the women from the neighboring village arguing. Is this how scholars talk? Xiao Jiu asked Wang Jingyi in confusion. Wang Jingyi just wanted to go back to the village quickly and didn't want to stay here any longer. The words Xiao Jiu said were heard by several young men. They sneered contemptuously. Are you brothers and sisters of this country bumpkin?
No wonder you all look so poor and shabby.
Is this your first time in town? A bunch of uncultured country folks. They burst into exaggerated laughter. Dia and the others always thought scholars were superior, so they felt a bit lost and could only clutch their clothes tightly, lower their heads, and blush deeply. But Xiao Jiu was quick to respond, crossing her arms. So, what if we're from the countryside? We eat your rice, and it's none of your business. Didn't your teacher teach you to respect the elderly and love the young? Zhao Hu also retorted, exactly. If you're so good at reading, why don't you take the imperial exam and become a top scholar? The young men saw that these country bumpkins still dared to talk back. Do you even know who we are? Wang Jingyi, do you still want to go back to school? Wang Jingyi had already decided not to return to school. Now, he wasn't afraid anymore. I won't go back to school. I used to think studying was to make people wise, but seeing you all like this, I think I might as well be a country bumpkin. At least I understand manners and know how to behave. Good, very good. We're leaving, the young men said. noticing that the crowd was starting to point and whisper about them. They immediately planned to leave. Xiao Jiu asked Wang Jingyi, "Are all the students in your school like this?" Wang Jingyi replied, "Pretty much." Inside, they looked down on others. "Someone like me, a country bumpkin, is just their punching bag. I don't want to become like them, so I don't want to go back." Everyone was silent, especially Ado. He had admired Wang Jingyi for studying in town before, but now he thought it was better to just play with cats and dogs in the village. It was getting late, so they decided to go back to the village first and wait for Aunt Lu to finish making the bag before heading to town again. While sitting in the ox cart, Xiao Jiu asked the system, "Have I completed the task?" "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward, 50 points and 1 lottery draw." "System, I want to set up a school in the village, so Ado, Wang Jingyi, Dia, Xiaohu, and the others can all go to school there. That way, they won't be bullied by outsiders." Although Xiao Jiu doesn't like studying himself, he knows that reading can increase knowledge and broaden horizons. Xiao Jiu also hopes that the children in the village won't spend their whole lives in the small mountain village. He wishes they can grow up to do what they love and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of the world. As the saying goes, read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. Congratulations, host, on taking another step toward becoming a qualified village chief. The system feels pleased. It believes the host should go out more to see the world, so their eyes won't only see the small world of Taiyuan village. "Should I draw a prize now, host?" "Yes," Xiao Jiu replies. A few seconds later, the system shows that the draw is over, and the prize is a detox pill. Xiao Jiu finds the system's prizes getting stranger and stranger. A few people are riding an ox cart slowly, heading to Taiyuan village. Along the way, the children are very excited because it's the first time they earn silver coins through their own efforts. Xiaohu asks the village chief, "Village chief, can you teach me martial arts?" Xiao Jiu replies, "You won't be able to learn my skills." Xiaohu looks a bit disappointed. Then, "Village chief, how can I learn martial arts?" Xiao Jiu looks at everyone and says, "I'll find a martial arts master for you in the future." Xiao Jiu thinks that none of the villagers in Taiyuan village can fight. They are too weak and have no self-defense ability. But Xiao Jiu's strength comes from the innate divine power and super-fast speed of the zombie king. He doesn't know ancient martial arts either. Where can Xiao Jiu find a martial arts master for Xiaohu? Suddenly, from the woods ahead, a fierce fight sounds break the cheerful talk of the children. Curious, everyone looks toward the woods. They see several people in black robes surrounding and attacking a man wearing a mask and holding a long sword. The black-robed people attack fiercely and ruthlessly, their blades shining with cold light. Each strike is deadly, with clear intent to kill. The masked man is no ordinary fighter either. His sword moves like a flowing dragon, swift and sharp. His swordsmanship is superb, each strike aimed precisely at the enemy's vital points, leaving no chance to breathe. Every move is deadly, showing a master's skill. Soon, the black-robed attackers are all defeated and silent. Xiaohu and the others are seeing such intense fighting for the first time. They are so shocked they forget to breathe. Xiao Jiu suddenly has a bold idea. He wonders how likely it is to capture this man and bring him back as a martial arts master. He says to Xiaohu, "You want to learn martial arts, right? How about I bring this person back to be your master?" Xiao Jiu looked into the distance and saw the masked man in black robes who had been fighting. The man was holding a sharp sword, half kneeling on the ground, bleeding heavily from his mouth. Soon, he couldn't hold on and fell straight down. Xiao Jiu looked at Xiaohu uncertainly and said, "It seems like your master is dead." Xiaohu quickly turned around, saw the masked man lying on the ground, and immediately jumped off the ox cart, running quickly toward the edge of the woods. As he ran, he shouted, "Master!
Master!
Are you okay?" The others ran over and looked at the masked man with purple lips. Dia asked, "Is he poisoned?" Lu Deju looked at the masked man and said, "He must be poisoned. Look at his lips." Xiao Jiu took out the antidote pill she had just received and fed it into the masked man's mouth. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked the system, Can this antidote pill cure his poison? Yes, the system thought. You already gave it to him. It's a bit late to ask if it works now. After taking the antidote, the masked man's face looked better, but he hadn't woken up yet. Xiao Jiu told Zhao Daliang and Lu Dezhu to carry him into the ox cart. The group, unsure of who he was, took the masked man back to the village. Xiao Jiu worried that after waking up, he might run away, so she ordered them to carry him into an empty room in her house. Zhao Hu refused to go home and insisted on staying to take care of his master. Zhao Daliang also went with him, leaving Zhao Hu in the village chief's yard. Ado saw Zhao Hu wouldn't leave, so he also stayed in the village chief's yard instead of going home. Xiao Jiu left the two to take care of the masked man and went back to her room. She wasn't worried about the masked man waking up and hurting them because her mind suddenly remembered a familiar task sound. Gain a martial arts master. Reward: 200 points plus 1 lottery draw. Xiao Jiu quickly went to her room to draw. The lottery was over, and she received a light skill manual. Light skill manual? Is it like flying in the air like the masked man earlier? Xiao Jiu immediately opened the manual. It had pictures and words, and surprisingly, she could understand them. Although Xiao Jiu thought she was pretty amazing, she knew she couldn't fly. She had just seen the masked man and the black-robed people flying around and fighting. So cool. She also wanted to show off like that. She became very interested in studying the light skill manual. She practiced the movements, mimicking them and memorizing the actions in her mind. Then she took the book to a more open space behind her house to start practicing. However, the system watched her movements and found them very strange. Why does it look so much like a frog? The book clearly isn't like this. The system couldn't take it anymore and quickly shut down. It's too eye-catching. Following the village chief to the backyard, Zhao Hu and Ado watched her strange movements and asked puzzled, "Village chief, what are you doing?" "Practicing light skills. I want to be able to fly around like those people just now when I fight." Hearing that those few people had such light skills, Zhao Hu and Ado became even more interested than with wine. They both followed the village chief, copying her movements and starting to practice. So, the frog jump changed from one person's to 3 people's. Regaining clarity, Yan Ke, who was about to see the lifesaver who detoxified him, watched the 3 playing frog jumps at the back of the yard, thinking it was a new game for children. When Zhao Hu saw Yan Ke wake up, he immediately asked, "Master, how are we doing with our light skills?" Yan Ke was momentarily confused.
Master?
Should he call him that? When did he take on a disciple? And what did he just say about practicing light skills? Yan Ke suspected his way of waking up might be a bit off. Why couldn't he understand a single word the kid was saying? Seeing Yan Ke, who looked serious and silent, Zhao Hu asked the village chief, "Village chief, do you think my master might be mute?" Yan Ke felt that if he didn't speak now, he might become deaf after hearing these kids' words, so he asked Zhao Hu, "Why am I your master?" Zhao Hu looked at him expectantly, "Because you're the second most powerful person I've ever seen. I want to learn martial arts from you." Yan Ke asked, "Have you ever seen the most powerful martial arts in the world?" Ado immediately replied, "Our village chief is the most powerful in the world." Yan Ke's mind immediately pictured the village chief as an old hermit, so he asked, "Where's your village chief? Can I visit him?" Zhao Hu and Ado pointed to a young girl still practicing frog jumps nearby. "That's our village chief." Yan Ke looked at the girl with her bottom sticking out as she hopped and asked doubtfully, "Your village chief is a young girl?" "Yes." Xiao Jiu stopped her practice, looked up at Yan Ke, and said, "I am the village chief of Taoyuan village. I was the one who cured your poison. How would you like to thank me?" Xiao Jiu didn't do charity for free. She took out a detox pill and gave it to him to use. "You cured my poison?" Yan Ke. "Yes, I only had one detox pill and I used it on you." Yan Yi nodded politely to Xiao Jiu and said, "Thank you for saving my life. How can I repay you?" Yan Yi was surprised that this child could cure his poison. It seemed that the village doctor was very skilled. The skilled doctor, Dr. Huang, replied, "I'm not that good. I only treat minor injuries like bruises and cuts." Xiao Jiu crossed his arms and said confidently, "Stay in the village as a martial arts teacher. Teach the children here. After a year, you can leave." Since the system said he was a martial arts master, Xiao Jiu believed he was one now and would be in the future. Anyway, he decided to keep Yan Yi in the village to teach the children some basic fighting skills. Yan Yi didn't like owing favors, especially since this girl had saved his life. He also wanted to stay somewhere quiet, away from those people. So, he agreed happily, "Yes, I will stay in the village to teach them martial arts." Xiao, who was the happiest. He thought he could learn martial arts from a master for a year. Xiao, who felt so excited he might not sleep tonight. Xiao Jiu arranged for Yan Yi to stay in a room next to old Su. Xiao Hu and Ado eagerly helped tidy up the new martial arts teacher's room. Yan Yi asked Xiao Jiu, "Do you know martial arts?" Xiao Jiu shook his head. "I don't." Yan Yi thought that Xiao Hu probably admired their village chief a lot, so he said the chief was the best martial artist. The boy looked like he had no internal energy or martial arts foundation. He seemed to have just learned a little light skill, so he probably never studied martial arts before. Xiao Jiu went to Aunt Lu's house and handed over 600 coins earned from selling backpacks. Aunt Lu kept the money, but Xiao Jiu insisted she only take 30 coins as payment for her craftsmanship. Aunt Lu thought the patterns belonged to the village chief, so she made her own version. She felt a bit embarrassed to take 30 coins just for her work. Xiao Jiu gave Aunt Lu all the animal patterns from the candy wrappers and asked her to make more. He wanted to teach other villagers and pay them for their craftsmanship. Xiao Jiu then went to find Lu Dezhu and Zhao Delang, planning to give them the candies and backpacks to sell in town. They would get a commission based on how much they sold. Thus, Xiao Jiu's first money-making plan was set. He would exchange the candies for money and give them to Lu Dezhu and Zhao Delang to sell in town. Xiao Jiu happily walks home. As soon as she enters, she sees Grandpa Su smiling like a merchant and waving at her. Xiao Jiu feels a bit nervous. What does this old man want? Out of respect for the elderly and love for the young, Xiao Jiu politely greets Grandpa Su. "Hello, Grandpa Su." Grandpa Su looks at Xiao Jiu and says, "To thank you for saving me yesterday, I've decided to stay here and teach you how to read. What do you think?" "No way. You're ungrateful." Xiao Jiu is frightened and refuses. "Don't you want to learn to read?"
Grandpa Su asks, "Confut."
"Of course not. Who wants to learn?" Grandpa Su patiently explains, "But reading helps you see more and understand many things. Aren't you the village chief of Taoyuan village? If you don't read, how will you be a good village chief in the future?" Xiao Jiu feels a bit discouraged. She understands what Grandpa Su is saying. She can't stay in this small mountain village forever, especially after going to the town today. She knows the world isn't just Taoyuan village. As a village chief, she will need to know more and learn more than the villagers. Only by gaining more knowledge can she lead Taoyuan village further. System voice. Host, to become a qualified village chief, you need to be well-educated and talented. Please study hard. Is there no reward?
Xiao Jiu asks.
Of course there is, but it depends on how much you learn, the system replies. Grandpa Su continues, reading helps you understand things. When you learn knowledge, you can also teach your villagers. Xiao Jiu thinks for a moment. If that's the case, why not set up a school in the village? Let the children in the village go there to learn. In the future, the children will understand more and even take exams. Grandpa Su looks at Xiao Jiu, who was just reluctant to learn earlier, now with bright eyes, as if planning something clever. Xiao Jiu asks Grandpa Su, "I want to set up a school in the village. Can you come teach the children to read?"
Grandpa Su.
Xiao Jiu continues, "I've decided. In the morning, you come teach the children to read and write. In the afternoon, Uncle Mask can teach them martial arts. That way, my villagers will be both smart and strong." Xiao Jiu gets more and more excited. She decides to do it immediately, leaving Grandpa Su and rushing to discuss with the village elders how to build the school. "Grandpa Su, I just wanted to teach Xiao Jiu to read and write. Is that too much? Why do I have to teach all the children in the village?" Grandpa Su's mood, Xiao Jiu doesn't understand. Right now, she only wants to build the school. The village elders were very happy when they heard that old Sue and the masked man wanted to come teach in the village. They wished they could immediately support both teachers. As for funding the school, that was still a problem, and the elders were worried too. The only solution they saw was for each family to contribute some money to build the school. Little Wine asked the system in his mind, "System, is there any way to make a lot of money quickly?" The system replied, "Read more books. There are treasures in books." Little Wine asked again, "Is there any way to get silver rewards just by completing tasks?" The system said, "No. You need to work hard and be practical." Suddenly, Little Wine remembered what the elders had said before, that wild boar meat could be sold for money. Yes, he could go into the mountains, catch 2 wild boars, and then build the school. He decided immediately and prepared to go into the mountains. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu and a few others who were playing in the village saw the village chief and immediately followed behind him, eager to show loyalty. They didn't know what the village chief was going to do, but following him was always a good idea. Xiao Jiu asked, "Village chief, are we going into the mountains?" Tainyo excitedly said, "Are we going to catch wild boars?" Ado was even more excited. The village chief can kill a wild boar with one punch. At the back of the mountain, Little Wine slightly released his mental energy, sensing where the prey he wanted was located. He looked back at the 3 chatterboxes and threatened, "Don't run around or shout later, or I'll throw you into the mountain to feed the wolves." The 3 immediately covered their mouths, showing they understood and would obey. Little Wine ignored these kids and charged straight toward his target. His speed was terrifyingly fast, making the others almost shout in admiration for the village chief's strength. Soon, Little Wine saw a wild boar wandering in the forest. He ran as fast as he could to the boar's side. The silly wild boar didn't realize danger was coming. Little Wine threw a punch with his small fist, hitting the boar directly. The boar fell honorably. Little Wine kicked the boar, and it flew into the air. Its large head rested on Little Wine's small, thin shoulder. This move shocked Xiao Jiu and the others, once again deepening their admiration for the village chief. "Village chief, do you want some help?" they asked eagerly. Little Wine looked disdainfully at the weak little boys and said, "No need." Then he carried the boar down the mountain. The people following behind felt very ashamed and promised to practice martial arts better and build up their strength so that in the future, the village chief wouldn't leave them behind when going on important trips. "Wow, what is that?" Mrs. Sue exclaimed in surprise. Other women in the village who were chatting with Mrs. Sue also stood up in shock. "Oh my, it's a wild boar. The wild boar is coming down the mountain."
Wow.
"The wild boar has entered the village." The voices of the women sounded like thunder in the peaceful village. The children shouted and ran home as fast as they could. The men quickly grabbed sickles and hoes and went outside. But when they got closer, they saw, it looked like there were feet under the wild boar. No, wait, it seemed like there was a person. Actually, it was a child.
Hold on.
It's the village chief. Or maybe not. Let's look again.
Wow.
It really is the village chief. The men hurriedly dropped their tools and ran over. "Village chief, how can you carry such a heavy thing when you're so small?" "Put it down, village chief. Let us carry it." "Village chief, let us do it. The chairman might be too short to handle this." "The chairman isn't tall?" Without hesitation, Xiao Jiu threw the wild boar onto the ground so the villagers could lift it. It took a lot of effort for the villagers to lift the wild boar, their faces turning red. It wasn't because they were tired, but because they felt embarrassed. The village chief, being small, easily carried the wild boar. Yet they struggled so hard. It was really shameful. At this moment, the old elders hurried over, worried that the wild boar might come down the mountain and harm the villagers. Zhou Elder asked, "Village chief, did you catch this?" Xiao Jiu nodded and said, "Let's sell this wild boar. The money will be used to build a school. If it's not enough, I'll go into the mountains to catch a few more." The wild boar, "You think you're so high and mighty." When they heard that the village chief was going into the mountains to build a school, the villagers' eyes turned red with emotion. They felt so useless. The village chief was so young, yet he had to worry so much for the village. Xiao Jiu looked at everyone and said, "Tomorrow, we'll go to the town to see. Does anyone know how much a wild boar sells for?" The hunter immediately spoke up, "Village chief, I know. I'll go with you tomorrow." Xiao Jiu nodded. So, they planned to leave early the next morning for the town. The next morning, the hunter drove a bullock cart, bringing the village chief, followed by Xiao Hu and 2 others who eagerly wanted to join. They set out again on the road to the town. Xiao Jiu sat on the cart, enjoying the scenery from the village to the town, feeling very happy. She loved this feeling of working hard every day toward a goal. There is no endless chasing or hunting. No need to worry about humans coming to take her brain. The people here are very united, like a big family. Although villagers often argue, when it comes to the village chief or matters that benefit the village, everyone works together. I no longer have to wander around aimlessly without feeling anything every day. It's so good. The mountains are clear, the water is pure, and the birds sing while flowers bloom. Although there are no phones, computers, or games, Xiao Jiu feels like he is playing a game. He works hard, step by step, to build the village, just like in a construction game. Sometimes, he can refresh system tasks and get rewards for completing them. Anyway, the previous world was already falling apart, and life here is just too good. Xiao Jiu is determined to live well here. The ox cart took about 2 hours and finally arrived at the town. Xiao Jiu was about to carry down the wild boar. The hunter immediately stopped him and said, "Village chief, are you going to carry the wild boar around town looking for buyers? If you carry the wild boar around town looking for sellers, it will scare people to death." "Yes, what else should I do?" Xiao Jiu asked suspiciously. The hunter, who often comes to town to sell game, then said to the village chief, "Village chief, I know a restaurant owner. Let's go there and ask if they will buy it." Xiao Jiu is fine with whoever pays a good price. The hunter drove the ox cart toward the restaurant. Along the way, there were many vendors, snack stalls, small toy sellers, mountain produce vendors, and a few children watched with wide eyes. Last time, when they came to town, they only sold candy and didn't really stroll around the streets. Xiao Hu and Ado also earned some money selling candy last time. They then said to the village chief, "Village chief, after we sell the wild boar, let's come back here and take a walk." Xiao Jiu nodded in agreement. Although he could exchange points for snacks, the street vendors' small stalls looked very tasty. "We've arrived. It's here," said the hunter. Xiao Jiu told Xiao Hu and Ado to watch the ox cart, then followed the hunter to the restaurant. He looked up and saw Yongfu Restaurant. Last time, Lu Dezhu said that the busiest part of town was near Yongfu Restaurant. Xiao Jiu waddled inside. A young waiter quickly ran over and asked warmly, "What would you like? 2 guests?" The hunter hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm here to see the manager. We have some game meat and want to ask if your restaurant will buy it." The young shop assistant heard that the 2 people were here to sell wild game and quickly took them inside to see the shop owner. Xiao Jiu had a good impression of this restaurant. Unlike the TV shows or novels, the shop assistant didn't look down on them for dressing simply like hunters. Soon, they met the restaurant owner. He was a chubby man who looked very much like the comedian often seen on TV, friendly and funny. The owner saw a man with a young girl and asked, "Is this your daughter?" The hunter quickly waved his hand. "No, this is our village chief." The owner, who was quite experienced, was surprised to hear that a small girl, not even reaching a man's thigh, was the village chief. The girl didn't seem particularly special, just a bit prettier and cuter than usual. Xiao Jiu looked at the owner's amused expression and snorted, turning her head away. Did he think it was funny for a little girl to be a village chief? The owner didn't care what he thought and kept a warm smile. "What kind of wild game are you here to sell?" "Wild boar," Xiao Jiu replied. "Wild boar? Did you catch one?" The owner was so excited, he almost wanted to hug Xiao Jiu and kiss her. Recently, several big restaurants in Qingyan town had heard that Grandma Wang was celebrating her birthday. Her daughter had married into the Li family in the capital, who is said to be a 4th-rank official. This time, they were bringing her back to celebrate. Grandma Wang specifically wanted something special to entertain her son-in-law. Old Master Wang had made it clear, whichever restaurant had good wild game would be chosen for the banquet. This was a big business opportunity. All the restaurants were eager to get this order, which could be very profitable. It was also a chance to leave a good impression on the Wang family and boost their reputation. However, most of the wild game they had was just wild chickens or rabbits. They didn't have any larger game. Thinking about it, that made sense. Bigger wild animals usually lived deep in the mountains, and even if they weren't in the mountains, most people couldn't catch them. Plus, there were rarely large wild animals near the villages. Manager Su had been worried about this and had lost quite a bit of weight. Fortunately, he was lucky. Someone had come to sell a wild boar. Manager Su quickly asked Xiao Jiu and the hunter to show him what they had brought. They arrived at a cart, and Su eagerly lifted the curtain. Inside, 3 children looked at him all at once. 3 children stand beside a large wild boar. Shopkeeper Su sees the genuine and big wild boar and quickly climbs into the ox cart. The young servant nearby is seeing his chubby boss move so nimbly for the first time. Su looks around but sees no wounds on the boar's body and marvels. This hunter must be a very skilled martial artist. The boar has no injuries at all. He then asks the local hunter, who is the expert that caught this. The hunter points to the village chief, who is not much taller than a child, proudly saying, "Our village chief caught it." Su is surprised and looks at the young girl. "You caught it? How did you kill it?" "It has no wounds," Su asks. "I used my fist. 1 punch, and it was dead," the girl replies calmly, raising her small fist. Su is shocked by this answer, feeling amazed. He feels that after living for so many years, he still hasn't seen everything. Now he's more surprised that a 5-year-old girl is a village chief, and even more surprised that she can kill a wild boar with 1 punch. Adu quickly adds, "Our village chief is very strong." Before, she also killed a wild boar with 1 punch. Hearing there is another wild boar, Su quickly dismisses his shock and asks, "You have another wild boar? Where is it?" Adu chews his lip and replies, "We ate it. It was delicious, the best wild boar meat I've ever had." Su almost faints from anger. "You ate it? You actually ate it? Why didn't you sell it?" The girl, Xiao Jiu, nonchalantly responds, "If you want to eat, just eat. Do you want this one?"
Yes, yes, yes.
Su immediately agrees, worried that the children might get hungry and cook the other boar to eat later. "How much?" Xiao Jiu asks. 15 taels. "You won't get a better price," Su says honestly. Usually, wild boar meat sells for around 10 taels, but since this is a rare find, 15 taels is not cheap. Xiao Jiu glances at the hunter, who whispers to her, "The shopkeeper's price is fair. Normally, it's about 10 taels. Our village chief's boar is in good shape, with no injuries, so the higher price is normal." Seeing that the shopkeeper isn't trying to cheat him, Xiao Jiu quickly hands over the money and takes the meat. Su arranges for his staff to carry the boar into the restaurant. When the group is about to leave, he quickly asks Xiao Jiu, "Excuse me, do you know which nearby village you're from? I hope that in the future, when you hunt wild game, you'll bring it to my restaurant first. I will definitely pay you fairly for it. Trust me on this." Xiao Jiu thinks the shopkeeper is quite nice, so she nods and asks, "We are from Taiyuan village. Do you only buy wild boar?" Shopkeeper Su sees that Xiao Jiu can hunt not only wild boar, but other animals too. He quickly leans in and whispers, "Honestly, our restaurant needs large game right now. Whatever you catch, we will buy. The price will be fair." "Oh, okay. Next time I catch something, I'll bring it to you," Xiao Jiu replies happily after selling the wild boar meat for 15 taels of silver. 15 taels. I didn't expect so much. That's a lot of money. If I catch a few more animals, I can build a school soon. Everyone is very happy. Let's go shopping. Bye, bye, bye. Xiao Jiu waves her hand, and Zhao Hu and the others cheer excitedly. They rush into the crowd and head straight to the street vendors. The hunter from the field sees them run far away in the blink of an eye. He, pulling the ox cart, is so worried he has to leave the cart at the restaurant and ask the shop assistant to watch it. He hurriedly follows, afraid the children might get lost. They run to a snack stall selling fried fruit. 5 for me. Xiao Jiu takes out some copper coins she earned last time from town and asks, how much is one? 2 coins each, the vendor smiles. Xiao Jiu counts out 10 coins and hands them over. Xiao Hu immediately takes out his coins and says, Village chief, I have money. I can pay myself. Xiao Jiu shares the fried fruit with everyone and says, save your money for when you get married.
Oh.
Xiao Hu doesn't know what marriage is for, but everyone in the village will get married. If he doesn't, people will say he's useless, like Lu Dezhu. So, in Xiao Hu's mind, getting married is very important. Only after marrying can he become a useful person. They walk from one end of the street to the other, buying many things. Finally, they can't carry any more, so they decide to go back to the village. They return to the restaurant entrance, quickly climb onto the ox cart, and the hunter sets up the cart in front. He drives ahead, and they sit on the cart, looking at their purchases and chattering about the town's lively scene. The ox cart has been moving for about an hour. The sun begins to set, and there are fewer people on the road. Suddenly, at the same spot and in the same woods, 4 or 5 fierce-looking men with big knives jump out. Facing the hunter and a few children inside the ox cart, he shouted, stop. The hunter quickly pushed the children back into the cart and stood in front of it, saying, in broad daylight, what do you want to do? Several strong men raised their large knives and said, what are we doing? Can't you see I have a knife? Hand over the silver money peacefully. The hunter hurriedly replied, we're just country folks going to the market. We don't have much money. The money is used to buy things, and it's on the cart. I'll give it to you. One of the men kicked the hunter aside directly. Don't think I don't know. We've been watching outside the restaurant for a long time. You just sold a wild boar there. Hand over the money. Seeing the hunter being kicked away, Xiao Jiu was furious. Are you looking for trouble? Xiao Jiu glared at them with sharp eyes. The big men saw that the children were not afraid at all. Hurry and hand over the money, or we'll sell you all to the human traffickers, the scar-faced man threatened. Xiao Hu said, if you don't give it, come on, try to fight me. I'll make you cry for your mother. Yeah, come on, try to beat me to death. I'm not afraid of you. The children were completely fearless. Xiao Jiu believed in her strength. Humans with special powers couldn't beat her, let alone ordinary humans. Xiao Hu and the others weren't afraid, because they trusted the village chief's strength. To them, the village chief, who could kill a wild boar with one punch, was the strongest. No one could beat him. Seeing the children run out of the cart and talk bravely, the hunter was so scared he broke out in cold sweat. Village chief, I'll hold them off here. You all run quickly, he said, climbing up and standing in front of the village chief. The scar-faced man saw that the punch had still allowed the person to stand up, so he immediately lifted his leg to kick him aside again. But as soon as he extended his leg, he felt as if a small hand was grabbing his foot. Then he was suddenly lifted into the air. He seemed to see the blue sky and white clouds, the people below getting smaller, and birds flying past him. Yes, at the moment his foot was kicked, Xiao Jiu grabbed the scar-faced man's leg and swung him forcefully. The people below looked up and watched as the scar-faced man, who was just on the ground, was suddenly airborne. After a while, he fell from the sky and hung on the highest branch of the tallest tree in the woods. The people who had been so arrogant just moments ago are now trembling, holding their knives. Could they be monsters? They must be monsters. Xiao Jiu slowly walks closer to them. I want to ask, are you robbers? One of the weaker-looking men quickly drops his knife and stammers. We're not robbers. We were just joking. We don't steal money. We're good people. Yes, we're good people, the others quickly agree. Xiao Jiu feels like they are treating her like a fool. She grabs the weak man, swings him around, and hangs him on the same tree as the others. The rest immediately kneel down, begging, please, miss, spare us. Xiao Jiu looks at them again and asks, are you robbers? They all reply quickly, like beans spilling from a jar, we're really not robbers. We usually just collect protection money on the street. We saw you selling wild pig meat and shopping around today, so we thought you had a lot of money. We got greedy. We've never been robbers before. If they had known Xiao Jiu was so powerful, they would have just collected protection fees honestly and not tried to rob. Now they've been defeated after just one attempt. Hand over the money. You should have quite a bit from protection fees. Hand it over, or I'll have our village chief throw you into the sky. You won't come down for days and nights, Ado threatened. Xiao Jiu looks at Ado with admiration. He has potential. No wonder he's a villager from her village. Xiao Hu sees the village chief approving of Ado. He quickly picks up a big sword from the ground. Hand over the money, or I'll cut off your hands and feet. Tainyo also quickly picks up a big sword. Hand over the money, or my sword will shed blood. Xiao Jiu thinks, why are these kids so fierce? Everyone present is stunned. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? It sounds just like a robbery. The kneeling people think, is this a fake bandit meeting a real bandit? Seeing they aren't speaking, Xiao Jiu asks, not giving it? Yes, 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 they immediately pull out their silver. Xiao Jiu counts it. It's not much, only about 50 taels in total. Is that all? We're just small followers. We don't have that much silver. The main money is with our boss. We don't have much on us. All our savings are with him. Yes, we usually just get a little share from the boss. A few people saw that little Jiu was about to get angry, so they immediately sold out the eldest brother completely. Where is your boss? Little Jiu asked. Someone pointed to the tallest tree and said, up in the tree. Little Jiu, I underestimated this. I can't do light skills, only throw people. What should I do? Ado looked up at the person in the tree and asked the village chief. Village chief, can our new martial arts master fly that high? Oh, I see. Looking for the masked man. Little Jiu asked Tian Hunter, do you have a rope? Tie them all up and pull them back to the village to build houses. Tian Hunter was still shocked. Hearing this, he quickly regained his senses. Oh, yes, yes, yes. It's on the ox cart. I'll go get it. He hurried to fetch the hunting ropes used to tie up prey from the ox cart. Tian Hunter the arrogant group of people and fastened them behind the ox cart, making them follow behind as they walked. Seeing that it was getting late, the group hurried back to the village with the ox cart. This was just the right time for villagers returning from the fields. As the ox cart entered the village, villagers saw a string of people tied behind it with a rope. Everyone was very curious and gathered around. Tian Hunter, where is the village chief? Zhao Daliang asked. Little Jiu poked his head out. Here. Xiao Hu. As expected, he's not my biological father. My dad doesn't care about me at all. The villagers, seeing that the village chief was safe, relaxed. Then they asked excitedly about the people tied behind the cart, as if they were prisoners. Village chief, what are these people doing? Yeah, why are they? And there's a knife too? Village chief, are you hurt? As the village chief, Kwa's little brother Ado immediately started to tell a vivid story. He described how the village chief bravely fought bandits, how he could throw enemies into the air with one hand, and how he defeated dozens of them easily. The villagers listened with amazement. Little Jiu admired Ado's storytelling skills very much. It was a simple matter that took only 10 minutes to solve, but Ado made it sound like a heroic, tear-jerking story. Although Little Jiu liked being praised, hearing everyone praise his story like this, with so many people surrounding him and shouting, made him a little uncomfortable. He quickly interrupted everyone and ordered, "Take these people to the ancestral hall." The villagers immediately moved to obey. Today, after going to the town, everyone was very tired. Tian Hunter carried the things Little Jiu bought from the town back to the village chief's yard, advised the village chief to rest well, and then left with Xiao Hu and the children. As Xiao Jiu returned to the yard, he saw that Grandpa Su and the masked man looked tense. Grandpa Su saw Xiao Jiu and quickly pulled him aside, saying, "Xiao Jiu, I need to tell you, this person is not good. Hurry and chase him out." Yan Xie drew his sword slightly and looked at Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su seemed to have caught the masked man in a lie and immediately pointed at him, saying, "See that, Xiao Jiu? This person kills without hesitation and constantly draws his sword. He's very dangerous." Xiao Jiu didn't understand why the two of them were acting like this. Yan Xie looked at Grandpa Su, with a fierce expression. Xiao Jiu asked, "What's going on?" Yan Xie, with a cold face, told Grandpa Su, "If you dare to secretly reveal my mask again, don't blame me for cutting off your hands next time." It's not revealed yet. Wearing a mask in broad daylight clearly shows he's not a good person, Grandpa Su argued angrily. Yan Xie had never seen such a shameless old man and was so angry that he drew his sword. "Today I will cut you down." Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Xiao Jiu hurriedly stopped both of them. Then he scolded the old man. "Why do you keep revealing his mask? And you, this is my village. Don't draw your sword casually in the future, or you'll scare the villagers." Yan Xie stood silently to the side, looking expressionless, not sure if he was listening. "Both of you, stop arguing. Leave my yard now." Xiao Jiu finished speaking and stormed back to his room in anger. Grandpa Su snorted coldly, then swung his wine jug and staggered away, muttering, "You better hide yourself well. Always carrying that broken sword and wearing a mask. Are you afraid the people chasing you will realize you're here? Do you want everyone in this village to die with you?" Yan Xie looked at Grandpa Su's back with a puzzled expression. How did he know his identity?
Who is this old man?
When Xiao Jiu came out of his room, he saw the masked man staring blankly at the door in the yard. "Can you do me a favor?"
Xiao Jiu asked.
"Sure." Yan Xie turned around and replied when Xiao Jiu came out. "You're not asking what kind of favor?" Xiao Jiu thought he was strange. "No need. Just tell me," Yan Xie replied kindly, still friendly toward Xiao Jiu, who was helping him detox. "Then go up the tree and help me get 2 people down," Xiao Jiu said. "Get 2 people down from the tree?" Yan Xie asked confused. "I threw 2 people up there. You help me get them down," Xiao Jiu explained carefully. "You threw them? Do you know martial arts?" Yan Xie became interested. He didn't expect those kids to be joking. This girl really knew martial arts. Xiao Jiu shook his head to deny it.
"No.
She is just strong, fast, and has mental strength. But she really doesn't know martial arts." Xiao Jiu saw that he still didn't act, so she urged, "Let's go. It's getting dark. We should bring the people back early." "Where?" Yan Xie asked. "At the same forest where I saved you last time," Xiao Jiu replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Xie grabbed Xiao Jiu by the collar and flew out of the house. Xiao Jiu kicked her legs wildly in the air, shouting, "Ah, can you please not hold me like that? She is the village chief." Being grabbed by the collar and swung around in the air in front of villagers would ruin her image of being mature, steady, serious, and dignified. System. How can anyone tell you mature, steady, serious, and dignified? Seeing her resist being held by the collar, Yan Xie lifted her and slung her onto his shoulder, with her bottom facing the sky and her head downward. Xiao Jiu felt hopeless. Let everything be destroyed. Just destroy everything. In the future, I must learn light skills well. To fly myself. It's so embarrassing. Yan Xie quickly reached the same forest from last time. He put Xiao Jiu down on the ground. As soon as she touched the ground, Xiao Jiu looked angrily at the masked man. Her mind was almost overwhelmed. Yan Xie looked at this girl, who had been fine just a moment ago, and didn't understand why she was angry now. Xiao Jiu asked the system, "Does the shop sell wings? I want to equip myself with 2 wings. I'm so mad." "No, even if there were, you couldn't fly. Flying depends on your body's coordination and balance, being able to control every movement precisely, and adjusting your shape and fall speed through airflow," the system explained to Xiao Jiu. "Stop!" Xiao Jiu immediately cut off the system's long explanation. She looked at the silent masked man beside her, pointed at the tallest tree, and said, "There are 2 people up there. Help me get them down." When Yan Xie flew up, the 2 people were already unconscious. He brought them down. Yan Xie looked at the 2 people he was holding in each hand, then squatted down and said to Xiao Jiu, "Get on my back." She was very satisfied with this flying method, so she immediately climbed on, holding the masked man's neck with both hands, afraid he would carry her back again. They quickly flew back to the village. Xiao Jiu told the masked man to tie up the 2 people and leave them at the ancestral hall to keep company with the villagers. After walking a few steps, Xiao Jiu suddenly remembered something. She ran back quickly and asked the masked man to search the two people's bodies for all their money. Yan Qi, why does he do such sneaky things? Xiao Jiu reminds him, I only gave you one antidote pill. I was reluctant to use it myself, so I gave it to you. If I sell this pill, I could make a lot of money. The school has already been built. Feeling pressured by morality, Xiao Jiu becomes more confident. Yan Qi silently searches both of them. He finds 100 taels on the weak man and 500 taels plus some broken silver on the scarred man. Xiao Jiu holds the money he just found, eyes shining. He's excited he's rich now. He never thought robbing could be so profitable. More and more unhelpful thoughts fill Xiao Jiu's mind. Seeing the small girl obsessed with money, Yan Qi asks, are you really short of money? Don't you lack money? Xiao Jiu replies. He originally planned to give the 100 taels to the masked man as a reward for his effort, since he saw it as fair. But since the masked man isn't short of money, Xiao Jiu puts the money back into his pocket. Yan Qi really wants to say he doesn't need money, but it seems he currently has none. The next morning, Xiao Jiu gathers the villagers early for a meeting. As the bell rings, villagers gradually gather at the open space in front of the village chief's house. Everyone is excited. Yesterday, they all learned about the village chief's plan to build a school, so today they came to hear more. After a while, Xiao Jiu sees everyone has arrived and speaks, starting today, we will build a school in the village. From now on, all children, boys and girls, must go to school and learn martial arts. As soon as he finishes, the villagers start discussing loudly. All the children in the village will have a chance to learn. My family won't have to go to the town anymore, Aunt Wang says excitedly. Recently, her family has been worried because Wang Jingyi refuses to go to school. Now that they hear about the school and that all children can learn, Aunt Wang feels like she's dreaming. Yes, the village chief said that both boys and girls can go to school. My son Huzi can become a learned person too, haha, Zhao Hu's mother says happily. Not only that, but they can also learn martial arts. The town schools don't teach martial arts. Exactly, our village kids will be skilled in both reading and fighting. What about the teacher? A villager asks. The clan leader said the teacher is the old man the village chief found a few days ago, and the masked man. Can that work? Are town teachers better? It doesn't matter if it's perfect. As long as they can teach the kids to read and write, that's enough.
Exactly.
If you don't believe the village chief, remember, he said it will work, so it definitely will. Yes, yes. Why do girls also need to go to school? What about the chores at home? A man said. Just after he finished speaking, his wife grabbed his ear and scolded him. What? Do you want your daughter to be illiterate like you for her whole life? Can't you do the chores at home? Should we keep the daughter here to do them? I tell you, if you dare stop her from going to school, I will tear off the roof of old Huang's house. The man hurriedly explained, No, I was just talking casually. I didn't say she shouldn't go. Please let go. Everyone is watching. Aunt Huang also knew that arguing outside and being watched by others was not good, so she released her grip on her husband's ear. People nearby, thinking about this, didn't dare to speak up, afraid they would be the next to be scolded. Little Jiu saw that everyone was full of hope for building a school. He then said to the village chief, Grandpa village chief, I have over 600 taels of silver. I want to build a bigger school and also a martial arts training ground. Little Jiu thought for a moment and planned to draw a picture of the school he imagined for the village chief. 600 taels? Where did the village chief get that money? Several village elders almost dropped their jaws. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Did you see those people at the ancestral hall? They wanted to take my money but couldn't win, so I took it back, Little Jiu said, thinking there was nothing wrong with telling the truth.
Blackmail?
Will they come back and seek revenge on you, village chief? One elder worried. Would they dare? If they come, we'll take their money too. Maybe next time, it'll be thousands of taels, Elder Zhou joked. But Little Jiu listened carefully. He thought this was a good idea. He hoped more robbers would come so he could get rich quickly. Seeing that Little Jiu was willing to spend all his money on building the school, the elders immediately said, Building a school doesn't need that much money, at most 200 taels. Besides, how can you, village chief, be the only one to pay? Little Jiu didn't want to refuse repeatedly, so he said, I'll pay for the school, but I have a condition. I want to be the principal. I will decide everything about the school. In the future, the children in the village who go to school will help me with work. The elders didn't understand what a principal was, but they knew the village chief was kind-hearted. Even if the school wasn't built, the villagers would listen to the village chief and help him with work. Little Jiu handed over 200 taels to the elders and told them what the school should look like. Thinking of the several people in the backyard, he said, the ones in the ancestral hall, I will arrange for them to build the school later. If they don't listen, you come find me, and I will make them fly to the sky again. Xiao Jiu felt uneasy and waved for Ado and a few others to threaten the people in the hall once more. Ado assured him, Village Chief, don't worry, I will handle this properly. Village Chief, me too. I will make sure they listen well. Yes, I will make them change their ways. Seeing their confidence, Xiao Jiu no longer worried. The clan leaders were discussing where to build the school. In the end, Xiao Jiu decided to build it at the foot of the back mountain. The back mountain was perfect for students to exercise and practice martial arts. It was quiet and spacious, making it very suitable for a school. So, the school construction began amid everyone's hopes. Meanwhile, 3 people arrived at the ancestral hall and saw that the bandits tied inside had woken up. Scar-faced man saw that they were young boys, with no girls, and immediately relaxed. He didn't want to experience the feeling of flying in the air again. It was free, but he didn't like it. Yesterday, he almost thought he was saying goodbye to this land, too terrifying. Xiao, who was the first to speak, do you know why we tied you here? The skinny man trembled and asked, what for? The skinny man just wanted to go home now. Ado said, let me tell you, our village chief is very powerful. She can punch your head to explode. Tainyo added, when our village chief gets angry, she likes to throw people around. If you don't listen, she will throw you into the sky every day. Xiao Hu said, yes, our village chief said that if you don't behave, she will make your life worse than death. The scar-faced man wanted to be brave and say, I'm not afraid of anything. But that little girl was truly a monster. Despite her fierce appearance, she was just a troublemaker in town, usually collecting protection money on the street. They had never met anyone so powerful. Tainyo asked Ado, why aren't they talking? Are they planning to revenge us? Xiao Hu said, let's go find the village chief. These people are disobedient, and they need to see the power of our village chief. The people tied on the ground thought, what do you want us to say?
Just say it.
Don't keep threatening us. Our hearts can't take it. They hurriedly said, little heroes, just tell us what you want us to do. We haven't refused to help. Tainyo scratched his head. Didn't we just say to help build the school in the village? The tied-up people immediately shook their heads and said, no, we want to build a school. We will do it. But when will you release us? Our elders are at home, and we have families to support. Xiao Hu replied, it depends on your performance. If you do well, the village chief will let you go. If you don't, he might send you away forever. The group quickly promised, we'll work hard, really hard. Back in the yard, Xiao Jiu took out his light skill manual and planned to keep practicing. Yan Xia watched Xiao Jiu's frog jump around and couldn't help but say, that's not how you practice light skills. Xiao Jiu looked over his manual again and confirmed it was correct. Yan Xia asked, can I take a look at your book? Xiao Jiu handed it to him. Yan Xia flipped through the book. The manual was real, but the first 10 pages explained how to strengthen basic skills before starting to practice the moves shown in the pictures. However, this girl skipped those pages and went straight to the section with the character movement diagrams. He sighed and asked, didn't you read the words at the front? Xiao Jiu awkwardly scratched her head and said, it was written in tiny letters. I couldn't read it clearly, so I just looked at the pictures. Yan Xia thought for a moment. Since he had promised to stay in the village for a year to teach the children martial arts, he decided to start with the basics. Since you want to learn light skills, meet me at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning. I'll teach you the basic techniques first. Xiao Jiu quickly nodded and agreed. Thank you, master. It was the first time someone called him master, and he found it strange, so he said, just call me Yan Xia, no need for master. Okay, Master Yan, Xiao Jiu called out. Forget it. Whatever she wants to call him is fine. Old Su was returning from outside the yard when he heard Xiao Jiu call Yan Xia master and was displeased. He asked Xiao Jiu, why don't you call me master? I'm much better than him. Xiao Jiu replied, Master Su. Old Su was satisfied. He glared at Yan Xia, who looked cold and indifferent, which he didn't like. Seeing that the school and the master had been decided, Xiao Jiu felt it was time to celebrate. She ran back to her room, exchanged some snail rice noodles and cola from the market, and decided to have them for lunch. Xiao Jiu handed the food to Sister Su and explained how to cook it. Su Jia was already used to seeing strange and unusual things the village chief occasionally brought out. Old Su immediately approached when he heard about the delicious-looking dish he hadn't seen before and asked, what's this tasty thing? Xiao Jiu replied, snail rice noodles.
Lucy fan?
I've never heard of it. Is it tasty? Old Su, who was staying here for a few days, also noticed that the young girl was different. Sometimes she would take out things no one else had seen before. Old Su thought this was her privacy and didn't see the need to ask too many questions. He was someone who loved good food, so long as there was enough to eat, he was happy. Of course, he said, it must be delicious. Actually, Xiao Jiu had only tried it once before. Her parents never let her eat it at home. Later, her cousin ordered takeout at her house and she tasted some. She still remembers how delicious it was. Seeing Xiao Jiu's mouth watering, Old Su knew this food must be very tasty. Su Xiao saw the water boiling and quickly opened the bag to put the noodles in. But as soon as she did, she smelled a strange odor. She asked the village chief, is this thing spoiled? It smells kinda bad. No, it's just the smell. It smells bad, but it tastes good, Xiao Jiu quickly explained. Seeing that the village chief said it was fine, Su Xiao put the noodles in to cook. But as the water boiled, the smell grew stronger and stronger. Old Su was starting to hesitate. The smell was so bad, could it really taste good? Was this young girl trying to trick him? Soon, the luo si fan was ready. Su Xiao served a bowl for the village chief. Xiao Jiu refused and wanted a bigger bowl. When the noodles were served, Xiao Jiu eagerly scooped herself a large bowl, blowing on it to cool it down, and started slurping the noodles happily. Su Xiao and Yan also served themselves a bowl, copying Xiao Jiu and slurping the noodles. The first bite shocked both of them. A spicy flavor hit their taste buds, not like pepper, which was too strong. This spice was addictive and made people want to keep eating. It was incredibly delicious. Surprisingly, it smelled bad but tasted so good. In this era, there were no chili peppers, only pepper, which was very expensive and unaffordable for ordinary families. Usually, they only used a little oil and salt when cooking, and other seasonings were rare. Old Su sniffed the bad smell and hesitated. Seeing everyone start eating, he hurriedly asked, how does it taste? All he heard in response was the sound of slurping noodles. How does it really taste? Old Su was eager to know. It's not good. Not tasty. Just slurping, Xiao Jiu replied. Yeah, it's really bad. Smells terrible. Slurp, slurp, Su Xiao said, continuing to eat. Yan quickly finished his bowl and was busy scooping a second one, ignoring Old Su. Seeing how everyone was eating, Old Su couldn't sit still. He hurriedly served himself a big bowl. Eat quickly like they do. One bite of noodles, and Old Su feels like the past 50 years were just plain broth. It's so delicious. These little rabbits dare to trick me, boo-hoo slurp slurp. Old Su finishes and quickly checks the pot, but it's empty. Who ate so much? Old Su is furious. Xiao Jiu points to Yan. He's had his third bowl. Fearing the four of them won't have enough, Xiao Jiu brought an extra bag, cooking 5 in total. Yan finishes the last bite of noodles satisfied and says, practicing martial arts makes you eat more, please forgive me. Old Su, you masked fool, I'll fight you. Old Su picks up his bowl, ready to throw it. Yan draws his sword, pointing it at old Su. Try me? Old Su puts down his bowl. A gentleman talks, a fool fights. I won't argue with you. Then he turns to Xiao Jiu. Next time, make him pay for his food. He eats too much. Yan feels a bit embarrassed because he has no money right now. Seeing his awkward look, old Su quickly says, no way, trying to eat and stay for free here? Old Su paid Xiao Jiu 5 taels of silver a month for lodging, so he's confident now. Xiao Jiu thinks since they will teach children reading and practicing martial arts in the village, there's no need to charge rent anymore. He takes out 5 taels of silver from his pocket and returns it to old Su, saying, from now on, your teaching in the village covers rent and food. You don't need to pay. Old Su looks at Xiao Jiu with a grudge. No, I finally got the upper hand and now you say no rent? Xiao Jiu is too tired of their constant arguing and ignores them. After eating, Xiao Jiu plans to check on the school's progress and also tell the children to gather at the foot of the mountain tomorrow to start practicing martial arts. Suihua sees Xiao Jiu leave and quickly follows. Xiao Jiu asks Suihua, want to learn martial arts together tomorrow? Suihua tilts her chicken neck and looks at Xiao Jiu. Do you even know what you're saying? Xiao Jiu tries to persuade Suihua. Look, right now, you're just a pretty chicken, admired only by the village rooster. But if you learn light skills, it's different. You could fly higher than all the other chickens, go wherever you want, and then, in the whole eastern Xia country, you'd be the coolest chicken. Suihua's 2 fighting chicken eyes lit up, and she excitedly nodded her chicken neck. Cluck, 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 cluck. I want to learn, master. I want to become the coolest chicken in the world. Seeing that Suihua agreed, Xiao Jiu stopped making false promises. After all, she was just talking nonsense. She only wanted to see if a chicken that learned light skills would turn into a bird. Xiao Jiu took Suihua, who was still lost in a dream, to the foot of the back mountain. The scar-faced man and others saw the scary little girl and almost peed their pants. They swung their hoes wildly, afraid that if they worked slowly, they would be thrown into the air again. Xiao Jiu was pleased to see everyone working hard. When Xiao Hu saw the village chief arrive, he hurried over happily. Village chief, I'm here supervising them. I won't let them slack off. Xiao Hu looked for praise. But just after he spoke, he noticed a bad smell on the village chief. He wasn't sure, so he sniffed again. There really was a bad smell. Could it be that the village chief accidentally soiled himself? It wasn't impossible. After all, the village chief was still a child. Xiao Hu wondered how to politely and tactfully remind the village chief later. Xiao Jiu saw Xiao Hu hesitating and asked, is something wrong? Village chief, I also wet the bed when I was 5, Xiao Hu said. And then? Xiao Jiu was confused. She didn't understand why he was telling her this. Was wetting the bed at 5 a big deal? Seeing that the village chief hadn't reacted, Xiao Hu continued, Village chief, you're still young. Sometimes you can't control yourself, and that's normal. Xiao Jiu was a bit impatient. If you don't say what's wrong soon, I'll have your dad come over later. Xiao Hu hesitated but then said, Village chief, you're still young. Even if you can't hold it, it's okay if you wet yourself. I did it too when I was little. Xiao Jiu sniffed herself and detected a smell of spicy noodles. No wonder Xiao Hu thought she had soiled herself. This is the smell of food, Xiao Jiu explained. Xiao Hu looked like he understood and believed whatever the village chief said, with a sneaky expression that said he wouldn't tell anyone. Xiao Jiu threatened, do you want to experience what it's like to fly freely too? Fearing that the village chief might really toss him into the sky in anger, Xiao Hu quickly said, Village chief, my mom called me home for dinner. I'll go now. Take your time strolling around. He hurriedly slipped away. Wait, Xiao Jiu called him back. Xiao Hu almost cried. Village chief, I really apologize. Xiao Jiu said, later, go tell the children in the village to gather at the foot of the back mountain tomorrow morning. Master, Yan will start teaching us martial arts. Really? We start practicing martial arts tomorrow? Xiao Hu was excited. I'll go tell the children right away. Xiao Hu ran quickly to complete his task. Xiao Jiu wanted to have a good talk with a few pretend bandits about the town, since most villagers rarely go to the town and know little about it. The scar-faced man and others saw this young girl coming toward them. Their hearts were shouting wildly, "Don't come closer." Xiao Jiu ignored their thoughts and smiled warmly, thinking she was being friendly. But to the bandits, her smile looked cold and creepy. The scar-faced man stammered, "Miss, is there something you need? Why were you guys in the town earlier?" Xiao Jiu asked curiously. They looked fierce and carried big knives, so she thought they wouldn't be so timid. "We're just some troublemakers in town," the scar-faced man said with a sad face. "Then why do you have knives?" "We found these knives on a corpse," he replied. "And what's with the scar on your face?" "I hurt myself," he mumbled. "Are you telling the truth?" Xiao Jiu asked with a serious tone. Seeing that the scar-faced man wouldn't speak, the weak man nearby quickly tried to help. He said his scar was caused by someone in his family. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu thought, "This is a big secret," and sat down on a wooden stool, signaling the weak man to continue. The weak man, seeing everyone's eager eyes on him, suddenly felt like talking and started to tell his story. "My master was the eldest son of the Lin family in the capital. When his wife was alive, the master treated us very well, always putting his wife first. When the master's wife died of illness at age 6, right after the funeral, the master quickly remarried, bringing his cousin into the house. They said it was to take care of the young master." "Did your master start seeing his cousin long before?" Suddenly, the wife's voice startled everyone. Xiao Jiu looked up and saw that around her and the scar-faced man, villagers had gathered, all putting down their work and listening carefully. It was the wife who had spoken. Seeing that the weak man was silent, she hurriedly urged him, "Why aren't you talking? Keep going. How do you know all this?" The weak man asked, surprised. He hadn't even finished his story. "Of course I know. Your wife just died, and your master remarried immediately. That means they were already involved." "I don't believe it," said the wife. "Yes, before the master met my lady, he was already involved with his cousin. Not long after marrying the lady, he secretly arranged for her to stay in a private house outside the capital," the thin man said angrily. "And then?" old Mrs. Ma urged. "After the lady passed away, they stopped pretending and took her dowry. They even sent the lady's family to prison. The lady's close maid, Chuer, heard the truth and worried they might harm the young master, so she took him and fled overnight. Unfortunately, they were found by the master's people. In the end, Chuer was beaten to death by those sent by the master to protect the young master. The young master was also stabbed in the face. Finally, he and I jumped off a cliff to escape and survived. Since then, we hid in Qingshan town."
Bah!
A pair of wicked people. Exactly, heartless and unfaithful, like beasts in human form. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. They're worse than animals. Maybe your lady didn't really die from illness. Perhaps those two villains caused her death. They're just waiting for her to die so they can openly take her property and happily bring her cousin back to the house. The villagers all agreed with this guess. Xiao Jiu asked the scarred man, "Have you thought about revenge?" The scarred man smiled bitterly. "Revenge?
How?"
"Going to the capital to die." He had never thought about revenge. With himself and his young servant, one 6 and the other 5, both children struggling just to survive, they ended up in Qingshan town. At first, they fought with beggars for food. Later, as they grew older, they started collecting protection money from others. Revenge?
How?
With his current status, he probably wouldn't even see the faces of those villains. He might be caught before reaching the capital. Xiao Jiu patted the scarred man's head and said, "Don't be afraid. A gentleman takes 10 years to get revenge. Don't be a coward." For Xiao Jiu, anyone who wronged him had to pay. He had to get his revenge. Otherwise, he wouldn't sleep peacefully. The scarred man looked at Xiao Jiu hopefully and asked, "Can I practice with you tomorrow when you train? I will work hard in the village." Xiao Jiu replied, "Sure, but what's your name?" He didn't want to keep calling him Scarred Man forever. The scarred man immediately introduced himself. "My name is Lin Qi." Then he pointed to the thin man and said, "This is Lin Chong, The young servant who escaped with me from the capital. Now he's my younger brother." Then he pointed to the remaining people and introduced them one by one. "These are poor villagers who can't make a living. They are following me and my brother to survive in town. Have you ever done anything really wrong or harmful?" Xiao Jiu asked Lin Qi. "Just the last time we robbed you. Before that, we only collected stall fees, and they weren't high. The money you found on us earlier was taken from a group of black-clad men's bodies along with their swords," the scarred man quickly swore. The others nodded quickly. Xiao Jiu decided to believe them and said, "Starting tomorrow, you will learn martial arts with Master Yan. During this time, you'll help build the school. Once it's built, I plan to form a guard team to patrol the village and protect the school and everyone's safety. Are you willing? You'll get paid every month, and your food and lodging are covered." They all agreed quickly. This was much better than living in town, where they often had no food. Most importantly, they could learn martial arts. They dreamed of having skills to defend themselves, or they wouldn't be so timid. No one dared mention the few hundred taels that the lady had taken, pretending it was just loot from the dead. It was just money taken from corpses, so they saw it as their first lesson in doing wrong. The next morning, Xiao Jiu, Suihua, and the villagers gathered early at the foot of the back mountain. When Yan arrived, everyone shouted in unison, "Good morning, Master Yan." Yan suddenly felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Seeing everyone quiet, Yan cleared his throat and said loudly, "Practicing martial arts takes time, patience, and perseverance. First, you need to master the basics before moving on to actual training. From now on, you will run in the mornings every day." He then had the children tie small sandbags to their legs and start jogging around the mountain. Suihua saw everyone with sandbags on their legs and quickly stretched out her chicken leg, signaling Yan to put a sandbag on her too. Yan was a bit speechless. Was this chicken really a chicken, not a transformed person? Though he didn't understand, he still tied a small sandbag onto it. He looked at the others starting to run and encouraged them, "Keep steady, breathe evenly, and follow your village chief. I'll wait for you at the finish line up front." Then he leapt into the air and disappeared from sight. This path was the one he had scouted yesterday. It was perfect for the children to train and didn't go deep into the mountains. The children at the bottom were very excited, thinking this was nothing special. For those who usually go up the mountain every day to cut pig grass and pick wild vegetables, this was not difficult at all. The mountain path was not smooth, and they couldn't walk slowly, like usual. They had sandbags tied to their legs and had to keep running nonstop. Several children fell down after running for a short time, but they looked ahead at the village chief, who was even smaller than they were, still running without slowing down. They didn't dare to complain about being tired and could only grit their teeth and keep up. Xiao Jiu and Ado were the youngest among the children. The even smaller Shi was only 3 years old. He was too young, so Aunt Zhou took him back home. Dia saw Ado fall several times but didn't give up. She kept running and thought her brother was very brave. Lin Qi and the others initially stayed nearby to protect the children, worried they might fall or fall behind. But they soon saw that the children were very united. The older ones looked after the younger ones. When someone fell behind, they would pull them to run together. When someone fell, nearby children would immediately help them up. Lin Qi had never seen such a united village before and felt very envious. After about an hour, not only the children but also Lin Qi and the others were exhausted and just wanted to lie down and rest. Xiao Jiu saw that the children really couldn't run anymore and said, "Let's rest here for a quarter of an hour, then continue." "Still running? Village chief, I really can't run anymore." "Let's do it tomorrow," a child wailed. "No, we haven't even been running for an hour. Just hold on a little longer. We can go back soon." "Master Yan said he's waiting for us at the finish line ahead," Lin Qi encouraged. When everyone heard that Master Yan was waiting ahead, they suddenly felt more energetic. They didn't want to leave a bad impression on him on the first day. So they continued to run forward with heavy steps. After a while, they finally saw Master Yan leaning relaxedly against a lush tree branch, waiting for their slow arrival. Master Yan jumped down from the tree, making the children's eyes sparkle with excitement. Thinking that they might learn even a little from him, they felt their fatigue easing a lot. Master Yen was surprised to see that everyone persisted until the finish line without giving up halfway. When everyone had rested enough, Master Yen led them to an open space. Xiao Jiu and the others saw that Master Yen had somehow brought out a row of simple wooden bridges and a series of stone stumps gradually increasing in height from short to tall. Master Yen asked them to walk carefully across the wooden bridges first, then jump from the shortest stone stump to the next higher one, step by step. Pay attention to breathing and stay light on your feet. Yen advised. At first, the children had poor balance and couldn't jump very high. They fell repeatedly, but they gritted their teeth and got back up each time, continuing to walk and jump. Seeing that enough time had passed, Yen looked at the exhausted but determined group and said, "Today's training ends here. Rest well and continue tomorrow. Remember, practicing martial arts is not easy. Perseverance is key." "Master, we understand. Don't worry, we will keep practicing," the children promised confidently. Led by the village chief, they all ran back along the same path. At the foot of the mountain, villagers saw their children returning from training and hurried forward happily. "I feel like my child has become stronger this morning." "Really?" "Just this morning, it feels like they've grown up. Their eyes look different."
"How keep practicing.
"Maybe one day you'll become a great general, haha." "Exactly. When you become a general, you can earn a good reputation for your family." "Big sister, keep practicing. When you get married, if your in-laws try to bully you, just stand up for yourself." "Yes, I won't worry about my daughter being bullied after marriage. She can stand up to them herself, haha." Villagers eagerly praised their children one after another. After some time of physical training, Xiao Jiu was able to start learning lightness skills and mental techniques. In her mind, she silently recited the secret manual. The beauty of lightness skills lies in the coordination of the mind and energy, the unity of body and form. She reached a hillside, took a deep breath, and followed the instructions in the book, channeling her energy to her toes. Then she gently touched a tree trunk, and her body leaped up like a bird. She kept jumping between the trunks, practicing her energy-boosted leaps, enjoying the freedom and joy that lightness skills brought. Nearby, a chicken was also jumping and weaving between the trunks along with Xiao Jiu. After continuous training, Suihua was no longer just a chicken. It looked more like a bird now. It could fly around in the air, making the chickens below envious of its freedom. Xiao Jiu learned lightness skills faster than Yen expected. Yen was surprised by her talent. While others were still practicing basic skills, Xiao Jiu had already mastered everything. She was truly extraordinary. What surprised Yen even more was that the wild chicken named Suihua was flying higher and farther each day, which was truly astonishing to Yen. Could it be that animals raised by talented people also have high talent? Yen thought if he fought Xiao Jiu, he definitely wouldn't win. From his observations over the past few days, this girl's strength and speed are terrifying. He wondered if the old folks at the Palace of Longevity might not be a match for this young girl. During the training on the mountain, the children in the village became stronger and healthier. Especially Xiao Jiu, who is the most talented among the children and learns the fastest. Now Xiao Jiu can even take down 2 of his fathers. He heard that Xiao Jiu made his father angry a couple of days ago, but his father couldn't catch him all afternoon. Now Xiao Jiu is also learning martial arts with teacher Yen. Everyone in the village, regardless of age or gender, is now eager to learn martial arts from teacher Yen so they won't fall behind their children. The adults and children in the village are secretly competing to see who learns better and who is stronger. Every day, a group of people go into the mountains to hunt, competing to see who catches more game. Now animals from 10 miles around avoid Peach Garden Village. It is said that the recent game they caught has been sold in town, earning enough money for many villagers to build new houses. Recently, shopkeeper Su from the town has been smiling happily every day. Not only did he secure the order for the longevity banquet of the Wang family matriarch, but Yongfu Restaurant has also become the busiest restaurant in town. Additionally, Lu Dazhu and Zhao Dalong are doing very well selling animal-shaped cloth bags and candies in town. Aunt Lu has turned sewing cloth bags into a local industry. The women in the village spend their days experimenting with different styles, from embroidery based on patterns to creative new designs. The village school has been built according to Xiao Jiu's wishes. Old Su even personally inscribed the name Peach Garden Academy. Since then, the children of Peach Garden Village spend their afternoons practicing martial arts and their mornings studying. According to Wang Zheng, Old Su is more impressive than all the teachers in the town school. He knows everything. Wang Zheng has become a loyal fan of Old Su and wishes he could follow him 24 hours a day. Life in the village is gradually developing according to Xiao Jiu's vision. The villagers' lives are improving, and the children now have access to education. The current Taoyuan village is no longer the poorest village in the area. People from nearby villages have sent matchmakers to inquire about single men and young women in the village. I heard even Lu Dezhu has several matchmakers trying to find him a wife. Congratulations! You have learned light skills. You earn 100 points and a chance to draw a prize. Congratulations! You helped villagers become wealthy. You earn 200 points and a chance to draw a prize. Congratulations! You helped build a school in the village. You earn 300 points and a chance to draw a prize. The long-absent voice suddenly returned, bringing with it many surprises. Such a big reward? Xiao Jiu happily asked. Yes, host. This is what you deserve for your recent hard work. Keep it up and try to be a good village chief, the system encouraged her. Xiao Jiu immediately drew a prize, winning a packet of chili seeds. The second time, she got a storage bag. The third time, she received a strength pill. A storage bag? Xiao Jiu quickly examined it. She had read cultivation novels before. Storage bags could hold many things. She asked the system, "How do I use this? Do I need to drip blood on it to claim it as my own?" "Yes," the system replied. Xiao Jiu bit her finger and dripped a little blood onto the bag. After a while, she felt a connection with it. She found that when she wanted to store items, no matter how big, she could just put them in directly. The bag wouldn't show any change. To take things out, she just needed to think of what she wanted, and the items would appear in her hand, as if by magic. This prize was exactly what Xiao Jiu wanted.
She was very happy.
She stored the chili seeds and the strength pill into the storage bag. The system's voice sounded again. Congratulations! You have reached 1,000 points and unlocked the second level of the shop. Xiao Jiu quickly opened the shop panel, which listed items she could exchange for points. Lighter, 2 points slingshot, 3 points flashlight, 5 points telescope, 10 points electric stick, 15 points. Wow, it feels like a general store. System, how many points do I need to unlock the third level?
Xiao Jiu asked.
5,000 points are needed to unlock the third level. Keep working hard, the system replied. What's in the third level? Once your points reach enough, you'll see what it is when you unlock it, the system answered mechanically. Xiao Jiu saw she couldn't get more information and gave up. She continued to explore the second level of the shop. But just as she looked at a few items, noise suddenly erupted outside the yard. Village chief, something terrible has happened. Adu and Zhao who were taken by black-clad people on the mountain, and they disappeared. Big Sister Ya and Xinga hurried into the yard to find the village chief, followed by 2 girls who are not from our village. What happened? Xiao Jiu asked immediately. Big Sister Ya wiped her tears and explained, a few days ago, Zhao Hu, Ado, and Tainyo made a bet with some boys from the neighboring village. They agreed to fight in the back mountain today, and whoever wins will be the boss among them. Xing'er and I followed them up the mountain to watch the fun. We saw Zhaodi and Chui'er from the neighboring village picking wild vegetables nearby. Since we hadn't seen them in a while, we went over to chat. We didn't follow Zhao Hu and the others. After a while, we suddenly saw a group of people in black clothes appear. They sprinkled some powder in front of them, and they all fainted. Then the black-clad people took them away. When the black-clad people appeared, Big Sister Ya and the others were sitting behind a rock talking. Seeing the black-clad people, they quickly covered Zhaodi and Chui'er's mouths to prevent them from making noise, fearing they might also be taken. If that happened, there would be no one to report back to the village. After the black-clad people left, Big Sister Ya hurriedly took everyone back to find the village chief. Which of the black-clad people were taken? Xiao Jiu asked calmly. Now is not the time to panic. They need to understand exactly what happened to make a clear and rational decision. There were 5 black-clad people, and 6 people were taken. Zhao Hu, Ado, Tainyo from our village, plus Xuanzi from He River Village and Juzi and Heihua from Xia Village, Big Sister Ya answered carefully. The girls are still a bit scared. Luckily, no one made a sound at the time, or they might have been taken too. Then there would be no one left to report. Go report to your own villages first. Big Sister Ya and Xinger, you two find the clan leader. I will go to the back mountain to check, Xiao Jiu said, and headed toward the mountain. Inside the yard, Yan Xia, who had heard the noise, came out and said, I'll go with you to see. Everyone immediately split up. Xiao Jiu and Yan Xia quickly reached the place on the back mountain where the people had been taken. There were no signs of a fight. Of course, when the black-clad people arrived, they just made the children faint quickly, leaving no time to resist. Yan Xia squatted down and picked up a bit of powder from the grass and leaves on the ground, smelling it. It's a sleeping drug, he said. Can you tell what kind of sleeping drug it is? Xiao Jiu crouched down and picked up a bit of powder, about to sniff it, but Yan slapped it away. This is a sleeping drug, don't smell it. Xiao Jiu looked at Yan with big eyes as if saying, Why is it okay when you smell it? Yan said expressionlessly, My body is different from others. Ordinary medicines don't work on me. Oh, Xiao Jiu brushed the powder off her hand and continued searching for clues. The wind rustled around them. Besides the powder on the ground, everything else looked the same as usual when they came here. Village chief. From afar, an elderly leader was helped up the mountain by his son. Villagers heard the news and gradually came up the mountain. That black-clad villain, daring to kidnap our Iron Bull, deserves a bad ending. A good person like him gone. These heartless people, poor Ado of our family. Humph. When we catch them, I will cut them into pieces. No idea where these bad people came from. Our village has always been peaceful. How did such a thing happen? Don't let me meet those black-clad people. I'll hit their heads with my cane. Before they saw anyone, the villagers' curses could already be heard. It was clear that if those black-clad people were here now, the villagers might rush forward and tear them apart. Village chief, report to the authorities. They dared to kidnap someone in broad daylight. The officials should take action, said Zhou, the village leader, finally calming down after being helped up the mountain by his son. The other village leaders were anxious. The village had been peaceful for many years, only a little poor, and they had never faced such a serious problem before. Now, after hearing Daya and Xinger describe the black-clad group as both skilled in fighting and using drugs, they were truly worried about the safety of the children. I remembered Suihua went up the mountain with Zhao Hu and the others, Xiao Jiu suddenly said.
What?
They didn't even spare a chicken? Grandma Su raised her voice. Those killers, someone muttered. It probably isn't them. Suihua should be following them. Xiao Jiu pointed to some colorful chicken feed scattered nearby. Suihua probably used her own chicken feed as a marker. Xiao Jiu had exchanged this special feed for Suihua in the system. Because Suihua's taste was a bit strange, Xiao Jiu chose colorful chicken feed for her. Suihua often ran around and didn't stay at home. Xiao Jiu often forgot to feed her, and Suihua, being a bit stubborn, only ate the food exchanged in the system. So little Jiu came up with a clever plan. He asked Aunt Lu to sew a small pocket onto Suihua's clothing so she could carry her own snacks and take them out to eat when hungry. Little Jiu looked around and saw some scattered chicken feed nearby, which made him realize Suihua was probably marking the trail. The villagers, hearing the village chief's words, felt hopeful. Stay in the village and wait for news. Yan Lao sure, and I will go check it out, Little Jiu told the villagers. Me too. Zhao Daliang stepped forward. His own son was among those taken, so he wouldn't let the village chief go alone. Several men also volunteered to go with the village chief. Chief, we want to go too. It's a good chance to see how well our martial arts training has worked, Lin Shi and others said. Seeing everyone wanted to go, Little Jiu frowned and said, "Go back first." Yan Lao, "Sure, and I can move faster. If I take you along, it will slow us down." The men immediately regretted not practicing more martial arts. "Chief, we will do our best to keep up. Don't worry about us. We can send messages from behind," Lin Chi quickly added. Little Jiu thought it was okay for them to follow, so he said, "All right, stay behind and follow us. The others go back and wait for news." Then he and Yan Laosher flew into the forest along the trail. The villagers, seeing the village chief's decision, could only obediently wait in the village and silently vow to train harder in martial arts. If something happened in the future, they didn't want to be useless and have the village chief risk himself alone. Lin Chi and the others hurried to catch up with the two ahead. The two moved lightly, weaving through the trees. Using the colorful chicken feed marks Suihua left behind, they quickly and accurately determined the direction. Little Jiu knew time was urgent. Every moment of delay could increase the danger for Xiao Jiu and the others. "Little Jiu, what do you think these black-clad people are? Why did they take Xiao Jiu and the others?" Yan Laosher asked as they hurried along. Little Jiu scratched his head and asked the system in his mind. The system guessed they aren't after Xiao Jiu and the others specifically. These black-clad people probably just happened to pass by the back mountain. When they saw Xiao Jiu and the others, I think they also wanted to catch such big children. They saw Xiao Jiu and the others and took them. Little Jiu quickly repeated what the system said. Yan Laosher was surprised that a 5-year-old could think of so much. There is indeed a possibility you mentioned. Being able to commit violence in broad daylight suggests powerful forces behind it. Yan calmly analyzed. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu frowned and quickened her pace, staying alert to prevent any surprises. Lin Chi and the others followed closely from behind. Although they couldn't match Xiao Jiu and Yan's speed, they did their best not to fall too far behind. After some time of tracking, Xiao Jiu and Yan finally reached a hidden valley. The entrance was blocked by a large rock. Without a special mark left by Suihua, outsiders would find it hard to spot. Xiao Jiu and Yan exchanged a glance, told Lin Chi and the others to wait outside, then quietly approached the rock to investigate. They stayed close to the edge of the rock, carefully peeking out. Inside the valley, mist swirled around, and a few simple wooden houses were scattered around. In the middle was an open training ground. Several men held long whips, driving a group of children who looked exhausted and numb. Xiao Jiu didn't see Xiao Jiu and the others. It seemed the black-clad men had just returned and hadn't yet woken Xiao Jiu and the others. "It looks like we found the right place," Yan said softly. "What are they doing?" Xiao Jiu clenched her fists, angry and ready to fight. If Suihua hadn't come along, this place might never have been found. Xiao Jiu and the others could have become part of this group of children. Xiao Jiu's face turned red with anger. She said fiercely, "I will definitely beat them up." "First, find the people," Yan said seriously. They quickly exchanged a look and decided to split up. Xiao Jiu used her small size to quietly circle around to the other side of the valley. She carefully followed the path, trying not to make any noise. When she got close to the wooden houses, she heard familiar voices. It turned out the sleeping potion had worn off, and Xiao Jiu and the others were awake. They looked around at the strange place and unfamiliar people, confused. Weren't they just fighting on the mountain to see who was the boss? How did they end up here? Where is this? Who are these people? Why are they all? Where are we? One asked. "Hey, why are we?" Another wondered. "How did we get here?" Someone else asked. "Did we run into human traffickers?" Someone worried. "I don't want to be sold." Boo-hoo. The more timid Zhanzi couldn't help but cry. "Don't cry. What if the people who tied us up hear us?" A doe quickly stopped the crying of the bound person. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, and little Jiu hurried to find a hidden spot to hide. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao Jiu and the others quickly huddled together, watching the door. Two men in black opened the door and entered, seeing that the others had woken up. One of the black-clad men said, "Oh, this kid looks good. Seems like a promising martial artist. We can consider him useful. The recent batch has all died. These few, Plus the ones from yesterday. Just fill the gap, the other black-clad man replied. After saying that, the two kicked the people tied on the ground and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Xiao Jiu asked firmly. "Hey, kid, you'll find out when we get there. Get up quickly," just as the black-clad men were about to kick again. Suddenly, there was movement at the window of the wooden hut. The two black-clad men turned around and saw a young girl climbing in, looking at them with calm eyes. "Aren't there supposed to be 6 people brought back? How come there's one more?" The black-clad man thought she was part of the group they just brought. Little Jiu, with a serious face, approached the two black-clad men and then grinned. "Is this person a fool?" the black-clad man said, watching the smiling girl walk toward them. But if they looked down at the people tied on the ground, they would see 3 children whose eyes were shining with excitement.
Wow.
The village chief is going to throw people again. This time, little Jiu didn't throw anyone because the noise was too loud. He remembered from TV that just a quick strike to the neck could make someone faint. Little Jiu glanced at the height difference between himself and the black-clad men. He waved to the 2 men, signaling them to lower their heads. Confused, the 2 black-clad men curiously leaned in closer. Looking at the 2 next before him, little Jiu reached out and struck each one. The black-clad men felt as if their bones were shattered. No, not broken, but crushed into pieces. They slowly collapsed, silent, and as they died, they wondered why they had lowered their heads. Seeing the black-clad men had fallen, little Jiu went over to the others and untied them. Xiao Jiu and the others excitedly said, "Village chief, I knew you would come to save us. See, I wasn't lying. Our village chief is the greatest hero in the world." A few children from neighboring villages at this moment completely forgot their fear. Their eyes were full of admiration. Little Jiu finished untying them and signaled them to be quiet. He used his mental power to scan outside. Many people were in the mountain cave. It is not yet clear how strong the people here are, so they dare not act rashly. Xiao Jiu threw away the rope that had just been tied around him, stretched his muscles, and asked eagerly, "Village chief, shall we go out now? There are about 100 people outside." Xiao Jiu looked at Xiao Jiu. "You're impressive, you go first." Xiao Jiu scratched his head awkwardly. "Village chief, how do we get out then?" Xiao Jiu looked around and saw that Suihua was not there. He asked, "Where is Suihua?" "Suihua? Did she come with you?" "Suihua followed your trail and marked it. Otherwise, how could we find you so quickly?" "Us? Is there anyone else?" "Yen the scholar." "Hurry up and go meet Yen." Xiao Jiu opened the window, signaling everyone to climb out. Behind them was a forest, perfect for hiding. They quickly moved, skillfully climbing onto the windowsill, then silently jumping into the dense woods outside one after another. They didn't know why, but despite their nervousness, they also felt excited. It was so thrilling. Xiao Jiu was the last to jump out, gently closed the window to leave no trace. They crossed a patch of low shrubs and suddenly heard a familiar call. Cluck, 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 cluck. Suihua saw her owner and chirped excitedly. She flew directly into Xiao Jiu's arms. "Owner, owner. You finally came. You let me watch over these little rabbits. So irresponsible. To keep up with them, I've been gobbling food all the way. Cluck, cluck. I'm starving." They saw a chicken, looking aggrieved in the village chief's arms, not knowing what to say. "Good job, I'll make it up to you when we get back. Double the food." Xiao Jiu patted Suihua's head and praised. "But why are you here?" Hearing this, Suihua looked energetic. Cluck, 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 cluck. "Gold, gold, owner. Golden, shiny gold. Shiny silver." It turned out Suihua followed the man in black to the cave and saw Xiao Jiu and the others fainted and unconscious, so she wandered out to find food. In just a short time, Suihua had explored the entire cave. "Really?" Xiao Jiu rubbed his hands. Gold and silver. He loved them so much. But he quickly calmed down. The most urgent thing was to get Xiao Jiu and the others to safety first. "Wait a moment, let's save them first, then we'll go." Xiao Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Suihua, do you know the way out?" Xiao Jiu patted Suihua in his arms and asked. Suihua knew right away that during that brief moment, she had already become familiar with the wild chickens inside this cave. Indeed, with her light skills, she was different from the other wild chickens. All the chickens in this cave were captivated by her. She knew exactly where the treasure was hidden in the cave because of her quick understanding. Excited, Suihua chirped a few times and ran ahead toward the cave's exit, occasionally looking back to see if everyone was following. The group followed closely behind, carefully navigating the winding cave path, avoiding possible traps and obstacles. Under Suihua's lead, they successfully found the exit.
Great.
We're out at last. Xiao, who was the first to rush out, breathing in the fresh air deeply. The other children also ran out excitedly, their eyes full of excitement. Escaping was so thrilling. When Lin Qi and the others saw the village chief bringing people out, they hurried forward. Xiao Jiu looked around but didn't see Yan Fuzi. She asked Lin Qi, "Has Yan Fuzi come out yet?" "No. We've been watching at the cave entrance and haven't seen anyone come out," Lin Qi quickly replied. "This place isn't safe to stay long. You take them back to the village. I'll go inside and check," Xiao Jiu ordered. Then she and Suihua returned to the cave. Cluck, 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 cluck. Back inside the cave, Suihua was excited, flapping her wings and leading Xiao Jiu toward a hidden corner deep within. One person and one chicken moved lightly between rocks and cracks. Soon, Suihua stopped in front of what looked like an ordinary stone wall. She pecked at it twice, signaling to Xiao Jiu that the treasure was here. Xiao Jiu approached curiously, examining carefully, but seeing nothing unusual. Just as she was about to ask Suihua suddenly pecked forcefully at a spot on the wall. To her surprise, a stone moved slowly, revealing a hidden small hole.
This.
Xiao Jiu gasped in amazement. Suihua chirped proudly.
See?
It's right here. Xiao Jiu carefully approached the hole. Using the faint light, she saw shining gold and silver inside, stacked neatly like a small treasure house. Wow, gold. We're rich. Suihua, you're really a treasure. Xiao Jiu excitedly picked up Suihua and gave her a big kiss. Suihua responded happily with her chirping, enjoying her owner's praise. Xiao Jiu eagerly took out her storage bag and filled it with all the gold and silver treasures inside the cave. Soon, the once shining, treasure-filled cave was now dark and empty. Like a swarm of locusts passing through, they left nothing behind. Xiao Jiu saw there was nothing valuable left and quickly took Suihua away. He kept his skills and reputation hidden. Suihua and Xiao Jiu wandered to a quiet place. Clack, clack, went the sound. "Master, many children have been caught here. Yesterday, 7 or 8 were locked in the wooden house at the front." Suihua flapped her wings and pointed to a distant wooden house guarded by several men in black. Xiao Jiu lay in the grass, watching the guards. He hesitated whether to rescue them, but he decided to do it, since he had taken so much gold and silver from the cave for free. This could be his reward for saving people. Xiao Jiu took out an electric baton from his space and used his mental power to check nearby. Good, about 10 people. To quietly deal with them, he needed more than just strength, he needed tools. He quickly planned the best way to act in his mind. Using the bushes for cover, he sneaked closer to the guards, moving carefully to avoid making any noise. Suddenly, a breeze blew, causing the grass tips to sway. Seizing this chance, Xiao Jiu moved like a ghost, quickly reaching a guard with his back turned. He held his breath and gently touched the guard's arm with the electric baton. A faint blue light flashed. The guard shivered and collapsed softly to the ground, all silently. Then Xiao Jiu, like copying and pasting, took out the remaining guards one by one. The whole process became easier and smoother. He never thought his electric baton would be so useful. Within 10 minutes, he did what others would take months to accomplish. Once all the guards were knocked out, Xiao Jiu quietly approached the wooden house. He pushed open the door and saw 7 or 8 children inside, boys and girls, all full of fear and helplessness. When they saw the door open, they froze and stared at the girl who entered. "Hey, you also got caught?" a chubby little boy said to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu looked at him, Wasn't this the boy who had bought her candy and cloth bag before? He went over, freeing them while saying, "I wasn't caught. I came to rescue you." One girl in a pink dress heard this and immediately got excited. "Are the officials here? Did my father catch them all?" This girl was Xiao Jiu, the daughter of the county magistrate. Seeing someone come to save them, she immediately thought it must be her father. When she realized she was missing, he must have sent people to find and rescue her. The little girl named Xiao Jiu ruthlessly broke her hopes. "No, just me alone, go or stay. If you don't go, then wait here for your father." Xiao Jiu's words were like a cold splash of water, instantly extinguishing the small flames of hope that had just been lit in the children. Xiao Jiu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by determination. No matter who comes, as long as they can take them away from this terrible place, it will be their lifeline. Instead of staying here and being whipped like the poor children on the training ground, or being sold somewhere unknown. "Let's go. Of course we have to go." Xiao Jiu quickly reacted, pulling another little girl who was still dazed, with a firm look in her eyes. The chubby boy immediately raised his hand and said, "Let's go. We must go. There's no food here. I've been hungry all day." The chubby boy has never suffered like this before. Seeing this, the other children also stood up, although their bodies were a bit stiff from long-term captivity. Xiao Jiu quickly untied their ropes. "Don't make a sound. There are many people in black outside," Xiao Jiu whispered, glancing out from the door to check if anyone was around. Then she turned back and said to everyone, "Follow me closely, leave through the back door, and go into the woods ahead." Everyone nodded. The children looked at the younger girl, and for some reason at this moment, they trusted her completely. Xiao Jiu led the way out of the wooden house, carefully avoiding a few fallen black-clad men. When the children saw the black-clad men on the ground, they almost shouted out loud, but they quickly covered their mouths. Did this little girl defeat them all? Is she a little fairy? Xiao Jiu guided them toward the woods ahead. Suihua, who was on patrol in front, suddenly made a series of giggling sounds. "Master, someone is coming this way." Xiao Jiu looked back and saw two black-clad figures heading toward the wooden house. "Someone's coming. Hurry and run forward. Don't make a sound. Do you see that chicken in front? Follow it and hide somewhere safe where no one is around. I will come back to find you later," Xiao Jiu told the children. "What about you?" Xiao Jiu asked worriedly. "Yeah, what if they find out we're gone and take you back?" The chubby boy quickly said.
"You don't need to worry about me."
"Stay close to Suihua and stay silent," Xiao Jiu said, ignoring everyone and heading down to the wooden house at the foot of the mountain. She took out her stun baton and silently approached the house, just like before. Two men in black clothes are getting closer. Little Joe quickly sneaks behind the cabin, finds a hidden corner to hide, and turns on the stun baton, making sure it is ready to use at any moment. At that moment, a breeze blows, and the cabin door gently swings open with a creak. The two men in black are instantly distracted. Something feels wrong. It's too quiet. No one is guarding outside the cabin. If they had looked behind the door, they would have seen the dozen or so men in black lying neatly in the grass outside, all in a row. The two men in black quickly draw their swords, alert and watchful at the door. Little Joe seizes the chance to quietly move to the other side of the cabin, preparing to attack from behind. Suddenly, Little Joe jumps out, the stun baton flashing with blue light, striking the nearest man in black. The man is caught off guard, electrocuted, and instantly collapses to the ground. The other man in black reacts immediately, rushing toward Little Joe with his sword. Little Joe dodges swiftly, grabs the man's ankle, and forcefully throws him to the ground. The man in black feels as if his internal organs are out of place. Little Joe drags the two men in black to the row of unconscious men outside and arranges them neatly. Very good, very tidy. Little Joe is very satisfied. He looks around to make sure no more men in black are coming, then quickly heads into the woods. Soon, Little Joe spots a hidden clearing ahead, where Suihua is crouched under a big tree with a few children. Their faces show tension and hope. The candy-selling girl, "We are here." Little Fatty sees Little Joe and excitedly whispers, The other children also look relieved and trustful. Shh, keep quiet. Little Jiu gestures to silence, pats Suihua's head, and whispers it's urgent. We need to leave quickly. Seeing little Jiu return, the children's fear eases significantly, as if they have found a leader, and they nod in agreement. Suihua leads the group along a hidden path. Finally, at nightfall, they leave the cave entrance. Little Jiu sees Yan Xie and Lin Qi anxiously waiting at the entrance, their faces full of worry. If Yan Xie hadn't stopped them, they would have rushed into the cave to find the others. As for why Yan Xie is holding them back, he just inexplicably believes that this little one can come out successfully. If these people go back and again, the little one might have to go back to rescue them all. Ado saw that behind the village chief there were several children, including a chubby boy he had seen selling candy in town some time ago. He asked, "Did they catch you too?" The chubby boy recognized several people from before. They were familiar faces. He almost felt tears of excitement coming to his eyes.
Sobi.
It was like seeing family. He nearly ran up to hug Ado and the others. Xiao Jiu saw that it was getting late, and the villagers must be very worried. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go back to the village." "What about us?" Shun Ziyuan tugged at Xiao Jiu's sleeve, unwilling to let go, looking at Xiao Jiu with a sad face. Right now, Shun Ziyuan thought Xiao Jiu was more reliable than his own father. Xiao Jiu looked at the children eagerly watching him and said, "You all come with us back to the village. Tomorrow, we will send you home." Suihua led everyone along the way back quickly. But after walking for less than an hour, it was completely dark. Xiao Jiu took out his flashlight from his pocket. He turned it on, and a bright beam of light cut through the darkness, guiding the way forward. Everyone was amazed, opening their mouths wide. What a miracle! "Everyone stay close to Suihua and hurry back to the village," Xiao Jiu urged. As night deepened, the sounds of insects filled the air, and every now and then, distant wolf howls made people feel cold. A group of children held hands tightly. Whether they had argued before or not, now being together made them feel warm. They quickened their pace toward the village and saw a flickering light from torches ahead. It must be the villagers. It has to be. That's the big banyan tree behind the mountain. The elders are probably waiting there, Tainyo said excitedly. Hearing this, the others also felt very excited. Under the banyan tree, villagers gathered, praying for the safety of the village chief and others to return safely. What's that? Light? Could it be the village chief and others coming back? Zhao Dalong looked at the distant light with hope in his eyes. The villagers all looked toward the bright spot. Getting closer, Zhao Dalong seemed to hear his son's voice.
Where?
Zhao Dalong called out into the distance. "Dad, I'm back," Zhao Hu shouted back. "It really is them." Zhao Dalong hurriedly ran forward. The other villagers also started running toward the light. "Village chief! Village chief! Village chief! Village chief!" Xiao Jiu heard the villagers calling from afar. Little Jiu turned forward and said, "We are back. I brought everyone home." "That's good. That's good." The village elders wiped their tears and shakily moved forward, wishing they were 10 years younger so they could run ahead immediately. These mischievous kids don't even think to help their old folks. Big sister, I'm back." Ado ran to the front, saw his sister, and opened his arms, waiting for her warm hug. His sister must have missed him so much. Village chief, are you okay?" Sob, "I promise to learn martial arts well from now on. Wherever the village chief goes, I'll go too." Dia pushed past Ado and ran towards the village chief without looking back. She squatted down and hugged him tightly. "Ado, sister, you've changed." Zhao, who watched his father walk past him. I knew it. I must have been adopted." Tainyo, good grandson," Grandma Sue's voice called out. Tainyo proudly looked at Xiao Hu and Ado. "See, my grandma loves me the most." Grandma Sue snatched the village chief from Daya's hands, held him in her arms, and gently shook him, saying with concern, "He's too light now. The village chief has lost weight because he's tired. Those terrible kidnappers deserve to be struck by lightning." Tainyo, I only wish I were a girl right now. Xiao, the village chief of Xihe village, was helped forward by some men. Seeing his good grandson, tears of joy streamed down his face. Grandpa, I'm back. Xuanzi heard his grandpa's voice. All the fear of the day burst out, and he cried as he threw himself into his grandpa's arms.
Zuzi.
Heiwa. Zhu Zi and Heiwa looked at Xuanzi crying and also burst into tears, rushing into their mother's arms. They almost couldn't come back. Woo. Let's go home, little Jiu called out to everyone. Yes, let's go home. Let's go home. A lively group returned to the village. That night, the village's lights shone especially bright, and everyone's hearts were filled with gratitude and warmth. Especially little Jiu, who among the children became the brightest memory tonight, forever engraved in their hearts. Successfully rescued villagers, awarded 500+ points and one lottery draw. Hearing this familiar voice, little Jiu didn't feel very happy. She was thinking about the children she saw in the cave today. Were they also kidnapped? How long had they lived there? Were their parents just as anxious as Aunt Lu and the others? Did they get beaten every day? Yan Fuzi said they were probably captured at a very young age to be trained as loyal soldiers. It's very likely they were controlled with drugs. Once they leave the cave, they will die immediately. Now they're numb and have no thoughts. But how can people have no thoughts? Xiao Jiu doesn't understand. Xiao Jiu is restless and can't sleep. She flies up to the roof and waits for the sunrise. The sky gradually turns light, and the first rays of sunlight break through the thin fog, gently shining on Xiao Jiu, giving her young face a glow. She sits on the roof, gently swinging her legs, looking through the overlapping rooftops, as if searching for something or pondering deeper questions. The village's roosters crow and dogs bark, marking the start of a new day. Villagers gradually come out of their homes and begin their work, their smiles brighter than usual. Xiao Jiu flies down from the roof. Xiao Pengzi and a few others wake up one after another and come out into the yard. Seeing Xiao Jiu, Xiao Pengzi excitedly runs over. Yesterday, everyone was busy escaping and forgot to ask for the name of their benefactor. I'm Wang Zhirong. What about you? Why do they all call you village head? Xiao Pengzi asks Xiao Jiu. What's your name? Xiao Jiu turns to look at Xiao Pengzi and asks, Wang Zhirong. What's wrong? Xiao Pengzi is a bit confused. Isn't that name fine? No, it's nothing. Xiao Jiu awkwardly smiles. What's your name? Why do they call you village head? Xiao Pengzi, seeing that Xiao Jiu didn't answer his previous question, asks again. I'm sure Xiao Jiu. I've been the village head here since I was born. Naturally, Xiao Jiu replies. Shun Ziyuan pushes aside Xiao Pengzi and takes Xiao Jiu's hand, saying, Little benefactor, you're so amazing. Are you a little fairy? Dia, who just entered the village head's yard, sees Shin Ziyuan holding the village head's hand and immediately sounds the alarm. She rushes over and pulls the village head's hand out of Shin Ziyuan's grip, placing it in her own. Humph. Where did this little fairy come from? Trying to steal the village head? Village head, are you hungry? Dia asks with concern. Last night, the village head was busy all day. Seeing the village head's tired face, it's clear she didn't sleep well. And then, Sister Sue is already making breakfast. Xiao Jiu nods and replies. She glances at the person brought back yesterday and says, After we finish eating, I'll ask the villagers to take you home. Do you remember where your home is? Xiao Pengzi scratches his head and says, My dad's name is Wang Fugue. He's at the east end of the town. My family is the richest in the town. Sun Ziyuan quickly said, My father is the county magistrate. I can go to the county office. Other children also reported their addresses one after another. Only one little boy remained silent. Dia looked at Shin Ziyuan in surprise and asked, How did you all get caught? Shin Ziyuan angrily replied, I got separated from my cousin and maid. We met a group of people in black clothes in an alley, then I fainted. When I woke up, I was in that house. The girl she was holding was her cousin. Little Fatty, a bit slow, said, I heard there was new food at Yongfu restaurant. I went to try it, but I ended up being there for no reason. As he spoke, little Fatty's stomach growled. He looked eagerly at little Jiu and asked, "Little benefactor, when will we have breakfast?" "All right, he's definitely a foodie. Everything revolves around eating." "Almost ready," little Jiu replied. Just then, Xiao came out of the kitchen and called everyone to eat. Today's breakfast was fried dough sticks with soy milk. Both the fried dough sticks and soy milk were made following the recipe little Jiu gave Xiao last time. Xiao wasn't sure how it would taste. "What is this?" Little Fatty was the first to rush to the table. "It smells so good. This is a new dish I developed based on the recipe from the village chief. Fried dough sticks with soy milk," Xiao explained. "It's been a long time since I last ate fried dough sticks." Little Jiu picked one up and took a bite, then sipped some soy milk. Delicious. "It tastes just like I remember." Little Jiu closed her eyes happily. Little Fatty imitated little Jiu, taking a big bite and then drinking some soy milk. "Wow, this is so delicious." Little Fatty's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a treasure. His mouth was full, but he still exaggerated with praise, a satisfied smile on his face, cheeks puffed out adorably. Xiao saw this and finally relaxed, thinking it might not taste good. Seeing everyone praise it, she felt very happy inside. "Jia Xiao, if you sell these fried dough sticks and soy milk in town, many people will love them," Yuan said while eating and giving Xiao a thumbs up. Xiao felt a little shy, but mostly happy. Seeing everyone enjoying it so much, she felt a great sense of achievement. At this moment, the quiet little boy suddenly spoke. "Delicious. The outside of the fried dough sticks is crispy, the filling inside is rich, and the soy milk is thick and sweet. The two go perfectly together." After hearing this, the chubby boy couldn't stop eating and muttered, "So you're not mute. You can talk?" The little boy ignored him. The chubby boy pouted, finding him boring. After breakfast, everyone forgot about going home. Right now, the chubby boy just wanted to stay here permanently. He heard Sister Xiao say they would have hot pot for lunch. Even though he didn't know what that was, he was sure it would be very tasty. The chubby boy didn't want to leave and refused to go back. "I'm not going back. I want to stay here," the chubby boy said eagerly to Xiao Jiu. "I'll ask my dad to send money for food." Yuan also didn't want to go back and quickly said, "I don't want to go either. I want to stay and play." Her cousin, who was with her, shook her head to show she wouldn't go back either. "No, you all go back first. Wait until your parents agree, then come and stay here," Xiao Jiu refused. The group had to sadly follow the villagers back to town. "Wait for me. I'll go home and tell my parents I want to stay here." The chubby boy kept thinking about the delicious food he just ate before leaving. Xiao Jiu waved to them casually, showing he didn't mind. In the end, only the little boy who couldn't say where he lived was left. "Really don't know where your home is?" Xiao Jiu asked again. The boy shook his head. "What's your name?" He shook his head again. "How old are you?"
He shook his head.
"Aren't you a little slow?" "But you don't seem like it," Xiao Jiu said, noticing how the boy spoke carefully even during the meal.
"Stay here for now.
When the time comes, go to the county office to find your parents."
The boy nodded.
"Find a spare room to stay in yourself." After saying that, Xiao Jiu went back to his room to rest. He hadn't drawn the lottery yesterday, so he clicked to try again. He won a twin pregnancy pill. "Twin pregnancy pill? What is that?" The system replied, "Women who take this can have twins." Oh, Xiao Jiu was a bit disappointed. "This isn't better than the strength pill. Will taking the strength pill make me as strong as before?" Xiao Jiu asked. "It won't, but it will make you stronger than an ordinary person," the system replied. Xiao Jiu put the twin pregnancy pill into a storage bag and lay down to rest. Meanwhile, at his own door, the chubby boy asked Xiao Dalong again, who had come to take him home. "I don't want to go back. Can you take me to your village to stay?" "No. We have to send you back to your home." Xiao Dalong firmly refused the boy's repeated request. He knocked on the grand door in front of him, the copper ring shining brightly in the sunlight. Soon, the door opened, and a young servant peeked out. Seeing the little chubby boy, his face lit up with excitement. He hurriedly called back inside, Young master is back. Young master is back.
What?
The young master is back. The other maids and servants, hearing this, quickly ran to inform the lady of the house. Then, a group of people hurriedly came out of the residence. An elderly woman dressed in shiny clothes, with white hair and tears in her eyes, staggered forward and tightly embraced the little boy, trembling as she spoke. "Grandmother's precious. Where have you been? You made me worry so much." Seeing his grandmother, the little boy suddenly burst out with his feelings of being wronged from being kidnapped yesterday. "Grandmother, I almost couldn't come back."
What?
"Tell me what happened?" the elderly woman asked anxiously. The little boy recounted how he was kidnapped and how little wine saved him. "Unbelievable. How dare they do such a thing in broad daylight? We must go to the county office and catch those bad people," the elderly woman said, tapping her cane loudly. "Mother, don't worry. We need to see who dares to be so bold," said the boy's father, Wang Fugue, glancing at the honest and simple man beside him. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, village chief, for saving my son. May I ask which village you're from? We will visit with a gift another day." Yes, thank your village chief." The elderly woman also expressed her gratitude to Xiao Jiu. Their Wang family only has Wang Reng as the male heir. Since he saved their grandson, he must be a great benefactor of the Wang family, and they would visit personally to thank him with a generous gift. "They are from Taoyuan village," the little boy added. "Mother, where is she?" He looked around but didn't see his mother and felt a bit strange. "Your mother went to the county magistrate's house to find Madame Shin. The magistrate sent someone to look for you." Wang Fugue quickly told the servant to inform Madame Shin that their son had returned. "Come inside quickly. Don't stand here." Wang Fugue invited Xiao Dalong into the house. "No, I'll leave once they send me off," Xiao Dalong said, cupping his hands and preparing to leave. The little boy immediately hugged Xiao Dalong's leg and turned to his grandmother, acting spoiled. "Grandmother, I want to stay in Taoyuan village for a few days." "No, your mother hasn't seen you yet. She'll worry and won't be able to sleep." Wang Fugue refused without hesitation, thinking of his wife's anxious look. "I want to go. I want to stay with my little benefactor." The boy pouted and almost threw a tantrum. "Let him go. We'll bring him back tomorrow," the elderly woman said. Wang Fugue had no choice but to agree. Somewhat shyly, he looked at Zhao Daliang and asked, "Is it okay if I stay here?" The chubby boy held onto Zhao Daliang's leg without letting go and said, "Uncle Zhao, the kind person said that if my family agrees, I can live in the village." Zhao Daliang had no objections, since the village chief also approved. Wang Fugue instructed the housekeeper to arrange a carriage for a ride. The chubby boy and Zhao Daliang, along with the young servant and a full wagon of belongings, returned to the village. As soon as they got off the carriage, the chubby boy happily ran toward the small tavern.
Hot pot, hot pot."
"I'm here." On the way, he saw Suihua, who had escaped with him yesterday. He quickly took some silver from his pocket and put it into Suihua's small pouch. He petted Suihua's wings and said, "Thank you. You're amazing. You're the most clever animal I've ever seen." Suihua lifted her head and chirped a few times. "Kid, you have good taste. Don't worry, Suihua will look after you from now on." Seeing Suihua respond to his gratitude, the boy continued, "Next time, I'll take you to meet my grandmother. I'll ask her to give you a gold lock to hang around your neck. That way, you'll be the richest chicken here." Cuckoo, cuckoo. "Really? Don't forget that." Suihua happily nuzzled the boy's hand with her head. The boy picked up Suihua and carried her into the small tavern. As soon as they entered, a strong aroma filled the air.
"Wow.
It smells so good," the boy exclaimed excitedly and quickened his steps. At that moment, Xiao Jiu, who had just woken up and come out of the house, saw the boy and Suihua in his arms. He looked puzzled and asked, "Aren't you supposed to go back?" The boy hurriedly found a stool to sit on and said, "I told my grandmother. She agreed that I could stay in the village. Look, I brought my food money." He pointed at the full wagon outside the door. The young servant was struggling to carry things into the yard. Xiao Jiu turned around in surprise and asked, "How long do you plan to stay here? Is he moving his whole home here?" The boy happily replied, I told my grandmother I'd stay just one day, and she agreed. But I've brought everything here. When my grandmother comes to pick me up, I'll ask her if I can stay a few more days. She'll agree. And this is my young servant, Xiao Jiu. He's here to take care of me. The boy looked sincerely at Xiao Jiu and said, See? I've prepared everything. It's not troublesome at all. Please let me stay. Don't you go to school? Xiao Jiu asked curiously. She remembered that children his age in town all went to school. The chubby boy said indifferently, I'm too stupid to learn. Anyway, my dad said we are rich, so even if I don't study, I won't go hungry in the future. Xiao Jiu, that rich second-generation kid. Then you have to stay here and study martial arts like Xiao Jiu and the others.
Huh.
You guys still have to study martial arts? Everyone has to. Since you're staying here, you need to do the same. The chubby boy smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. For the sake of good food, he's willing. All right, it's just studying martial arts. I can do it, he said confidently, puffing out his chest. At the door, Xiao Jiu and the others overheard this. Don't just talk. Practicing martial arts is hard. Do you think you can handle it? The chubby boy patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, I will do what I say. Whether others believe him or not, the servant standing beside him certainly doesn't. The old lady and the old master worried a lot about the young master's studies. The young master refused to go to school, making the teacher so angry he almost died. If the young master hadn't skipped classes, he wouldn't have been kidnapped by bad people. Adwa saw that he spoke confidently, so he said, All right, tomorrow morning, follow us up the mountain to practice martial arts. The chubby boy kept looking back at the kitchen, drawn by the delicious smell. Xiao carried a pot from the kitchen. Several children looked eagerly at what she was holding, their eyes shining.
Wow.
It smells so good. Their stomachs growled loudly. Let's eat. Xiao Jiu, smelling the aroma, was also about to drool. Everyone placed all the dishes on the table, fresh vegetables sent by villagers, wild game from the mountain, and some ingredients exchanged from the space. All were arranged on plates. In the middle, a pot of hot soup bubbled and smelled wonderful. Daya asked the village chief, These are all raw. How do we eat them? Just dip them in the hot pot and cook them. Xiao Jiu couldn't wait. She picked up a piece of meat, cooked it in the hot pot for a while, then put it in her mouth. She closed her eyes happily. Seeing this, the others also started eating eagerly. The chubby boy was even more unrestrained, tossing ingredients into the hot pot in large handfuls, mumbling, Delicious, so delicious, too good to be true. Xiao watched everyone gobbling down their food, smiling so much her face almost hurt. Eat slowly, don't burn your mouth. There's still plenty in the pot. Xiao Jiu and Adwa and the others directly picked up their bowls and ate around the table, afraid of missing any dish. Daya, imitating the village chief, carefully picked a piece of vegetable, dipped it in the hot water, then tasted it. Her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, eating vegetables this way is so delicious. Little Lu finally understood why the young master wanted to stay here. It turns out the food here is so delicious. Young master, please try to stay longer tomorrow.
Wow.
This is so tasty. I almost cried from happiness. Suddenly, the room was filled with laughter and the sounds of eating. Everyone was chatting happily, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. The hot pot steam filled the room, and everyone's face showed satisfaction and happiness. After eating and drinking enough, they remembered that they hadn't seen old Su at the table recently. Little Jiu asked Sister Xiao, Where is Master Su? Xiao was tidying up the table and said, Master Su said he needs to go on a long trip and will be back after some time. Recently, Wang Zheng has been teaching the children their lessons. And where is Master Yan? Yesterday, he was with everyone, but today he's been missing all day. In the morning, Lin Qi and others were training the village children in martial arts. Xiao shook her head. Master Yan was mysterious and rarely spoke. No one knew where he had gone. Strange, everyone has suddenly disappeared. Village chief, what are you doing this afternoon? Xiao Jiu asked. Today, the masters weren't here, So, it was the perfect time to play. Little Jiu hadn't decided what to do yet when someone arrived at the door. Xiao ran in excitedly, followed by a man in official clothes. Little benefactor, I'm here, Xiao said happily, hugging little Jiu tightly. Dia took little Jiu back from Xiao and held her. Humph.
Xiao glared at Dia.
Dia pretended not to see. The man who came with Xiao looked at little Jiu, bowed, and said, "Thank you, young lady, for saving my daughter. I am very grateful." Little Jiu looked at him and asked, "Are you the county magistrate?" She remembered that the village elders had said the highest official here was the county magistrate. "Yes, my father is the county magistrate," Xiao replied happily. Little Jiu looked at Shen County Magistrate and asked, "Did the group of men in black catch them?" Shen County Magistrate said, "To be honest, I came here not only to thank the young lady for saving my daughter, but also to ask for help."
Huh?
Little Jiu looked at him curiously. "Can I borrow the chicken that the young lady raised to take the officials to the cave and catch the people?" This morning, Shen County Magistrate heard from his daughter about how she was rescued after being captured yesterday. At first, he didn't believe it. Could a young girl be that powerful? Could a chicken really understand human speech? But the housekeeper from the Wang family also came to the mansion asking for Lady Wang with the same story. The county magistrate Shin thought that perhaps there really were such magical chickens and a talented young girl. Cluck, cluck. Suihua on the roof was calling out, "Master, I want to go. I promised the little red, green, and yellow in the cave to bring them my chicken feed. All right, but there are many children inside the cave. I hope the magistrate's people will show mercy and not hurt them." Magistrate Shin immediately replied, "Don't worry. They are just poor children. Once rescued, the county office will help them find their families." Shun Ziyuan saw that they had finished speaking and quickly tugged on his father's sleeve. "Father, I want to stay here too." Magistrate Shun had no objection. He was busy catching people recently and had no time to worry about his daughter. He was just worried that staying here might be inconvenient for the young girl. Shun Ziyuan saw his father's meaning and quickly said to Xiao Jiu, "Little benefactor, can I stay here? I won't stay for free. I brought money." Shun Ziyuan immediately took out her purse, which was bulging with silver coins. She put the money into Xiao Jiu's arms. Did Xiao Jiu agree? Of course she did. One person stays, two people stay. It's all the same. Not earning money when you can is foolish. Seeing that his purpose was fulfilled, Magistrate Shun hurriedly took Suihua and left to catch the people. As Magistrate Shun left the village, he kept feeling that the young girl looked familiar. Had he seen her somewhere before? It didn't seem likely. The girl was only 5 years old. He shook his head, thinking he might have been too busy lately. No, that couldn't be. Magistrate Shun hurriedly led his men toward the cave. Meanwhile, the courtyard was lively. Tainyo rushed into the yard, shouting loudly, Village chief, the scoundrel is here." He remembered hearing the word scoundrel from the village chief last time. The village chief said that a man who hits women is a scoundrel. The little troublemaker's gossip radar instantly activated. Where is he? By the river. My aunt is washing clothes there and ran into Zhao's family. They blocked my aunt at the river. Tainyo was a bit anxious, worried that his aunt might be confused and go back with the scoundrel after being coaxed. Xiao Jiu and the others immediately rushed out of the yard, heading straight to the riverbank. They didn't want to miss this lively scene. They had to see it while it was hot. The riverbank was also bustling, with a crowd gathered around Sister Xiao, not sure what they were pulling or tugging at. Xiao Jiu and her friends pushed to the front, choosing the best spot to watch the drama unfold. Big Sister looked around and asked Iron Bull, "Where is your grandma?" "She went to the town," Iron Bull replied. No wonder Zhao's family dared to come and cause trouble. They must have known that Grandma Su wasn't home. The chickens at home have been laying a lot of eggs lately. Grandma has to take eggs to sell in town every few days, Iron Bull added. Xiao Jiu felt a bit guilty, but there was probably another reason. It was definitely because Suihua fed the village chickens chicken feed. The chicken feed made by the system must have special ingredients, because the chickens in the village lay several eggs each day after eating it. Xiao, I'm here to take you back, Xiao said with a silly smile, reaching out to pull Xiao. People who didn't know better might think he was an honest man just trying to get his wife to come home. Xiao, we are already divorced. So what? My mom didn't explain clearly last time when she was at your place. Xiao dodged Xiaoda's hand and took a step back. Xiaoda thought this woman was ungrateful. He had come in front of so many people to pick her up. Xiao, I really know I was wrong. Shouldn't he kneel and beg for forgiveness, promising it won't happen again? Like you told the village chief before, once you coax Xiao back, it will only get worse. Domestic violence, once it starts, will happen over and over. Dogs don't change their habits, Big Sister said, looking at Xiaoda and asking the village chief. She remembered the village chief had told them that these were typical tricks of bad men. They should be careful when marrying and not trust them easily. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaoda suddenly knelt in front of Xiao with a thud. Xiao, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again, Xiaoda said, tears and snot streaming down his face. Xiao Jiu and the others looked at him with disgust. Seeing such a man, Xiao felt sick and quickly took a step back, keeping her distance. After Xiaoda finished, he thought someone nearby might support him. But unfortunately, no one showed sympathy. The villagers just found it funny. Everyone heard what Big Sister said, dogs don't change their habits. When Zhao's wife saw that Xiao didn't react, she quickly chimed in, Xiao, De Leng knows he was wrong and has changed.
He's been thinking about you.
Look, you can't have children, but he still wants to take you back to live. Every couple argues sometimes. As they say, quarrels at night end in harmony by morning. Xiao, please forgive him. While Xiao was talking to his mother and Xiao, he quickly grabbed her hand tightly, thinking to himself that he must take her back today. Xiao saw her hand being grabbed and quickly grabbed Xiaoda's wrist in return. Before Xiaoda could feel happy about being caught, she made him spin around and threw him over her shoulder. Then, she stepped on Xiaoda's head and said, What? Want to take me back so I can serve your family like a beast? Rebel. My son, Zhao's wife said, trying to step forward. Xiao pressed her foot down harder, causing Xiaoda to scream in pain, and everyone around fell silent. Let go of my son. Zhao's wife stopped her step, afraid Xiao might step on Xiaoda too hard. Xiao looked at Xiaoda's miserable state and scoffed. You want to take me back, right? Well, after all these years working like a beast at your house and being beaten by Xiaoda all this time, I still haven't gotten my revenge. I need to go back and get some payback. She then pressed her foot down even harder on Xiaoda's head. Xiaoda couldn't speak from the pain and was too proud to fight back. All he wanted was for her foot to be taken off quickly. Seeing Xiaoda suffering, Zhao's wife dared not let Xiao go back. She hurriedly said, Let him go. We're not taking you back anymore. Please move your foot away. Hearing this, Xiao saw the person under her foot begging for mercy and, still upset, kicked Xiaoda again before removing her foot and pinching it.
Get lost.
I'll beat you every time I see you next time, she said bluntly as she pulled her foot back. Zhao's wife quickly helped Xiaoda up and ran far away, trembling with fear. The villagers of Taoyuan village looked at Xiao in shock.
Wow.
Is this really the gentle and fragile daughter of the Su family? Seeing everyone staring at her, Xiao felt a bit shy. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said, I've been practicing martial arts with the villagers for a while. I haven't had a chance to see how good I am, but it looks like I still have some skill. I need to work harder and keep practicing. Hearing this, the villagers started talking about martial arts. I've been practicing for so long. Maybe I can fight 3 people at once outside, Xiao Lang said, looking at Xiao, a weak girl who practiced martial arts and was so effective. Of course, I'm way better than you. Stop bragging. If you're so confident, let's have a fight next time. Yeah, let's compare. A group of men argued loudly, eager to see who was the strongest. The women nearby also didn't want to be left out and insisted that their husbands were the best. Xiao, who watched his father secretly talk to the chubby boy nearby, saying, I'm much better than my dad. Now, he can't catch me if he tries to hit me. Really? The chubby boy was very excited. If he learned martial arts, then when his father tried to hit him, he would definitely be able to avoid it. I can fly now, but my dad can't. My dad is just stronger than me right now. When I grow older, I will be stronger than him, Xiao Jiu said confidently. Seeing that the villagers were discussing martial arts, Xiao Jiu thought it was time to organize a contest. There were so many items in the marketplace that could be exchanged for prizes. No one noticed Shen Ziyuan, who was sitting nearby watching the scene. At this moment, Shen Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, full of the thought, I've learned it. In the future, if she encounters a bad person, she will handle it just like Sister Su did. Seeing that there was no more excitement, everyone cheerfully went back to the courtyard. Su Xiaoxiao felt very happy. She had long wanted to confront that troublesome man, and unexpectedly, he came knocking on her door himself. Dia asked Sister Xiaoxiao, why did Xiao Jiu suddenly come to see you? If Xiao Jiu was truly sorry and wanted to bring Sister Xiaoxiao back, he shouldn't have waited several months to come. Su Xiaoxiao sneered, what else? I heard I'm working for the village chief now, earning 2 taels of silver a month and learning cooking skills. Xiao Jiu and his mother want to trick me back, to make me work for the Xiao family. Indeed, today Xiao Jiu and his mother came because they heard from neighbors that Su Xiaoxiao was earning 2 taels of silver a month and had learned cooking. They wanted to persuade her to return home, hand over her recipes, and sell them to restaurants to make a big profit. But they didn't expect that Su Xiaoxiao, who always listened to others, would be so powerful and act immediately.
Batman. Batman. Batman.
A few children shouted in unison. Su Xiaoxiao burst out laughing. At this moment, she felt incredibly warm. She thought her life would stay the same forever, but meeting the village chief gave her hope for a new start and a goal to live for. Studying cooking was now her favorite thing. Seeing everyone enjoy her food made her feel that life was full of meaning and achievement. Happy, Su Xiaoxiao decided to cook something. She asked, shall I make small cakes for everyone tomorrow? Xiao Jiu's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Seeing Xiao Jiu so excited, everyone knew it would be something delicious. Smile, sister, you're so kind. Can I be your son? As soon as the little chubby boy said this, Su Xiaoxiao almost stumbled and fell. Don't say that randomly. Do you hear me? Su Xiaoxiao quickly covered the little boy's mouth. This mischievous kid.
Oh.
Although the little boy didn't understand why he couldn't say that, he still nodded in agreement. But in his mind, he thought, if I can't be her son, then I'll be her sister. I must bring Sister Xiaoxiao home. Is it a full meal or every meal? The little boy chose every meal. Everyone returned to the village chief's yard, but before they could enter, they saw Lin Qi and others sitting at the door, all battered and crooked. Xiao Jiu curiously stepped forward. What happened to you all? When Lin Qi and the others saw Xiao Jiu, they immediately looked like they had found their backbone. The smarter Lin Chong immediately started complaining. Village chief, we were beaten. You have to help us. The others echoed. Village chief, you have to help us. This scene looked very funny. A group of grown men, crying and complaining to a 5-year-old girl. What's wrong?
Who hit you?
Xiao Jiu knelt down and asked curiously. Brother Biao, the local bully in town. There are dozens of them, and only 9 of us, said one of the beaten men, his face swollen like a pig's head. It's not that they couldn't win, it was that the other side outnumbered them. Why did they hit you all? It's because of me. I haven't been home for a long time, and today I went back to see my family. I didn't expect that Li Chong to see my sister and, while I was away, try to take her as his concubine. I refused, and that caused a conflict. Then they called Brother Biao, the local bully. We were outnumbered and got beaten like this, he explained quickly, then knelt in front of Xiao Jiu, crying, Please, village chief, save my sister. Li Chong is a hypocrite with a beast's heart. The man whose sister was taken, named Suihua, had depended on his sister since childhood. Now that she was taken, he wanted to fight back. But they were outnumbered, and he watched helplessly as his sister was taken away. So, he hurried back to the village to ask the village chief for help. Let's go to town, Xiao Jiu said urgently, bringing everyone along to rescue Suihua's sister first. Shen Ziyuan was angry, but Li Chang, the young son of the Li family? Yes, that's him. Do you know him, Miss Shen? Suihua quickly asked. Shen Ziyuan's face turned red with anger. That scoundrel, a real. I'll go back and tell my cousin. And what does that have to do with your cousin? The little chubby boy asked confused. Humph. Shen Ziyuan stomped her foot while explaining. My cousin just got engaged to Li Chang a few days ago, but who would have thought that this Li Chang, who seems so charming on the outside, would secretly do such a terrible thing? If my cousin finds out, she will be so hurt. After hearing this, everyone became even angrier. Shen Ziyuan's cousin was a quiet and gentle girl that everyone knew. Thinking about her marrying this bad man in the future, everyone's anger grew even more. There's no time to waste. Let's leave now, Xiao Jiu ordered the coachman in front to speed up. First, we need to rescue Suihua's sister. Shen Ziyuan, you go back and tell your cousin, or you can come with us. Shen Ziyuan listened to Xiao Jiu's plan and replied, I want to go with you. Today, she was determined to see this hypocrite's true nature exposed. As night fell, the town's lights were sparse. The group, under the cover of darkness, quietly approached the Li family's house. Xiao Jiu used his mental power to scout around. He found a small, remote hut in the backyard where a young girl was, probably Suihua's sister. Meanwhile, in another part of the yard, several young men were drinking and having fun. Wait a moment. Why do these men look so familiar? Aren't they the young scholars who mocked Wang Zheng last time when they sold candies? What a small world. Xiao Jiu whispered to Shen Ziyuan, you and Wang Zhirong pretend to go to the Li family to find Li Chang. We'll rescue the person from the backyard. Both happily agreed. This was so exciting, much more fun than chasing cats and dogs on the street every day. They took their maids and servants and went to knock on the big gate of the Li family. The gate slowly opened. The gatekeeper came out and saw Shen Ziyuan and Wang Zhirong. He was confused about why two young masters from different families were together and why they came to the Li house. But he didn't dare delay. He quickly asked, what brings you two to the Li residence? Shen Ziyuan said, I was passing by and came to see my future sister-in-law. Where is he? I want to find him now. The little fat boy also quickly made an excuse. My father said that young Master Li is good at studying. I came to ask about his lessons. When did the Wang family's young master become so eager to learn? And besides, when is there a younger sister-in-law coming to visit her brother-in-law late at night? Isn't that strange? The gatekeeper was puzzled but dared not delay. He told them to wait in the living room and hurried off to inform the young master. Li Chang was drinking happily with his friends in the yard when a servant reported that Shen Ziyuan and the young master of the Wang family had come to visit. He felt confused because he had no prior dealings with these two. Why would they come to his house? He thought the timing was bad. He remembered that he had already betrothed himself to Shen Ziyuan's cousin, so he wondered if his secret affair had been exposed. He tidied his clothes and pretended to be calm as he walked to the living room, wearing his usual gentle and polite smile. As soon as he entered, he saw the two sitting opposite each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Oh, why did my cousin suddenly visit? And young Master Wang, why do you have time to come to my house? Li Chang greeted warmly, trying to ease the mood. I wonder what brings you both here to see me, Shen Ziyuan said, pointing at the chubby boy. He has something to ask you. The chubby boy was furious and glared at Shen Ziyuan. Since he couldn't come up with a reason himself, he pushed Shen Ziyuan forward. He forced a smile and said, I heard that Brother Li bought a small horse recently. How much would you sell it for? I have money. Are you here because of that? Li Chang almost laughed out loud. He thought they had come for something serious, but it turned out the chubby boy was just showing off and mocking him. The Li family was not wealthy. He knew that the small horse he spent a lot of money on had already been scolded harshly by his father. Yes. Both of them nodded firmly. Li Chang asked Shen Ziyuan, he's here to buy a horse. What about you, Miss Shen? Shen Ziyuan replied calmly, I just came to see what the little horse looks like. Li Chang looked at the darkening sky and sighed helplessly. It's already late. The horse is at the farm. I will send it to young Master Wang's house tomorrow. How does that sound? Both shook their heads and said together, we want to see it now. Li Chang's forehead throbbed with frustration. If they were ordinary merchants, he would have simply driven the chubby boy away. But he knew his aunt had married well. Her husband was a fourth-rank official in the capital. He had heard that he was visiting his hometown recently and was still in Qingshan town. He spoke kindly. The horse is already sleeping at this hour. I will send it to the mansion early tomorrow morning. Just as the chubby boy wanted to say more, there was a commotion from the backyard. Soon, the figures of Xiao Jiu and others rushed past, carrying a girl who had been, and dragging her out of the house. Li Chang saw this and knew something was wrong. He wanted to stop them but was held back by the chubby boy. No, I want to see the little horse today. Are you worried I can't pay? I'll give you 3 times the price. Will you sell it? Li Chang struggled a few times but found that this chubby kid was surprisingly strong and couldn't break free. He angrily said, Cousin and young Master Wang, what are you trying to do by sneaking into Li's house at night? By now, Li Chang realized that these two were just trying to delay time. Shen Ziyuan saw that the people had already been taken out and didn't bother pretending anymore. Li Chang, I was originally thinking about your marriage to my cousin and came to see you. I didn't expect you to be like this. Forcibly taking a girl, and you call yourself a scholar. Li Chang's face changed, but he quickly regained his composure and sneered, Cousin, where do you get such words? I, Li Chang, always act honestly and openly. How could I do such things? I think you must have heard some rumors and misunderstood me. Shen Ziyuan had never seen such a thick-skinned person. She pointed at the small wine bottle that had just flown out and said, I saw everything. You tied a girl in the backyard, and you still dare to deny it. That's right, we saw it too, the chubby kid quickly agreed. Li Chang brushed his sleeve and said calmly, Oh, that's my maid. She was disobedient, so the housekeeper locked her in the backyard for some discipline. Why are you two interfering in Li's house's discipline of maids?
Exactly.
I also want to ask, what are you two doing by robbing my maid at my house? Shen Ziyuan snorted coldly. Li Chang, we remember what happened today. If you truly have a clear conscience, you'd better stop those shady tricks. The chubby kid echoed, Yes, do you think we're fools? Who are you trying to fool? After speaking, Shen Ziyuan and the chubby kid exchanged a glance, then turned and strode away from Li's house, leaving Li Chang with a gloomy face standing there. The small wine and others had already carried Suihua's sister out of the house. Now they were in the chubby kid's carriage. Seeing Shen Ziyuan and the others come out, they quickly drove back to the village. Suihua's sister saw her brother, and tears fell down her face. Suihua saw that his sister was safe and almost knelt down to the small wine. 2 carriages sped along the deserted road, quickly reaching the village. Small wine was the first to jump out of the carriage, followed closely by the others. They returned to Small Wine's courtyard. Lin Qimei frowned and said, Li Chang is a vengeful person and has Biao Ge backing him. He has often bullied men and women. Today's events, he will surely seek revenge. Shen Ziyuan said nearby, It's okay. My father is here. He's the county magistrate, so he wouldn't do anything bad. Anyway, later I will say I saw him forcefully take the street, and I defended my cousin. I will send someone to bring her back. The chubby boy also patted his chest to promise, Yes, and me too. I will tell my father, and he will definitely support me. Suihua gratefully thanked everyone while holding his sister. Xiao Jiu temporarily arranged for Suihua's sister to stay in his courtyard, sharing a room with sister Xiao Xiao. The next morning, Xiao Xiao woke up early as usual to prepare breakfast. But today was different because a diligent young girl was helping her. In the yard, Xiao and a few others came early to the little chubby boy's room and pulled him out of bed. Let's go practice martial arts. The little chubby boy buried his head in the quilt. No, I want to sleep. If you don't go, you won't get breakfast today, Xiao Jiu threatened at the door. The little chubby boy hesitated between sleeping in or eating, finally choosing breakfast. Get up, get up, get up. He hurriedly got out of bed, washed up and followed everyone to the foot of the mountain. They thought Jiu, a delicate young girl, wouldn't get up easily. They planned to tease her later. But unexpectedly, she had already gathered at the back mountain. Today, Yan Fuzi wasn't here, so everyone continued their usual training.
Ding.
New task issued. Inspire villagers' enthusiasm for martial arts. Reward: 20 points plus 1 lottery draw. Xiao Jiu looked at the taskbar and pondered for a while. Enthusiasm? Suddenly, he thought of a good idea. A competition. Yes, that's it. Xiao Jiu signaled everyone to stop and said, "Today, we will do something different." What's different? We will have a race, speed race around the big mountain, ranking by the order they return to the starting point. The winner gets a prize, Xiao Jiu added. Since the last time little Jiu saved a few children, after a lot of praise from Shuangzi, Suihua, and Juzi, little Jiu has become the most admired hero among the children in several nearby villages. Today, a group of children had already run down the mountain, eagerly waiting to join in practicing martial arts. Suddenly, Xiao shouted an order and rushed out like an arrow, shouting, "I must win first place." Ado and the others weren't willing to fall behind.
Charge. Charge.
Their shouts echoed in the valley and drifted far away. The birds resting in the forest were startled and flapped their wings, chirping as they flew to higher and farther branches, seemingly cheering for the children's enthusiasm and energy. Xiao Hu and Tainyo ran neck and neck. Although Ado was the youngest among the children, he was quite fast. He panted heavily, but kept close behind Xiao Hu and Tainyo. Little Jiu flew to a distance, hands behind his back, watching them like a little adult. He felt very proud inside. He asked the system, "Do I look very calm and steady now?" The system looked at the proud child waiting for praise and said, "Yes, very steady." Little Jiu happily returned to the starting point, waiting for them. Time passed quickly, and soon everyone reached the finish line. After practicing martial arts for a few months, it was no surprise that Xiao was first, Tainyo second, and Ado third. For the newcomers, Suihua was first, Shuangzi from Hihi village was second, and surprisingly, little Paozi was third. The chubby little boy's speed was not bad at all. "Wow, I didn't expect you to come in third," said Yuan, who arrived late, leaning on a tree and catching his breath. The chubby boy puffed out his chest proudly. "Haha, do you think I've been running around chasing my dad all these years for fun? That's what training from childhood has been like." Little Jiu exchanged prizes from the shop. The first prize was a bow and arrow, the second was a dagger, and the third was a slingshot. All these were from the shop, and the quality of the bows, arrows, and daggers was much better than those in this era. Everyone was very happy with their prizes. Xiao Hu took the bow and arrow and started trying to shoot, but his skills weren't great. He aimed at a tree trunk in front but missed. Little Paozi held the slingshot, looking a bit confused. Since this era didn't have rubber or similar materials, no one had made a slingshot before.
It was normal not to recognize it.
Xiao Jiu picked up a slingshot, found a stone on the ground, and placed it in the middle of his leather pouch. He pulled back the rubber band, aimed at a bird flying above, and released. With a sharp whoosh, the stone shot out like an arrow, hitting the bird precisely. The small bird fell straight down. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise, amazed that such a small slingshot could be so powerful. Little Fatty held his own slingshot tightly, unable to put it down. He cheered happily, dancing around. "I like this." The people nearby looked at him with envy and vowed to practice martial arts seriously in the future. Xiao Jiu encouraged everyone. "Don't be discouraged. There will be more competitions later, and there will be prizes." Everyone's enthusiasm for practicing martial arts grew even stronger. They all said they would definitely win prizes next time. After finishing their busy morning tasks, the children went home in groups to eat. Hungry and eager, Xiao Jiu ran back home like an arrow to find Sister Su, followed by a group of people hoping to share his meal. Seeing everyone return sweaty and tired, Su Xiao quickly told them to wash their hands. "Sister Su, is there anything delicious for breakfast today?" A few kids asked curiously, peeking into the kitchen. "Wash your hands first. It'll be ready soon." When everyone sat at the table, it was already filled with Xiao Jiu's favorite foods. Chive pockets, fried dough sticks, buns, dumplings. Little Fatty's eyes widened as he eagerly reached for a fried dough stick, but Xiao Jiu slapped his hand with a snap, saying, "Use chopsticks." Everyone giggled and picked up their chopsticks, eating eagerly. Xiao Jiu took a bite of the chive pocket, and the familiar taste spread in his mouth, making his eyes squint with satisfaction. Sister Sue's cooking is simply amazing, Ado said with his mouth full, muffling his words. Everyone praised the food as they ate, and soon, most of the dishes were finished. At this moment, several luxurious carriages arrived at the village entrance. They slowly drove in, and curious villagers looked on. The carriages stopped at Xiao Jiu's house. Several well-dressed, graceful ladies got out. Shen Ziyuan saw her mother and quickly pulled Xiao Jiu over, happily introducing her. "Little benefactor, this is my mother." Mother, look. This is the person who saved me. She's amazing." Mrs. Shen looked at the delicate, soft girl with love and admiration. She thought she was very cute. Although she was just a child, she stood with her hands behind her back and her head held high, trying to act like a little adult, which was truly adorable. She kindly took the little girl's hand and gently said, "Little girl, thank you so much for saving my daughter. We will always remember this kindness." The mother of the chubby boy and the mother of Shen Ziyuan's cousin also hurried over, holding the little girl's hand and asking warmly about her health. They expressed their gratitude in words. The little girl felt a bit shy from all this sudden warmth. She pretended to be casual and waved her hand, saying, "It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning." But inside, she was excitedly calling out to the system. System, did you hear them praise me? Do you see how charming I am?"
Ha ha ha.
The system was annoyed by her loud internal laughter and felt a headache coming on. Help! Why did I have to be bound to such a little kid? Every day, I worry so much. When the chubby boy saw his mother approaching, he immediately ran to the carriage. He had told his father to bring lots of gifts to the village, especially for little girl Jiu. He ordered the servant to carry the boxes from the carriage into little girl Jiu's courtyard. Shen Ziyuan saw her cousin and remembered what happened yesterday. She felt angry and looked at her cousin, who hesitated and didn't know how to speak. Xiao looked at Shen Ziyuan's expression with curiosity and asked, "Cousin, do you have something to tell me?" The other ladies also looked over, especially Mrs. Shen. She remembered how her daughter was quick to speak without thinking, so she was surprised to see her daughter at a loss for words. Shen Ziyuan thought about Li Chang's annoying look and quickly pulled her cousin aside. Filled with righteous anger, she recounted what happened last night, ending with, "Cousin, please don't marry him. Once I learn martial arts, I will beat him every time I see him." Jiao looked at Shen Ziyuan, who was puffed up with anger, and found her amusing. She said, "Thank you for caring about me, cousin. I will think carefully." Jiao patted her cousin's head but knew deep down that whether she divorced or not was not something she could decide herself. Since ancient times, marriage was decided by parents and matchmakers. She didn't think her father would agree to break off the marriage. The Leaf family was of higher status, and her father was very satisfied with this match. If he knew Li Chang had taken a common girl, he probably wouldn't see it as a big deal. Since ancient times, men have been considered charming, and her father himself had several concubines and mistresses. Her mother's eyes and heart were full of her father, and she tolerated everything, always listening to him. Jiao was a bit jealous of her cousin. She grew up in a loving family, with parents who loved each other. In her memory, her cousin had always been a lively, confident girl who was bold and full of life. Unlike herself, she had many half-brothers and half-sisters. Her mother only had her as a daughter. She felt insecure in her family. She remembered her mother often sighed and complained, wishing she had been born a boy. Her father also ignored her. She envied her other half-siblings when they flattered their father. When she was young, she would argue or fight with her half-siblings over toys or ask her parents to buy things, just to be fair. Her father scolded her, saying she didn't know how to love her younger siblings. Her mother would hold her hand and say, "You are the older sister. You must be kind to your brothers and sisters. When you get married, you'll still rely on your younger siblings." Over time, Xiao Jiu learned to accept that she wasn't always valued. She tried to be sensible and obedient. She grew up carefully, trying not to cause trouble or compete with others, like most people, just enduring life. Shen Zhiyuan was relieved when her cousin agreed. She quickly pulled Xiao Jiu to run into the yard. "Cousin, I have to tell you, Sister Xiao Zhao's cooking is so delicious. Let's go inside and wait, or else Wang Zhirong might eat all the cake. He probably already has." Shen Zhiyuan didn't forget that Sister Xiao promised to make a cake for everyone yesterday. Xiao Jiu invited a few ladies to sit in her yard. They had brought many gifts, so she had to treat them well. Little Fatty held his mother's hand and kept talking about how delicious the food was here and how fun it was. He wanted to stay here forever. Madame Wang didn't really want to, but she heard that there were opportunities to study and practice martial arts here. She thought her son couldn't get into the town school, but maybe he could here. She didn't care about the teachers or anything else. As long as her son could learn some characters and not be easily fooled by outsiders, it would be enough. The Wang family had enough money to keep her son safe and comfortable. As for taking the imperial exams, the Wang family never even thought about it. Their ancestors' graves had never been disturbed. Madame Wang thought to herself that she would ask her husband to donate some money to the village school. After all, her son was bothering others, and she was a bit worried because the village teacher often came to complain. She hoped the village teacher could handle it. Since the village was so far from the town, she doubted the teacher would come to complain every day. Madame Wang patted her chubby son's head and said, "You can stay here, but living at a young girl's house isn't quite right. Later, I will ask your father to buy a piece of land in the village and build a house for you. Then, Donger can come to take care of you. You must behave well here, or else others might ask you to leave. I can't embarrass myself by begging for you." The little chubby boy happily hugged Ado and said excitedly, "Did you hear that?" My mom agreed. "Ha!" Then he quickly ran to the yard to tell the others. When everyone gathered in the yard, Su Xiaoxiao's cake was ready. She had made dozens and also prepared pearl milk tea following the book's recipe. Xiao Jiu hurriedly asked the ladies to sit down. The ladies had never seen such food before and asked curiously, "What is this? It looks beautiful and smells delicious. What's in this cup?" Su Xiaoxiao handed the drinks to the ladies for a taste. Madame Wang couldn't wait and scooped a spoonful. It melted in her mouth, with a smooth texture and a rich, sweet aroma that made her feel enchanted. One sip made the whole world seem sweeter. Then she took another sip of the milk tea. The aroma of milk and tea intertwined, flowing like silky fabric down her throat. The warm liquid with its sweet taste spread in her mouth, instantly washing away fatigue and worries. Xiao Jiu and the others were already relaxing on lounge chairs, enjoying their milk teas and delicious treats. Eating sweets really made people happy. As for the lounge chairs, Xiao Jiu had described them to old Zhang at the village entrance based on his memory, and old Zhang made them for him. Later, Xiao Hu and others saw them and asked old Zhang to make identical ones. Now, every child in Xiao Jiu's yard had their own lounge chair. The ladies watched everyone comfortably relaxing and suddenly understood why their children kept insisting on living in the village. They wanted to stay here too. Madame Wang pulled her son up and sat on the chair herself for a while. Madame Shin looked at Madame Wang and, unable to hold back, pulled her daughter up and said, "Let me try."
Wow.
It was so comfortable. This lounge chair is incredibly comfortable, beyond what I imagined. It makes every part of the body feel deeply relaxed and cared for, and the whole body instantly becomes loose and at ease. The ladies usually behave politely at all times, sitting upright and graceful, standing tall like pine trees, never daring to slack off. Now, this lounge chair feels like their dream favorite seat. Xiao Jiu saw that the ladies were very happy with the cake and milk tea today and suddenly had an idea. She found Xiao Pengzi and Shen Ziyuan and asked, "Should we open a dessert shop in town?" They nodded quickly. "Have you thought about it?"
Xiao Jiu asked.
"What's there to think about? This stuff is so tasty, it will definitely make money." Shen Ziyuan thought that not only could they sell these in the town, but even taking them to the capital would be profitable. After all, no one in the entire eastern Xia country has heard of selling these two items. Xiao Pengzi agreed, not because he wanted to make money. He wasn't short of money, but just because he wanted to join in the fun. They agreed on the plan, and Madame Wang, nearby, was very happy. Her family was in business, and her son was used to doing business, so letting him practice was good. Madame Wang asked, "Have you three decided how to invest?" Xiao Jiu looked at the others. She didn't know much herself, but didn't want to show it. Xiao Pengzi said he could provide money. Shen Ziyuan said their family could provide workers. Xiao Jiu said, "Then I will provide the recipes." "Okay, when do we start?" Shen Ziyuan was eager. She was happy to think she could earn money with her skills. "Tomorrow,"
Xiao Jiu said.
She decided to go to the town the next day to look around. Madame Shen and Madame Wang relaxed in their chairs, watching the children. They didn't expect the children to make much money, but doing business was still meaningful for them, just to broaden their horizons and see the world. As it got late, the ladies prepared to leave. Xiao Jiu quickly asked Sister Xiao to pack some small cakes, milk tea, and vegetables from her backyard for the ladies to take home. Though not as expensive as what they gave her, Xiao Jiu still remembered the importance of courtesy and reciprocation. When Madame Wang and Madame Shen left, they also took their child's lounge chair. Don't ask why. Just know it was because the child was filial to his mother. Back home, Madame Wang heard that her husband was in the old lady's yard. She turned around and headed toward the old lady's yard. When I arrived at the old lady's place, she asked immediately, "Where is Ronger? Why didn't he come back with you?" Madame Wang thought about her son, who was reluctant to return home, and found it a bit funny. She said, "He's over there practicing martial arts and studying. He plans to stay there permanently."
What?
He wants to study? This was not something Wang Fugue would expect his son to say. That little rascal, making him study as if it were a matter of life or death, had caused them a lot of worry. Now, he was actually eager to study. The old lady was also very surprised and asked, "Did Ronger say that himself?"
Yes.
"I heard this morning, when the children ran around the big mountain, Ronger even got third place and won a prize." Hearing this, Madame Wang felt very happy. "Really? I knew it. The town's teacher isn't good enough. He keeps coming to the house, saying that Ronger isn't suitable for studying, and implying that Ronger is slow-minded." The old lady looked down on this. Wang Fugue nodded repeatedly. Exactly. His Wang Fugue's son couldn't be stupid. Madame Wang glanced at the soup on the old lady's table and asked, "Mother, haven't you eaten yet?"
"Ah."
"I'm old now, I don't have much appetite," the old lady replied. Madame Wang quickly asked the maid to bring the cake and milk tea she had packed from the small wine shop. "Mother, try this." Madame Wang arranged the cake and milk tea and explained how to eat them. The old lady took a bite and immediately loved the taste. No one knew, but she loved sweets very much. However, her teeth weren't in good shape, so she could only drink sweet soups to satisfy her cravings. Today, these cake and milk tea treats fascinated her completely. Wang Fugue also took a small taste. After finishing a sip of milk tea, he immediately praised, "Delicious." He drank most of the cup in one go before stopping. He finished the cake and milk tea completely, then looked at the cake on the old lady's table and sighed, "I never understood why women love eating sweets. I didn't expect these cakes and milk tea to be so tasty." Wonderful. Seeing her son staring at the cake on her plate, the old lady glared at him as if to say, "What? Do you want to eat from your mother?" Seeing how happy the old lady was, Madame Wang simply moved her son's reclining chair into the old lady's yard. She helped the old lady onto the chair and said, "How do you feel, mother?" This was made by a young girl from the village. "Good. Good. Excellent." Today, the old lady's stomach was satisfied, and she felt relaxed. She was much happier overall. Wang Fugue looked at his mother happily and really wanted to help her up. He wondered if lying down was really so comfortable. He glanced at his wife with his eyes. "Why don't you let me try first before taking it to the old lady's yard?" Madame Wang pretended not to see. Her husband was once again thinking of snatching the old lady's lounge chair. Over the years, many good things in the old lady's yard had been taken or eaten by her husband. Fearing that her daughter-in-law might give away the lounge chair again and her son wouldn't, she quickly asked the maid to send the person away. Wang Fugue left his mother's yard, looking at his wife with a sad expression. Madame Wang just found it funny and quickly called the young servant, saying, "Go to Taiyuan village and order 10 lounge chairs." The servant received the order and immediately went to complete the task. Wang Fugue was finally satisfied. It seemed his wife still cared about him. Madame Wang also told him about her son planning to do business with Miss Shen and little Jiu. Wang Fugue thought his son was really promising. Maybe the feng shui of Taiyuan village would bring good luck to his son. He quickly said, "Use the money in the account freely." He finally understood his son was starting to do serious work. He was no longer wasting time on the streets chasing cats and dogs. Meanwhile, at the Shun residence, Madame Shen had just returned home when she saw her husband coming back from outside. Seeing her husband's gloomy face, she couldn't help but ask, what happened? Shun Jixing remembered the scenes from the cave and felt a heavy pain in his chest. A group of children around his daughter's age, some even younger, were controlled with drugs by the black-clad men. They were whipped and trained like killing tools, worse than animals. Shin Jixing held his wife's hand and said slowly, "I didn't expect such things to happen in my county. It's my fault." He told his wife everything about the cave. If Suihua hadn't led them to avoid traps and secretly attacked the black-clad men, even the soldiers he brought might not have made it back. The black-clad men committed suicide as soon as they were captured. The children, the officials didn't dare hurt them, but they were worried about harming the villagers if they released them. Now, they can only stay in the cave, guarded by soldiers outside. Shin Jixing was overwhelmed. He didn't know how to handle those children. Madame Shen took out a lounge chair and helped Shin Jixing lie down to rest. "Sit down and rest for a while. If it really can't be helped, let them live in the cave for some time. Send food daily, and when they're willing to come out, we can arrange their future then." Lady Shen rubbed Shin Jixing's temples and said, "It can only be this way. This chair is good and comfortable to lie on." Shin Jixing lay down and closed his eyes to rest. "This is the young girl from Taiyuan village who helped us. She is very young but already the village head, and the whole village listens to her. She's quite impressive," Lady Shen praised. Talking about this, Shin Jixing remembered the young girl from Taiyuan village. "Does Lady Shen feel that this girl looks familiar? Have you seen her before?" "I don't remember. I heard that she has no parents and was raised by villagers." "Maybe you've seen her parents before," Lady Shen guessed. "That's possible," Shin Jixing agreed. "Who would be so cruel as to abandon a baby the mountain? It's been 5 years, and no one has come to find her." Lady Shen thought about her own daughter and felt that the girl's parents were truly unkind. "Wait, I know who she looks like." Shin Jixing sat up straight, trembling as he gripped the sides of the chair. "Who?" Lady Shen gently massaged her husband's temples and asked. Looking at his wife, Shin Jixing whispered, the Empress Dowager." Suddenly, Lady Shen was shocked. Her hand, which was on Shin Jixing's head, lost control and pressed him down into the chair.
"Stop."
"Be gentle, Lady Shen." Shin Jixing was afraid she would hit him again. Princess Xiao Jiu? The Emperor's daughter? How could she be abandoned on the mountain? And what about the Empress Dowager? Lady Shen asked with many questions. "Lower your voice. There are ears behind the wall. I'm just guessing. When we were in the capital, Heir Lang from the Shi family showed me a portrait of his sister as a child. This girl looks exactly like the Empress Dowager when she was young," Shin Jixing whispered. Talking about the Shi family, both of them felt a bit heavy-hearted. The old master of the Shi family was once a famous general, the Marquis of Jinbei, guarding the border. Everyone knows that the Eastern Xia Kingdom is the weakest among the 4 nations. In the past, the other 3 countries tried to divide Eastern Xia, attacking from 3 sides. The Shi family army fought to defend the land and kept eastern Xia safe. Since then, the Shi family's reputation spread far and wide, becoming the protector of the people. Thanks to the Shi family's presence, the other three countries dared not attack easily. This created a strange balance among the four nations. Just 5 years ago, a small border conflict caused great trouble. The old master of the Shi family and all the grown men from the family died fighting at the border. The Shi army was defeated and lost several cities. When news reached the capital, the palace announced that the empress, who was about to give birth, was so upset she went to the great Buddha temple to pray for the Shi family. On her way, she was chased by bandits, fell off a cliff, and died. The only grandson of the Shi family, the son of the eldest son, was only 7 years old and was mysteriously drowned in his own yard. At that time, only the elderly grandmother of the Shi family and a group of women remained. Fortunately, the 3 daughters-in-law of the family had gone to visit their parents. When they heard the news, they knew things were bad and didn't tell anyone about their pregnancy. They secretly hid at their parents' house and gave birth to a boy a few months later, which allowed the family to keep their lineage alive. Recently, news came from the capital that the Shi family's young grandson had been kidnapped and was still missing. The grandmother was seriously ill. People are not fools. This was clearly the enemy's plan to wipe out the Shi family's male heirs. Otherwise, during the Three Kingdoms siege, no Shi men died. They all returned victorious. How could a small border chaos cause the Shi army to be defeated and wipe out all the men? Then the grandson also died. Anyone with a little sense could see this was an attempt to cut off the family's bloodline. The incident from back then has not been solved to this day. It's unclear whether the current emperor doesn't want to investigate or something else. No one dared to speak out. Those who once stood up for the Shi family are now disgraced or dead. For example, myself. Sun Zixing clutched the handrail tightly, feeling an indescribable sadness and anger. General Shi, who had fought all his life, ended up with only the elderly, women, and children left in his family. How ridiculous, how sad. Madame Shun looked distressed and said, "The Empress has shown us kindness. Whether or not the little girl is the Empress's daughter, since she appeared in your jurisdiction, it means she's connected to us. We must protect her well." Sun Jixing forced back his tears and replied, "Madam, don't worry. People in the capital won't notice here. I will write to my father now, asking him to visit the Shi family and talk to the old lady. Regardless of whether she's related, at least she will have hope to keep going." Sun Jixing got up and headed to his study. Madame Shun watched her husband leave and sat on the lounge chair, reminiscing about the past. She and Sun Jixing grew up together. Their families had arranged a marriage early on, waiting for Sun Jixing to finish his imperial exams so they could hold the wedding. But unexpectedly, the crown princess took a liking to Sun Jixing, who was then the top scholar and was parading through the streets. Knowing full well that Sun Jixing has a fiancé, she forced Sun Jixing to become her husband. When Sun Jixing refused, she thought about ruining his fiancé's reputation to force him to break off the engagement. Recalling that moment, Madame Shun still feels a bit scared. If the nanny beside the Empress had not appeared in time to send her out of the palace, she might have been assaulted by the princess's guards. Not only would her reputation be ruined, but her family could also be implicated. Doing such scandalous things at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet could have led to her family's exile. After that day, the Empress Dowager spoke on their behalf to the Empress, recommending their marriage, which helped avoid many problems. In Taoyuan village, on the back mountain, Little Wine looked at the old man lying half dead in the pit and fell silent. Is this pit cursed? No wild animals were caught. It's only targeting old men. Issue a task. Rescue the divine doctor. Reward. 100 points plus 1 lottery draw. You haven't given me your reward from last time, Little Wine said. The reward will be given to you this time, the system replied. Are you lazy lately? You probably forgot. Luckily, I reminded you, Little Wine said proudly, finally catching your little tail. No, host, if you don't save him now, he will die from blood loss. The system's voice sounded guilty. quickly changing the subject. How does this kid know I've been lazy? Recently, many new TV dramas have come out. He's been obsessed with watching dramas lately and almost forgot about the task. Little Wine looked at the person in the pit. He was cleaner than old Sue, so he opened the trap, grabbed him, and carried him down the mountain, just like last time when he carried a wild boar. He headed straight to Dr. Huang's courtyard. Dr. Huang, I brought someone for you to see." Little Wine placed the old man on the wooden board inside the house. "What is this?" he asked after looking at the injury on the old man's foot. Was he caught in a trap again? "Yeah," Little Wine replied. "This prey didn't catch many, but the old man is good at catching one," Dr. Huang joked. Dr. Huang skillfully treated the old man's wound. During the process, the old man woke up from pain. He thanked Dr. Huang for treating his injury. Dr. Huang quickly waved his hand and pointed to the door, saying to Little Wine, "If you want to thank someone, thank our village chief. She's the one who brought you back from the mountain." The old man also hurriedly thanked Little Wine. Curious, Little Wine asked him, "Who are you? How did you end up on our back mountain?" The old man sighed and said, "My surname is Gu. Just call me Old Gu. The Taoist priest from Qingyun Temple told me that if I go this way, I can find the snow lotus of Tianshan. I didn't expect to get lost in the mountains and fall into a trap. Luckily, a girl saved me." "What do you want the Tianshan snow lotus for? Is it medicine?"
Xiao Jiu asked.
"Yes, I need it to save someone. Have you heard of where I can find it?" Old Gu asked anxiously. Xiao Jiu and Dr. Huang both shook their heads. Dr. Huang has lived in this village for many years, but has never heard of it. Xiao Jiu doesn't even know what it is. Old Gu closed his eyes in despair. "There's no time left. If I can't find the Tianshan snow lotus, the fourth young master of the Shi family probably won't survive this month. When the sky is falling, the family must stand together. Old General Shi, I'm sorry. After I am gone, I will come back to make amends." Xiao Jiu thought the person he wanted to save must be very important, or he wouldn't be so upset. He comforted him, saying, "You will find it." Then he left Dr. Huang's yard. Back home, Xiao Jiu immediately urged the system to reward him, as he hadn't done a lottery in a long time. Stimulate villagers' martial arts enthusiasm. Reward 20 points plus 1 lottery. Rescue the divine doctor. Reward 100 points plus 1 lottery. Xiao Jiu clicked to draw. He received a detox pill. He also got a Tianshan snow lotus.
Wow.
Is the Taoist from Qingyun Temple really that powerful? There really is such a thing. Xiao Jiu's eyes brightened as he looked at the snow lotus, which was said to be able to save lives. This can't be given away for nothing. The system said he was a divine doctor. That means he can use it to become a teacher and teach the children in the village medicine. He plans to build a school where students can learn anything they are interested in. He wants to invite all kinds of talented people to teach at his school. Just thinking about it makes him happy. When the children in the village grow up, they can become doctors, generals, take exams, do business, farm, or become heroes. Many options. Xiao Jiu took the Tianshan snow lotus and ran back to Dr. Huang's yard. "Is this what you want?" Xiao Jiu held the item in front of Old Gu. Old Gu, ignoring his foot pain, jumped off the bed and leaned close to Xiao Jiu, carefully examining the snow lotus. He excitedly said, "Yes. Yes. This is it. You." Old Gu was so excited he stuttered. "May I ask how much silver a young girl like you would sell this for?" Old Gu asked cautiously. "It's free. I can give it to you, but you have to agree to one condition," Xiao Jiu said. "All right, I agree." Old Gu replied without hesitation. "I haven't even said what the condition is yet. Any conditions are acceptable."
All right.
It was really boring, with no sense of achievement in the negotiation. Gu Lao immediately wanted to go back, but Xiao Jiu stopped him. "I'll send you back tomorrow." "I'll give you your things then," Xiao Jiu said, watching him carefully in case he tried to run off with the items. "Thank you, young lady." Gu Lao glanced at the sky outside. It was indeed late. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving immediately, Xiao Jiu left Dr. Huang's house. The next morning, soft light broke through the clouds and cast the first rays of dawn. The smell of soy milk and fried dough filled the air. As Xiao Jiu stepped outside, she saw Gu Lao sitting in his yard. A few children, including little Fatty, had also woken up and were curiously staring at the old man. Village chief, who is he? Now little Fatty and Shun Ziyuan had also started to follow local customs, calling Xiao Jiu village chief. He saved someone yesterday, Xiao Jiu replied.
Oh.
The children weren't very interested. Breakfast was much more tempting. Xiao Jiu invited Gu Lao to join them for breakfast. After breakfast, we'll leave, Xiao Jiu told Gu Lao. Where to? The children asked anxiously. Weren't they going to the town? What was the village chief planning to do? Not going to the town today, just taking him home. Xiao Jiu pointed to the old man enjoying the fragrant breakfast. At this moment, he no longer looked anxious. I want to go too, the children said in unison. Xiao Jiu thought for a moment. It wasn't a bad idea, just like a little trip. Where? I want to go too. Zhao Hu and the others heard the children asking the village chief as soon as they entered. All right. Fortunately, little Fatty and Shun Ziyuan had 2 carriages. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they prepared to leave. Gu Lao looked at these children who left so suddenly and couldn't help but ask, won't you tell your families? He didn't want the adults to come looking for the children later, report it to the authorities, and accuse him of kidnapping. Is it far? Xiao Jiu asked, thinking it would only take a few hours. It's a bit far. The carriage will take a day and a night, Gu Lao said, feeling a little worried that the children's families might not agree to them going along. After all, an old man leading a group of children didn't seem very trustworthy.
All right.
I'll tell the clan leader, Xiao Jiu agreed. The other children also said they would go home and tell their parents. Little Fatty and Shun Ziyuan didn't have much to say. Their parents already knew they lived in Taoyuan village. If they went out for a few days, no one would notice. Even if someone asked, villagers knew where they were, so there was no need to send someone to notify their families. Watching the children run away, Gu Lao anxiously waited in the yard. Soon, Xiao Jiu and the others returned quickly. The village chief was no longer worried about the village head going out and being bullied. It was good that the village head didn't bully others. As for the other children's parents, hearing that they would go out with the village head, they felt even less worried, just an opportunity to see the world. So, 2 carriages headed in the direction the old man mentioned. Along the way, the children were very excited. Sometimes they jumped off the carriage to run alongside the horses, and other times they darted into the woods to catch rabbits. They chattered happily, full of energy. Old man thought to himself, there's no need to rush 2 carriages. These children are like they have nails in their backs, always busy and restless. Xiao Jiu and the others found a good spot for a picnic and quickly unloaded a bunch of tools from the carriage to set up. Fortunately, they brought Little Six with them. According to Little Fatty, Little Six was an excellent cook for roasting meat. They hurriedly handed their hunted game to Little Six, along with seasonings. Shun Ziyuan's maid, Qinglian, quickly went to help. The children giggled and learned how to drive the carriage, but behind them, loud chicken calls kept ringing out.
Kluk kluk da, kluk kluk da, kluk kluk da.
Bad girl, bad girl, bad girl.
Kluk kluk da, kluk kluk da, kluk kluk da.
Don't take me, you didn't take me. You went out to play without me. Turning around, they saw Suihua following the carriage, carrying a big bag and small packs tied to her wings. She was cursing and flying behind, complaining loudly. Xiao Jiu saw Suihua and nervously touched her nose. Honestly, he hadn't thought about Suihua at all these days. He flew over and hugged Suihua. Feeling guilty, he said, "It's not that I didn't want to take you. I was thinking you could handle official business at the county office, so I didn't want to bother you."
Kluk kluk da?
Really? No one knew that when Suihua hurried home with her big and small spoils, eager to show off, the house was empty. No one was there. Suihua's heart sank, and she puffed up her neck, scolding loudly at the door of Xiao Jiu's house. Later, Su Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and told her that the village chief had gone somewhere. Really? What are you carrying? Xiao Jiu quickly changed the subject. He took apart Suihua's packs and opened them. There were banknotes, some bottles and jars, and snacks sent by the people from the county office. What's this? Xiao Jiu asked.
Kluk kluk da.
It's hidden inside the cave, where the dark-clothed people are hiding, Suihua replied. Curious, Xiao Jiu took out a small bottle and opened it, revealing chubby little insects inside. EW. So disgusting. Why are you carrying so many bugs? Xiao Jiu frowned and covered the bottle.
Kluk kluk da.
Reserve grain. Oh yes. Little Wine almost forgot. This is a chicken, eating bugs is natural. Gulao quickly picked up the small bottle he just opened and looked inside. He was surprised and said, poisonous bugs? Where did these come from? He hurriedly opened the other lids, revealing more bugs. Gulao saw them and quickly sealed the lids tightly, afraid the bugs would escape. What are these bugs? The other children asked curiously. These bugs are a special kind of poisonous insect bred using a special method. They are usually used to harm or control others, Gulao said with clear disgust. The children quietly moved away from the bottles. Little Wine asked Suihua quickly, did you eat it? Suihua nodded. Cluck, cluck, cluck. She ate the fattest one. Little Wine hurriedly asked the old man, why is she okay after eating it? Gulao also shook his head. I don't know much about these bugs. They are precious and usually used on people. I've never heard of them affecting animals. Little Wine patted Suihua's head. How do you feel now? Don't put everything in your stomach, next time. Suihua tilted her head. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Her stomach doesn't feel uncomfortable, but do these bugs reacting to her count as a response?
What?
Little Wine quickly asked her to demonstrate. Is it really that amazing? Suihua opened the lids of several bottles. Cluck, cluck, cluck.
Come out.
Cluck, cluck, cluck. Line up. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Stand up. Slowly, plump bugs crawled out of the bottles, then moved to the side and stood upright.
Wow.
Suihua, all these bugs listen to you. The children found it amazing. It was so fun that they no longer found the bugs disgusting. The old man looked puzzled. Maybe what she ate was a bug king. From afar, the smell of roasted meat drifted over. The children didn't care whether they were bugs or a bug king. They hurried toward Little Six. Little Wine picked up a roasted rabbit leg and took big bites. Then he drank a bottle of happy fatty water from them all. This moment was truly awesome. Especially Little Fatty, eating meat with one hand and drinking fatty water with the other. So happy. Since following Little Wine, he had visibly become rounder. Someone's coming. Little Wine sensed the surroundings with his mental power. If it was just ordinary villagers, Little Wine wouldn't suddenly warn them. But she used her mental power to sense a group of people riding horses rapidly toward this place, and she could faintly hear some disturbing laughter. They are not friendly. Who's coming? The little fat boys and others hadn't reacted yet, instinctively looking around. There was no one there. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu and the others quickly ran to the carriage to get weapons. There were knives, bows and arrows and whips. These were all self-defense tools they brought when leaving. Take these, for protection. Xiao Jiu handed each of the unskilled fighters an electric baton. If someone gets close, press this button. As soon as it touches the enemy, you'll be safe. Xiao Jiu threw the items to them. The wild laughter grew louder. Now not only Xiao Jiu, but everyone else could hear it. The sound of hooves thundered closer, dust flying, accompanied by the loud laughter. Behind the horses, a group of people was being dragged. The riders seemed to be mocking these people, rushing forward while whipping them. Their laughter was full of contempt and mockery for the weak. The dragged people cried out and begged, creating a tragic scene. What is this? Shen Ziyuan's eyes widened, her voice trembling. She had never seen such cruelty before and felt a surge of anger and fear she couldn't describe. Quick, everyone hide in the woods. Xiao Jiu quickly assessed the situation. As he spoke, he waved for everyone to retreat into the dense trees nearby. Xiao Jiu jumped onto a tree, drew his bow, and aimed at the group on the horses, waiting for the right moment. The others also found a small hill to lie on, watching the scene below carefully. The little fat boy took out his slingshot, aiming at the front. The quiet young boy also took the electric baton Xiao Jiu gave him and lay on the hill. Xiao Jiu and Xiao Hu both found trees to hide behind, focusing their mental energy on watching the group. The riders quickly reached the open space. The leading man's eyes shone with fierce light, like a wolf surveying his prey, making people feel chills. Looking at the roasted wild rabbit on the fire, he took a bite and laughed loudly, saying, "Go find those Dongxia people. They're a bunch of cowards. Find them. Tie them to the horses. I love to see them beg for their lives and be unable to escape or die." As he laughed, the others also burst into laughter. They rode horses and started running around quickly. They enjoyed the fun of chasing and scaring each other. Waving their whips, the people behind the horses screamed loudly. At the same time, little Jiu jumped down and went straight for the man swinging the whip most fiercely. He grabbed the man's arm and forcefully threw him to the ground. Instantly, a human-shaped hole appeared in the dirt, and the person inside was completely still. Next, Xiao Hu's arrow was shot at the group of whip-wielding men. The first arrow missed. The second hit the man's thigh, showing some progress. The third hit his backside, and they kept trying. Tai Nio and Little Yozi also joined the fight with Little Jiu. Little Yozi fought in front, while Tai Nio, being small and quick, darted around, stabbing and poking at the enemies here and there. The opponents were so annoyed they forgot about fighting Little Yozi and just wanted to get rid of this small kid. A doe quickly climbed a tree, holding a slingshot, aiming carefully at the group's eyes. Soon, Xiao Hu and a doe were spotted by the enemies. Although these kids might not be very skilled yet, their lightness skills were excellent. Especially a doe and Xiao Hu, one with a bow and arrow, the other with a slingshot. Hidden among the trees, they were hard to find, often changing trees to stay hidden. This made the enemies very annoyed. Shin Ziyuan and a few others lying on the hillside were also spotted. A group of men with knives was coming toward them, thinking that the people hiding here were probably unarmed. They planned to vent their anger on this group. Little did they know, sometimes high-tech gadgets could be scarier than martial arts. Confidently, the men with knives approached the children with malicious smiles. The quiet boy, who was often thought to be mute and unnoticed, silently took out an electric stun baton. He pressed the switch and aimed it at the men's ankles. He looked up innocently at the tall, burly man. Something strange happened. The man with the knife twitched all over and fell down, motionless. The other men, inspired by the boy, started testing the electric baton on the enemies. First tentatively, then more boldly. From a distance, Little Jiu saw the group of knife-wielding men on the hill, running wildly, as if they had seen a ghost. The children chased after them relentlessly. The pursued men did a quick breakdance move and then collapsed. Xiao Hu and a few others saw this and suddenly felt their weapons were not appealing anymore. They also wanted to join the fight. Xiao Jiu saw that the other side had already raised their swords to strike the dying person they had dragged onto the ground. He was instantly furious. Xiao Hu Ado, save the people. Capturing the thief first, Xiao Jiu flew toward the leader of the group. The man on horseback saw the young girl approaching him with a cold look, drew his big sword from behind, and leapt to attack her head. But Xiao Jiu was faster. He appeared right in front of the man in a blink. He raised his fist and struck the man's stomach hard. The man never expected that this small girl, barely reaching his thigh, would be so quick and fierce. The heavy made him fly backward, crashing onto the ground. His big sword slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. His insides hurt terribly. Let go of our general. Are you trying to start a war with our Dongxia kingdom? The others, seeing their general underfoot, instantly became furious. They all raised their swords and charged at Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu's tone was icy. Is this your idea of a general? A bunch of trash. Playing with people's lives? I will cut you all down. He picked up the general's big sword and started swinging at anyone nearby. The ordinary-looking sword, which seemed dull, became incredibly sharp and powerful in Xiao Jiu's hands. Little Yozi and Iron Bull worked perfectly together. The fight ended quickly. Except for Little Yozi, who had a few minor cuts, No one else was hurt. Especially the group on the hillside who didn't know martial arts. They were still eager and now felt they could fight 10,000 enemies. We need to leave here quickly. These people aren't from our Dongxia kingdom, and reinforcements might arrive. Gu Lao was the first to realize. Xiao Jiu nodded. Then he and Zhao Hu and the others started searching the bodies, taking all the valuable items. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit. Finally, they looked at the group of barely alive civilians being dragged on the ground, unsure of what to do. Xiao Jiu looked at Gu Lao. He asked, "Where are they? Are they being taken somewhere?" Then he squatted down and looked at a man covered in blood, about Zhao Hu's father's age, and asked, "Who are you? Why were you by them?" The man saw his benefactors and quickly knelt with clasped hands. "Thank you all. You saved us, and we are very grateful. We are blacksmiths from the city. Recently, a group of people came to ask us to make weapons. We could tell they weren't from our Dongxia region, so we refused. But those beasts captured us, including our families." He spoke with anger, thinking of his daughter and wife, who were taken by those monsters. Others also shed tears, recalling their own loved ones who had died tragically. Unable to hold back, the crowd picked up the knives on the ground and started to vent their anger by attacking the bodies lying there. "Animals! Return my daughter! Return my wife!
Kill you!"
Seeing everyone had vented enough, Xiao Jiu quickly asked, "Can you still walk? We have 2 wagons for you. I know a place you can go. Trust me and follow my daughter Suihua. She knows where it is." The people nodded quickly. Their homes were gone anyway, so anywhere was better than here. Suihua tilted her head and looked at Xiao Jiu. "Do I know where it is?" Xiao Jiu patted Suihua's head. "That cave, do you remember? Take the people there. The children inside are familiar with you. Once the task is done, I will build a small villa for you." Last time, Xiao Jiu rescued people from the cave. Later, he went back when some black-clad men planned to kill the children to hide their crimes. Xiao Jiu saved them and installed high-tech traps at all the entrances of the cave, making it almost impossible for outsiders to enter. He also brought many sweet potato seedlings and chili seeds, asking Lin Qi and others to teach them how to plant. Now, the children inside are living quite comfortably. No wonder Magistrate Shin wanted to find a safe place for them. The children refused to leave the cave. When Suihua heard about the villa, her head nodded wildly. "Cluck, cluck, cluck. Don't worry, we will definitely complete the task." The old man quickly took out medicine to treat the man's wounds. "Apply this to prevent infection." Xiao Jiu and the others also took the money they had looted from the bodies and handed it to the group. "Take this money. When you get there, look for someone named Lin Qi if you need help." The chubby boy asked, "Should we walk there?" The young man without turning replied, "Yes. You're too fat. You need to lose weight." He left a horse for the injured old man. According to the old man, once they crossed that mountain, they would arrive. The others followed the young man into the wilderness for training. Zhao Hu and a few others knew that if it weren't for the village chief today, the person riding behind the horse would be them. Most of today's problems were solved by the village chief. They were still too weak and often needed the chief's help. They also knew the outside world was very dangerous. If they couldn't protect themselves, their families might end up like the families of the blacksmiths. Everyone was worried and heavy-hearted. Daya asked the old man, "Do you know which country those people are from?" The old man was unsure and said, "Their accent sounds like Nanling country, but I haven't heard of any recent wars between the court and Nanling. Usually, they wouldn't dare to openly capture people from Dongxia country. This place is near the border, and I don't know what's happening in the city." Shun Ziyuan, as the daughter of the county magistrate, had heard her father talk about the border. "My father said that the border has been unstable lately. Nanling country has challenged the border many times, trying to start a war. Sadly, the officials in the court are all useless and unwilling to fight. Is the court so weak? Is there no capable general in all of Dongxia country?" Xiao Jiu asked curiously.
"Huh."
The old man scoffed. Before, with the Marquis of Jinbei and the Shijia army, the enemy wouldn't dare to act so boldly. But unfortunately, The old man hid his sadness and sighed deeply. I want to be a general when I grow up, Xiao Jiu said seriously. This wasn't the first time Xiao Jiu said he wanted to be a general, but this time he seemed truly serious, not just joking. Then I want to be a strategist. Ha, you're too slow. I'll think of plans for you. A doe patted Xiao Jiu's shoulder. Who are you calling slow? Say that again, Xiao Jiu punched back. They chased each other forward, playing around. Dia held the village chief's hand and asked, Village chief, what do you want to be when you grow up? Xiao Jiu shook her head. She really didn't know what she wanted to do in the future. For now, her goal was to be a good village chief of Taoyuan village, making sure everyone had enough food and warm clothes, and no one was bullied. But she also remembered the mutants from the end of the world, who were eager to build their own bases. She thought that in the future, she would also build her own base, be in charge, and have no one to control her. She could make her own decisions. But here is ancient times. Just thinking about it, she dismissed the idea, since the entire eastern Xia country had to obey the emperor. Big sister, what about you? If possible, I want to become a skilled female doctor, said Big Sister. She had loved following Dr. Huang since she was young, learning how he handled herbs. Xiao Jiu looked at the old man riding a horse ahead and said, You will definitely become a great goddess doctor. Hearing this, Big Sister was very happy. Whether she succeeded or not didn't matter. At least she had the village chief's support and encouragement. Later, I want to go to the battlefield to treat injured soldiers. When Tai Nyo heard Big Sister's words, he quickly said to the village chief, I also want to become a general someday. I'm sure I'll be better than Xiao Jiu. Little Fatty ran over excitedly. I want to be the richest person in Eastern Xia and support all of you. A group of people chatter about their future selves. At this moment, their enthusiasm was like a midsummer night's wilderness, fearless of time, fearless of the wind. As dusk fell, the afterglow of sunset broke through the clouds, painting the sky in gold and red, beautiful like a freehand oil painting. But the travelers had no heart to admire the view. Exhausted, everyone just wanted to find an inn to rest. Where will we stay tonight? Little Fatty panted and asked the old man. There's a small town ahead with an inn, Gu Lao pointed forward. When they heard about the inn, their fatigue instantly vanished, and they seemed energized. Let's go. I want to eat meat. I want to eat fragrant rice. I want to sleep. Xiao Jiu led the way at the front. Soon, she saw smoke rising from the distance. She seemed to smell the aroma of food. Her stomach growled. She was very hungry. The group hurried on and finally arrived at the small town. The town wasn't big, but it was lively. Every house had lanterns hanging outside, and the streets were crowded with children running, old farmers carrying loads, and street vendors shouting. Look, that's the inn. The old man pointed to a two-story building with a sign that read Lucky Inn. They looked over and saw several carriages parked in front, indicating it was also a place to stay. Little Fatty was the first to rush into the inn, nearly knocking over the clerk at the door. The clerk smiled kindly and welcomed them. Guests, please come in. Do you want a quick meal or a room?
Both. Both.
The little chubby boy eagerly answered, his eyes constantly looking around, searching for the location of the dining table. You're just in time. Our signature dish just finished cooking. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The waiter led the group to an empty table. Soon, the food was served, steaming hot and fragrant. Bowls of white rice and plates of delicious dishes made everyone's appetite grow. The hungry group couldn't hold back anymore. They ate meat and rice eagerly, without caring about their manners. After the meal, they took a moment to look around the inn. The inside of the inn was simply decorated but elegant. Several paintings of mountains and countryside hung on the walls, adding a poetic touch to the small space. The innkeeper was a kind-looking man. There was also a curious little boy about 6 or 7 years old, staring at the group of travelers. He seemed to be the innkeeper's son. Perhaps because he had never seen so many children at once, he found it very interesting and wanted to play with them. Xiao Jiu waved at him, signaling him to come over. The boy happily stepped forward. Xiao Jiu asked, "Why is it so lively here? Why are red lanterns hanging outside every house? Is there a special celebration?" The others also became curious. Compared to Qingshan County, this place looked more bustling and prosperous, especially at night. As they passed by the street outside, they saw many people and many carriages parked outside the inn. The boy happily explained, because in a few days, it will be our Shangyun town's Jithujia sacrifice festival. What is the Jithujia sacrifice festival? Xiao Jiu had never celebrated this festival before and was very curious. It's a festival to honor the mountain gods, the boy said happily. But Xiao Jiu and the others still felt confused. The innkeeper came over to explain, "Our town is surrounded by mountains. These mountains are not only barriers for us, but also our source of life. Every year on the 15th day of the 9th lunar month, we hold a grand Jisoo Yishu sacrifice ceremony to thank the mountain gods for blessing us with abundant resources and peaceful lives." So, as this day approaches, the town becomes especially lively. Every household hangs red lanterns to welcome the mountain gods. The town also hosts various activities, especially the young men and women. It's said that during these days, if they fall in love and get engaged, it's blessed by the mountain gods. So, the young people wear their best clothes and jewelry, hoping to meet their true love. Xiao Jiu and the others listened eagerly, feeling excited. They couldn't wait to go out and explore. "You all go ahead. I will wait for you at the inn." Seeing that the children wanted to go play, the old man waved his hand and let them go. The kids were full of energy, so he decided not to join the fun. Let's go, let's go." Before leaving, they also took the little boy along. "Help us find a fun place. This is your reward." Little Joe gave him some silver coins and asked him to lead the way. Okay. The little boy was even more excited than them. He had been wanting to go out and play for a long time. The boy led little Jiu and the others through the busy streets, where red lanterns hung high, making the night look warm and mysterious. On both sides of the street, various vendors shouted to sell their goods: candy figures, dough figurines, handmade jewelry, and mountain produce, creating a lively scene. The smell of delicious food filled the air, making everyone hungry. "Let's go to the river to watch the floating lanterns," the boy suggested, his eyes shining with excitement. "Okay, where exactly?" The group was dazzled by all the different things they saw on the street. They arrived at the small river in town. Now, countless lanterns floated on the water, each carrying people's hopes and wishes. They swayed gently in the wind, sparkling like stars on the water, creating a beautiful scene. "I want to release one too." Each person bought a lantern, and little Jiu gave one to the little boy. "What did you write on yours?" Xiao asked as he leaned over. "That wouldn't work if I told you." Little Jiu quickly covered his lantern. Hearing this, Xiao and the others also hurried to hide their lanterns. They quietly released their lanterns into the river. "Where should we go next?" "Over there's a riddle-guessing game, a lion dance, and acrobatics." The little boy knew everything and led everyone through the crowd to the main market area. Sure enough, it was bustling with people, lively and full of energy. The riddle booths were crowded, with everyone trying to solve the puzzles. Not far away, a group of dancers in colorful costumes performed the lion dance to the beat of drums, their movements strong and graceful, drawing cheers. Nearby, the acrobatics show was exciting and daring, making the audience gasp in amazement. Little Jiu and the others quickly blended into the crowd, making friends with everyone. As night fell deeper, the town remained lively and cheerful. Reluctantly, little Jiu and the others left the crowd and returned to the inn. "I love this place so much," they said, still excited about the games they played. "This place really makes people happy." Little Jiu even wanted to stay a few more nights. She also wanted to see the ceremony where they worship the mountain gods. It is late at night, and the small town is gradually becoming peaceful. Only red lanterns sway gently in the wind, as if telling stories of mountain gods and warm human kindness. The next day, a few people prepared to leave. Xiao Jiu had already bought 2 carriages in the town yesterday, so today everyone could ride in them. At the door, A young boy saw they were about to leave and quickly handed the basket in his hand to Xiao Jiu and the others. This is a batch of mulberries I picked from the mountain this morning. I want to give it to you. You can eat it on the way. Xiao Jiu hurriedly accepted it. Thank you very much. Then he took out a large bag of assorted candies from his backpack. Here, this is for you. By the way, what is your name? Xiao Jiu handed the candies to him. Mandsong. My name is Mandsong. My father said that Mandsong means a good harvest, which is the best blessing. The boy seemed very proud of his name. Okay, I will remember you. My name is Xiao Jiu. I am the village chief of Taoyuan village. In the future, you and your father can come to visit us in Taoyuan village. Mandsong happily waved to Xiao Jiu and the others. I will remember you all. I will come to visit you someday. After a heartfelt farewell, Xiao Jiu and the others continued their journey back to their old home. A few hours later, Lao Lao pointed ahead to a valley and said, "We've arrived. It's right here." They followed Lao Lao into the valley. Surrounded by mist and clouds, it looked like a fairyland. Along the way, they met many people. The villagers looked at Lao Lao with great respect. "Master, you're back. Master, you're back." Seeing Lao Lao followed by a group of children, everyone looked at them curiously, thinking they were new disciples Lao Lao had recently accepted. But Lao Lao had never accepted so many disciples at once before. Lao Lao led them to a bamboo house, which was his usual residence. It was simple and peaceful. Outside, some herbs were drying in the sun, showing signs of regular care. Lao Lao pushed open the bamboo door and went inside. There on a bamboo bed lay a man. Xiao Jiu and the others curiously stepped forward and asked, "Is this the person you want to save?" Lao Lao carefully carried a snow lotus from Tianshan Mountain as he walked inside, replying, "Yes, only the snow lotus is missing." Xiao Jiu looked at the man on the bed with curiosity. So strange. Why does he feel so familiar? But he had never seen him before. Xiao Jiu looked back and forth several times, but he couldn't remember. "Village chief, what are you looking at?" A doe asked, puzzled, seeing the village chief staring at the person on the bed.
Xiao Jiu shook his head. Nothing.
"The person has been delivered. What should we do now?" The chubby boy boredly picked at the bamboo on the hut. "Where is this? It looks like a fairyland. I really like the smell of the herbs here." Dia happily sniffed around. Gu Lao, holding a row of needles, came out from inside and heard Dia's words, then replied, "This is the Medicine God Valley. We grow herbs here, so the smell of medicine is strong. It's rare that you like it." Medicine God Valley? The little wine, and the others looked confused. But Shun Ziyuan remembered what her mother had told her. Medicine God Valley holds a high status among the 4 kingdoms. The people there are all skilled healers. Even the most powerful people in the 4 kingdoms respect them and don't dare offend them, because offending a doctor is a serious matter. The fame of Medicine God Valley comes not only from its excellent medical skills, but also from its kind heart to help others. The people in the valley don't care about worldly troubles. They just want to use their skills to help those in suffering. Whenever there is a plague, war, or natural disaster, the disciples of Medicine God Valley are quick to send medicine and aid into disaster areas, saving many lives and becoming beloved by the people. This place looks like a fairyland. So, the people of Medicine God Valley are like living gods, Xiao Hu exclaimed in amazement. The others looked at Gu Lao with admiration and respect. Seeing the kids chattering nonstop, Gu Lao hurriedly shooed everyone out. He needed to start giving acupuncture now, no mistakes allowed. But he kept Daya because she seemed to understand some medicine and could help. Everyone watched Daya with envy. They also wanted to see how the people of Medicine God Valley treated illnesses. The little troublemakers who were chased out sat in front of the bamboo hut, bored, counting ants. "Village chief, why are we sitting here?" A doe poked at an ant hole on the ground, feeling homesick after almost 2 days away. "After Grandpa Gu finishes healing, we'll go home, right?" Xiao Jiu also didn't want to sit so bored at the door. They kept poking at the ant holes. "Protect the man inside the bamboo house," plus 100 points, 1 lottery draw. Suddenly, a voice startled Xiao Jiu, scaring people to death. Xiao Jiu mentally cursed the system several times. The system pretended to be dead. It showed it would dare again next time. Just then, a little kid peeked inside the bamboo house. Xiao Jiu and the others looked at him. Finally, the kid suddenly ran away. Why did he run? Are we so frightening? Xiao Hu asked confusedly. Xiao Jiu hurriedly chased after him, with Xiao Hu and others following close behind. They didn't run far before the young child suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Why are you running? Xiao Jiu knelt down to ask him. In his mind, he asked the system, is this person an assassin? Does the host think so? The system replied speechlessly. A 3- or 4-year-old child who can't even read properly. Could he really be an assassin? Where are you from, beggars? And what are you doing at my master's door? The young child tremblingly questioned. Who would understand? A group of beggars sat at the master's door. He needed to quickly ask his senior sister what was going on. Who do you mean is a beggar? Xiao Jiu clenched his fists. Ado looked at the leaves on the village chief's head, silently reaching out to brush them away. Then he looked at the others. Their clothes were torn and ragged from branches in the mountains, and their faces were dark and dirty. At first glance, they really do look like beggars. Seeing Xiao Jiu's clenched fist, the young child quickly moved away. Let go of my hand. If you dare to hit me, I'll shout for help, the young child said hurriedly. Ado leaned close to the village chief's ear and whispered, we really do look like beggars right now. Xiao Jiu looked down at himself and then at the others. Usually proud, Xiao Jiu now wished he could find a hole to hide in. Where do you sell clothes? Xiao Jiu awkwardly pointed to the torn clothes. Seeing her loosen her grip, the young child heaved a sigh of relief. Over there. He pointed to the bamboo forest ahead, where there were shops. Are you really not beggars? No, we just got our clothes torn on the mountain, Xiao Jiu said through gritted teeth.
Oh.
Sorry, then I'll take you to buy clothes, the young child said, realizing he had misunderstood and feeling a bit embarrassed. He led Xiao Jiu and the others to a bamboo grove. This is the market of our medicine god valley. Everyone buys things here. Xiao Jiu and the others headed straight to a clothing shop. The owner of the bamboo house was a woman. Seeing the unfamiliar young beggars come in, she thought they were poor people rescued by kind-hearted folks in the valley. Are you here to pick out clothes? The woman asked. Xiao Jiu nodded. Can we take a bath here? He felt filthy. Of course. The woman led them inside the bamboo house. Soon, after washing up and changing into new clothes, everyone felt much fresher. After paying and thanking the owner, they left. The young child looked at the clean group of people and asked, are you also apprentices taken in by the master? Of course not. We are here to send your master home, Xiao Hu said, not wanting to learn medicine. Oh, the child looked a bit disappointed. What fun is there in the medicine god valley? The board group looked at the child. Nothing. The child shook his head, a hint of curiosity and longing for the outside world flashing in his eyes. The valley is full of herbs and medical skills. My senior brothers and sisters say the outside world is colorful and lively, with mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. You can meet all kinds of people and see different things. Don't you go out often? I'm still young. My master says the outside is dangerous, so I'm not allowed out. But if I need to gather rare herbs, or if there's a big outbreak of disease or war, my senior brothers and sisters will go out. Adu patted the child's head. Next time, you can come play in our village with your master. It's very safe there, no dangers. The child's eyes lit up at the idea, but then showed hesitation. I need to ask my master first. They arrived at a small hill. Xiao Jiu lay on the grass, chewing on a dog-tail grass and basking in the sun. He took out some spicy strips from his pocket and shared them with the others. What's this? The child held the spicy strips, unsure how to eat them. Xiao Peng immediately took a pack, opened it, and put a piece in his mouth, explaining, this is spicy strips. They smell so good. Try one. The child hesitated, then cautiously put it in his mouth. At first, his brow furrowed, not used to the sudden spicy taste, but soon his expression changed to surprise. The spicy sweet flavor was exciting and addictive, and he couldn't help but eat several more.
Wow.
It's so delicious. Can I bring some to my senior brothers and sisters to try? The child asked excitedly. Xiao Jiu lazily rolled over, squinting his eyes. Of course, but first tell me your name and who is lying in the bamboo house. Xiao Jiu still felt strange. Why did he feel so close to someone he had never met before? The child was eating and replied, My name is Jiang He. I am my master's youngest disciple. The person in the bamboo house is Uncle Shi. But Uncle Shi is poisoned and hasn't been cured. My master said if he can't find the snow lotus from Tianshan Mountain, Uncle Shi won't live past this month. So, my master came down the mountain to find medicine. Can I call you sister? Jiang He liked Xiao Jiu very much, feeling safe with her. Before Xiao Jiu could answer, a silent little boy nearby stood up angrily and stepped between Xiao Jiu and Jiang He. Angrily, he said, It's my sister. Xiao Jiu looked confused. He kicked the little boy who looked like a mute child. Who is your sister? The little boy confidently pointed at Xiao Jiu. You're my sister. Village chief, I have to say, you two look quite alike. Could it be that you are the village chief's long-lost younger brother? Xiao, who looked back and forth between the two, noticing how much they resembled each other. He hadn't paid attention before because the little boy looked like a mute and didn't stand out, so everyone often overlooked him. What's your name? If you don't tell me when we go back, I'll take you to Lord Shin, Xiao Jiu threatened him. Sister, my name is Shi and the little boy sat closer to Xiao Jiu. Everyone gasped. Could he really be the village chief's brother? You all have the surname Shi. Xiao Jiu was also confused. She remembered her grandfather saying that when she was found, she had a jade pendant engraved with the character Shi, which is why her grandfather named her Xiao Jiu. Could it be such a coincidence? Xiao Jiu couldn't sit still anymore. She quickly sat up and asked, What about your parents? Father is dead. Shi thought for a moment. Yes, his father had died. He had never seen what his father looked like since he was born. Everyone looked at him with sympathy. That's so sad. What about your mother? She is in the capital city. Why do you say I am your sister? Xiao Jiu asked. Because of the portrait. You look like the person in the painting, so you must be my sister, Shi said anxiously, almost crying. In the capital city, only General Shi's family has the surname Shi. Could you be the missing grandson of General Shi? Shen Ziyuan widened his eyes. The ages matched perfectly. What a coincidence. Shi nodded. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Jiu was annoyed, remembering how this little kid had been so clueless before. Because I was scared, Shi honestly replied. His mother had always told him not to talk to strangers. How did you get kidnapped to Qingshan County? Shen Ziyuan was very curious. The capital city was very far from Qingshan County. Recently, when his father received news from his grandfather that the little grandson of the Shi family in the capital was missing, he was very anxious at home, feeling like the family was doomed. Shi shook his head. He woke up in a carriage. At first, he cried and struggled, but whenever he cried, the men in black would hit him. Later, he learned to be smart and stopped crying or making trouble, obediently following them. But I haven't heard of the Shi family losing a little girl. Shen Ziyuan still knows some things about the Shi family because her grandfather has been friends with General Shi for many years. When she heard that General Shi died in battle, her grandfather was ill for a long time. Who is General Shi? Xiao Jiu asked curiously. When she mentioned this, Shen Ziyuan spoke passionately. She told how General Shi led the Shi army in battles across 3 kingdoms and how the common people admired the Shi army. Every story made everyone excited and eager to follow General Shi to defend the country. What happened next? What happened after that? They quickly asked. Later, there was a big chaos at the border, and General Shi and his 4 sons all died in battle, Shen Ziyuan said sadly.
What?
All died in the border chaos? Everyone couldn't believe it. It was like someone falling from a cliff and not dying at first, but then dying in a small pit. I know. Is it that thing, the teaching from Master Su? Birds fly away, the bow is hidden, the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. Xiao Jiu struggled to remember the phrase. It's when the birds are gone, the bow is stored, when the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. Stupid. Ado quickly added to Xiao Jiu's words. Shen Ziyuan and Xiao Pang quickly covered their mouths.
Sure.
If you're heard, you'll be beheaded. These two really say anything. That's right. Xiao Jiu wanted to say more. Realizing this, Ado hurriedly covered Xiao Jiu's mouth. Do I still want to be a general? Xiao Jiu asked Xiao Jiu with a bit of frustration. He had been confident about becoming a great general, a hero. But now he felt it might not be what he imagined.
Yes. Why not?
With me here, what are you afraid of? Xiao Jiu assured him. Okay, then I still want to be a super awesome general. Xiao Jiu's mood, which was a bit down, suddenly became excited. The heavy atmosphere just now was broken, and everyone was still a group of kids dreaming about the future. Xiao Jiu looked at Shen Ziyuan and listened to Shen Ziyuan's words. It seemed that the Shi family had not lost their youngest granddaughter, so Shirin and herself probably weren't siblings. Since they share the same surname, it might just be a coincidence. Knowing that she was the hero's son, Xiao Jiu's attitude toward him improved a lot. Xiao Jiu has always admired generals who defend the country because they allow the people to live peacefully. So, the descendants of heroes should be treated better. Just call me sister if you want. Xiao Jiu was too lazy to correct him. Anyway, calling her wouldn't cost her anything, so let him do it. Boys. Always crying and causing trouble. Sure, Anne's eyes lit up. Finally, his sister agreed to call him that. He is now so happy, he almost feels like bursting. It's been long enough since they came out, and a few people are preparing to return to the bamboo house. Xiao Jiu asks Jiang He, are you coming back with us or going somewhere else? Jiang He wants to go with them, but he still hasn't finished his homework. If his senior brother finds out he snuck out again, he will definitely get scolded. I won't go now. I'll come find you tomorrow to play. Xiao Jiu takes out a bunch of snacks from his pocket and offers them to Jiang He. Here, these are for your senior brothers and sisters to eat. Thank you. Jiang He sincerely thanks him. After parting from Xiao Tong, Xiao Jiu and the others stroll back to the old bamboo house. At this moment, Gu Lao and Dia just came out. Both of them have happy expressions on their faces. Has the uncle inside been cured?
Xiao Jiu asks.
The system said it needed to protect this person. He can't die. Yes, the poison has been removed. With some more rest, he will be fine. Gu Lao looks very happy, his eyebrows relaxed. Luckily, you gave us the heavenly mountain snow lotus. Otherwise, even if a fairy came, they couldn't save him, Gu Lao says gratefully, looking at Xiao Jiu. This kid is his lucky star. When the people inside wake up, I will go back to the village with you.
Xiao Jiu shakes his head.
Since learning that this old man is from the Medicine God Valley, Xiao Jiu has given up on the idea of him returning to teach in the village. She thinks it's better for Gu Lao to stay in the Medicine God Valley, as the common people outside need their help more. Why did you suddenly change your mind?
Gu Lao asks Confut.
Xiao Jiu asks Gu Lao, I'll make a deal with you. You stay in the Medicine God Valley, but can you let you learn medicine here? Gu Lao nods. This girl does have a talent for medicine. Even if you didn't say it, I was thinking the same. Xiao Jiu asks Dia if she wants to stay and learn medicine here. Dia wants to, but she prefers to stay close to the village chief. After Xiao Jiu's repeated promises to visit her often, Dia feels reassured and stays in the Medicine God Valley. Xiao Jiu points at the bamboo house and asks Gu Lao, when will he wake up? Can I go in and see him? Of course. He's already awake. You saved his life, so he should see what his benefactor looks like. Gu Lao quickly allows them to go in. It's also a chance to distract the person inside, whom he barely saved but has no desire to live. Xiao Jiu walks in quietly, with An Yi following softly behind. The general on the bed hears the noise and slowly turns his head. They looked closely at the two children entering the door. He widened his eyes and gasped. Are they fifth sister and third brother? No, that can't be right. The ages don't match. General Shi, despite feeling weak, stood up and went to little Jiu. He tremblingly grabbed little Jiu's shoulders tightly. Who are you?
Who are you?
His voice was filled with disbelief and choking emotion. His eyes reddened as if he was traveling through time, seeing his carefree childhood brother and sister playing happily. Little Jiu and the other girl were caught off guard by General Shi's sudden excitement, but they could sense he meant no harm. Little Jiu broke free from his grip and moved away, asking, "Do you know me? I am Little Jiu from Peach Garden Village."
Who are you?
Xian blinked her big eyes, not understanding what was happening but nodded along. Hearing the commotion, the elders hurried in. What's going on? Why did you get out of bed? Are you in such a rush to die? Elder Gu was furious, a big man acting so recklessly. He quickly pushed the person back onto the bamboo bed. He scolded angrily. The Shi family only has you left as a male heir. Are you trying to let the Shi family have no future? I spent 5 years saving you, and now you want to die? Don't die in my Medicine King Valley. If it weren't for owing your father a favor, would I care about your life or death? Again, the Shi family? Little Jiu had heard that word several times these days. The young general, Shi Xian, was forcibly pushed back onto the bed by Elder Gu. He looked at Little Jiu and Xian again, his eyes fixed tightly as if afraid that if he blinked, they would disappear. Xian was a little scared and hid behind Little Jiu. Shi Xian, my name is Shi Xian. Shi Xian was sure these two must be the children of his fifth sister and third brother, so much alike. Little Jiu and Xian shook their heads at the same time, saying they had never heard that name. But they both had the surname Shi. Xian suddenly stopped shaking her head and peeked out from behind Little Jiu. Little uncle? Shi Xian remembered. He had seen this name on the ancestral hall's tablet. But wasn't little uncle supposed to be dead? Hiss. Everyone gasped in surprise. They had just been discussing the Shi family. And now, a person who had been dead for 5 years was standing alive before them. Elder Gu no longer cared about scolding Shi Xian for causing trouble. Now he was more eager to understand what was happening. Some time ago, I received news from the capital that the only young grandson of the Shi family had gone missing. The elderly lady of the Shi family fell seriously ill. At that time, I wanted to write a letter to inform her that her youngest son was still alive in the Medicine God Valley and had a chance to survive. But I was worried I wouldn't have much time left and didn't want my mother to suffer another. My father and several brothers had all died protecting me, leaving me to survive on my own. I felt ashamed to face my family and thought it might be better to die. I pulled Xiao Jiu closer and looked at her face, which looked exactly like my younger sister when she was a child. My eyes welled up with tears. Softly, I said, "Xiao Jiu, I am your uncle." Then I pulled Shirin over and held him in my arms. "Shirin, I am your little uncle." Everyone in the bamboo house looked at each other in surprise. How did it turn into a family reunion in just a moment? Xiao Jiu tilted her head and asked confusedly, "Then who are my parents? Why does she call me her uncle? Shirin calls me his little uncle, and Shirin calls her sister." Xiao Jiu was getting confused. I patted her head, unsure how to explain her background. Her mother died, and her father might be the one who caused her mother's death and the death of her maternal grandfather's family? Could she accept this at such a young age? "Your mother is my fifth sister."
She.
I hesitated, frowning. I was about to say that my sister fell off a cliff and died. But that didn't seem right. If she had died, where did Xiao Jiu come from? Have you ever seen your mother? Or did your mother leave any keepsake? Xiao Jiu blinked her big eyes and looked at me. She took a piece of jade from her bag and handed it to me. The clan elder said he found me and brought me back, and this was what I was wearing at the time. I took the jade pendant. It was carved with intricate, ancient patterns, with a small red gemstone embedded in the center. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a warm glow. The gemstone was engraved with a tiny character Shi. "This is the jade pendant your mother loved most. She said she wanted to leave it for her child. She loved you very much. I don't know if your mother is still alive now." I choked with emotion. I thought that if my sister were still alive, she wouldn't abandon her daughter. Something must have happened. I returned the jade pendant to Xiao Jiu. She looked at the pendant in her hand, feeling a bit heavy. She had always thought she was a child no one wanted. She often heard women from other villages say that many people who had daughters thought they were useless and would throw them away. She believed her parents thought she was useless too, so she was abandoned. But now, she was told she had family, that her mother loved her very much and never wanted to leave her. Xiao Jiu couldn't quite express her feelings. She really wanted to return to Taoyuan village to see her beloved villagers. She carefully held the jade pendant close and said sincerely, "I will take good care of it." Seeing the hopeful look in Shi Xian's eyes, she hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Little uncle." Shi Xian's eyes instantly filled with tears, and he nodded gently in response. At this moment, Gu Lao, who had been observing the entire family reunion, spoke up. "Are you still thinking of ending your life? Do you want to keep hurting yourself?" Shi Xian felt a bit embarrassed, as it was embarrassing to be caught publicly trying to end his life as a grown man. Now, Shi Xian didn't want to die at all. He wished he could get better immediately. He wanted to find out everything about what happened in the past, take good care of his family, and see how the current Shi family army was doing. He had so many things to do. Seeing that Shi Xian was finally willing to rest properly, Gu Lao allowed everyone to leave the bamboo house and let Shi Xian rest. Xiao Jiu sat on a stone outside the bamboo house, lost in thought. Zhao Hu and a few others hesitated but sat beside Xiao Jiu. "Just say what you want to say," Xiao Jiu said, annoyed at their awkwardness. "Village chief, are you planning to go back to the capital with them?" Zhao Hu and the others looked at the village chief with eager eyes, feeling anxious. The village chief had finally found his family. Would he leave them behind and go to the capital? Would he stop being their village chief? Would he leave them forever? The more they thought about it, the more they felt like the sky was falling. Tears started to fall down their faces. Xiao Jiu patted their heads, almost knocking Zhao Hu to the ground. "What are you thinking about? My home is in Taoyuan village. You are my family. Even if I go to the capital, I will bring you along. Don't worry, as long as I have a meal, I will have a bowl for you. Village chief, you are our god." Zhao Hu and the others finally relaxed, wiped their tears, and smiled happily. Knowing that the village chief wouldn't abandon them, their thoughts shifted entirely to Shi Xian. "Village chief, your uncle is a young general, right?" Tainyo asked excitedly. "Village chief, I want to learn how to be a general from your uncle. Do you think young General Shi would agree?" Zhao Hu rubbed his hands excitedly.
Wow.
They haven't even learned to crawl yet and they want to fly. They don't want to take any detours at all. "Do you believe I will beat you into a zombie if I do that?" Xiao Jiu said coldly, crushing their dreams. They haven't even mastered basic skills and already want to be generals. Ado pushed away the two daydreamers and squeezed in front of the village chief. "Village chief, your little uncle didn't mention your father. Could it be that your father is a bad person?" Xiao Jiu thought for a moment. "Maybe. I will ask my father later who he is. If he's a bad person, I will catch him and beat him every day." "Yes, we will help you catch him. The more people, the stronger we are." Ado nodded eagerly. Old Wu heard this and slightly twitched his mouth. These children are so innocent and fearless. Throughout history, no one has ever dared to catch the emperor. He cleared his throat, trying to stop their increasingly rebellious words. But unfortunately, Shen Ziyuan spoke first. "I know who your father is." Shen Ziyuan looked into Xiao Jiu's eyes, shocked. At first, when she heard Xiao Jiu's mother was the fifth sister of General Shi, she forgot that the youngest daughter of the Shi family was the current empress. Now, hearing Ado mention Xiao Jiu's father, she remembered, Miss Shi of the Shi family is the empress. So, Xiao Jiu's father must be the emperor. The emperor's daughter, that means. Xiao Jiu is a princess. Shen Ziyuan was shouting in her mind. "Mother, I found the daughter of your benefactor."
Ah.
She was still her daughter's benefactor. What a wonderful fate. Mother always told her that the empress was a kind person. Without the empress, her mother and father wouldn't be together, and she wouldn't have come into this world. Unfortunately, before her mother could repay the Empress's kindness, the Empress fell off a cliff and died. Sun Ziyuan excitedly hugged Xiao Jiu and kissed her cheeks several times. Dia saw this and quickly stepped in to stop her. "What are you doing? What are you doing? It's a sneak attack." Sun Ziyuan, now calm, quickly pulled Xiao Jiu aside and said, "Village chief, your mother is the Empress, your father is the Emperor, and you are the Emperor's daughter. We are princesses of Dongsha country. So, when the birds fly away and the bow is stored, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. I was right. Did the Emperor really kill my mother and also harm my grandfather and others? No wonder my little uncle doesn't want to tell me who my father is." As she spoke, the large stone next to Xiao was suddenly crushed by Xiao Jiu. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere, crashing like fireworks. Xiao was so frightened he flew outside the bamboo house. The village chief was furious, so terrifying, his almost got crushed by the stones. Xiao Peng swallowed hard and quietly moved away from Xiao Jiu, afraid that the angry village chief might accidentally crush him too. As Shi Yan just stepped out of the bamboo house, he saw the scene that had just happened. He quickly wiped his eyes and saw his little niece releasing her hand, the stone powder in her palm drifting away with the wind. The large, hard rock nearby had turned into a pile of uneven broken stones scattered on the ground. It must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Maybe I just woke up the wrong way. Shi Yan quietly retreated into the bamboo house, quietly closed the door, quietly lay back on the bamboo bed, and quietly covered himself with the blanket. But inside, he was shouting, "Dad! Brother! Our family has a naturally strong and talented martial artist." Shi Yan excitedly turned over and over. His little nephew was safe, with no missing arms or legs. His little niece was back, with natural strength, high martial skill, and also very cute. Yes. He must hurry back to the capital to tell his mother this news. Shi Yan got up from the bed, opened the bamboo house door, and went to the little wine beside him. He squatted down and asked, "Do you want to go back to the capital with me to visit your grandmother? She would be very happy to know you're alive." The little wine nodded, "But I need to go back to Taoyuan village first to tell the elders. I've been away from the villagers for many days. I miss my family in Taoyuan village." "Of course you can go. I also want to thank the villagers of Taoyuan village for raising you so well." Shi Yan sincerely appreciated the villagers. It was clear that his little niece was well taken care of, innocent, lively, free, and happy. The next day, everyone said goodbye to Gu Lao and prepared to return to Taoyuan village. Before leaving, Gu Lao handed over his top disciple Qin Su and his younger disciple Jiang He to the group. He claimed it was because the outside world was unstable and they needed a capable doctor with them at all times. In fact, Gu Lao thought Qin Su was ready to go out and experience life. Traveling with Shi Yan's group, who liked fighting and adventure, would greatly improve his medical skills. As for Jiang He, who insisted on coming along and refused to stay behind, Gu Lao had no choice but to let him follow his senior brother to see the world. The carriage slowly left the Medicine God Valley and headed downhill. Shi Yan, still weak, lay in the carriage, watching a group of children jumping around outside. His gloomy mood gradually calmed. The carriage sped along, and the group's longing to return to Taoyuan village reached its peak. "Village chief, I really miss Sister Xiao. I really want to eat hot pot." The little chubby boy felt his stomach had been hungry for days. "After staying in Taoyuan village for a few days, I realized that the food outside is far worse than what we have in Taoyuan village. Especially the meals in the Medicine God Valley. Well, never mind. We'll arrange everything when we go back." "Eat your fill," Little Wine said eagerly. "Village chief, do you think Sue and Yan will be back when we return?" Ado pushed aside the chubby boy and asked Little Wine. Little Wine was speechless. "I've been with you outside these days. How would I know?" "Idiot." Shi secretly cursed Ado from behind. Ado immediately turned around to chase him. They ran after each other. Xiao Hu added fuel to the fire from the side. "Ado, you're not good enough. You can't even catch Shi. TSK. What's there to be proud of?" Maybe in a few days, he'll surpass you in martial skills. Besides, anyone who competes with him, I'm going to rely on my brains in the future, not like you two who are all brawn and no brains. Xiao Jiu, who had just been smiling brightly, immediately stopped when he heard this. He wanted to practice martial arts. He didn't want Shiren to outdo him. Indeed, Shiren truly inherited the family talent for martial arts. In just a short time, his progress had already surpassed Ado. It was probably because he was too transparent before. No one paid attention to him. Who knew he would learn so quickly and improve so much? After several hours of riding in the carriage, they arrived again at the small town where they stayed the day before. But today, the town was eerily silent. No smoke from cooking, no lively voices, just complete stillness all around. Something's wrong. Why is it so quiet? Little Wine stopped and looked at the town ahead, frowning with a strange sense of unease. What's wrong, Little Wine? Xiao asked, puzzled as he saw Little Wine stop. It's too quiet. It shouldn't be like this, Little Wine said seriously. Last time, Manhwa said that the town was holding a Xiao Jiu festival, with many activities every day. It was lively, drums and gongs, parades, celebrations that went on late into the night.
But now,
Xiao looked in the direction of Little Wine's gaze. The town ahead was unusually silent, with no signs of life. It was very strange. A gentle breeze blew, carrying faint smells of blood in the air. Having lived on the battlefield, Xiao was very familiar with this smell. It's the smell of dead bodies. Dead bodies? Everyone immediately became serious. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Su's face was heavy with worry. He was very familiar with this small town. Usually people from the Medicine God Valley would come down the mountain and often rest here. The townspeople were kind and friendly, with simple customs. Xiao Jiu quickly ran down the mountain, followed closely by Xiao Jiu and others. As they got closer to the town, the smell of blood grew stronger and more nauseating. Xiao Jiu's hands clenched tightly, and Xiao Jiu and the others also gripped their daggers at their waists. They moved forward carefully, each step cautious. As soon as they entered the town, they saw residents lying haphazardly on the streets. Their faces were twisted with pain, and their eyes showed anger and fear. Blood stained the blue stone pavement, forming small, shocking streams. The wind seemed to stop because of the terrible scene, leaving only silence and sadness in the air. What happened? Xiao Jiu and the others trembled as they spoke. They had never seen such a brutal sight before. Xiao Jiu didn't answer. She looked around, hoping to find someone alive or a familiar figure who could tell her what had happened. But all she got was silent death and the smell of decay everywhere. The vendors who had been selling cheerfully just days ago, the young men and women excitedly guessing lantern riddles, the brave lion dancers, all lay on the ground covered in blood, lifeless. They hurried into the inn where they had stayed before. Inside, tables and chairs were overturned and broken bowls were scattered on the floor. The innkeeper, who had warmly welcomed them, now lay in a pool of blood, lifeless. Behind the counter, the innkeeper's eyes were wide open with fear. He leaned against the wall, covered in blood, clutching a counting board tightly in his hand. Xiao Jiu's heart sank. She approached the innkeeper, gently checked his pulse, and found he had no breath left. Her eyes reddened as she looked around again. "Where's Manhwa?" "I didn't see him," she asked. Suddenly, hope flickered in everyone's hearts. They started searching everywhere, upstairs, the backyard, the kitchen, the woodpile. But they found no sign of him.
Could it be
that Manhwa ran out of the inn? Ado suggested. He wondered if Manhwa had gone outside to play, leaving his body outside. Xiao Jiu used her mental powers to sense the surroundings. She heard faint groaning coming from underground. She was pleased. There was a cellar. She continued using her mental abilities to locate the cellar entrance. Is it behind the counter? Xiao Jiu moved to the counter and gently moved the innkeeper's body aside. She knocked on the floor. It's empty. Where is the cellar switch? She stood up, ready to break it open with her fist. The attack was sudden and fierce, and she didn't see Shiren immediately behind her. At the moment of impact, Shiren was pushed backward and accidentally bumped into the shopkeeper's abacus leaning against the wall. The abacus fell to the ground and Shiren accidentally stepped on it. Suddenly, click. The floor in front of Xiao Jiu slowly opened, revealing a hole big enough for a person to enter. Xiao Jiu looked back at Shiren's abacus, wondering if there was a switch on it. It seemed this kid had accidentally triggered it. Without hesitation, Xiao Jiu immediately headed toward the cellar. Xiao Hu and the others followed quickly. Inside was pitch dark. Xiao Jiu turned on his flashlight, and the area lit up again. In a corner, a small figure was curled up under a wooden table, clutching a bag of candy Xiao Jiu had given him before leaving the day before. It was the full granary they had been searching for. Full granary. Xiao Jiu and the others hurried forward, squatting down to check on him. Full granary was trembling and shivering in the corner. When he heard someone calling him, he looked up in fear. Seeing Xiao Jiu and the others, his hollow eyes finally lit up. Xiao Hu quickly carried him on his back and said, "Let's take you out first." They reached the surface. Full granary looked at his father, lying in a pool of blood, and couldn't hold back his tears, crying loudly. Tears streamed down his young face like broken beads. He staggered over to the shopkeeper and, trembling, called out repeatedly, "Dad! Dad, wake up! Full granary listened to you and hid in the cellar. Dad, don't leave Full granary behind." Full granary, who depended on his father for everything, held his cold, lifeless body and felt overwhelming sadness and despair. Xiao Jiu and the others gently patted Full granary's back, trying to comfort him, but their own eyes also reddened. For Full granary, this place was his home, and his father was his only family and support. But now, the lively town was full of corpses, and his only loved one had left him. This sudden tragedy was too heavy for an innocent 6- or 7-year-old child. Shixian and Qin Su silently stood nearby, their hearts heavy as well. "Do you know what happened here?" Shixian crouched down and gently touched Full granary's head, trying to give the little boy some warmth. Shixian had just carefully examined the wounds on the bodies, most caused by large knives. But why, in a normal small town, would everyone be wiped out? And where were all the children? A group of people in black clothes, they captured children, hurt people, and many died. Everything was covered in blood. Dad hid me in the cellar and told me not to come out. Man Song remembers that time and trembles all over. He speaks slowly, but everyone hears him clearly. A group of black-clad people came to the town, took all the children, and killed everyone else to keep it quiet. Black-clad people again. Xiao Jiu's eyes burn with anger. "Can you tell us more?"
Kinsu ats?
Earlier, Xiao Hu and others were taken into a cave by those people. Inside, there were many children who had been captured. Xiao Pang and the others also remember being taken without reason. Luckily, Xiao Jiu found them in time and saved everyone. Otherwise, maybe their families would have been silenced too. It seems these black-clad people aren't just in Qingshan County. They hide everywhere. Such things probably happen often, Shixian says. What do these people want? Xiao Jiu and the others are furious, their eyes red with anger. How many people have died at their hands? How many children have been taken? Like the children in the cave, they live a life worse than death. They dare not think about it. Do these black-clad people have any special features? Shixian asks Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu remembers what county magistration said and replies, "They don't have any obvious features, but magistration once tried to catch them with the county guards. If they are caught, they immediately die." Do they commit suicide? Qin Su asks. Magistration said yes, but Suihua from my family said it seemed like they only killed themselves after hearing some sound. Xiao Jiu honestly replies. Do you know what kind of sound? Xiao Jiu shakes his head. Suihua only said it was strange, like a bird's call or a flute sound. Anyway, she'd never heard anything like it before. Everyone falls silent. Xiao Jiu looks at Man Song, who is still crying, and says, "Come back to the village with us. Practice martial arts well. When we find the enemies, we can take revenge together, okay?" Yes, practice martial arts with us. We'll avenge you, Xiao Jiu and the others promise, Man-song confidently. Man-song nods, wipes his tears, and feels a new, strong sense of determination and gratitude. He must find the other children in the town and avenge his father. They help Man-song bury the townspeople. After tidying up the inn, Man-song looks back at his childhood home, feeling an indescribable sadness in his heart. Full of determination, he knelt at the small town entrance and bowed his head several times toward the mountain where villagers were buried. Uncles, aunts, and elders of Shangyun town, rest assured, I will find the children from our town. Also, Dad, I met the people who stayed at our inn last time. They're very kind.
They saved me.
Don't worry, I will work hard to practice martial arts, avenge our town, and avenge you.
Dad, you must stay well below.
I am leaving now. He tightly held the package in his arms, which was his father's favorite abacus, wanting to keep it as a keepsake. Before leaving, Xiao Jiu used his mental power to scan the entire town but found no one alive, so he had to give up. The group continued their journey back to Taoyuan village with heavy hearts. Along the way, a few children looked very sad, like eggplants after a frost, downcast and no longer lively like before. Xiao Jiu asked Qin Su, "Do you suspect anyone?" He had just seen that the ancient senior disciple Qin Su seemed to know something. Qin Su thought for a moment and said, "I'm just guessing. 8 years ago, my junior sister and I followed our master down the mountain and met 2 masked people. They wanted to capture us, but our master was skilled in martial arts and quickly caught the masked men. When they were caught, they committed suicide on the spot. Master said they didn't seem to kill themselves voluntarily, but looked more like they were controlled and forced to kill themselves. Master wanted to bring the bodies back to the valley for research, but suddenly, a group of people appeared in the shadows and took the bodies away. It seems this group has been operating for many years. Yet, despite so many deaths and missing children, the court hasn't received any news," Shi Xian said angrily. He wondered whether the court was hiding the truth or if the local authorities didn't take it seriously and failed to report it. After a moment of thought, Shi Xian continued, "There must be a powerful force behind this. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to operate so quietly. Maybe the missing children and the deaths are just the tip of the iceberg. The real purpose and plan are far more complicated than we imagine." Qin Su nodded in agreement, a hint of worry in his eyes. "I'm worried that if this force is strong enough to control the court's information, then with just a few of us, seeking revenge is like trying to break a stone with an egg." Xiao Jiu clenched his fists tightly. "So what?" "No matter who is behind it, I will find them and beat them to death." Xian gently touched the small wine's little beak and said softly, "Yes, Uncle will help you find the mastermind behind the scenes." On this trip, the children had a new goal: to seek revenge, to find the kidnapped children. Reigniting their fighting spirit, the group trained even harder on the way back, not daring to stop for a moment. Xian, who had been fighting at the border with the Shijia army since childhood, guided the children in martial arts and taught them military strategies at the same time. When it came to fighting, Xian carried a natural confidence and calmness that seemed instinctive. "Remember, a true hero is not just strong but also smart and brave," Xian said firmly, each word like a heavy hammer hitting the children's hearts. Xiao Jiu and the others listened carefully to Xian's teachings. The military saying goes, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles." Xian then shifted the topic to tell stories of famous battles and strategies from history. His voice rose and fell, as if transporting the children to exciting battlefields, helping them feel the harshness of war and the importance of wisdom. The children listened as if enchanted, imagining brave soldiers on the battlefield and hearing the thunder of ancient drums and soldier shouts. Their hearts were filled with admiration and respect for the warriors who protected the homeland, and their resolve to learn martial arts grew stronger. As night fell, the carriage sped along and arrived at a tea house. "Shall we rest here?" Qin Su suggested. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. The tea house owner came out smiling warmly, welcoming them eagerly. Dear guests, you've traveled far. Would you like some hot tea to warm up? He quickly poured hot tea from a teapot, filling their cups. The fragrant steam rose, dispelling the cold and easing their fatigue from the journey. Xiao Jiu held his tea, gently blew on it, and looked around. There were about 10 tables in the tea house, with 7 or 8 occupied. Curious, Xiao Jiu asked, "Where are we?" "Near Yongping County. Usually, each county has a tea house for travelers to rest," Xian replied. Xiao Jiu wanted to ask more. Suddenly, the sound of urgent horse hooves outside broke the quiet chatter inside. "Boss, 1 bowl of hot tea and some dried food, please," said a young boy dressed as a Taoist, taking out a piece of broken silver and placing it on the table. Then he found a corner to sit in, gasping for breath. It was clear that the young boy was in a hurry, as if chasing someone. Xiao Jiu curiously looked at the young Taoist. She thought Taoists should all be old men with a divine aura, but this boy looked only about 15 or 16, and he didn't seem very steady. He didn't look like a Taoist at all. At that moment, the boy looked up and his gaze met Xiao Jiu's. They stared at each other for a moment, and the boy looked confused. This little girl seemed surrounded by a mist, her face mysterious and hard to read, as if some secret power was blocking her, making her fate hard to see. It was a strange thing. The boy had never seen such a situation before. He grinned at Xiao Jiu as a way of greeting. That smile seemed to turn on a switch. It made Xiao Jiu feel more confident. Xiao Jiu was friendly to everyone and liked to chat. Especially after successfully finding the snow lotus in Gu Lao Lai Taoyuan village, Xiao Jiu thought the Taoists at Qingshanguan were quite powerful. She ran down from her seat and went to the young boy. Thinking about how Taoists usually greet each other on TV, Xiao Jiu used her left thumb to press the base of her right ring finger and made a fist gesture toward the boy. Then she asked curiously, "Are you a Taoist from Qingshanguan?" It was the first time the boy couldn't read someone's fate, so he was really curious. He invited Xiao Jiu to sit down and replied, "Yes." "So, have you been to Qingshanguan?" Xiao Jiu shook her head.
No.
"Then how do you know I am a Taoist from Qingshanguan?" "Because I only heard of Qingshanguan." Xiao Jiu just remembered what Gu Lao said last time, so she asked casually. She didn't expect this boy to really be a Taoist from Qingshanguan. "Who is Master Qingfeng?" Xiao Jiu asked. "He is my master." "Do you know my master?" The boy became interested. Xiao Jiu shook her head. "No, I just heard others mention him." "Are you a Taoist? Such a young Taoist? You're not a scammer, are you? Can you tell me if my business will make money?" Suddenly, a man and a woman sitting at the next table spoke up, interrupting their conversation. After speaking, everyone's eyes in the tea house focused on the boy. Everyone was curious whether such a young Taoist was truly skilled or just a fraud. The boy looked at the man. 10 taels of divination fee, he said, reaching out to show the money. "Why don't you go steal it?" The woman beside the man shouted. Face reading is a secret method of Taoism, which takes mental effort and reveals the secrets of heaven, taking money, first to compensate for the loss of skill, and second to show sincerity to the seeker. Only then can the face reading be more accurate and reliable, the young man explained. The traveling merchant thought for a moment and found it reasonable, so he took out 10 taels of silver and gave it to the young man. "I want to see what you can do." The young man accepted the silver and carefully examined the man's face. Looking at his fate chart, he is born to make money. His financial path should be smooth, but treacherous people around him cause his wealth to leak away, making it hard to keep riches. In the end, he will be betrayed by someone close, which is a major disaster in his destiny. "It's a pity," the young man said honestly. The woman next to the merchant, upon hearing this, pointed at the young man and scolded, "Who is this liar? Pretending to be a fortune-teller. Sir, let's go. Let's just consider that the 10 taels of silver was a good deed." "Madam, do you know who the troublemaker around your husband is?" The young man looked at her with a half-smile. The woman froze, her face changing slightly, and she stubbornly said, "How would I know?" "Don't talk nonsense, kid." She then tried to pull the merchant away from the tea stall. The young man was not in a good mood either. Seeing her repeatedly provoke him, he directly said to the merchant, "I see a love-related problem in your fate. Your wife has a bad heart and is secretly colluding with troublemakers to seize the family property, leading to the downfall of your family. Why you?
What are you talking about?
How is that possible?" The man, pulled by his wife, looked at her with disbelief. The woman, like a cat that has stepped on its tail, shouted sharply, "You're talking nonsense. You little brat, how dare you slander me? Sir, don't listen to him. He's just a scammer trying to cheat us out of our money." She pulled harder on the man's sleeve, afraid that the young man might say something else. The young man remained unmoved and continued, "Believe it or not." Anyway, the money was taken, the face was red, and he didn't care what happened next. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. Hearing this, the man suddenly remembered something. His face changed drastically, and his eyes flickered between the woman and another man at the table. He recalled that in recent years, strange things had happened at home. Business troubles and his wife's excessive concern about certain matters. All signs seemed to confirm what the young man said. He broke free from his wife's grip, looked at the young man with a complex expression, and pointed at the man at the table, asking, "Is the man with my wife my good brother Xiao?"
Gasp.
Everyone in the tea stall held their breath. This was really shocking. The young man looked at the other man at the table. He reached out and said, "This is a different price." The man took out another 10 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to the young man. The young boy looked at the man with the surname Zhou and said, "I observe that your face looks dark and gloomy, your forehead is dull, your wealth palace is sunken and dull, and your entire body is surrounded by negative energy. This shows you have no good fortune or wealth. Also, your mind is not pure. You collude with brothers and wives to scheme for money and harm others. Such a heart can be punished, and you will face divine punishment." Hearing this, the man with the surname Zhou immediately looked angry and slammed the table. He shouted, "I have known Brotherly for many years. You, a liar, dare to be rude? Trying to stir up trouble between me and Brotherly? I've traveled the world for many years. When have I ever heard such unlucky words? If you're just trying to sow discord between Brotherly and his wife, that's one thing, but why do you insult people?" The boy remained calm, without raising his head, and said, "What I say is all true. Believe it or not, that's up to you." The little wine drinkers nearby were watching intently, thinking, "This Taoist priest speaks so directly. Does he really not fear getting beaten?" The man with the surname Zhou was clearly furious and embarrassed. He sneered and stood up, saying, "Humph. I want to see who this Taoist priest is pretending to be, making such a fuss." Then he reached out to grab the boy's throat. "Protect the boy, plus 100 points, 1 lottery draw." The little wine drinkers, who were watching the scene eagerly, heard the system's voice. "What's going on? This also involves her." Just as the man's hand was about to touch the boy, the little girl suddenly grabbed it. The man with the surname Zhou saw a small hand appear, tightly holding his wrist. He struggled hard but couldn't free himself. Angrily, he lifted his foot to kick the girl. Xian quickly rushed over and kicked the man with the surname Zhou to the ground. The man got up, pointing at the crowd.
"Good.
You're all in cahoots with the liar." Seeing someone stop the man, the boy's mouth became even more sharp. "I see your killing aura is strong, your luck is depleted, and your eyes are full of evil. You are a villain who commits many wrongdoings. You have no wealth in your life and are cursed with misfortune." The people in the tea shop looked at the man with the surname Zhou after hearing this, and their eyes changed. Although they didn't know if the young Taoist priest's words were true, when the boy mentioned that Brotherly's wife was colluding with a villain, these two looked guilty and embarrassed. And look at the man with the surname Zhou. He was clearly aiming at the boy's throat, intending to kill and silence him. Brotherly saw that his wife and brother Zhou looked guilty, and he realized the boy wasn't lying. These two secretly planned to scheme for money and harm others. Brotherly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking about his purpose for this trip. If he hadn't met the boy, and if he had believed what these two said, his family might have been destroyed. Thinking of this, The man suddenly became furious. He kicked towards Brother Xiao. "You dare to betray me," he shouted angrily while kicking, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. The man with the surname Zhou rolled on the ground, trying to avoid Brother Li's attack, but he had clearly lost the advantage. People inside the tea house stepped back to give Zhou space to fight. The most excited were the young men, who clapped and cheered, pointing at where Zhou should hit, eager to cause trouble. "Young master, listen to my explanation. Things are not as you think." The lady saw the danger and hurried forward to grab his sleeve, her eyes full of pleading. However, the man was no longer listening to any explanation. All he felt was betrayal, anger, and disappointment. Enough. He shook off the woman's hand, glaring at her. "What else do you have to say? You conspired with that traitor to trick me. I won't forgive you." Then he asked the tea house owner for 2 ropes, tied his wife and Zhou, who was lying on the ground, and dragged them into a carriage. After finishing, he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He looked gratefully at the young man. "Master, I apologize for earlier. Today's events are thanks to your reminder. Otherwise, I fear my family would have been ruined. I will never forget this kindness. If I get the chance, I will repay you generously." He said this and bade farewell to everyone, then drove away in the carriage, rushing back home to handle the next steps. Complete the task, earn 100 points plus 1 lottery draw. The system's voice pulled the young man out of his thoughts. He immediately clicked to draw. He won a pill. What the heck? He wondered silently. The pill helps to pass gas smoothly, the system explained seriously. Ugh. So disgusting. The rewards from the system are getting stranger and stranger. After those 3 left, the tea house returned to calm, but everyone looked at the young man with more respect. He truly has real skill. Xiao Hu looked at the young man with intense eyes. "Are you really a Taoist priest? Can you tell me when I will become a general?" The young man looked at Xiao Hu with a hint of regret in his eyes. This person is destined for greatness, with talent for leadership, but his fate is doomed. Although he can excel on the battlefield and achieve a high rank, he will die young. Considering that the people just now helped him, the young man said more politely, "Your fate is special. You have a strong talent for leadership. Though you may become a general, you are destined for an early death." Xiao Hu and the others understood these words clearly. Xiao Hu was very angry and even insulted himself as being unlucky. How could you repay our kindness with such hatred and curses?" Ado often argued with Xiao Hu, but when he heard others call Xiao Hu unlucky, he really wanted to go and punch him. "It's his own fault," Xiao Hu replied. "He doesn't want to hear it, so don't blame me for being harsh." The young boy was unhappy. He had kindly helped him red his face, and hadn't even charged for the fortune-telling. What kind of disaster? Is there a way to solve it? Xiao Jiu asked. "Village chief, do you really believe that?" Xiao Hu was surprised. Could it be that he truly was unlucky? Xiao Hu felt a cold chill. The young boy carefully examined Xiao Hu's face again. Strange. It clearly shows early death, but there seems to be a mysterious force guiding his fate, making it uncertain. There is still a small chance of survival. This is a rare type of face. In one day, the boy saw 2 strange faces and began to doubt his own abilities. "Next time you see my master, you can ask him to look at it." Everyone felt relieved after hearing that Xiao Hu still had a chance to live. "Are you chasing someone Taoist?" Xiao Jiu asked, because he looked like he was chasing after someone when he entered the tea house. "Just call me Jing Xian," the boy said. As for chasing someone, Jing Xian said, getting angry just thinking about it. He immediately sat cross-legged and silently recited a calming spell until his anger subsided and his mind was calm again. Only then did he slowly stand up. Xiao Jiu suddenly understood why his master gave him the name Jing Xian. It was to remind him to control his temper and not get angry easily. "Half a month ago, I went down the mountain with my master to buy supplies. We met a merchant and bought 10 jin of rice. We were short by 1 jin. I argued with him. Not I, but the poor Taoist," Xiao Hu corrected himself. He used a ghost scale, and not only did he not admit his mistake, but he also cursed my master and me as poor ghosts. Then he accused us of being tricksters, cheating people, and stealing food. Didn't you continue arguing or curse back? Xiao Jiu asked. That person lacks not just a gene of rice but also virtue, Xiao said angrily.
Of course I argued.
It was just that I didn't perform well at the time and lost the fight. Jing Xian quickly recited the calming spell a few more times. If my master hadn't said that suffering is a blessing and to take a step back for a wider view, but now I think that enduring a little only makes me angrier, and stepping back only makes me feel more wronged, Xiao said. So your purpose in coming down the mountain was to find that merchant again? Xiao Jiu asked. Of course, I don't believe in making big problems small or small problems disappear. I must stand up and speak out, or I will never find peace of mind in my life. I support you, little wine. I really like your brave attitude. We all are new to this, so why should we let others take advantage? Exactly, we will go with you. Xiao and the others agree one after another. When the young man heard this, it felt like he was seeing his half-siblings. They looked at each other with warm and friendly eyes. Is that really what you think? Of course. Little Wine and his friends are typical of people who think they are right but still want to be unfair. If they are right, why should they forgive others? Then let's go now. The young man quickly packed his things. He wants to settle the score right away and can't wait even a moment. Little Wine and his friends are excited to follow. Do you think they are really here to help? No, these little troublemakers just want to watch the fun. Xian and Qin Su saw that the two groups, who didn't know each other before, now seemed like close friends, almost ready to swear loyalty with a bowl. Xian couldn't help but interrupt. It's getting late. Most rice vendors have already closed up shop. We should go into town and find an inn to stay for the night. Staying isn't an option. If they don't get this anger out, they won't be able to sleep tonight. Do you know where he lives? Little Wine asked. Jing Xian shook her head. Do you know his name? Jing Xian shook her head again. What do you know then? Little Wine was speechless. It seems she just can't let go of her anger and went straight back to the place where she was last hurt. But people won't just be waiting for her there. Little Wine rubbed his forehead. You can do calculations, right? Then figure out where this person is. Oh, right. The young man wanted to do the math, but immediately realized. No, I can't. Doing that would be revenge, and it would harm my good karma. He waved his hand. Most vendors don't change their location easily. Tomorrow, we'll go back to the same spot and surely find that person. So, everyone set out together toward Yongping County. Yongping County is next to Qingshan County, but it's not as lively as Qingshan. It's still early night, and the streets are already quite empty. Why is it so quiet here? Little Wine asked with confusion. This place is near the border, and bandits often appear here. Ordinary people usually close their doors early and don't walk around at night, Jing Xian explained. A few children heard this and looked around. The street was dimly lit with sparse lamps swaying in the wind. Occasionally, a distant dog barked, adding a lonely feeling to the scene. Xiao Jiu frowned and asked, Does the government not care about the mountain bandits? In recent years, border conflicts have been ongoing, and the government's troops are stretched thin. They can't effectively fight the bandits. These mountain bandits have grown stronger, but they only rob passing merchants and wealthy families. They haven't hurt the common people nearby, Jingxin said, showing some sympathy for the bandits. I remember there weren't any bandits near Yongping County before, Xian frowned. 5 years ago, when he was still at the border, the area was lively, busy both day and night, not so deserted. That was when the Shi family was still here. Since the Shi family soldiers died 5 years ago, the family has disappeared. Now, the border looks terrible, Jingxin said disdainfully. You seem to know a lot about the border, Xian asked, confused. A Taoist priest, how could he know so much about the border? Qingshan Temple isn't far from the border. I often go down the mountain to train, Jingxin replied, feeling a bit guilty. It's because the temple was too poor. To get a good meal, he often sneaked down the mountain to help people with fortune-telling, make some money, and satisfy his cravings. Who would think that a grand Taoist temple was so poor it was almost broke, often going hungry? His master probably thought he ate too much and lied, saying the person who could ensure he wouldn't worry about food and clothing in his later life was in Taoyuan Village, Qingshan County. Who would believe that? Not a royal or a big official or merchant, just a small mountain village. His master's excuse sounded a bit too far-fetched. Soon, they found a guest house still lit up for the night. Everyone, exhausted from a day's travel, quickly went to sleep. Even Man Song, who had just been hurt, had no strength to think about anything sad. The next morning, as the sky just turned pale, the town slowly woke up from its sleep. Xiao Jiu opened the window. The fresh air mixed with the scent of earth hit his face, very different from the cold silence of a night. Early vendors had started setting up stalls, though not many. They still brought a lively feeling. When Xiao Jiu went downstairs, Qin Su and the others were already sitting at the table. "It's more lively during the day," Qin Su said. Jingxin also woke up, rubbed his eyes, and said as he came downstairs, "Yes, daytime is safer. The common people can come out and earn a living in the sunlight." Shi Xian looked at the street, feeling a mix of emotions. The lively small town 5 years ago was now a shadow of its former self. After a simple breakfast, the group packed their bags and prepared to leave, also planning to check out the busy scene and see how Jing Xian was venting her anger. Once again, the group followed Jing Xian to the place where she had argued with a merchant last time, but didn't win. However, before Jing Xian could find the person and give him a good beating, he was already beaten up and looking very swollen and bruised. Jing Xian examined the man from top to bottom and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She poked the bruised merchant on the ground and laughed proudly, "Haha, today's your unlucky day." Xiao Jiu and the others also joined in the fun. They all laughed wildly, like a group of mischievous villains. Shi Xian and Qin Su pretended not to know these people and quietly stepped back. Qin Su looked at Shi Xian's mask and felt envious. If only he had also covered his face when going out. Shi Xian thought, "I just don't want people to know I've come back to life so soon." Who would have guessed that this mask would come in handy here? Did he get beaten again for stealing a little too little? Sure enough, walking down dark roads often means meeting ghosts, Jing Xian said happily. Although she didn't give him a harsh beating, seeing his miserable state made her feel strangely satisfied. Xiao Jiu asked a vendor nearby, "Who beat him?" The vendor looked around and whispered, "I heard he's from the capital."
What?
Xiao Jiu was surprised. Could this person have caused trouble with someone from the capital? "Tell me more." Xiao Jiu quickly offered some sunflower seeds to encourage the vendor to continue. The vendor took the seeds from the girl and, without hesitation, imitated Xiao Jiu's tone while cracking the seeds. A noble son from the capital came here wanting to buy stuff from the stall. He wanted 10 coins per jean of rice, but the seller charged 30 coins. The buyer bought 30 jean, but the seller only gave him 20 jean. The young servant immediately saw through this and, without hesitation, went up and beat the seller up. Xiao Jiu poked the man lying on the ground with a swollen face and said to Jing Xian, "So, he was pretty merciful to you, huh?" Jing Xian was surprised and realized, this person really isn't afraid of death. He's crazy about money. The vendor lying on the ground angrily said, "What does it matter if I cheat him? I also want to hit that spoiled heir."
What kind of spoiled heir is he?
He's never been on the battlefield, yet he dares to boast about the Shi family being heroes. They only lost because of bad luck. A rich kid hiding in the capital living a peaceful life. What is he worth?
Bah.
Son of a gun. If it weren't for the Shi army back then, he wouldn't be living such a peaceful life now. The vendor became more and more angry, ignoring his pain. Xiao Jiu thought that although this vendor was a bit rude, his values were pretty clear. Jingxin, at this moment, looked at the man with new respect. "I didn't expect that although your words are rough, your heart is quite pure." He then helped the vendor up and said, "Come on, I'll take you to the doctor." The group quickly took the man to the clinic. Before leaving, Xiao Jiu left 10 taels of silver for the vendor. Outside the clinic, Xiao Jiu asked Jingxin, "We're heading home now. What about you?" Jingxin remembered what his master said. I'm going to Taiyuan village in Qingshan County. Until we meet again. He waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait. Why are you going to our village?
Xiao Jiu asked.
He didn't remember anyone in his village practicing divination. Could this person be so bored that he wants to come to their village for a fortune-telling? That's not good. This person's words are a bit harsh, and Xiao Jiu is worried that the villagers might not like hearing such things and might just act on impulse. Is your home in Taiyuan village? Could it be such a coincidence? Hiss. Could his master have lied to him? Does your village have someone very rich? Jingxin asked Xiao Jiu. Are you planning to come to our village to scam money? Xiao Hu glared angrily. Thinking about how this person said he looked like someone destined for misfortune, Xiao Hu didn't like him. Do I look like a scammer? Yes. A few children nodded in unison. I told you I'm not a scammer. If I was just looking for someone, would I really want to come here? Jingxin also got annoyed and rolled his eyes at Xiao Hu. There's no trust between people anymore. It's too much. I even considered him a friend. Who are you looking for? Xiao Hu still looked suspicious. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Jingxin turned away, not bothering to reply. Humph. Xiao Hu pushed past Jingxin and stood in front of Xiao Jiu, asking, Village chief, let's go now. Before we leave, we need to do something important, Xiao Jiu said. A few others immediately understood what the village chief meant. Trouble was coming. Trouble was coming. Shi Xian and Qin Su didn't understand what mischief those little kids were planning, but they could only silently follow behind. Shi Xian touched the mask on his face, feeling a bit calmer. Anyway, no matter what tricks those kids were up to, as long as no one saw his face, he wouldn't feel embarrassed. Xiao Jiu and the others had just asked the merchant about the young master who defamed the Shi family army. He was now at the county office. They heard he was robbed by mountain bandits on the mountain and was now shouting for the county magistrate to send troops to deal with the bandits. Xiao Jiu and the others sneaked to outside the county office, peeking from a distance. Xiao Jiu used his mental power to check and found a dog hole at the back wall of the county office. They quietly moved to the wall, which was empty. Xiao Jiu pointed to the dog hole covered by grass and said, There's a hole here. Xiao Hu and the others didn't hesitate and crawled inside. Xiao Jiu followed. Jing Xian thought, This is just a dog hole. You guys should have hesitated a bit. Seeing everyone had gone inside, Jing Xian quickly followed. Shi Xian and Qin Su, being big men, didn't want to crawl on the ground, so they agreed to stay outside and keep watch. Meanwhile, inside the county office, the heir of the Pingnan Marquis sat at the top, looking very impatient. Young master, it's not that the county office doesn't want to fight the bandits, but we really don't have enough people. As you can see, our county office is so poor it's ringing, and there's no extra money to hire so many officers, the county magistrate explained humbly from the lower seat. If you can't handle a few mountain bandits, I think you don't want to do this anymore. The young master of the Pingnan Marquis threatened. The county magistrate's forehead was covered in sweat. He knew that dealing with these rich kids from the capital was the hardest. He wiped his sweat and continued to smile. Young master, please calm down. I really don't have the strength, but if you give me an order, I will do my best to help you. Then send all the soldiers in the county office to deal with the bandits. What is the court for if they can't catch mountain bandits? The county magistrate felt helpless. No one in the court remembered their Pingnan County. The court salary had been stolen by some, and the money for Pingnan County was getting less each year. Most of the officials had already left. The county magistrate looked worried, but cursed inwardly. Why didn't they just give money to fight the bandits? He called all the officers in the county office to the front yard. There were about 100 or so, all thin as if they had fled from famine. Everyone's here, look? The county magistrate asked carefully. The heir of the Pingnan Marquis looked at the group with disdain. You bunch of drunks and loafers. What skills do you have? Never mind, I don't rely on you. I will write a letter back to the capital and ask my father to send someone to handle this matter. The county magistrate secretly sneered, but didn't show it on his face. The Shizhong army had achieved great victories a few years ago and was very popular among the people, especially in the counties near the border, where they were seen as almost divine. This made some powerful officials unhappy. The heir of the Pingyang Marquis was one of them, secretly insulting and trying to weaken the reputation of the Zhejiang army. No wonder they were robbed by bandits, losing everything. When bandits robbed merchants and officials, they usually left half of the loot. Only very wicked people were completely robbed. This person openly insulted the Zhejiang army in Yangping County. Not to mention bandits, even the county magistrate wanted to put a bag over his head. The heir of the Pingyang Marquis didn't care about the magistrate's expression and ordered his men to leave. It looked like he was going straight to the capital to report to the court and ask for troops to fight the bandits. The three little guys crouched behind a wall, listening to the whole story. Their impression of the Pingyang Marquis' heir worsened. Quietly, they recorded his name in their small notebook. Seeing him walk out of the county office, they immediately followed. "Let's go and wait outside." So, the group of little ones crawled out through the dog hole and carefully followed the heir of the Pingyang Marquis. Xiao and Qin Su saw the few little ghosts come out and start whispering among themselves, planning something. Then they saw the Taoist priest Jingxin take out several burlap bags from his bag. The little ones looked at Jingxin with strange eyes.
No.
Why would a Taoist priest carry burlap bags everywhere? Is he really a proper Taoist? What's with your looks? "I'm just carrying them for self-defense," Jingxin said. "Who uses burlap bags for self-defense?" "Village chief, I knew he was a fraud. These bags are definitely for doing bad things," Xiao quickly complained to the village chief. "When I meet unreasonable people, I sometimes use their burlap bags. Is it wrong to prepare a few extras?" Jingxin was getting anxious. If it weren't for the fear of being recognized and damaging the reputation of Qingshan Temple, or later being hunted down by people seeking revenge, he wouldn't bother with burlap bags. "I tell you, burlap bags are essential when you go out. You can use them to hit people if you're upset, to carry things, or to shelter from wind and rain at night." Jingxin genuinely thought these bags were great and was earnestly recommending them to everyone. The little ones listened and thought it made some sense. The small jar was already prepared, with about 10 more packed in a storage bag. Qin Su looked at Xiao as if to say, "Are you just going to watch? Your nephew and niece are almost getting spoiled." Xiao signaled Qin Su to look at his junior brother. Jiang he was eagerly rolling up burlap sacks, seeming more excited than anyone else to cause trouble. "There are 4 of them, one for each of us." Xiao Jiu pointed to Xiao, Ado, and Tainyo. "What about me?" Xiao Peng also wanted to join in. "You guys are responsible for fighting," Xiao Jiu said. Afterward, she exchanged for 8 or 9 funny face masks from the online shop. These masks looked like those worn by delivery riders in yellow clothes she had seen online. She thought they were very funny, and now she finally had a chance to wear them openly. Xiao Jiu put on a mask with a surprised expression. The others immediately burst into laughter, hitting the ground with their hands.
Wow.
How can there be something so funny? Wearing it on the village chiefs had made him look both silly and adorable. The others quickly put on their masks too. Ado looked at Xiao, who was grinning with big white teeth, and laughed so hard he hit the ground. "You look like a fool, ha ha, so funny." Xiao glanced at Ado, who was rolling his eyes behind his mask, and laughed even more exaggeratedly. "You laugh at me? You look more like a fool. You don't even have eyeballs. Hilarious." He then accidentally looked at Xiao Peng's mask, which was holding back laughter. He also saw Jiang He and Shiren wearing bull and horse masks, and everyone started rolling on the ground laughing. "Help! Someone save me. This is too funny. Uncle, do you want to wear one?"
Xiao Jiu asked.
The children all turned to look at the 2 adults. 7 or 8 heads topped with such funny masks, then they all looked back at themselves. The shock made Xiao and Qin Su clutch their thighs tightly. "I can't laugh. I am an adult. I need to stay calm. No, it's too funny." Xiao and Qin Su closed their eyes and turned away.
"Calm down. I need to stay calm."
They saw Xiao and Qin Su turn their backs to everyone, trembling all over. "Want one?" Xiao Jiu asked again, thinking they didn't hear. Xiao and Qin Su waved their hands wildly, indicating no. Seeing they didn't want one, Xiao Jiu stopped, picked up a burlap sack. Ado, Xiao and Tainyo quickly followed, jumping forward to catch up with the group ahead, finding the right moment to drop the sacks from above. The Prince of Pingnan's group looked up. Before they could finish being shocked by this strange, ugly thing, everything suddenly went dark in front of them. A fierce storm of fists followed one after another. The little chubby guys immediately rushed forward, fighting excitedly, hitting hard and without mercy. The people inside the sack struggled left and right, unable to defend or escape. "Who are you all? Do you even know who I am?" Prince Ping Nan Ho shouted. "You're the ugly ones. Your whole family is ugly." Shen Ziyuan, wearing a mask with a nose hole, said confidently, not feeling she was ugly at all. "We're just going to beat you, kid," Jingxin replied. "Changing your name doesn't change your nature." "People call me Brother Biao," Xiao Jiu said while fighting. Each of these people was more arrogant than the last. The sound of heavy hits and muffled cries filled the air. The people in the sacks struggled desperately until they collapsed on the ground, like mud. Seeing they had fainted, Xiao Jiu and the others took the sacks off. Then they searched the valuable things on Prince Ping Nan Ho and his group, stuffing them into the sacks to take away. Sure enough, sacks are really good for robbing houses. Sharon looked at the fancy clothes on Prince Ping Nan Ho and asked, "Aren't you going to take off the clothes? They can be sold for money." "You're really ruthless," Jingxin said. He knew none of these people were honest. Xiao Hu immediately went to tear off the best clothes on Prince Ping Nan Ho and put them into a sack. The others' clothes looked dull and gray, so Xiao, who wasn't interested in those. The group, full of loot, carried the sacks and ran away happily. "Let's go home," they cheered, very happy after finishing their work. The person sitting in the carriage, Jingxin, held his mask and loved it. "This mask is nice, it suits me. From now on, I'll wear it when I go out to do bad things." Xiao Jiu looked at his own mask, which had sunglasses and a funny expression. He didn't expect that this person, who seemed like a Taoist priest on the outside, was actually a lively young guy inside. Village Chief, who is Brother Biao. Xiao Hu remembered what the village chief said earlier when he was fighting and asked curiously. The name sounded very impressive. "It's my nickname in the martial world." Xiao Jiu had watched a show with his older cousin, where there was a fishmonger called Brother Chong. She liked him a lot and wanted to name herself Brother Chong, but in the end, she thought Brother Biao sounded cooler, so she used that name. "When did you ever wander in the martial world?" Jingxin looked at this small kid in surprise. He didn't expect that, despite his young age, he was even more arrogant than him. "Starting today, I will make my name famous across the land." The young girl crossed her arms and laughed loudly, secretly calling out to the system. "System, play me a background music that suits my personality." The system was speechless, but still played a song from Yunnan that matched her style. "Can't learn to sing, big brother. Do as I do, the great river and sea." When the music started, the girl's face turned green. But for some reason, her body couldn't help but sway along with the music.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
She quickly shouted. "I want that feeling of being bold and free, doing whatever I want." The system pretended to be offline. She angrily cursed the system in her mind. Suddenly, she saw the girl who had just been laughing with her hands on her hips, her legs and hips trembling a little. Then she sat down quietly, looking upset. Jingxin looked confused. Are kids these days all so strange? Meanwhile, a group of people lying on the ground, bruised and battered, slowly woke up. The young heir of Pingnan, Prince Shi, struggled to open his swollen eyes. His head was heavy and foggy, and pain shot through his body like electricity. A cold wind blew, making him shiver inside. Looking down, he saw his clothes were gone. "Young master, are you okay?" A servant and a few guards, weak and crawling from afar, asked. The young prince of Pingnan looked at the well-dressed people around him and got even angrier. He kicked the servant. "Go find me some clothes." The servant felt his purse and tremblingly said, "Young master, our money
Was stolen."
Looking around, he saw the others had been robbed clean. "A bunch of useless people, hurry up and take off your clothes." Do you want me to freeze to death? The servant quickly took off his clothes and handed them to the prince. The prince sniffed the clothes he was about to wear and smelled sweat and something sour. He threw the clothes back in disgust. What's that smell? How long has it been since you last bathed? After looking around, he finally chose a guard who still looked clean and asked him to take off his outer garment. The guard thought, I knew I shouldn't have been so eager to bathe. Sometimes being too clean isn't good. Young master, who were those people just now? Did we encounter something unclean? The servant asked nervously. I don't know, the prince replied angrily. He thought to himself that, as a noble son, he had come to Yongping County and been robbed twice in a row. A bunch of ghostly tricks. I will wipe out these mountain bandits sooner or later. Pingnan Marquis' heir still believes that the group just now were bandits from nearby mountains. They quickly tidied up and hurried toward the capital on horseback. However, the heir of Pingnan Marquis, lying in the carriage, was in terrible pain, starving and dizzy, with no money or valuables on him. He had never suffered like this before, but after this experience, his father would finally have a chance to ask the emperor to send troops to eliminate the bandits. When that happens, their achievements will surely be credited to the Pingnan Marquis estate. The sun gradually set, turning the sky from bright to golden, signaling that dusk was near. Xiao Jiu and the others hurried the carriage along, their homesickness growing as they approached Taoyuan village. Where will we stay? Jiang he asked curiously. Xiao Jiu looked a bit embarrassed. It seemed they would need to quickly arrange for a bigger house or a large villa tomorrow. She was now quite wealthy. What are you afraid of? The village chief probably can't fit everyone, but you can come stay at my house. My mother is very kind, and my sister has gone to learn medicine from your master. That makes you and my sister like siblings. What's the difference between siblings? My sister's mother is your mother too. Just stay and rest assured. Can relationships be so simple? Is your mother really gentle? Jiang he asked. Jiang he was an orphan who had never met his parents. To him, his master was like a father, though sometimes strict. Deep inside, he wondered what his mother might be like. When he heard Ado say her mother was gentle, he felt a bit hopeful. He also wanted to see what having a mother felt like. Taizhu quickly put his arm around Mantsong's shoulder and said, Mantsong, you can come stay at my house. My grandfather makes really good food. Yes, Mantsong, don't worry. Everyone in our village is very kind and gentle. Don't believe me? Ask Wang Zhirong and Shinji Yuan. They don't want to leave. Once our school dormitory is built, we can all go live there. Zhao Hu and the others agreed. Xiao Pang and Shinji Yuan nodded repeatedly. The villagers here are not fierce at all. They are very nice, and there are so many delicious foods every day. Hearing this, Jiang He and Mantsong gradually relaxed. They looked forward to their new life. The carriage slowly approached the village entrance. Xiao Jiu faintly heard sounds of a fight. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly used her mental power to check inside the village. Something's wrong. The village is in trouble. Hearing the front horse carriage, Xian immediately sped up, and the carriage rushed straight to the village. Xiao Jiu and the others quickly jumped down from the carriage. But, seeing Lu Auntie on horseback holding a big knife, Zhao Dalong and a group of people, and then looking at Granny Ma and Granny Lu smashing people on the ground with bricks, and Old Lady Lu desperately poking others with a needle, while the elderly clan elders with sticks knocking on the ground. Xiao Jiu stood there feeling confused. Zhao Hu and the others were also so shocked they couldn't speak. Jingxin saw the kids standing blankly and thought they were scared, so she hurriedly shouted, All the villagers are almost killed by bandits. Can't you see they're all lying on the ground? Hurry and save them. Look at those fierce people on horseback. They clearly don't plan to spare your villagers. Should we report to the authorities? Qin Su asked. No need, no need, Xiao Jiu and the others quickly shook their heads. Are you all so scared you're stunned? We don't need to report. Those bandits on horseback look like they kill without mercy. Jingxin was anxious. Just then, she saw the fierce female bandit on horseback waving at them and coming over on her horse. Village Chief, Ado, you're finally back. As she shouted, others on horseback also headed this way. Everyone dismounted quickly and ran to Xiao Jiu. Village chief. We missed you so much, they said, hugging the village chief one by one. Old Lady Ma still hugged the village chief and gently shook him, saying with concern, "Our dear village chief, you went out and lost weight again. When you get back, I'll ask the old man to cook something delicious for you." After hugging the village chief, Auntie Lu saw her son and quickly hugged him too.
Oh.
Ado is back. Did you miss your mom? Mom will cook something tasty for you, Auntie Lu said. Then she wanted to hug her daughter. Hey, where's your sister? Sister went to the Medicine God Valley to learn medicine, Ado replied dazedly, still stunned from the shock just now. Medicine God Valley? The one that saves the suffering and helps the needy? Auntie Lu said excitedly. Ado nodded.
Oh.
I knew that big girl was talented. She's been helping Dr. Huang with herbs since she was little. She must have a gift, Old Lady Ma praised. Auntie Lu felt like she was floating a bit. Her big girl was so capable. Village chief, next time you go out for so long, you can't do that again. You made us old men worry to death. Several clan leaders saw the village chief and almost started crying. They wondered when the village chief had been away from them for so long. When they were young, they lived under her watchful eye, afraid she might get hurt. Once they realized the village chief had the ability to protect them, they no longer followed her everywhere. This was the first time the village chief had been away from the clan leaders for so many days. They were very worried, unable to eat properly, fearing that malicious outsiders might bully their chief. Shi Xian looked at the villagers of Taoyuan village caring so much for his niece. They were like family, even closer than relatives. Tears almost fell from his eyes. Luckily, his niece was taken in by the villagers of Taoyuan and was living well here. This place felt like a big, loving family. The clan leaders saw the group brought back by the village chief and quickly called everyone back to the village. Jiang He poked Ado and asked, "Didn't you say your mother was very gentle?" Ado remembered how his mother sat on a horse with a big sword, looking like a fierce female bandit. Now, he felt his face hurt a little. Now, the chaos was among the group from Jingxin. No, weren't the villagers of Taoyuan village so brave? From elderly people in their 70s or 80s to children as young as 4 or 5. Xiao Jiu looked at the half-dead people on the ground and asked, "What's going on?"
Who are they?
No idea. About an hour ago, these people stormed into the village with knives, shouting for us to hand over valuables, or they'd kill us. Zhao Dalong kicked the leader and said, "It's this guy." He even said we should hand over the village chief. Talking about stealing stuff, fine, they stole what they could. But these are actually targeting the village chief. We wouldn't let them do that. Xiao Jiu looked at the half-dead people on the ground and asked, "Are you their boss?" The man on the ground trembled and shook his head. "Honestly, if I find out you lied, I'll cut out your tongue," Xiao Jiu threatened fiercely. The man nodded frantically, afraid that Zhao Hu, standing nearby with a big sword, would cut his tongue if he hesitated. Yes, I am their boss," he stammered. "What's your name?"
Xiao Jiu asked. Biao.
"Brother Biao," he replied. Xiao Jiu kicked him and said, "What kind of name is that? How dare you use the same name as me? Change your name, you're not allowed to call yourself that." "Then what should I call myself?" The man stammered in fear. "From now on, call me Guzi," said Little Jiu. The former brother Biao, now Guzi, nodded humbly. "I heard you were looking for me?" Little Jiu continued with a serious tone. Guzi quickly begged for mercy. "Miss, I was wrong. I didn't see the situation clearly." He then slapped himself twice. Little Jiu watched quietly. "I'll tell you. It's the young master from the Li family. He paid us to come to Taoyuan village to catch you," Guzi hurriedly confessed. "Li family? Li Chang?"
Shun Ziyuan asked.
Guzi nodded quickly. "He found out Suihua and his sister are in your village,"
he said.
"Since you took what he wanted, you should replace his sister," Guzi finished, feeling like he wanted to die. Suddenly, the villager's anger reached its peak. He saw the group of fierce-looking people beside the young girl, their eyes burning with rage. The knives in their hands were ready to strike. I was just doing my job for the money. I'm not the main culprit.
Eguzi shouted.
Beast, beast. The old village chief struck his cane loudly. Their village chief was only 5 years old. How dare this Li family young master say such things? Thinking further, Suihua's sister looked about 10 years old. They're truly despicable, worse than animals. The elders' faces darkened with anger, trembling all over. Seeing the villagers sharpening their knives nearby, they quickly helped hold the village chief. Village chief, I'll go to the town now and kill him, Lu Dezhu thought confidently. He was a bachelor with no children, and his mother would surely support him. Today, he was determined to kill that Li guy. Village chief, we're going to. If we don't cut 2 pounds of meat from him today, Xiao Dalong, will take his surname. Xiao Dalong clenched his fists, his muscles bulging as if about to burst. The others also looked fierce, shouting they would chop him up. Guzi's words were heard by Xian. Xian's face darkened. He planned to ask for the address of the Li family later and, when night fell, go to take Li Chong's life. The children didn't understand what Guzi meant, thinking Li Chong was going to take the village chief away to get revenge for her stealing Suihua's sister. Jiang he tiptoed and pulled at the cloth bag inside the Jingxin pouch, shouting, "Tie the bag! Tie the bag!"
Fight! Fight! Fight!
Jingxin hurriedly pulled back her backpack. This kid was so strong. How did such a fierce little boy come from the Medicine God Valley? This scoundrel, daring to seek revenge. Shen Ziyuan called over the guard Xinqi, who was left by her father, and told him to go back immediately and inform her father. Ado and Zhao who looked at the village chief, who was squatting on the ground, lost in thought, and quietly asked, "Village chief, are you thinking about tonight?" They both made a gesture of cutting across their necks, as if to suggest killing, though they didn't know where they learned it. No. Killing is illegal. Xiao Jiu shook his head. Then let's just forget it? The two didn't believe it at all. This didn't seem like the village chief style. Of course not. Killing is illegal, but we can kill legally, Xiao Jiu said happily. System. You, a primary school student, watch what kind of TV shows and read what books. Xiao Jiu thought to the system. I'm thinking of borrowing someone else's knife to kill. My cousin once said, when you don't like someone but don't want to dirty your hands, find their weakness and then use someone else's hand to get rid of them. System. Are you sure your cousin isn't an outlaw? Xiao Jiu. My cousin is not like that. She's kind and good-hearted. System. How can killing be legal? Village chief, do you have a way? Ado's eyes sparkled. It was the first time Ado heard of legal killing, and his curiosity was piqued. We need to find Li Chong's weakness, and then give it to the county magistrate or Li's enemies, so others can deal with Li Chong. We should be good children who follow the law, Xiao Jiu explained. Zhao, who looked confused, not understanding why they needed to make things so complicated when they could just sneak in at midnight and deal with him directly. What's the point of finding weaknesses when fists are more straightforward? Ado understood and strongly agreed with this method. But, do you know what weaknesses Li Chong has? Ado asked. Li's family has many corpses. We plan to make these bodies visible to officials and Li's enemies so they can see, Xiao Jiu said. Last time, Xiao Jiu went to Li's house to save Suihua's sister and noticed the flowers in Li's garden were especially bright. She couldn't help but look more, and out of curiosity, used her mental power to check what fertilizer was used. She planned to grow some in her own yard, but when she checked, she found that beneath the flowers, there were bodies buried. Unless Li's family hosts a banquet, even if the bodies are dug up, only Li's people will see them, Ado said. We need to ask Shen Ziyuan and Wang Zhirong if Li's family is planning any banquet. When the time comes, we can find a way to sneak in. After finishing, Little Wine looked back at the angry crowd and said, Everyone, don't be impulsive. We have already thought of a solution. The villagers quickly stepped forward and asked, Village Chief, what is the plan? Is there anything we need to do? Just tell us, we are willing. Yes, Village Chief, don't worry. We will handle this. Right, we will cut off the 2 ounces of meat from that Li guy and feed it to Big Yellow. But as soon as he finished speaking, the tribe leader harshly struck him several times with a cane. Don't speak dirty words in front of the village chief. If your mouth is unclean, sew it shut. The man who was hit finally realized he had said inappropriate things in front of a young girl. He quickly slapped his own mouth and said, "Phew, phew, phew, it's all my fault. My mouth is really out of control. I say anything that comes to mind." Everyone was talking among themselves, and if Little Wine had said just one word like him, they would have immediately rushed to Lee's house. Little Wine waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and ordered someone to take Deguzi and his group to the ancestral hall. To deal with the enemy, we need a sure hit. Charging at Li Chong isn't wise. We want to make sure Li Chong never has a chance to recover and pay for his evil deeds. Stay in the village and wait for news. I have my own plans. When I need help, I will ask everyone. Disperse now. Hearing this, the villagers thought the village chief was really impressive. Making sure Li Chong never recovers was what they wanted, but they underestimated the situation. Seeing the village chief just returned from outside, obviously exhausted from traveling, they quickly said, "Village chief, go home and rest well. If you need anything, just tell us." After caring for the village chief, a few people headed home. From afar, they could still hear their conversations. Still, the village chief is thoughtful. Why aren't we as smart as him? Of course not. Who is the village chief? Can anyone compare to him? Exactly. No wonder the old village chief still needs to dream of the clan leaders after he dies. Let's burn incense for our ancestors again. Having the village chief is truly a blessing for our village. Jingxin looked at Little Wine with envy and said, "Hey, how come you're so influential in the village? I'm just an honest Taoist priest, but everyone calls me a liar." Jingxin's envy made his teeth ache. If only more people believed in him, he wouldn't even be able to afford food. Little Wine glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, "Maybe you should start giving people fortune-telling services. Wear a beard and dress older?" "No way. I look so handsome that people need to see me. I can't cover my face." Jingxin touched her face happily. She was very satisfied with her appearance. Xiao Jiu rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to bother, thinking he's more narcissistic than herself. System. Host, you finally have self-awareness. The tired crowd quickly went home to rest. As for Shi Xian and the others, they stayed in Xiao Jiu's yard, since Master Su and Master Yan hadn't returned yet. Su Xiao hurriedly picked up the village chief and asked, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" "I'll cook right away." "Village chief, hot pot."
Hot pot.
The little fat boy jumped excitedly, his fatigue gone, eager to eat meat. "Yes, I'll arrange it now." Xiao Jiu waved her hand in agreement. She had been craving hot pot for a long time. Her stomach was growling loudly. Hearing this, Zhao Hu and the others immediately decided not to go home and happily followed along.
What's hot pot?
Jingxin asked curiously. Seeing how excited this group of kids was, it must be a special dish from this village. Jingxin didn't expect much. After all, he had traveled everywhere and tried many delicacies. Could a small village's food compare to the capital? Meanwhile, the village chief's grandson, Shi Jiu, finally saw a kid about his size and refused to go back. He hurried over, grabbed Jianghe's hand, and wanted to make friends. In the past, the village chief and others didn't want to play with him, saying he was too small. He wanted to follow them, but they walked so badly that they disappeared in an instant. Often, Shida's cries could be heard echoing through the village. Now, he was so happy to have a friend his size. Shi Jiu was over the moon. Jianghe looked at Shi Jiu, who was the same height as him, and felt excited too. In the Medicine God Valley, he had no peers, and later, he followed Xiao Jiu and the others, but they spoke so fast he often couldn't understand. Also, they could fly, and he had to be carried by his senior brother to keep up. The two chubby, round little guys held hands and followed behind everyone, looking like two adorable little penguins. But the unkind group ahead was so focused on discussing hot pot that they completely forgot about the two little legs behind. The two small legs hurriedly tried to catch up but couldn't keep up with the group. Shi Jiu was so angry, he sat down on the ground and started crying loudly again. He cried while accusing everyone. Xiao Jiu and the others turned around and finally saw the two kids, especially Qin Su. Looking at the little junior brother's sad and pleading eyes, he felt a surge of guilt. When the master left, he repeatedly told him to take good care of the junior brother. He was so focused on thinking about what hot pot was that he forgot everything else. It's all because this chubby kid kept describing how delicious the hot pot was, filling his mind with thoughts of food and making him forget about his junior brother entirely. Qin Su hurried over and hugged Jiang He. Xiao Jiu also quickly ran over and carried the stone. Everyone was really afraid the stone would cry. His voice was loud enough to hurt their ears. The stone, carried by Xiao Jiu, immediately stopped crying. "Brother Xiao Jiu, you're so good. Do you really think I'm good?"
Xiao Jiu asked.
The stone nodded heavily. "Besides the village chief, I like you the most." Xiao Jiu wanted to tease him, so he said, "Since you think I'm good, give me one of the candies in your pocket." The stone quickly covered his small pocket tightly. "No more, no more, I ate it all." It was almost obvious he was hiding something. Xiao Jiu patted the little round and said, "You little liar, you haven't learned anything." Then he jumped up with the stone and ran towards the village chief's yard. From afar, they could hear the excited shouts of the stone. Everyone quickly returned to the village chief's yard. Su Xiaoxiao hurried back to the kitchen to help. Behind her, Su Hao's sister, Su Tong, followed as usual. Su Tong was like a little shadow of Sister Xiaoxiao, and she loved staying in the kitchen, eager to become Sister Xiaoxiao's apprentice. Soon, a steaming hot pot was brought out. The children quickly arranged the dishes and couldn't wait to start eating. Jing Xian watched the children pick up their chopsticks and eat so quickly, wanting to comment on their manners, but he felt that if he said too much, the food on the table might be gone. He quickly rolled up his sleeves and joined in. He mimicked the children, quickly dipping a piece of meat into the hot pot and eagerly putting it into his mouth. In an instant, the tender meat met his tongue. The fragrant, spicy aroma of the hot pot filled his mouth, awakening every taste bud with its wonderful flavor, making it hard to stop eating. Jing Xian remembered what the master had said, that the person who could always eat well was in Taiyuan village. He guessed the master was talking about this girl, and he decided he had to hold on to her tightly. Shi Xian and Qin Su didn't need to be mentioned. Their appetites were surprisingly big. They focused solely on eating, not saying a word the whole time, afraid that if they spoke, they might miss out on another piece of meat. Seeing Jing Xian constantly eating meat, Xiao Jiu couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you a Taoist?
How can you eat meat?"
He glanced at him calmly and explained, "Although I am a Taoist priest, I do not strictly follow vegetarian rules. Eating meat is just following natural needs and does not affect my understanding or practice of the Tao." Xiao Jiu always felt that this person was not really a Taoist priest, but a fake one who only wanted to trick others into feeding him. A table of dishes was eaten up quickly, and everyone still felt they wanted more. Since it was getting late, they could only think about eating again next time. After tidying up, everyone went back to their own homes to rest. Once everyone finished washing up, they could finally sleep well. In the early morning light, with birds singing outside the window, everyone was awakened from their sleep. Xiao Jiu opened his eyes and saw Suihua staring at him intently. He was so scared that he immediately woke up. "What's going on? What are you doing? You scared me to death." Xiao Jiu quickly pulled Suihua into his arms and petted her. "Suihua, I missed you so much." Hearing this, Suihua immediately became happy. "Master, I missed you too. When will you build my villa for me?" Before Xiao Jiu could reply, there was a voice outside, along with loud, angry scolding from Shen Ziyuan. It was clear she was very furious, probably because her guards had brought back some bad news. Who upset her? A few people hurriedly came out of the house. "What's wrong?" Xiao Jiu asked. "That scumbag made me so angry. My cousin is getting married to Li Chang tomorrow, but she promised me she would break off the engagement. It must be because my aunt and uncle don't agree with the breakup. My cousin was forced into it. Village chief, what should I do? I don't want my cousin to marry Li Chang, but they are getting married tomorrow." Shen Ziyuan's tears fell quickly. She had a close relationship with her cousin since childhood, and hearing this news made her feel both angry and sad. What happened? What's going on? Xiao Jiu and Ado, who had come early for breakfast, quickly asked when they saw the scene in the yard. Next to them, the chubby boy briefly explained what had just happened. Will there be many people at the Li family's wedding?
Xiao Jiu asked Shen Ziyuan.
Shen Ziyuan nodded. The Li family's main house in Beijing is a small noble family, so many people will come because of the connection. She looked at the chubby boy and continued, Your aunt and uncle will also come. The chubby boy's aunt was married to the son of the Deputy Minister of Justice in Beijing, so it was no surprise that the Li family invited the old lady Wang's family and even sent an invitation to Wang's married daughter. It seems they also want to take this chance to get to know the Sun family better. Xiao Jiu and Ado exchanged a quick look and immediately came up with an idea. Xiao Jiu said, I have a way to stop your cousin from marrying him, but first I need to ask what your cousin thinks. Xiao Jiu felt it was important to clarify her cousin's wishes. If she insisted on jumping into the fire, they needed to know. So, they decided to ask her directly. Hearing this, Shen Ziyuan suddenly felt no longer sad. She thought that since the village chief said this, it could definitely help solve the problem. Although the village chief was young, he somehow made people trust him. Shen Ziyuan quickly said goodbye to everyone and rushed to her cousin's house. She had to ask her in person. Since the village chief was willing to help, her cousin must not hold back. After Shen Ziyuan left, little Fatty mischievously asked the village chief, Village chief, are we going to have a rush wedding tomorrow? What are you thinking? That's not a good idea, Ado said, rolling his eyes. This guy's brain is just like Xiao Jiu's. What is that? Little Fatty asked, not angry, since he inherited his father's traits. Even his teacher said he was a bit slow. Wait for news from Shen Ziyuan's side, then we can make a plan, Xiao Jiu finished and took Suihua out for a walk. Behind them, a group of children hurriedly followed. They strolled all the way to the school. Inside, the children were reading aloud happily, and the teacher was teaching.
Hey!
Isn't Teacher Sue still not back? Who's teaching? A few people peeked inside and looked around. They saw a young man they didn't recognize. Wang Jingyi also waved at them. Then, a few street kids who had planned to wander around were forced to attend school all morning. Suihua tried several times to sneak out but was held back by Xiao Jiu. Good brothers share hardships. Under Xiao Jiu's gentle persuasion, Suihua, confused but determined, stared wide-eyed and started attending class. She didn't understand why a chicken needed to learn culture, but she believed her owner wouldn't deceive her. After the teacher finished the lesson, Wang Jingyi brought the young man who had just taught to the village chief and introduced him. This person was recommended by Teacher Sue. Teacher Sue said he has some family matters to attend to, so to avoid delaying the children's studies in the village, he introduced someone to teach. The young man bowed to Xiao Jiu and said, My name is Pei Xia. I am from the capital city. My family has fallen on hard times. Fortunately, my mentor recommended me, and I came here to teach. Then he looked at the small girl who was barely taller than his knee and continued, Village chief, rest assured, I will do my best and live up to my mentor's trust. Little Jiu really wanted to imitate the village chief by stroking his beard and then saying politely, Mr. Pei's visit is truly a great blessing for our village. However, since little Jiu had no beard, she could only use her simplest words to sincerely welcome the new guest. She solemnly patted Pei Xia's hand and said, Good luck with your work. I believe in you. Then she quickly ran away with Suihua, afraid that the new guest might catch her, and she had to attend class in the afternoon. After running far away, little Jiu patted her chest and thought, That was close. I almost went back to school again. But she forgot that her mind was still linked to a system. Host, as a qualified village chief, you must be knowledgeable and talented, well-versed in many subjects. The system continued with a long list of instructions, then started playing various famous teachers' lectures in her mind. From historical texts to Confucian classics, then to astronomy, geography, economics, and trade. System. Since the host doesn't want to go to school, probably because she doesn't like the atmosphere there, I have personally found videos of famous teachers for you. From now on, we will learn online. No need to go to school. You can learn anytime and anywhere. The system was excited, thinking it had found a perfect solution. Hearing this bad news, little Jiu really wanted to find a piece of tofu to die. Is it still possible for her to go back to school now? Village chief, what's wrong? Xiao Jiu looked at the village chief, who had been fine just now but now looked as distressed as someone who had lost money. You wouldn't understand. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Being invincible is so lonely. Little Jiu, with her hands behind her back, silently walked home, feeling very upset inside. When she reached the yard, everyone saw Shen Ziyuan looking anxious. You're back so soon? Ado asked. Seeing the village chief return, Shen Ziyuan immediately held little Jiu's hand and said, My cousin said she's willing to listen to your arrangements. She doesn't want to marry Li Chong, but my uncle refuses to cancel the engagement. She can't escape, and her uncle has people watching her. Village chief, what do you think we should do? Shen Ziyuan was almost panicking. The wedding is tomorrow, and she wondered if it was still possible to rescue her cousin tonight. When little Jiu heard that her cousin was willing to cooperate, she immediately shared her plan. First, we do this, then this. Can you two bring me into Li's house tomorrow? Little Jiu asked. Of course, just say I am your friends, Shen Ziyuan replied, confident that it was no big deal. But who will pretend to be the bride?
Shen Ziyuan asked.
Everyone's eyes turned sharply to Jingxin. Jingxin jumped 3 feet high in excitement. Absolutely not impossible, I disagree. There are no doors. I am a proud man. I cannot pretend to be a bride. Don't even think about it. After saying that, he confidently flexed his non-existent biceps. Xiao Jiu then used his secret move. Moral pressure. Saving a life is more meritorious than building 7 levels of a tomb. How great is that achievement? Can you really bear to see her cousin, so young, fall into danger? If you sacrifice just a little, you can save someone's happiness for a lifetime. Isn't that a noble thing? Yes. You're a good person. You're so kind. You will help, right? Shen Ziyuan looked at him eagerly. I've always thought you are a very powerful Taoist priest, Xiao Jiu said sincerely to Jingxin. From the first time I saw you, I felt you were very impressive. You are the most powerful Taoist I've ever seen, Ado said. Although he hadn't seen any other Taoist besides Jingxin. Everyone kept praising Jingxin, almost making her lose her way. Am I really that impressive in your hearts? Jingxin, flattered, was so confused she accidentally boarded a small ghost-stolen boat. The next morning, Lin Shi and his group, who had been told by Suihua last night, arrived with over a dozen children from the cave. They arrived early in the town. Shen Ziyuan successfully sneaked into the He residence with Xiao Jiu and headed straight to her cousin's room. The others outside were planning other schemes. He Jiao, who had finished dressing and said goodbye to her family, was waiting inside for the groom's wedding procession. He Jiao heard a sound and looked up, seeing 2 heads peeking out of the window. At the same time, the sound of drums and gongs from the wedding procession echoed outside the door. The maid beside He Jiao quickly covered her veil, preparing to her out. He Jiao hurriedly grabbed the maid's hand, took out a pouch embroidered with the characters for health and safety, and said, Maid, before I leave, can you give this to my mother? I embroidered it overnight yesterday. I can't be with her now, but I hope she sees this pouch and feels happy. I wish my mother good health and safety in the days to come. The maid looked at the time and hesitated, but the groom is almost at the door now. I'll give it to lady after I send you out. He Jiao, with tears in her eyes, looked at the maid and said, Maid, you are my mother's maid. Don't you want to fulfill my filial wish? Please fulfill my last wish before I get married. The old lady hesitated for a moment, then covered He Jiao's head with a veil and said, Sit here and wait for me. I'll be back soon. After saying that, she went into the ladies' courtyard. Shen Ziyuan quickly took the small wine bottle inside. Cousin, the village chief is here. We've already thought of a plan. Xin Zhiyuan said to reassure her cousin. Xiao Jiu almost started crying. She had been wondering why she had believed the childish words of some children yesterday. She thought she couldn't escape her fate of marrying Li Chong. Put this dress under your wedding clothes, then find a chance to take off the wedding dress and the headpiece in the carriage. There might be some chaos on the way, so just blend into the crowd wearing this outfit. Xiao Jiu took out a tattered beggar's outfit from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Jiu. Later, wear this, and remember to smear some of this gray stuff on your face. He then took out a dark, ash-like substance from his pocket and gave it to her. Xiao Jiu quickly put on the dress under her wedding clothes and hid the other things on her body. Xiao Jiu and the others hurried away before the old lady returned. They continued rushing toward the Li residence, where a big scene was about to unfold. After saying goodbye to her parents, Xiao Jiu was helped into the wedding sedan by the matchmaker. Once the sedan started moving slowly, she quickly took off her wedding dress and, following Xiao Jiu's instructions, smeared her face with the gray stuff. Although she didn't know exactly what the children planned, she still followed the instructions. The worst that could happen was that she would still marry Li Chong. The journey from the He residence to the Li residence involved passing through the busiest street, which was full of people, especially today since Li's wedding was happening. The townspeople came out to collect money and share in the celebration. Li Chong sat on his horse and threw a small bag of money into the crowd as they passed through the busy street. Usually, sensible people knew not to disturb the bride's sedan when grabbing the money, and whether they caught it or not, they would still send blessings to the groom. But today, some reckless people, led by Lin Qi and a group of ragged little beggars with dirty faces, rushed into the wedding procession. They caused chaos, making people fall and horses rear, forcing the sedan to stop. A few children grabbed the money bag from the matchmaker and tugged at the waistband of the people carrying the sedan. In the chaos, Jing Xian sneaked into the sedan, changed into Xiao Jiu's wedding clothes, and Xiao Jiu took the chance to escape with the little beggars. This group of little beggars appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. The team regained their calm. If it weren't for several people in the group having their wallets stolen by a group of small beggars just now, everyone would have thought the earlier chaos was just an illusion. Li Chong only felt unlucky. The happy wedding was spoiled by the mess. The matchmaker quickly looked at the bride inside the sedan, who was sitting properly, and her worried heart finally eased. Fortunately, everything was fine. The lost wallets could be replaced by the hosts later. To avoid delaying the auspicious time, the wedding procession continued moving forward. They entered Li's residence amid drums and gongs. This time, Li's son was getting married. Li's father had spent a lot to help his son, inviting many officials and noble guests to come, all to pave the way for his son's future and build connections. Inside the house, guests filled the halls. Many officials and nobles came, bowing or offering congratulations. The entire house was filled with happiness, peace, and celebration. Li Chong lifted the sedan curtain and helped Xiao Jiu out, following the proper steps smoothly and calmly. The onlookers nearby were amazed, especially Xiao Jiu, who was secretly suspecting that Jing Xian had done a lot of marriage scams before. She was so skilled, it was unbelievable. Xin Ziyuan, along with Xiao Jiu and others, successfully sneaked into Li's house with their parents. Shen County Magistrate and his wife looked at Xiao Jiu with great affection, as if she were their own daughter. Fortunately, Xin Ziyuan was very open-minded and didn't mind at all. She even thought her parents had good judgment. She dreamed of bringing the village chief home as a younger brother. Mrs. Wang was very happy to see Xiao Jiu. She believed Xiao Jiu could control her son, especially since Xiao Jiu could make her son study and practice martial arts obediently. Mrs. Wang felt she owed her gratitude for that. Mrs. Wang quickly took Xiao Jiu to introduce her to her younger sister-in-law, saying, "This is the girl I told you about. She saved our Rong. Isn't she adorable?" Seeing Mrs. Wang showing off, Madame's son thought her sister-in-law was planning to take the girl as a child bride. Xiao Jiu nudged Xin Ziyuan and Xiao Peng, signaling that they should leave quickly because the show was about to start and they needed to find good seats. Shen Ziyuan held Xiao Jiu's hand and said goodbye to the elders, with Xiao Peng following closely. "You honor, you must watch Xiao Jiu carefully, okay? Don't let anyone bully her," Mrs. Shen kept reminding her.
Got it.
Shen Ziyuan ran away with Xiao Jiu without looking back. All preparations were complete. Xiao Jiu found Suihua sneaking in, patted her head, and said, "It's up to you now. Go ahead, Suihua." Suihua proudly circled around the Li residence, provoking all the dogs inside and outside the house. Soon after, loud barking erupted from the backyard, followed by the sight of a chicken leisurely flying ahead, chased by 4 or 5 large yellow dogs. Since most guests had never seen a flying chicken, they eagerly gathered to watch the amusing scene. Suihua led this group of silly dogs to the garden where the bodies had been buried. "Cluck cluck, cluck cluck," Suihua crowed. "My claws can dig the ground. Can you silly dogs do that?" She challenged arrogantly while scratching at the ground with her claws.
Ouch.
Her claws hurt. Hearing this, the big yellow dogs couldn't tolerate a chicken daring to challenge them in their territory. They seemed possessed, their eyes wide with anger, panting heavily. Their claws raked the ground like a storm, digging furiously with swift, powerful movements, dirt flying everywhere. Servants nearby tried to chase them away, but the dogs ignored them, determined to prove their digging skills. The guests watching found the chaotic, funny scene quite interesting. However, as time went on, the laughter faded. More and more dirt was dug up by the yellow dogs, and suddenly, a foul, rotten smell filled the air. Terrifyingly, a pile of mutilated bodies appeared before everyone's eyes. The twisted limbs and pale bones looked especially eerie in the sunlight.
Ugh.
Some ladies couldn't bear it and felt their stomachs turn. The household servants quickly gathered around, ready to punish the ungrateful guard dogs in the backyard. Seeing this, Suihua knew she had to act. She was not the type to abandon her friends. "Cluck cluck. Come on, silly dogs, let's settle this outside," she shouted. Then, Suihua led the silly dogs out of the house in a flash, leaving behind a mess at the Li residence. Meanwhile, Lord Zhou, a rival of the Li family, asked with a teasing and proud tone, staring sharply at Lord Li's pale face, "Old Lord Li, shouldn't you explain the bodies in the garden?" Lord Li's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. He tried to stay calm, but couldn't hide his panic. He cleared his throat twice, attempting to use his authority to mask his fear and unease. "Lord Zhou, what do you mean by that? My family, the Li family, has always been honest and upright. How could such a shocking thing happen? I believe someone is maliciously framing us to ruin our reputation." Old Mr. Zhou sneered, showing disdain in his eyes. "Old Master Li, your words are too light. The body was found in your house, and not only is its origin unclear, but it also smells terrible, indicating it has been there for some time. If it weren't for that big yellow dog accidentally digging it up today, it might have been hidden even longer." The guests around began whispering and discussing, and at this moment, the reputation of the Li family seemed to be torn apart bit by bit. Old Master Li knew that if he didn't handle this matter carefully, not only would his family's reputation be ruined, but it could also lead to government officials getting involved, with consequences too terrible to imagine. Son-in-law Wang Fengyi walked forward with a serious face. He forced down his stomach ache, his eyes sharp and focused as he carefully examined the body on the ground. Since childhood, Wang Fengyi had been influenced by his father and had a talent for investigating bodies and solving cases. The more he examined the bones, the paler his face became, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was terrified to discover that all these bones belonged to children, small, fragile, and tragic, silently telling a story of extreme suffering, which made people feel heartbroken. Seeing her husband's pale face, Lady Sun, trying to hide her fear, moved closer to support him. Wang Fugue also hurried over to help his brother-in-law. "What did you find? Why do you look so pale?" Lady Sun asked. Wang Fengyi clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot as he angrily pointed at the people of the Li family. "How dare you? How dare you? Such heartless monsters! These are children's bodies, and you can do such cruel things to innocent kids. It's unforgivable. I will report this to the capital." After hearing this, Lady Sun looked at the pile of bodies on the ground and trembled all over. She and her husband had been unable to have children for many years, trying every prayer and ritual, but nothing worked. Lady Sun loved children very much and was almost obsessed with wanting her own. Now, seeing the pile of small children's bones on the ground, she was overwhelmed with grief and anger. "You beasts, you heartless monsters. These children did nothing wrong. Why?" Before she could finish, Lady Sun nearly fainted from extreme sorrow and rage. Mrs. Wang quickly helped her sister-in-law to rest nearby. "Don't be too sad. Your husband will handle this. He will make the guilty pay with their lives. Don't ruin your health over this." Mrs. Wang comforted him. Old Master Zhou was stunned. He had thought that the bodies buried by the Li family were just those of disobedient maidservants or young servants, which was common in many households. Beating and killing unruly servants was often understood, but no family had ever killed so many. However, what did the young son of the Ministry of Justice say? All of those were children's bodies. It was truly shocking. The guests who had been whispering to each other were now stunned into silence by Sun Fangyi's recent words. After a brief pause, a wave of panic and angry shouts erupted from the crowd. An old man, trembling with rage, stomped heavily on the ground with his cane, trembling as he accused the Li family. "Li family, how dare you be so heartless, harming innocent children? You will be punished by heaven. This evil act must be reported to the court, and His Majesty will decide." This man was the key figure the Li family had been eager to impress today. He was also here on the Emperor's orders to investigate the case of the dark-clad people reported by Magistrate Shen at the mountain cave. The Li family had gone to great lengths to invite this elder to their home, and now this incident happened. Old Master Li quickly explained, "There must be some misunderstanding. These bones have nothing to do with our Li family. It's definitely someone plotting to frame us, making false accusations." Other members of the Li family also chimed in. "This is pure nonsense. Our Li family has always been just and law-abiding, kind and generous. How could we commit such heinous acts? It must be someone deliberately setting a trap to slander our family's reputation. Everyone, don't believe the slander. Our Li family is innocent. There's something suspicious about this. Perhaps someone with ulterior motives is deliberately framing us." They spoke confidently, but little did they know, their words sounded convincing now, only to be proven wrong soon. At this moment, a commotion suddenly arose outside the Li family's gate. Xiao Jiu's eyes lit up. "They're here." The show was just beginning. A crowd of villagers gathered outside, some eager to watch, some full of sorrow, and others filled with righteous anger. Most of all, they were shouting to go to the Li family's house to find their missing children. These parents, who had lost their children, saw a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Any sign of hope they refused to let go of. They wanted to see their loved ones alive or dead. Earlier, Lin Qi and his group, disguised as beggars, had spread the news about the mountain cave and the children. They had dug up many children's bodies from the Li family's yard, and they told the parents who had lost children to come and identify their loved ones. A little spreads to a lot, and soon everyone who hears the news comes with their families. Since the town hasn't had any new events for a long time, everyone is eager to see the shocking scene today. The villagers, who have been searching for their children for a long time, are especially eager to rush into the Li residence. Inside the mansion, the Li family members are almost faint with shock. What exactly is happening? Forget about the body buried in the garden for now. The main question is who informed these villagers, and who has a grudge against the Li family. The eyes of the Li family members are like sharp arrows, all pointing at the Zhou family, burning with intense hatred, as if wanting to swallow them whole. The Zhou family members immediately hold their heads high, looking at their old master with admiration. It turns out that their grandfather is so powerful, and their family has fought with the Li family for many years. The Li family, relying on their connection to the main family in the capital, has often mocked the Zhou family. The Zhou family has suffered many losses over the years. Unexpectedly, their grandfather made a stunning move when he finally acted. He is truly fierce. If someone tries to cheat him, he will make their whole family suffer. The Zhou family members decide they should learn more from their grandfather in the future. Grandpa Zhou's gaze shifts among his sons. Such a detailed plan. Who could have come up with it? Today's series of events makes him think his sons are very capable and have a bright future. The Zhou family members, full of pride, look at the Li family as if to say, "You are doomed." Witnessing everything, Magistrate Shen feels his official hat about to fall off. Such terrible incidents keep happening in his jurisdiction. He quickly orders his servants to summon the officers from the county office, surround the Li residence, and continue digging. What is Magistrate Shen doing? Old Master Li angrily asks. Old Master Li, don't you see? I suspect your family is involved in child trafficking and has murdered the victims, Shen replies. He then commands his men keep digging. At his command, the officers start digging vigorously at the Li residence, revealing bodies one after another. Some of the bodies still have damp soil on them, indicating they were buried not long ago. Their pale skin and flexible limbs are shocking to see. Some of the remains were only incomplete bones, eroded by time, with white bones standing out and emitting a creepy smell of decay. These old or new bodies silently revealed the terrible crimes of the Li family, making the officials digging up the bodies feel cold and filled with fear and anger. Everyone who saw this was stunned, gasping in shock. Some covered their mouths, eyes wide with horror, trembling uncontrollably. Others clenched their fists in anger, grinding their teeth and cursing the evil deeds of the Li family. The women looked terrified, clutching each other, tears flowing uncontrollably. The elders, furious, scolded loudly, stomping the ground with their canes, condemning these inhumane acts. The young men, filled with righteous anger, shouted loudly, demanding justice for the victims. The wedding celebration had turned into chaos. As the bodies were uncovered and clearly displayed, it was chilling to see that all the victims were young girls and women. Sun Fengyi approached to examine the mostly intact bodies. They were covered with shocking wounds, bruises and cuts, some with torn flesh, like silent screams of the cruelty they endured in life. The young girls' faces were twisted in pain, their small bodies curled up as if still struggling in their final moments, trying to escape a never-ending nightmare. The young women's once beautiful faces were now distorted, their hair messy, hiding desperate eyes. Their clothes were torn, revealing horrifying whip marks. Their bodies were mutilated, some limbs broken cruelly, others burned by fire, their blackened skin hard to look at. Every wound and scar felt like a sharp knife piercing everyone's hearts. County Magistrate Shen ordered the officials to arrest everyone from the Li family. After careful questioning, the stubborn old Master Li finally broke down. Faced with overwhelming evidence, his defenses crumbled. His face turned pale, and he collapsed to his knees, crying and confessing his crimes. On a fake mountain, some children watched the bodies being dug up, feeling cold all over. They couldn't believe how cruel a person could be. Their eyes burned with anger, wishing they could immediately go and punish old Master Li. The little wine's mind was restless with anger. He really wanted to go over and punish Lord Li, but letting him die so easily would be too kind. He believed Lord Li should face the court's justice and moral judgment. If those couldn't punish him, he was willing to do it himself. Clack, clack. Clack, clack. That's not right. That's not right. Suihua, who had just returned to Little Wine's side, saw Lord Li confessing his crimes and shouted anxiously. What's not right? Little Wine asked. Clack, clack. Clack, clack. There's still the murderer. The murderer. What's happening? Shen Ziyuan and Little Fatty asked together. Suihua said, There's still the murderer. Clack, clack. Clack, clack. Clack, clack. Those foolish dogs said the children were killed by Li Chong. The adults were killed by Lord Li. Little Wine's eyes shot sharply at Li Chong like a sword. The little girls were killed by Li Chong.
What? What?
Shin Ziyuan and little Fatty stammered in fear. Li Chong was so young, yet he dared to kill so many people. Little Wine looked angrily at Lord Li, who was still crying and admitting to his crimes. He's trying to take all the blame. Not a chance. After speaking, Shin Ziyuan quickly climbed down the fake mountain and ran toward his father. Madame Shin saw her daughter running over and, upon seeing the group of girls' bodies, was so frightened she hurriedly covered her daughter's eyes. Why are you running over? Quickly, Shin Qi, take the young lady back to the house. I won't go back. I have something to tell Dad. She broke free from her mother's hand and headed toward her father. How come this girl is so strong now? Madame Shin was so shocked she forgot to stop her daughter. Shin Ziyuan quietly told his father that the children were killed by Li Chong and that the adults were killed by Lord Li. Shin County Magistrate listened carefully, but still wanted his daughter to stay away from the scene. He didn't want her to see such cruelty. Shin Ziyuan pouted, thinking, I saw everything already, and I chose the best spot to watch. Seeing his daughter leave, Shun County Magistrate approached Sun Fangyi and quietly told him what had happened, since Sun Fangyi was better at interrogations. Earlier, Sun Fangyi found it strange that Lord Li confessed so quickly. I'll ask again, did you kill all these people? Sun Fangyi stared intently at Lord Li and asked. Old Master Li's face was unusually pale, and he avoided Sun Fangyi's penetrating gaze. His voice trembled with what seemed like endless regret. It was I who did it. From what I know, your son has a tendency to harm children, right? I believe those young girls were harmed by him. Surely, these children were killed by your son, Sun Fangyi said slowly, trying to suppress his anger. As he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Does the Li family's young master have a tendency to harm children? So cruel at such a young age, killing so many people? Corruption starts at the top. Even the people of the Li family were stunned. When the bodies were dug up from the estate, the second and third branches of the Li family were already shocked. They initially thought it was the Zhou family framing them, but as more bodies were uncovered, they realized this matter was connected to their own family. Seeing the horrifying bodies and the disgusting father and son of the main house, the second and third branches felt a chill down their spines. Although they often oppressed common folk, they never dared to kill so many people. Wearing a joyful wedding outfit, Li Chong remained calm and said, Sir, do you have any evidence? You can't just slander me without proof. Li Chong was completely unfazed. He had assigned Biao Ge to handle the bad deeds outside, and he himself had never appeared publicly. As for the bodies in the yard, his father had already taken responsibility. As for Biao Ge, he had already sent someone to silence witnesses. He didn't believe these officials could find any evidence or witnesses. Facing the suspicion and anger of the crowd, Li Chong appeared indifferent, calm, and even a bit mocking, as if mocking their incompetence. Sun Fangyi looked at Li Chong's unrepentant and fearless attitude, his face darkening as he scolded, Li Chong, you disregard human life so much. Now that your crimes are exposed, don't you realize you should repent? Do you really think the court's laws can't punish you? Sir, I don't understand what you mean. If you believe I am guilty of great crimes, then please bring witnesses or evidence, Li Chong replied calmly.
You.
The censor's beard trembled with anger. Such arrogance has never been seen before. I must make you pay for your crimes to calm the people's anger, Sun Fangyi said sternly. Then let the victims' families come and identify the bodies. Surely some of them have seen the Li residence, said Magistrate Shen, ordering people to bring in the villagers who had lost children. The Li family had brought back so many children from outside. He didn't believe the villagers hadn't seen them. Soon, officers led a group of villagers into the hall. In that tragic scene, the villagers walked tremblingly toward the place where the bodies were laid, their hearts heavy with fear. Each step felt like carrying a great weight. Guided by the officials, they identified their own children's bodies. Many collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. A poor woman with torn clothes and swollen eyes saw her child's small body. She was struck like lightning, her legs giving way, and she fell to the ground. Her hands trembled as she touched the tiny body, and she cried out painfully, my girl, this is my girl. I have been looking for you for a long time. When she saw the terrible injuries on her daughter's body, she fainted from grief. Nearby, a man held his wife tightly. When he saw the child's body, his face lost all color. His voice was hoarse as he muttered, my girl, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. I should have done better. I really should have. Why did this happen? My poor granddaughter is so young. Mother, how will we go on from now on? Other villagers who hadn't found their children still held on to a little hope. Maybe their children had been taken away somewhere else, and there was still a chance they were alive. Xiao Jiu looked at the man next to the woman and felt he looked familiar. Hey, isn't that Su the shopkeeper from Yongfu Tavern? Why does he look so worn out? Then he saw the small body Su was holding and suddenly understood what had happened. Xiao Jiu clenched his fists tightly. The little chubby boy next to him held onto the village chief's sleeve, afraid that the chief might get angry and punch Li Chong. Everyone knew that killing someone in public was wrong. Even the foolish boy knew that such actions could not be done. County Magistrate Shin carefully questioned the grieving villagers. They all said they didn't know how their children went missing, and no one saw anything. But there was some hope. Several people outside said they saw Biaoguo in town before the children disappeared. They suspected he might have taken them. County Magistrate Shin quickly sent people to bring this Biaoguo in. Soon, the officials returned empty-handed. Sir, we couldn't find Biaoguo. The villagers say he has been missing for a day. Shun pointed angrily at Li Chong. You scoundrel. Do you think killing to cover your crime and destroy evidence will save you? The court will deal with you. Li Chong didn't expect things to turn out this way. It seemed even heaven was helping him. My apologies, but I can't assist with that request. This family, after all, has some connection to Magistrate Shin. I don't believe that father, he would want his only daughter to remain a widow. Hiss. Everyone suddenly remembered that today was the day Li Chong was marrying the young lady from the He family. Sympathetic glances quickly turned toward Old Master He and Lady He. They looked like they might collapse at any moment. If only they had listened to their daughter and postponed the wedding. Now, what should they do? Could they just watch their daughter remain a widow? Everyone's eyes shifted to the poor bride. Hidden under her veil, Jingxin was nibbling on a pig's trotter, feeling as if many people were watching her. She quietly lowered her crossed legs and sat up straight. Is her part already here so soon? Li Chong hurried over and lifted the veil from Xiao Jiu's face. She had a dark mole near her mouth, and Jingxin, with her greasy hands, waved a handkerchief and called out in a loud voice, Husband, why are you in such a hurry? A burst of coughs sounded around. This. Li Chong backed away in horror, falling onto the ground with a thud, stomach churning. Was he just married to such an ugly person? Master He and Lady He suddenly felt like they had gone from to heaven. On the fake mountain, Little Wine and Little Fatty looked at Shun Ziyuan. Jingxin's face is painted to look like the mask you wore last time, Little Fatty said, wide-eyed. Shun Ziyuan nodded blankly. She hadn't expected that the face painted on her would look so shocking, especially combined with Jingxin's lecherous gestures. I suspect Jingxin isn't a Taoist priest, but someone who does this kind of thing professionally, Little Fatty said, stunned, watching Jingxin continue to act wildly. Little Wine and the others nodded in agreement. They only asked Jingxin to pretend to be the bride and groom for the wedding. They didn't expect him to act like this. After disgusting Li Chong, Jingxin felt refreshed. Before everyone could react, she twisted her body and ran out of the Li residence, escaping quickly. Master He straightened his chest, feeling much easier to breathe now. Young Master Li, don't mistake me for your father-in-law. I am not the one you are marrying. It's not my daughter. Master He brushed his sleeve and, before leaving the Li residence with Lady He, deliberately gave Li Chong a disgusted look. I didn't expect you, young Master Li, to have such a strong taste, he said. On the fake mountain, Little Wine and the others saw Master Li and the young master being taken away. Soon, the guards surrounded the Li residence. It was unclear whether they were about to raid the house or do something else. Congratulations! The host has punished evil and helped the wronged soul seek justice. Reward: 200 points plus 1 lottery draw. Punish evil and seek justice? Xiao Jiu straightened his chest, feeling the red scarf on his chest become even brighter. He clicked to draw a prize. He won a suona, a traditional horn. A suona? Xiao Jiu asked the system silently. What is this used for? He had only seen his grandfather a suona when he passed away. Could it be that the system is hinting that he should go into the funeral business? System: I really want to open this kid's head and see what's inside. Host: this suona is different from ordinary ones. Different how? The system replied, the suona produced by the system can suppress all evil spirits and monsters. It's just a suona. Xiao Jiu doubted the system was bragging. Giggling sounds. Giggling.
Giggling.
Master, let's go. Those silly dogs are still waiting outside for me. Did you bully them? Giggling again. Giggling. Giggling. No, they said they want to come to our village to mix around. Is that okay, Master? Of course. These big yellow dogs are quite the heroes. Xiao Jiu and his friends hurried out to meet everyone. The secretly talented and famous people returned to the village in a grand procession. Mrs. Shun and Mrs. Wang watched their children leave without even saying goodbye, walking away without turning back. They thought their children would only stay in the village for a day or two, as the village was not as lively as the town. But from the look of things, it seemed they planned to marry, have children, and settle down there. The two mothers felt cold inside. When they reached the village gate, they saw two short, sturdy figures stretching their necks, looking around, apparently waiting for Xiao Jiu and his group. Xiao Jiu was a bit reluctant to get off the carriage, because he seemed to have promised Doan and Jiang he last night to take them to town today. Xiao Jiu suddenly remembered. He secretly peeked outside the carriage, seeing Stone and Jiang He, both short and sturdy, holding their non-existent waists, looking angry. System: emergency in the martial world. What should I do now? The somewhat mischievous system suggested. Host, aren't you able to fly? They can't catch up to you. Kids forget easily. They won't remember by tomorrow. That makes sense. Xiao Jiu lifted the curtain of the carriage and tiptoed towards his yard. Adu and others followed closely behind. Zhao Hu and Tainyo, who had just gotten off the carriage and hadn't reacted yet, were grabbed by the two short figures and held onto their legs. Zhao Hu and Tainyo resignedly carried the two little ones towards the village. Back in the yard, Xiao Jiu saw his little uncle waiting for him. Little uncle, what's wrong? Xiao Jiu looked at Shirxian, who hesitated to speak, and asked. Shirxian squatted down and asked Xiao Jiu, tomorrow, uncle will go to the capital. Do you want to come with me to see your grandmother? Xiao Jiu nodded. But I need to discuss it with the clan leaders first. After all, the villagers still don't know their true origins. I'll go with you. Shirxian also wanted to thank the clan leaders. Xiao Jiu ran to Zhou clan leader's house to talk about something and discuss with the clan leaders. Several clan leaders immediately came to Zhou clan leader's yard, leaning on their canes. What's the matter, village chief? They asked quickly. I found my family. Xiao Jiu was a bit excited and eagerly shared this good news with the clan leaders. But the clan leaders didn't think it was good news. They even selfishly thought that the village chief would never find his family. They couldn't imagine how sad it would be if the village chief left the villagers. Not just the villagers, but all the clan leaders now felt like a heavy stone was pressing on their hearts, making them very uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Xiao Jiu asked, confused, seeing the clan leaders almost crying. Zhou clan leader couldn't hold back anymore. He hugged the village chief and cried loudly, Village chief, don't go. I can't bear to see you leave. What will the villagers do without you? The other clan leaders also burst into tears, crying very sadly. Xiao Jiu was a bit surprised. He hadn't told them about going to the capital tomorrow, so how did the clan leaders know? How do you know I am leaving tomorrow?
What?
You're leaving tomorrow? The clan leaders cried even louder. Village chief, can you stay? Without you, how can we survive? Village chief. Village chief. I don't want to live anymore. How can you be so cruel? Village chief, how can you leave the villagers behind? How will they survive? Xiao Jiu's mind was full of questions. I didn't leave everyone. I will come back in a few days. Hearing this, the clan leaders quickly wiped their tears, sat on the stools, pretending nothing had happened. How did the village chief find his family? They finally remembered to ask seriously. Xiao Jiu pointed to Shi Xian and said, "This is my little uncle." Shi Xian hurriedly greeted the clan leaders and then sincerely thanked them. The clan leaders thought, "I don't need your thanks, just don't take my village chief away." Zhou clan leader thought, "If you want to take him, then take me too." He doesn't trust his little village chief. The clan leaders looked unhappy and sat quietly without speaking. When they found the young village chief, he was just a newborn baby abandoned under the banyan tree at the back of the mountain. If the old village chief hadn't sent a dream, or if they had arrived a little later, many wild animals were on the mountain, and it was very cold. Thinking about it made the elders feel uneasy and upset. Shi Xian quickly explained his identity and Xiao Jiu's background. He didn't know why Xiao Jiu was abandoned on the mountain. He had just recently come to life himself. The elders, initially angry, now realized Shi Xian was a living member of the Shi family. They hurried to stand up, unsure where to put their hands. That was the Shi family, protectors of the people. Unfortunately, seeing the young village chief again, they felt even sadder. Being a princess was probably better than being a village chief in the village. What if the village chief got distracted by the city's glamour and forgot about them? Their hearts felt empty, and they wanted to hold the village chief and cry loudly. Xiao Jiu tried to comfort each elder, one after another, feeling anxious and busy. Don't worry, Xiao Jiu is still the village chief of Taoyuan village. This trip to the capital is to visit his mother. He will be back soon, Shi Xian quickly explained. The capital didn't know what was happening, and he didn't dare leave Xiao Jiu there. Finally understanding the situation, Xiao Jiu comforted the elders. "Grandpa elders, I won't leave you. I won't leave the villagers, and I definitely won't leave Taoyuan village. Taoyuan village is my home, and you are my family." The elders were moved to tears. Once the village chief grows up, he will probably leave Taoyuan village. He can't stay here forever, they said, not wanting to be selfish and keep the village chief trapped in their village forever. Xiao Jiu promised seriously, "Then I will take the villagers with me. Wherever we are, that's Taoyuan village." The elders immediately brightened up. That's right. Wherever the village chief is, Taoyuan village is there. Wherever he goes, they will follow. Tomorrow I will go to the capital with the village chief. The city is full of dangers and tricky people. I can't let the village chief be bullied, Elder Zhou said, ready to pack his bags. The other elders also wanted to go, but Xiao Jiu refused. They were all quite old, and he didn't want them to travel with him. But the elders worried that the city was dangerous and feared for the village chief's safety. After some bargaining, the village elders decided to select a few reliable people to follow the village chief. This was to take care of him and prevent others from bullying him. After the discussion, little Jiu, with his hands behind his back, strolled leisurely home. When he reached the door, he remembered the children in the cave. Today they had helped him a lot. Little Jiu felt he should go see them. He called Ado and Xiaohu, along with a few others, and they quickly flew toward the cave. Sitting on a stone outside the village chief's house, the stone finally saw the village chief. It tried to stand up to run over, but when it looked up, the group was already flying away. They disappeared again. Soon, the village was filled with the loud crying of the stone. This time, Xian and Qinsu also came along to see what was happening with the children who had been taken by the black-clad people. Little Jiu, flying happily, faintly heard sounds of fighting. He wasn't sure. He decided to use his mental powers to check. Sure enough, he heard, "Someone is fighting over there." Xiaohu felt a bit curious. "Village chief, do you want to go see the excitement?" Ado said, "I want to go too." Little Fatty exclaimed, "Me too. I want to go." The other children's curiosity was also piqued, and they all insisted on going. They immediately changed direction and flew to the right. Following behind, Xian and Qinsu thought, "You guys only want to join the fun, but it might cause trouble for you." They quickly arrived near the scene and found a good hill to hide behind and watch. Why aren't they fighting anymore? Xiao Jiu wondered, feeling disappointed he arrived late and missed the exciting part. Maybe they're taking a break. Let's listen to what they're saying, someone suggested. The children immediately pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation below. They were still some distance from the scene, so they couldn't hear anything clearly. Suihua is the coolest. Shen Ziyuan envied. That's right. Suihua had already flown down cleverly and squatted in a grass bush a few meters from the scene, listening intently. She was staring with wide eyes, eager to hear everything. If only I could turn into Suihua and be that small. Nothing would be easy to notice, little Fatty said longingly, watching Suihua happily eating the gossip. You're not as smart as Suihua. If you turned into Suihua, you'd be caught in less than 15 minutes, Shen Ziyuan teased. If I can't hear, I'll just watch. When Suihua comes back, she'll share the gossip with us. Little Jiu also envies. She just asked the system if there was any magic tool in the shop that could transform her. Unfortunately, the system coldly replied that there was none. Below, two groups are in a fierce standoff. Chuan, don't go too far. Give me back the antidote. The woman on the left shouted angrily, her sword already trembling with readiness, eager to strike and kill the man on the right immediately. The man called Chuan nonchalantly played with a small bottle in his hand. You want the antidote to save your brother?
Sure.
Su Jingxi, I told you. As long as you agree to my terms, I will return the antidote. Brother. Su Jingxi ran to her brother Su Jingchen's side, lifted the carriage curtain, and saw his face pale, with dried blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly poisoned deeply and in urgent danger. Brother, don't worry. I will get the antidote to save you. Su Jingxi said with firm and determined eyes, then turned back to glare angrily at Chuan. Chuan's lips curled into a teasing smile, seeming to enjoy the feeling of controlling everything. Su Jingxi, your choice concerns your brother's life. My demand is simple. If you agree to become my fiancé and help the second prince with the Su and He families, I will give you the antidote.
You.
Su Jingxi trembled with anger. The He family, as the outside family of the second prince, had repeatedly tried to recruit the Su family to serve the prince. Her grandfather, a loyalist, refused. She never expected Chuan to be so vile, sending people to steal her brother's antidote in advance. You're too shameless. Su Jingxi was furious, her sword trembling slightly, as if she might break free at any moment to strike Chuan's head. She knew that if she agreed to his condition, not only would she push the Su family into a deadly power struggle, but she would also ruin her own happiness forever in the whirlpool of power. Chuan, even if I die, I will never let you get what you want. Su Jingxi clenched her teeth, her eyes full of resolve. Chuan underestimated her and her family's guards. Today, she would risk her life to retrieve her brother's antidote. Seeing this, Chuan's smile grew even thicker, more confident. He slowly stepped forward and whispered, Humph. Su Jingxi, you better think carefully what's more important, your brother's life or your silly stubbornness. Time waits for no one. The longer you delay, your brother. Before the words could be finished, Su Jingxi suddenly leapt into the air with her sword, shouting loudly, Even if I die, I will not be threatened by others. Guardians of the Su family, obey orders. Capture Chuan and seize the antidote. With that, Su Jingxi tightly gripped her sword handle, like a swallow in flight, swinging her sword rapidly. The blade shimmered with cold light, heading straight for Chuan. Chuan was not willing to show weakness. He used all his skills to fight fiercely with Su Jingxi, their swords crossing and sword energy swirling. Su family sword style, Xian suddenly spoke. A few children looked back at him. Do you know her? Xian shook his head. I don't know her, but she just used the Su family sword style, which I saw the old master of the Su family practice before. Is it powerful? The children asked curiously. Very powerful. In Dongxia country, the Su family's sword style is considered one of the best. More powerful than General Shi? Xiao Jiu asked. Isn't it said that General Shi is the strongest? Our Shi family specializes in spear fighting, Shi Xian explained. All right, since these two families aren't comparable, the children lost interest in learning more. They all turned their attention back to the fight below. It was clear that the woman's sword style was better than the man's. Su Jingxi's swordsmanship was excellent, her moves sharp, each strike full of immense strength. Her gaze was firm, fearless, and her sword moves grew more intense. Finally, after a fierce battle, Su Jingxi seized the opportunity. Her sword flashed like lightning, aiming directly at He Qichuan's vital points. He Qichuan couldn't dodge in time and was defeated. Just as Su Jingxi was about to the antidote from He Qichuan sneered maliciously and threw the antidote forcefully off the cliff. Taking advantage of Su Jingxi's distraction, he immediately escaped from her sword. Su Jingxi, I told you, if you're unwilling, don't think about saving your brother. He then led his guards and left quickly. No one saw that beside the cliff, a brightly feathered chicken flew down with a small bottle. Su Jingxi, nearby, looked furious. If not for her guards blocking her, she might have gone after the bottle and fallen off the cliff herself. Sheer, come back. Inside the carriage, another severe cough sounded. Brother. Su Jingxi was now confused and helpless. The antidote was gone. What should her brother do? Let's go back to the capital. We still have the imperial doctor at home. Let him find a way to ease the poison. Don't worry, brother won't die, Su Jingchen said lightly, trying to comfort his sister's worried heart. Yes. Returning to the capital, seeking the imperial doctor. Brother, don't worry, I will find the antidote again. I refuse to believe there is only this one antidote. Su Jingxi quickly ordered everyone to ride faster back to the capital. After watching what seemed like a silent movie, everyone prepared to wait for Suihua to return and share what just happened. However, Suihua was nowhere to be seen. Where's Suihua?
Huh.
It was just here a moment ago. It probably wants to see more gossip and followed those people. Xiao Jiu scratched his head, thinking that was something Suihua would do. I didn't hear anything clearly. Did you hear something? Xiao, who was getting anxious. Not hearing all the details was really frustrating. Xiao Jiu felt the same way. The system couldn't help but remind. Host, don't you have mental power? Why didn't you use it to listen in just now? Missed an important detail, Xiao Jiu suddenly got furious. He gritted his teeth and said through clenched teeth, You.
Why didn't
You.
tell me
Earlier? The system looked innocent. You didn't ask. Besides, I thought you already knew. Xiao Jiu was about to go crazy. Wasn't it because he was so focused that he forgot about this?
Ah.
Can we rewind that scene and watch it again? I'm willing to pay to see it again. The system. I'm just a system. I don't have that ability. Xiao Jiu. Then what good are you? The little rabbit was so angry that the system almost malfunctioned. Cluck cluck. Cluck cluck. Cluck cluck. Everyone turned around and saw Suihua happily flying back. Where did you go just now? I didn't see you. Suihua, quickly tell us what just happened. Yes. Village chief, asked Suihua what those people said. Xiao Jiu patted Suihua's head, signaling her to speak quickly and not keep everyone waiting. Suihua then started describing what had just happened in vivid detail. The whole hillside echoed with Suihua's cluck cluck, cluck cluck sounds. After finishing her story, Suihua looked at everyone with wide eyes, signaling the kids to rate her performance. Suihua, you're amazing. You're like an invincible divine chicken. No other chicken in Dongxia country can compare to you. You're one of a kind, the best. Everyone praised her generously. How dare you make a girl marry him? That's so shameless of He Qichuan. Shen Ziyuan said angrily. Exactly, and she can't even beat the young lady. Xiao Jiu was also very upset. The young lady just now was so impressive swinging her sword in the air. I was almost drooling watching her. Exactly, so mean. She even threw away the antidote. Will the young lady's brother die? Everyone started to worry. After all, they had finally met such a talented young lady, and the children liked her very much. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. I picked it up. When did you pick it up? Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. While he was throwing it, I picked it up. I saw them fighting over this thing, and I was curious about what good stuff it was. No wonder I didn't see you earlier. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. Master, this is for you. After saying that, she handed the small bottle to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu. Suihua, do you know this is someone's life-saving medicine? Even if I had it, I wouldn't be able to use it. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. So what should we do? We picked it up after all. Xiao Jiu held the hot bottle, looking at everyone as if asking what to do next. The children looked at each other nervously. Finally, they all looked at Xiao. Here, take it. You know Miss Su from the Su family, right? You go give it to her. Xiao Jiu quickly threw the hot potato to Xiao. Xiao, reluctantly taking the antidote. I don't know her. I just think her swordsmanship looks familiar. It's the Su family style. They're all the same. You go, said Xiao Jiu. Go on, little uncle. Go ahead, little brother.
Go.
Uncle, sure. The children looked at him eagerly, as if he would be a terrible person if he didn't go. Xiao thought, I shouldn't have spoken up earlier. He took the antidote and quickly chased after the group from the Su family who had just left. After finishing their gossip, the others continued toward the cave. Seeing the familiar cave, they felt like returning to an old place, but last time Xiao Hu and the others were brought in. The children carefully bypassed the traps and entered the cave. This time, there was no sound of black-clad people whipping the children. Instead, there was laughter and joy. From afar, Xiao Jiu could hear the children's happy voices. When the children saw Xiao Jiu, they hurriedly ran over happily. Village chief, you're here. As for why these children called Xiao Jiu the village chief, it was naturally because they followed Lin Qi and the others. Xiao Jiu took out a lot of candies from his pocket and gave them to everyone, thanking them for their good behavior today. Do you want to read books? Xiao Jiu asked the children. Right now, Lin Qi was the one taking care of them. This group of children are quite skilled in martial arts and often go to the village with Lin Qi to play. The villagers of Taiyuan village really like them. Every day, they insist on teaching these kids martial arts. That's why, a few days ago when Xiao Jiu returned to the village, he saw how brave the villagers could be. The villagers who have been learning martial arts for a while love to show off their skills. Some children shake their heads, others nod. Xiao Jiu doesn't care what they think. The school has already been built, and the dormitories inside are ready. These children can move in. They no longer need to stay in the cave every day. Later, the cave can be used as a secret base. Xiao Jiu thought for a moment and said, How about all of you go live in Taiyuan village? The children quickly nodded without hesitation. I won't be in the village tomorrow. I need to go out for a while. From now on, you will study at the school, and there are also places to stay, Xiao Jiu continued. Village chief, where are you going? Can I go with you? I can be your guard and protect you. A young boy about Xiao Hu's age quickly said. But I am already very strong. I don't need anyone to protect me. Xiao Jiu was very confident in his own strength. Xiao Hu was anxious, another person trying to take his top spot as the most loyal follower. Our village chief is the strongest in the world. We don't need your protection. The young boy glared at him. Xiao Hu refused to back down.
No.
Village chief, you're not in the village tomorrow? Where are you going? Xiao Hu withdrew his gaze from the boy and looked sadly at the village chief. The village chief wasn't telling anyone where he was going now. Does that mean he doesn't plan to take Xiao Hu along? Yes. Where are you going tomorrow, village chief? Little Fatty and the others also asked anxiously. To the capital. Xiao Jiu had never been to the capital and wanted to go have some fun there. I want to go too. Several children were so anxious they almost cried. Xiao Jiu looked at Little Fatty and Xin Ziyuan and asked, Don't you need to tell your parents if you're going far away? They both shook their heads, indicating they didn't need to. Who are their parents? Do they even have parents? Having parents follow the village chief to explore the world isn't that important. This is truly a broken, leaking quilt, and unfilial children who don't listen. Qin Su, watching nearby, found it amusing. But he also remembered the purpose of his visit. So he said, "Can I check your bodies? I am a doctor from the Medicine God Valley." Qin Su explained his purpose. The children looked at Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu quickly asked Qin Su to check them, almost forgetting that those men in black weren't human and worrying about what medicine they might have given the children. Qin Su carefully examined everyone, his brow furrowing. This group of children is stronger than normal children, probably because they often take medicinal baths and practice martial arts. Why do they have no memories at all? They don't remember who they are or their families, and they don't know where they live. Xiao Jiu is puzzled. Most likely, these children have been given a forgetfulness potion. What is that? Several children look at Qin Su together. It is a mysterious poison made from a mix of herbs and toxins that can make people forget their past. Can you understand it?
Xiao Jiu asked Qin Su.
Qin Su shakes his head. I don't know much about poisons, but I can send a message to my master uncle. He is good at this.
All right.
Xiao Jiu feels a bit disappointed. They can only wait for good news from Qin Su's master uncle. Xiao Jiu takes everyone back to the village, but Suihua. Xiao Jiu is shocked. Behind Suihua, over 100 chickens follow closely. What are they doing? Cluck, cluck, cluck. They are my little brothers, and I brought them back to study and practice martial arts. Suihua thinks it's cool that her owner has her own little followers. So, she immediately arranges a team for herself too. Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu imagines the scene. Inside the schoolroom, a group of children sitting and reading, and a group of chickens sitting properly, clucking along. Xiao Jiu worries that the new teacher might not handle it well. And so, Xiao Jiu leads the children, Suihua leads the chickens, and they head toward Taoyuan village. By the time they arrive, it is already dark. Xiao Jiu arranges for the children to stay in the schoolhouse, and then returns home. After dinner, Xiao Jiu is so tired that he falls asleep immediately. Su Xiao watches the village chief, who is so worried at such a young age, and she worries that if this continues, the village chief might not grow tall. No. Tomorrow, she must quickly arrange nutritious food for the village chief. The next morning, the sky is already bright. As Xiao Jiu steps out of the yard, villagers are gathered outside the gate, some carrying bags, clearly preparing to leave far away. Xiao Jiu stretches out his small foot and takes a few tentative steps forward. Good. The villagers are not crying loudly like the elders. If they did, he wouldn't be able to comfort so many people. The happiest are Grandma Su and Big Zhao. After a night of struggle, they successfully secured the task of accompanying the village chief to the capital today. Zhao Dalong relies on his strong muscles and fighting skills. Old Lady Su depends on her sharp tongue and fierce words. According to the village chief, when they go outside, if someone bullies their little village chief, Old Lady Su can curse them to drive them away. As for the children, there's no need to say much. They follow the village chief every day. If you don't let them go, these little rascals will sneak out with their bags tomorrow. As for Xiao, she must be taken along. They worry that the village chief might not eat well or sleep properly outside. So, Xiao Jiu, carrying his small bag, set off for the capital under the watchful and tearful eyes of the villagers who were reluctant to see him go. The carriage slowly left Taoyuan village. On the way, the children were very excited. Zhao Hu asked eagerly, "Are people in the capital the same as us?" Sure Xian.
Idiot.
Shuren secretly scolded Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu. Today, I will settle this with you. They started to play fight in the carriage, almost overturning it. Why don't you follow the carriage outside and run? Xiao Jiu looked at the two fighting again, annoyed that the little chick was almost losing its feathers. Shuren and Zhao Hu quickly sat up properly. Ado and Suihua giggled happily nearby. Xiao Jiu glared at them, and they hurriedly shut up. But the giggling continued. A few children stared in fear, thinking the carriage was haunted. They quickly looked for the source of the sound. In the end, Suihua discovered a hidden compartment under the bench where everyone was sitting. They hurried to open it.
Wow.
Sure Tu and Jiang he didn't know when they had sneaked inside. They were covering their mouths, giggling happily. As they laughed, the two little ones suddenly couldn't laugh anymore, because they realized the top suddenly lit up brightly. They looked up and saw everyone in the carriage staring at them. Xiao pinched his fingers and quietly pointed at Jiang He. It seemed to say, "It's not my idea. Jiang He brought me here." Jiang He saw Xiao's small hand pointing at him, quickly pulled it back and pointed his own fingers at Xiao. The people inside the carriage looked at these two kids pushing responsibility onto each other with a helpless expression. Xiao Jiu took each of them by the arm and pulled them out. The two little ones sat in the middle of the carriage, facing everyone's gaze. Xiao pretended to be busy, picking at his little feet, while Jiang He looked down, fiddling with the embroidered little tiger pattern that Aunt Lu had sewn on his clothes. Qin Su was almost laughing with anger at his little junior brother. The journey to the capital was long, and Qin Su didn't want his little brother to follow him. Seeing him happily staying at a doe's house, he felt relieved and simply left him in Taoyuan village. But who knew, this little kid was getting more and more mischievous. He didn't want his obedient little junior brother to be well-behaved when they left the Medicine God Valley, but to turn into a little troublemaker when they returned. Qin Su was so angry that he grabbed Jiang He and gave him a few spanks on his bottom. "Do you know, hiding in that secret compartment? What if no one finds you, and you suffocate inside?" Jiang He cried out loudly. After scolding Jiang He, Qin Su put him back in his place. Xiao quickly covered his little bottom and moved to a corner to squat. Timidly and softly, he said, "If you hit him, you can't hit me either, okay?" Sniffling, Jiang He's senior brother was really fierce. Jiang He also covered his sore bottom and, feeling wronged, squatted with Xiao. Everyone looked at the two small kids, tears in their eyes, feeling helpless. They could only bring these two little ones along. "Should we tell the clan leaders?" a doe asked. If Lord Zhou found out his grandson and Jiang He were missing, it would scare the villagers to death. "Who will go report?" Xiao Jiu asked. Everyone looked at Suihua. Suihua pretended not to see and tilted her head, flying up to squat on the top of the carriage. "Don't expect her to work on command. Isn't the county town ahead? You can ask your dad to send someone to deliver a message later," Jing Xian suggested to the chubby boy. "Good idea." When the carriage reached the town, the chubby boy immediately jumped down and rushed home. After a while, he appeared carrying a big bag of goods. Wow, was he robbing his own house? The chubby boy jumped onto the carriage, opened his bag, revealing all kinds of toys and lots of money. "Did you go home and steal money?" Shen Jiyuan couldn't help asking. "No way. When my mother heard I was going to the capital, she gave me a few hundred taels. I also visited my father and got a few hundred taels, then I went to my grandmother and got a few hundred taels. No wonder she was the richest person in the county." The chubby boy took out a small golden lock shaped like a chicken. He quickly put it on Suihua. "Suihua, this was given to you by my grandmother. She said thank you for saving me." Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. "Thank you, your grandmother is very thoughtful." Suihua happily swung her little golden lock and excitedly made clucking sounds. The chubby boy then took out a big golden lock for Xiao Jiu. "Village chief, this is a gift my grandmother gave you. She says thank you for teaching me martial arts and reading." Little Fatty continued opening his package, revealing gifts he brought for his friends. Everyone loved the presents because it was the first time they received gifts from good friends. "Next time I visit your house, I will also bring a gift for your grandmother," Little Wine said happily, touching the gold necklace around his neck. He chuckled, giggling. "I will also bring a gift for your grandmother." The carriage carried the joyful sounds of children as it moved forward. Soon, the children couldn't sit still. Passing through the woods, they started jumping around, trying to catch rabbits. "Roasted wild rabbit. Roasted wild rabbit. Village chief, there's a river over there. Let's eat grilled fish." They ran to the river to catch fish, busy and happy. Meanwhile, two little legs that couldn't keep up hurriedly spun in circles. Everyone threw the wild rabbits and fish they caught to Old Lady Sue and Sister Xiao. Then they jumped back into the woods to pick fruit. Giggling. "Kill the chicken! Kill the chicken! Kill the chicken!"
What's wrong with Suihua?
Is she scolding again? Xiao Jiu asked the village chief, the only one who understood Suihua's speech. Little Wine hurried over and saw Suihua being chased, jumping around, with a few feathers missing from her chicken. He quickly ran to hold Suihua in his arms, giving a stern look at the man chasing her. This is my pet. Little Wine hugged Suihua tightly and gently stroked her head to comfort her. Giggling, giggling, giggling. I'm so scared, owner. If you had come any later, I would have been cooked. The man looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his nose.
Sorry about that.
I thought it was a wild chicken from the mountain. It looked fat and tasty, so I wanted to catch it and roast it. Giggling, giggling, giggling. You're the tasty one. Your whole family is tasty. Giggling, giggling, giggling. This is the meat I worked hard to develop, Suihua's owner said proudly. Little Wine looked over and saw others camping nearby. Seeing the man apologize sincerely, he felt less angry. He comforted Suihua, saying, You should practice martial arts seriously. Look, you almost got caught. Giggling, giggling. That was so scary. So scary. From now on, Suihua promised not to slack off in her training. Giggling, giggling. No more slacking. No more slacking. Suihua shook her chicken neck wildly. At this moment, over by the men's camping area, a fragrant smell wafted over, and little Jiu's stomach growled loudly. How about, little girl, you come over and eat with us? The man warmly invited. Little Jiu hugged Suihua and followed the man. Suihua saw her fellow bird being roasted over the fire. Its feathers stood up straight. Cluck, 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 cluck. It was swearing very badly. Another man eating roasted chicken looked at Suihua, who was making clucking sounds. He hesitated, unsure whether to swallow his chicken or not. Little Jiu also couldn't eat anymore and quickly ran away, carrying Suihua, who was muttering angrily. She was worried Suihua might faint from anger. What's wrong, village chief? That was too close. Suihua almost turned into a dish. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jiu and the others laughed loudly, not caring much. Did you go flirt with the wild chickens on the mountain again? Look, I told you not to run around or you might get caught. Suihua, being teased, turned her head and ignored them. A chicken quietly flew into the cart and sat there, feeling lonely. Little Jiu took some chicken feed from the shop and put it into Suihua's small pouch, letting her stay inside. Soon, the barbecue over here was ready too. Old Madame Su hurriedly told the children to wash their hands before eating. She used a damp towel to carefully wipe the village chief's hands. Seeing this, Iron Bull also stretched out his paw, but old Madame Su didn't even look at him and just walked away. This mischievous kid was becoming more and more unruly, expecting her to serve him at mealtime. Heartbroken, Iron Bull thought, Mama, you don't love me anymore. Everyone eagerly started eating. Delicious. Truly delicious. You must bring Sister Xiao Xiao whenever you go out. Xiao Xiao, can I really be your son? Little Fatty still wasn't giving up. Xiao Xiao chuckled and patted his head. What nonsense are you talking? I can't just adopt anyone as my mother.
Oh.
Little Fatty looked very disappointed. Sure enough, the master was right. Jingxin sighed happily while eating the tasty barbecue. I don't know if you sell barbecue, but we'll pay with silver to buy some, the man awkwardly asked. After Suihua's fuss, they really couldn't bring themselves to eat the wild chicken they had roasted. Now, smelling the delicious aroma here, the man, feeling shameless, came over to ask if they were selling it. Everyone happily eating looked at the village chief when they heard this. Little Jiu thought for a moment and asked, How much are you willing to pay? 10 taels? The man asked uncertainly. 10 taels? Xiao Jiu and the others all gasped at the same time, so many people. Then they looked at the man dressed in fancy clothes, probably someone who was well off. Xiao Jiu nodded and let him choose for himself. The man took 2, gave Xiao Jiu 20 taels of silver, and sat down on the ground with another man, right next to Xiao Jiu and his group. The 2 men started eating roasted meat, and their conversation began. They asked Shi Xian and Qin Su, May I ask your names? The man asking seemed to find the masked man strangely familiar. He looked like Xiao Jiu, but he shook his head, thinking he was just imagining things. Xiao Jiu had been dead for many years.
I'm Liu Danzhu, Shi Xian replied.
The children all turned to look at him. So, the village chief's brother-in-law liked the name Liu Danzhu. He wondered if Uncle Danzhu would agree to change his name to match the village chief's brother-in-law. The man. He didn't expect that although the man looked impressive, his name was so ordinary. Are you all going to the capital? The man asked again.
Huh.
Did this person know about the capital? The children immediately became interested. They hurried to speak. What's your name? Have you been to the capital? Is the capital fun? Do people in the capital look like us? The man felt like a swarm of bees was buzzing loudly in his ears. He didn't expect these children to be such chatterboxes. I am Xiao Jiu from the Xie family in the capital. This is my servant Xiao Jiu. We are leaving the capital to handle some affairs in Luochuan County. May I ask who you all are? We're going to the capital to play. We've never been there before. The children were very curious about the capital. It was clear they only remembered following the village chief to the capital and had forgotten what their real purpose was. May I ask what business you have in Luochuan County? Shi Xian suddenly asked. Just some small business. Do any of you know anyone in the capital? The man wanted to find out more. Meanwhile, Jiang He and Shi Tu, who had run off earlier, were already shouting for help. Xiao Jiu and the others hurried over. They saw Shi Tu and Jiang He had fallen into a hole someone had dug, tumbling head over heels. Qin Su was so angry at his little junior brother that his forehead was pounding. This little guy caused trouble as soon as he got loose. He wondered why he hadn't noticed before that Jiang He was such a troublemaker. Now, he seriously suspected Jiang He was learning bad habits from Shi Tu. Who told you to run around randomly? Qin Su lifted the two children up. Seeing Qin Su raise his hand, the children immediately covered their bottoms and ran away. Qin Su, I just wanted to help these two little ones clean off the mud. Why are you running? The previous conversation was interrupted by the two kids, and no one continued the topic. After finishing their meal, Xiao Jiu and his group, having bid farewell to Xiao Jiu and his servant, continued their journey to the capital. On the carriage, Qin Su asked Shi Xian, do you know the person just now? The children all looked at him together. The Xie family in the capital, the family of the third prince, a royal merchant of Dongxia Kingdom. It's not strange that you know him, Shi Xian replied. Are royal merchants very rich? Are they the richest in Dongxia Kingdom? The little fat boy asked. Royal merchants are very wealthy. As for whether they are the richest in Dongxia, I'm not sure, Shi Xian answered. That person must be richer than you. Look at how he's dressed, the jade pendants he wears. Each one is more expensive than yours. Shinji Yuan often heard his mother mention such things, so he was quite familiar with clothes, jewelry, and jade pendants. The little fat boy looked down at the gold lock on his neck, then at the gold bracelet on his wrist, and finally at the embroidered pattern on his clothes made with gold thread, showing his displeasure. Humph. Clearly, he is covered in money from head to toe. After eating and drinking their fill, the group was rocked to sleep by the carriage. Jiang He and Shi Tu had already fallen asleep in the arms of Grandma Su and Sister Xiao Xiao. Xiao Jiu also found a place to hold Suihua and sleep curled up. When they woke up, it was almost dark. The group found a guest house to rest. The little fat boy rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered unhappily, "This carriage is so bumpy, my bones are about to fall apart. Luckily, I have this whole body of gold and jewels to protect me, or I'd probably get hurt." He said this while touching the shiny jewelry he was wearing. Apparently still upset about what Shinji Yuan said before sleeping, that Xiao Jiu's clothes were more expensive than his, he deliberately put on a few more shiny gold accessories before getting out of the carriage, trying to prove to everyone that he was richer than Xiao Jiu. But this display of wealth seemed to make passing travelers' eyes turn green, like walking gold. Xiao Jiu and his group entered the inn. A warm feeling mixed with the aroma of food hit them, and their stomachs growled in response. The innkeeper saw the shiny, gold-adorned little fat boy and immediately knew he was wealthy. He greeted them with a smile and led them to a private room on the second floor. After ordering their food, they leaned on the window to look at the distant scenery. A doe was holding his slingshot, aiming at a bird in a distant tree. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jiu asked him. "I'm practicing with my slingshot. Guess if I can hit the bird in that tree far away?" "Dream on. If you manage to hit it, I'll do a handstand at dinner." Xiao Jiu didn't believe he could hit it, since his slingshot wasn't as powerful as a bow and arrow. A doe was motivated and picked up his slingshot to prove himself. Today, he wanted Xiao Jiu to do a handstand at dinner. A doe closed one eye, held his slingshot tightly, focused all his attention on aiming at the bird in the tree, and then shot. Just then, a pigeon flew by. The bird in the tree was not hit, but the pigeon was.
Ha ha ha.
"You lost. I told you I couldn't hit it, and you didn't believe me." "Humph. If that stupid pigeon hadn't blocked my shot, I would have hit it. I'm going to catch that pigeon and roast it for dinner." Saying this, a doe angrily ran downstairs, picked up the pigeon, and threw it onto the table. "I'm going to roast it soon." Xiao looked at the pigeon. "This is a homing pigeon." He then took a small bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's leg and pulled out a note. "Your Majesty, the censor, Yan, has found some clues. Should we silence him?"
Who is Censor Yan?
Xiao Jiu asked curiously. He's a high-ranking official in the court, known for being honest and fair, speaking frankly and daring to advise the emperor. He's not afraid of powerful people. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager protecting him, he might have been killed many times. Xiao had a good impression of him. His father said this person was a rare official with a big heart for the country. I wonder what case Censor Yan is investigating this time. The note clearly suggests they want to kill him to hide evidence. What should we do? We must find out what case Censor Yan is working on. We can only go back to the capital and inform the Yan family. I don't know if we'll have enough time. Xiao was worried. Was it the old man at the Li family's house? I think I heard your father call him Censor Yan. Xiao Jiu said uncertainly. Regardless, first send someone to tell my father. Ask him to send people to protect Censor Yan. Shenji Yuan called her guard. Shenji, take this note to my father and tell him about this matter. You must go quickly, understand? But miss, my father and mother told me to protect you at all costs. Shenji hesitated. I can protect myself. You don't need to. Besides, I'm with the village chief. He will protect me. Hurry, it's urgent. Shen Ziyuan urged quickly. Shenji obeyed and took the note, rushing to Qingshan County. I hope your father receives the message soon. If that old man really is Yan Yushir, maybe they found clues about the group of black-clad people in the cave last time? A doe said. The message will take some time to reach the capital, and besides, the pigeons have already been shot down by a doe's slingshot. That group won't dare to act rashly without news, since they are officials of the third rank in the capital. They won't take risks unless absolutely necessary, Xiao said, smiling at a doe. Unexpectedly, this kid was so lucky. He shot down a pigeon carrying important news. The food was served quickly, and everyone lost interest in discussing earlier matters. They ate greedily. After filling their stomachs and traveling all day, they asked the innkeeper for a few rooms to rest. Late at night, when it was quiet, it was the perfect time for mischief. After a long day's journey, the group of Xiao Jiu and others were sound asleep, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Outside the door, several men held bamboo tubes filled with scented smoke and gently blew it into the rooms where Xiao Jiu and the others stayed. The scented smoke slowly spread, and once they confirmed there was no movement inside, the men quietly entered the rooms. The first to be carried out was the chubby boy, still dressed in shiny clothes, sleeping peacefully. Next were Xiao Jiu and the others, including the smallest, Shirtu and Jiang He. Seeing all the children were taken, only Suihua was left behind. Who do they think they are? They don't take me, I'll go myself. Suihua jumped and skipped after them. Soon, the men the children and threw them into an empty room. After the men left, Suihua sneaked in quietly and lay beside Xiao Jiu, who was sleeping soundly. The system, just finished watching a drama, wanted to see how its little host was sleeping, but in just a moment, It saw that its host and the children had all been. Looking at that silly chicken, it thought if the owner isn't reminded, forget it. But it's still sleeping peacefully nearby. Feeling frustrated, the system hurriedly woke up the host. Wake up, wake up. It couldn't wake him? Oh dear, he had been drugged. Fortunately, the dose wasn't heavy, so it wasn't a big problem. It decided it needed to find a way to make the host immune to poisons. Otherwise, with such a careless owner, who knew when he might accidentally harm himself? Right now, the owner was living comfortably and didn't want to find a new one just yet. The system called out several times inside the little wine god's consciousness, and only then did little wine wake up groggily. Disturbing someone's sleep is very rude. System. You're still sleeping, even though you've been kidnapped. Little wine, oh. System. You're about to be sold by others. Little wine. How much could I be sold for? Little wine looked around. A group of children had all been one after another. There were also voices outside, talking among several people. Little wine bought a small knife from the marketplace, cut his ropes, then woke Xiao Jiu and the others, and untied their ropes. Village chief, where is this? Xiao Jiu asked groggily. I don't know, but we're about to be sold. Little wine, new to human traffickers, felt a little excited. He threw the knife to them and quietly crouched at the door, listening to the conversation outside. Boss, how much do you think those kids inside could sell for? One man said, shaking some silver notes and shiny gold items he found in a chubby kid's bag. Didn't expect this chubby kid to be so rich. After this job, with this money, we can enjoy ourselves here. The man was a bit excited. Boss, the top girl at Spring Breeze Tower is waiting for you to take care of her. The others chuckled lecherously. They all echoed, saying they wanted to enjoy themselves after finishing this job. Boss, we already found so much money in that chubby kid's bag. Why do we need to tie up those other kids? One person asked. The boss kicked him and said, there are about 8 or 9 kids inside. I heard each can be sold for about 10 taels of silver. That adds up to over 100 taels. Isn't 100 taels money? Who would complain about having too much money? The others were disappointed, but understood. They were local thugs, often stealing chickens and bullying others. But the boss's brother-in-law was an official, and as long as they paid some respect and money, the authorities would turn a blind eye. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, the official would help settle things. Where are we going to sell them? Those little boys will be sold to the human traffickers. The 2 girls will be sold to Spring Breeze Tower later, where the price is higher. The boss explained. Spring Breeze Tower was a famous place for entertainment in their area, and few people ever came out once they went in. When Shun Ziyuan heard Spring Breeze Tower, she immediately knew what kind of place it was. Her anger flared. These human traffickers, daring to sell me to such a place. I will make them cry and beg for mercy later. Xiao Jiu and a few others were eager to try, waiting for the village chief's order. Xiao Jiu's eyes flickered, lost in thought. A doe poked the village chief and asked, Village chief, do you have a good idea? Xiao Jiu remembered a story his cousin had told him about a kidnapped person who managed to sell the kidnapper's weapon back. Xiao Jiu counted the people outside and said, there are 7 people outside. Didn't they say they could sell one person for about 10 silver coins? If we sell them, we could make nearly 100 coins. This was truly a no-cost business. A few kids suddenly brightened up. This idea was simply perfect. Although Shirtu and Jiang, he didn't understand why the village chief was so happy, they secretly chuckled. This time, they finally caught up with the village chief and his group, so they could go play together. The people outside discussed how to handle the children inside, and prepared to come in, carry the kids out, and sell them. When they opened the door, the men felt as if many children were flying in from all directions. Soon, their view was filled with chaos. Xiao Jiu controlled his strength and threw a punch, knocking out the leader of the men. He was knocked out cold. Xiao Jiu checked the breath of the person on the ground. Good. He wasn't dead this time. He couldn't die, he still needed to sell him. Xiao Jiu and the others became anxious. Village chief, you rest now. We'll handle these people. The village chief punched one after another. If he kept fighting, would they have any room to maneuver? Exactly, village chief. Let us have a turn too, Ado quickly said. They couldn't let the village chief keep fighting. There weren't many of them, and they needed their share. Xiao Jiu quietly retracted his small fists. Fine, these people were too weak. Xiao Hu and his group could handle them. Xiao Hu and Tainyo, confident in their strength, rushed toward the two men trying to escape. The others fell to the ground. After a struggle, Xiao Hu and Tainyo successfully subdued the two men. Ado and Shuren also didn't want to be left out. Holding small knives, they moved swiftly among the men. The knives flashed coldly, each strike accurately hitting vital points but not killing, just rendering them unable to move. Xiao Pengzi and Shinziyuan, though not as strong as Xiao Hu and the others, worked well together. They found ropes and helped tie up the captured traffickers one by one. Although Stone and Jiang He are only 3 years old, they try their best to participate. They hold the small knives given to them by the village chief, of course, unsharpened to prevent accidents, and cheer excitedly with Suihua nearby. Hit, hit, hit. Clack, 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 clack. Keep going. Beat them. Beat them to death. Tie them up. Tie them up. Sell them, make money. Make money. After some effort, Xiao Hu and the others managed to subdue all 7 traffickers, tie them up, and prevent them from moving. Xiao Jiu looks at the scene with satisfaction. What's next? Ado asks. Yeah. Where should we sell them? Shinziyuan also asks. They are in unfamiliar territory. Besides, it's not realistic for the kids to lead a group of men to sell them. First, go back to the inn to report safety. Later, the adults will handle selling, Xiao Jiu says. They look at the still-dazed men. Do we need someone to guard here? What if they wake up and run away? Shuren squats down and starts searching the men's bodies. Xiao Hu and the others quickly follow suit, searching the rooms. Soon, they find Xiao Pengzi's bag. Xiao Pengzi's face turns red with anger. He looks at himself, nothing shiny or valuable, just dull and gray. When did the mighty Xiao Pengzi start dressing so poorly? He's always worn shiny things since childhood. Now, all his valuables have been taken away. This is too much. All that money was mine, and they didn't leave me anything. Xiao Pengzi quickly puts the gold lock and bracelet from his bag on himself. Once they shine again, he feels alive again. Ado finds some silver coins and silver notes on the traffickers. Shuren finds a few small bamboo tubes on the leader. What's this? Shuren asks, holding up a small bamboo tube. I know. It's magic smoke, Shun Ziyuan's father, who is the county magistrate, explains. He's seen this kind of thing before. Maybe if they smell it, they won't wake up so quickly, Xiao Jiu suggests. Probably, Shun Ziyuan nods uncertainly. She's only seen it used but never tried. Then add more. Xiao Jiu takes out a lighter from his pocket, lights the bamboo tube, and quickly covers his nose with his hand while holding the tube close to the man's nose. Xiao Hu and a few others held bamboo tubes and lit them. They tried to imitate the village chief, placing the tubes under the man's nose while quickly covering their own noses tightly. Shin Ziyuan and little Fatty saw Shi too, and Jiang He watching the fun nearby, so they hurried over and covered their mouths and noses. When everyone thought it was enough, they quickly carried Jiang He and Shi too, closed the door, and took Suihua to fly to the inn. At the inn, a group of people were almost going crazy. Whoever took my village chief, if I find out, I will skin him and beat him up. Old lady Su cried and cursed while wiping tears. Her little village chief was brave, but still only a 5-year-old child. The kidnappers used sleeping drugs, and her little village chief couldn't handle that. Su Xiao quickly held her mother, feeling both guilty and anxious, tears falling rapidly. She should have been sharing a room with the village chief yesterday. Report to the officials. We must report it. De Wang, Xiao, let's go find the officials. Old lady Su was frantic, pulling the two to head to the county office. Seeing Jingxin relaxing nearby, old lady Su got even angrier. This unkind person, not worried at all. Aren't you a Taoist priest? Can you tell me where my village chief is? Old lady Su shouted. Jingxin was suddenly shouted at. Don't worry. I foresee that they are not in danger, and might even gain a little profit. Jingxin thought the real concern should be the kidnappers. Why kidnap anyone else when they kidnapped a group of mischievous kids? He regretted not being a child himself last night. Why didn't he get kidnapped too? It would have been fun to follow those children. Shi Yan felt very guilty. His little niece was lost, and his little nephew too. As a martial artist, he should be highly alert, but he didn't hear anything last night. He hated his weak body, lying dormant for 5 years, making him slow to react. Qin Su looked at Shi Yan, who was full of guilt, and comforted him. Don't blame yourself. Your body just recovered, and many things take time. There's no need to rush. Although Qin Su was also worried about his little disciple, he didn't understand why he had so much confidence in Xiao Jiu. He believed Xiao Jiu and her group would turn danger into safety. Besides, Jingxin had just said the children were safe this time. Don't worry. They will be back soon. Look, isn't that your village chief flying over there? Jingxin pointed ahead and said to Old Lady Su. Old Lady Su and the others quickly looked over. Sure enough, it was him. A group of children was ahead, just like the villager's leader and his team. Old Lady Su pushed aside Su Xiao and helped her walk, then quickly ran ahead. Village head. Our village head. Are you hurt? As soon as the little boy landed, Old Lady Su caught him in her arms. She and Sister Xiao checked him several times, making sure the village leader was not injured before feeling relieved. Qin Su hurried to check his younger brother and Shi too, the two youngest. He confirmed they were not scared and that the sleeping potion hadn't harmed anyone. Only then did he relax and ask what had just happened. Xiao Hu and the others explained everything they remembered, with Xiao Jiu emphasizing, "We must sell them for a good price." Yes, sell them all. Let's see if they dare to be human traffickers again. Old Lady Su agreed. They absolutely couldn't let those terrible traffickers go. Killing those traffickers would be too easy for them. They liked kidnapping people to sell. It was better to let them experience what it's like to be sold. I know a place where we can sell them, Jing Xian said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's sell these beasts now, Zhao Dalin said, like a volcano about to erupt, eager to punish the traffickers immediately. When they left, the village elders repeatedly warned to protect the village leader well. Yet on the very first day, he was kidnapped. Afterward, they returned to the house where the villagers had been. Old Lady Su rushed forward and slapped the kidnappers repeatedly. While hitting, she cursed, "I'll kill you, traffickers. How dare you drug my village leader? I'll beat you to death." After venting her anger, everyone helped load the traffickers onto a cart and followed Jing Xian to the place he mentioned. Everyone followed Jing Xian to the foot of a mine. A man who looked like a manager blocked their way. "Who are you?" Old Lady Su and Zhao Dalin quickly got off the cart. As they had planned earlier, these two pretended to be traffickers. They secretly leaned close to the manager's ear and whispered, "Do you still accept people to work here?" The manager looked at them, then pointed at Zhao Dalin and said, "You can, but this wife of yours can't. We only accept strong young men." Zhao Dalong quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's not me. I sent a few people over, all skilled workers. I don't know how much you can pay per person." The manager immediately became interested. "As long as they are healthy young men and women, I will take them. About the price, it's easy. 15 taels per person. But we need to agree beforehand. Once they come to me, they can't be taken back. You better think carefully." Old Lady Su and Zhao Dalong quickly replied, "Understood, understood." They exchanged money and people at the same time. Everyone who earned 105 taels felt very happy and even wanted to be tricked a few more times. Little Jiu was very happy. She wished her cousin was here. It turned out that what her cousin said was really useful. Her rebellious cousin. "I was just talking casually. I didn't expect you, little cousin, to take action." The carriage continued heading towards the capital. Little Jiu stood at the carriage door, looking at the scenery outside, feeling very happy. In her joy, she couldn't help but sing and dance. Inside the carriage, everyone saw their village chief acting strangely, lifting a stone at his feet, singing softly, and shaking his head and hips wildly. Won't learn to sing, brother. Whatever you do, I do too. Great rivers and seas, rivers and seas. It was too funny. Everyone inside the carriage laughed so hard they rolled on the floor. The village chief was just too adorable. The happy stone being carried was very pleased, having fun, and wanting to play more. Xiao Jiu quickly lifted Jiang He, mimicking the village chief, and shook his head and hips wildly. Gradually, the children inside the carriage also got caught up in the fun, looking for things to carry and shaking like the village chief. Next to them, Suihua giggled to add to the fun. Seeing how happy their host was, the system couldn't help but send little Jiu a set of 5 years of simulated exams and 3 years of high school tests. Host, you should start studying now. Little Jiu, happily playing, asked system, are you a devil? Host, you haven't studied for a long time.
Tomorrow then.
You said the same yesterday. Tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there? Host, you can't be lazy anymore. Little Jiu pouted and cried. She obediently sat back in the carriage, closed her eyes, and imagined listening to a famous teacher's lecture. Everyone saw their tired village chief resting with his eyes closed, so they all quieted down. Little Jiu started recognizing traditional characters from this dynasty in her mind, beginning her learning by recognizing characters. She looked at the complex characters, feeling overwhelmed. In my mind, I asked the system, there are so many simple characters. Why do they have to be written so complicated? Are they afraid I will learn them? System, please study hard, host, and don't think about unrelated questions. The system feels like a strict teacher. It's so scary. Xiao Jiu continues crying and listening to the lesson, trying to learn characters. After an hour, unable to bear it, Xiao Jiu shouts in his heart, system, I am only 5 years old, still a baby. Why do I have to learn so much? Seeing that the host has recognized quite a few characters, the system says, you can go play now. To reward you for studying for 15 minutes, I will give you a nice gift. What's the gift? Xiao Jiu asks eagerly. Poison-proof pill. After taking it, you won't be afraid of any poison or magic drugs, the system replies. The system feels a bit heartbroken because it bought the poison-proof pill with its own small money, spending a lot. Xiao Jiu quickly puts it in his mouth and eats it. He chews and asks, why does it have no taste? It's a pill, not candy, the system explains. Okay. Not needing to study anymore, Xiao Jiu immediately starts jumping around happily again. Xiao Jiu sees that the village chief has woken up and feels a bit strange. He wonders why. Even though the village chief had slept for a long time, his face now looks more tired than before sleeping. Village chief, shall we go for a walk? It's so lively outside. Xiao Jiu opens the curtain of the carriage and looks outside. Outside, people are coming and going, and the street is full of lively calls from vendors. He sees a steaming, freshly baked pancake at a snack stall. Xiao Jiu quickly shouts, stop the carriage.
Stop.
As soon as the carriage stops, Xiao Jiu jumps down and heads straight for the snack stall. Little Fatty and others follow closely behind. Boss, I want many pancakes. Xiao Jiu shouts. Okay, wait a moment. The vendor counts the children and quickly responds. Me too, I want one. Jing Xian also hurriedly jumps down and rushes to the stall. All right, everyone, yes, the pancake seller smiles, his face creasing with many wrinkles. With so many mouths to feed, this is a big business. Soon, everyone who took a pancake ran off to other stalls.
Wow.
This looks so good. Shen Ziyuan picks up a cute butterfly hairpin and quickly puts it on Xiao Jiu's head. After putting it on, she quickly puts on one identical for herself. Boss, how much for these two? I want to buy them, she says, ready to pay. I want one too. Shirtu gets anxious. He also wants to wear the same as the village chief. You are a boy and cannot wear this, Shen Ziyuan explained to Shirtu. I want to wear the same as the village chief. I don't want to be a boy. I want to be a girl like the village chief, Shirtu argued. Shen Ziyuan was speechless. You can't be a girl. You're a boy. Boys can't wear hairpins. That's for girls. Shirtu crossed his arms and was about to start crying again. Shen Ziyuan quickly covered his mouth. If you dare to cry out, We will leave you here alone and not take you to play anymore. Xiao silently closed his mouth. He looked longingly at Shinziyuan and the village chief's hairpins, full of desire. Xiao Jiu, seeing how pitiful Xiao was, picked a small pendant for him from the stall. This is for you. Boys can wear this. Xiao Jiu paid and put the pendant around Xiao's neck. Xiao looked at the pendant and then at the hairpin on the village chief's head. He still really wanted to wear the same as the village chief, but since the pendant was also a gift from the village chief, Xiao felt happy again. He excitedly jumped around, tugging at the pendant on his neck. The group wandered along the road, eager to explore every stall they saw, buying and browsing happily. Congratulations! The host has escaped from the traffickers using your wisdom. Reward, 20 points plus 1 lottery draw. A slow, delayed voice sounded. Xiao Jiu was used to the system's unpredictable schedule of working 3 days and resting 2. Xiao Jiu clicked to draw the lottery. The draw was successful. Reward, 1 detox pill. Just another pill. Xiao Jiu, uninterested, threw it into the storage bag. The carriage traveled steadily, and after a few days, the group finally reached the capital. Xiao Jiu and the others, like newly hatched birds, chirped excitedly, full of curiosity about everything around them. They looked around in amazement at the tall city walls and marveled at the busy streets filled with people and vehicles, their eyes almost spinning. Xian quickly pulled Xiao Jiu and Shirin into the carriage and took out 2 small masks, saying, Xiao Jiu, Shirin, let's go in secretly. Don't let anyone see your faces, okay? Xian didn't know much about the situation in the capital and thought that before they reached home, they shouldn't let outsiders recognize Xiao Jiu, Shirin, and himself. Everything could be discussed after they met their mother inside the house. Xiao Jiu tilted his head in confusion. Why? Little Jiu touched her face and thought, I'm not ugly, so why doesn't anyone want to see my face? Grandpa Village Chief and the villagers all say she's the cutest child they've ever seen. Xian thought for a moment and found a reason to say, let's go back secretly, and later we can surprise Grandma. Xiao Jiu and an heir quickly sat up straight and happily said, okay. A surprise sounds fun just to think about. Zhao Hu and the others saw this and hurriedly asked, Uncle Shi, what about us?
Do we have to go secretly too?
Xian choked. He didn't expect these kids to want to stay in sync with their little village chief in everything. He quickly replied, no need. Just be yourselves. All right then, Zhao Hu said, a little disappointed, pulling out the mask the village chief had given them earlier. Village chief, wear this. That way, no one can see your face. Xian saw the mask Zhao Hu held out and suddenly felt dizzy. He quickly grabbed Zhao Hu's hand, not wanting to wake up tomorrow and find that their group was the talk of Beijing. Don't wear this now. Wear it next time and find a quiet place. You can wear it however you want, Xian said anxiously, almost breaking his voice. Zhao Hu looked a bit disappointed, but put away his mask. Seeing this, Xian finally relaxed. The children continued to peek out and look at the outside scenery. It's so lively here. Ado, and the others exclaimed. This isn't the liveliest place. Next time, I'll take you to the busiest spot in Beijing, Xian promised.
Yay!
Yes. The children nodded excitedly. Little Jiu, unable to sit still, forgot her uncle's warning and suddenly jumped out of the carriage. She had lived in Taiyuan village for 5 years, but was seeing such a bustling place for the first time. Tall city gates, wide streets, shops full of all kinds of goods, and crowds flowing endlessly. She didn't know where to look. Seeing the children's faces full of wonder and excitement, Xian didn't say much. The family was almost home, so it didn't matter much now. As soon as the children got out of the carriage, they ran toward the busiest area. They saw stalls selling strange new things and snacks they had never seen in Qingshan town. But everything here was really expensive. Xiao Jiu bought a lot of things and felt a little guilty. While walking, a bowl suddenly appeared in front of her, filled with some broken silver coins. An old man in patched clothes held the bowl and waved it in front of her. The young boy didn't understand what was happening. After thinking for a moment, he realized that people in the capital were very kind. They even gave money to children. So he reached out his small hand and grabbed 2 pieces of broken silver from the bowl. He said, "Thank you, but I only want 2. The old man was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he was so angry that his beard almost stood up. He quickly took back the money and threw it into his own bowl. Before leaving, he also glared at the young boy. "Why did he scold me?" the boy asked, also glaring back angrily. Xiao almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He patted his little niece's head and said, "That old man was a beggar. He probably saw you guys buying so many things on the street and wanted to ask for some money." The boy looked a bit shy and scratched his head. He realized that the beggars here dressed better than some villagers in the neighboring village. The group returned to the carriage and continued heading toward the North Marquis residence. Just as they were about to get out of the carriage, the boy pulled Xiao back. "Uncle, aren't we supposed to surprise Grandma?" Xiao looked at his little niece with confusion. "Uncle, if we go through the front gate, we'll be discovered." Xiao said, "He knows where there's a secret tunnel. Let's sneak in through there," the girls said mysteriously. They had already reached the house entrance. Normally, they could have sneaked in through the backyard, but Xiao understood a deep truth. Telling one lie often requires many more to cover it up. "Little girl, why don't you and Grandma Sue crawl through the dog tunnel? Uncle will fly in by himself," he suggested. Of course, that wasn't possible. So, the girl carried Grandma Sue, who couldn't fly yet, and suddenly flew into a quiet spot. Xiao quickly carried his non-flying grandmother and flew back home. Xiao Jiu and the others followed closely behind. The North Marquis residence is located in the northern part of the capital. It covers a large area and looks grand. Inside, it wasn't overly luxurious, but the environment was peaceful and comfortable. As Xiao and his group flew into the backyard, they saw Steward Jiu walking out, holding a ledger and muttering to himself. "Steward Jiu," Xiao called out quickly, since there was no one around. Steward Jiu turned around in confusion. He thought he had just heard the voice of the 4th young master from the house. Maybe he's getting old, and his ears are not as good anymore. "Steward Jiu," Xiao called again. Steward Jiu looked carefully. The person's figure and voice. He almost dropped what he was holding and hurriedly rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was seeing things. "4th young master?
You.
You're back." "You're not." He stammered, unsure of what to say. Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, Housekeeper Jiu, I am back. These years have worried you all. Let's go inside and talk." Housekeeper Jiu looked at him with surprise and joy. Yes, let's go inside." He quickly led everyone into the 4th young master's room, tears in his eyes. He glanced back at the group of children beside the 4th young master, including a boy dressed as a Taoist priest, a woman and man dressed as farmers, and a young man in white who looked like he was about to become an immortal.
Huh.
And there was also a little girl holding a chicken. Suihua saw Housekeeper Jiu looking at her and greeted him with a giggle. A few children politely called out Grandpa Jiu, "Hello." Housekeeper Jiu was overjoyed by the children's greetings and happily responded. It had been a long time since the house was so lively. If the old madam knew that the 4th young master was back, she would be so happy she might cry. "I will send someone to notify the house to prepare a welcome feast." Xiao waved his hand. "No need for a big fuss. No need to notify the house for now. Let's go surprise my mother in her courtyard." The housekeeper hesitated but thought that with the 4th young master's return, perhaps the old madam's illness would soon improve. He quickly led the group toward the old madam's courtyard. They passed through beautifully carved corridors and around carefully arranged artificial mountains and ponds, soon reaching the old madam's courtyard. The maid guarding the door hurried to report to the old madam but was stopped by the housekeeper, who whispered something in her ear. The maid's eyes lit up with joy and tears as she looked at Xiao. With each step forward, Xiao felt more anxious, unsure how his mother's health had been all these years. The children, however, were very excited from the moment they entered the Marquis' residence, looking around eagerly. "Village chief, so this is the general's residence." Xiao, who quietly whispered to the village chief. For some reason, once inside the marquis's house, they all felt shy and stopped talking loudly, jumping around less. Xiao slowly entered his mother's courtyard and saw her lying on the bed, looking exhausted, with her eyes closed as if asleep. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and the old madam instinctively opened her eyes. When her gaze fell on the familiar figure at the door, her cloudy eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Xiao quickly took off his mask, stepped forward, and knelt by his mother's bed, calling out, "Mother." The old madam, hearing the voice, struggled to lift her head, trying to see clearly. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't speak. Her eyes filled with tears. The old lady trembled as she gently touched Xiao's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Sienna?" Xiao choked with emotion. "Mother, it's me. Sienna has returned." "Sienna, is it really you?" You're alive? You didn't die?" The old lady's voice broke with excitement. "Yes, mother. I didn't die. I'm back." Xiao quickly stood up, took off the masks from her little niece and nephew, and pulled the children close to her mother, saying, "Mother, look, I brought someone back." The old lady's eyes first looked at Xiao, showing shock then surprise. When she saw Xiao Jiu, she immediately tried to sit up from the bed. Xiao Jiu obediently walked over and supported her. The old lady looked at Xiao Jiu, her breathing quickening, her chest rising and falling rapidly, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She looked just like her little girl when she was young.
"Yana?"
The old lady called, uncertainly. Xiao's eyes reddened as she gently shook her head, her voice trembling with emotion. "Mother, this isn't Wumei. This is Wumei's child, your granddaughter. Wumei. She might not be with us anymore." The old lady tightly hugged Xiao Jiu, her throat making muffled sounds. Tears uncontrollably flowed down her face, soaking Xiao Jiu's shoulder. Xiao Jiu gently patted her grandmother's back, her own eyes also reddening. "So this is her grandmother." Gradually regaining her composure, the old lady hurriedly looked Xiao Jiu over, her voice hoarse but excited. "Good girl, good girl." Xiao Jiu nodded confidently. She was indeed a good girl. The old lady held Xiao Jiu's hand and began asking about how her granddaughter had lived all these years. She thought, surely such a young girl must have suffered a lot. Xiao Jiu excitedly started to tell her wonderful 5-year story, with her little brothers enthusiastically chiming in. The more she listened, the more the old lady doubted everything. Her granddaughter was the village chief. Or was she already the village chief when she was born? Her granddaughter was as strong as an ox. Could she punch a wild boar to death? Could her granddaughter fly? Could she help the villagers become rich? Seeing her grandmother's expression grow more excited, Xiao quickly asked Qin Su to check her mother's health. Qin Su stepped forward, gently placing his fingers on the old lady's thin wrist, closing his eyes and focusing on feeling her pulse. After a moment, Qin Su frowned, his face becoming more serious. She slowly opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and said heavily, "Madam, your pulse. I fear you have been poisoned. The poison has already reached your lungs. If we cannot find an antidote quickly, I'm afraid your time is limited." The old lady trembled slightly upon hearing this, her eyes flashing with disbelief at first, then returning to calm, as if she had already expected this outcome. Xiao looked anxious and asked, "Can you cure this poison? What herbs do you need? I will go find them right away." Qin Su shook his head. "I haven't identified the poison yet, and finding an antidote will take some time. I'm afraid the old lady cannot wait." Xiao staggered and nearly fell. Xiao Jiu touched the pile of pills in her pocket. She remembered she had just drawn a detox pill yesterday. "System. Can this detox pill cure my grandmother's poison?" "Yes." Hearing the system's confident answer, Xiao Jiu quickly reached into her pocket. She found the pill and hurriedly handed it to the old lady. "Grandmother, eat this." Hearing her granddaughter call her grandmother, she forgot her limited time and, even if her granddaughter was now offering her a knife, she was eager to swallow it happily. More so, her obedient and sweet granddaughter was offering her candy to comfort her. The old lady quickly put the candy in her mouth. It melted instantly, with no taste. But after a moment, she felt a wave of nausea in her chest. Suddenly, she spat out a large amount of dark blood. The blood was thick, foul-smelling, as if carrying long-accumulated toxins and filth from inside her body. Shocking to see. After spitting out the blood, she felt a warm flow inside her. Then, it seemed as if a mysterious force spread within her body, dispersing the cold, toxic gas that had tormented her for so long. The old lady coughed gently, then slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze became much clearer, and her pale face gradually regained its color. "I feel much better," she said happily. Shi Xian and Qin Su exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. Qin Su quickly stepped forward to check her pulse. His brow relaxed, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. "It's a miracle, truly a miracle. The toxins inside the old lady are disappearing rapidly." The old lady also sensed the change in her body. She looked gratefully at Xiao Jiu, her eyes full of love and pride. "Good girl, you saved Grandma." Shi Xian hurriedly told her mother about the heavenly snow lotus from the Medicine God Valley, how Xiao Jiu found it, and how Xiao Jiu rescued Shiren. "Now I only feel that little wine is like a blessing sent by heaven to save their family. First it saved Shi and then herself, and now her mother has also been saved by little wine." Shi Xian saw that his mother's face was looking better and asked Qin Su, "Can you tell how long she has been poisoned?" "It should have been about a year. As for what poison it is, I am not sure yet." Qin Su actually wanted to say that he hadn't carefully studied the poison, but Little Wine's pill had already cured it. "Do you know who the divine doctor of Taoyuan village is?" Qin Su couldn't help but ask the children out of curiosity. Qin Su thought Taoyuan village was full of hidden talents. They had such a skilled doctor, and it seemed his master was right. Great doctors are not only found in the Medicine God Valley. The world is vast, full of talented people. As the saying goes, there are always better people outside, and higher skies beyond the sky. Little Wine thought for a moment and said, "Dr. Huang. He's really amazing." In Taoyuan village, there was only Dr. Huang. The villagers went to him for all kinds of injuries. To Little Wine, Dr. Huang was very impressive and truly the village's divine doctor. Yes, Dr. Huang also helps the pigs in the village give birth to piglets. He's super capable. Xiao Hu thought Dr. Huang was the best doctor he'd ever seen. When he was mischievous as a child, he often fell here or there, and Dr. Huang always helped him recover. Xiao Hu even thought that when he grew up, he would respect Dr. Huang as if he were his own father. The other children also agreed that Dr. Huang was the most talented divine doctor in Taoyuan village. "Next time, I want to visit divine Dr. Huang," Qin Su said with anticipation. He didn't expect that the low-profile divine Dr. Huang from Taoyuan village had been living there quietly. He hadn't heard of this person after staying a few days. Next time, he definitely wanted to discuss medical skills with Dr. Huang. While lying at home, the famous and low-profile Dr. Huang suddenly sneezed loudly. Shi Xian called the housekeeper and asked him to carefully investigate the maids and servants who took care of his mother. Everything related to her over the past year, including all medicines she took, her daily diet and routines, must be checked thoroughly. No detail should be overlooked. The housekeeper quickly went to carry out the orders. Hearing the news, the three madams of the Shi family also looked anxious and hurriedly went to the old madam's courtyard. Just as I met the butler, who had just come out of the ladies' courtyard. The eldest madam spoke first, her voice full of worry. "How is mother? Is she feeling better?" The butler hurriedly and excitedly replied, "Old madam is blessed by heaven. The poison has been cured. Ladies, there is no need to worry." Hearing this, the ladies immediately cheered up. "That's good, that's good. Mother is blessed by heaven. May the heavens bless us." They couldn't wait and hurried inside. But when they saw the old lady standing by the bed, the eldest madam and the second madam, walking ahead, looked stunned, with wide eyes full of disbelief. The younger brother? Still alive? The Shi family has no heirs. It's me. After all these years, thank you, sisters-in-law, for taking care of mother, Xiao said when he saw their shocked expressions. The third madam, walking behind and a bit slower, had just stepped into the old lady's courtyard and was about to ask what was happening. Her gaze accidentally caught sight of a familiar small figure by the mother's bed. In an instant, her breath stopped, and her heart seemed to stop beating. She was afraid that if she took a breath, she might see a hallucination. She stared fixedly ahead. There, standing was Anur, whom she had been longing for day and night. Anur? Mother! Shuren called out. The third madam, as if awakening from a dream, rushed forward, tears blurring her eyes. She tightly embraced her son, as if letting go would make him disappear again. Choking and excited, she said, Anur, Mother has searched so hard for you. Heaven has eyes. Finally, you are back with Mother. For a moment, the entire Jinbei Marquis estate was shrouded in gloom, as if awakening from a deep sleep. The ladies hurried to the kitchen, their hearts full of excitement. They personally prepared food to welcome and celebrate, their faces full of uncontrollable smiles. The butler was so excited he trembled, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly muttering, Heaven has eyes. The general's residence will not be left without heirs. In the kitchen, the stove was reignited with a blazing fire. Outside, the butler quickly ordered the servants to clean the estate, preparing to welcome the new life of the general's residence. Every corner of the estate was filled with hope and vitality, as if the long-standing gloom was about to be swept away. Inside the old lady's courtyard, after everyone left, Xiao asked about the situation in the capital. Mother, now everyone in the court knows that all the men of the Shi family have died in battle. Is it appropriate to make such a high-profile announcement now? The old lady snorted coldly. If you don't spread the news that you're alive, the title of the general's residence might fall into others' hands. Is it over there, with the clan leaders? Xiao asked. That group of old men heard that the general's residence has no male heirs, so they want to quickly adopt a child from a side branch to maintain the family's reputation. The old lady suddenly slammed the table. Humph. The bloodline of the general's residence must not be meddled with by outsiders. No one can interfere. She then looked at Xiao with a face full of concern. This fourth son had been protected by his older brothers since he was young, and had never suffered much. Now that all his brothers were gone, the heavy responsibility of upholding the family's honor suddenly fell on his shoulders. Xiao saw his mother's worry. He tightly held her hand, his eyes firm, and said with a strong voice, Mother, don't worry. Although I was sheltered by my brothers and haven't faced many hardships, now that they are gone, I will do my best to stand tall and not let you down. I will support the family's reputation and also find out the truth from that year to seek justice for my father and brothers. The old lady nodded with relief, holding Xiao's hand. Good, good. I trust you, and I know you have this heart. Go ahead and do it, but remember not to act rashly. Think carefully about everything. Xiao looked at his mother and, with difficulty, asked what he had always wanted to know. Mother, about that year. His Majesty. Xiao really didn't want to believe it. The crown prince he grew up with, who played and laughed with him, now the emperor, could be the murderer who wanted to wipe out the general's family. This matter is still unclear. I don't want to believe that the child I watched grow up could be like that. The Empress Dowager is about to return to the palace. We should wait until we get more news from her side. The old lady also didn't want to believe it, but all signs and evidence pointed to the current emperor, as if an invisible hand was pushing them in a certain direction. And what about Xiao Jiu's background? Xiao asked his mother. The capital is dangerous, and I don't want Xiao Jiu to be exposed in front of everyone. But you saw it too. Jiu'er is so young but already so capable. Sooner or later, she will be exposed. Instead of letting her be passive at that time, it's better to let her take control early. Jiu'er is so young but can already lead the villagers to follow her, which shows she's different from ordinary girls. Drinking wine is destined to be extraordinary. Recognizing the wine has a good, honest reason to be given to her. Some of these items might not be as useful in the general's residence as they could be in her hands. After saying this, The old lady took out a token from a small hidden compartment beside the bed. Mother, what is this? Xiao looked at the object in her mother's hand with confusion. It's the token of the Shi family army. Your father gave it to me a long time ago, the old lady said, looking at the token with moist eyes. She gently touched the patterns on it and explained slowly. Actually, the Shi family army doesn't recognize the tiger-shaped command token. They only recognize your father and this token. Back then, officials thought that if they got the tiger token, they could control the Shi family army. It's quite funny. So, back then, the Shi family army disbanded because your father was gone and the token didn't appear anymore? They didn't want to serve a new ruler? Xiao asked. The old lady nodded. The Shi family army was not made up of soldiers under their family's command. It was a group of friends from the martial world that General Shi made when he was young. When the eastern Xiao country was besieged by 3 kingdoms, these friends formed the Shi family army to help. This battle made them famous, and the name Shi family army spread across 4 countries. That's why, even 5 years after General Shi's death, the other 3 countries still hesitate to attack eastern Xia, fearing the Shi family army might suddenly appear again. I want to give this token to Xiao Jiu. I believe that child can gather the Shi family army again, the old lady said. She felt that only in Xiao Jiu's hands could this token truly be powerful. Xiao nodded seriously and promised, Mother, don't worry. I will help Xiao Jiu find the Shi family army. Meanwhile, the main wife held a stone, the second wife held Jiang He, and the third wife held Xiao Jiu. The 3 wives led the group from Taoyuan village toward the courtyard where their younger sister used to live. The third wife kissed her niece's face and said, This is where your mother used to live. From now on, you will live here. If anything happens, come find your aunt. Do you understand? Xiao Jiu covered her face and nodded. On the way, her face was almost worn out from the affection of her aunts. The aunts were so enthusiastic. It was quite urgent help. They were too eager. When Jiang He and Stone arrived at Xiao Jiu's mother's courtyard, they struggled to get down. Xiao Jiu's aunts were so overwhelming, their faces almost kissed bald. Xiao Jiu quickly said she wanted to get down too. As soon as they landed, they ran happily far away.
Wow.
Village chief, your mother's yard is so big and beautiful. A group of children exclaimed in amazement. It feels like a peaceful, hidden paradise. The red gate is elegant and delicate. Inside, a small stone path winds through the garden, with colorful flowers blooming on both sides. Willows hang down gently, their green branches swaying in the breeze. In the center, there is a small, clear pond with fish playing happily. Around the pond, there are pretty stone tables and stools, creating a calm and relaxing atmosphere. Some children run to the pond to catch fish, others smell the flowers, chattering happily. Even Shirin, who usually doesn't talk much and lives in his own world, looks like a normal kid now, smiling happily and playing with Xiaohu. Mrs. Sen watches her lively son and can't help but cry. Old Lady Su and Su Xiaoxiao rush into their own village chief's house, grabbing the servant from the maids. They know how to tidy up the house where their village chief lives. They quickly decorate the room according to their village chief's habits, placing familiar small items he often uses. Village chief, I want to stay in this room. I want to live next to you. Shen Ziyuan excitedly points to the room next to the small wine shop, claiming he booked it first and no one can take it from him. Hearing this, others rush to find rooms too, all wanting to stay close to the village chief. Aren't you the young master of the general's mansion? You have your own yard. Go stay there. I saw this room first. Zhao, who quickly blocks the door to stop Shirin from going in. Shirin grits his teeth in anger. Seeing his mother, he quickly runs into her arms, tears in his eyes, pointing at Zhao with a look full of complaint. Mrs. San is seeing her son playing and joking with friends for the first time, and she's so happy she can't stop crying. Shirin is upset that his mother isn't defending him, and is even smiling. He suddenly cries out loud. Stone, who hasn't cried all day, watches Shirin crying loudly. Little Peng points at Shirin and says to Jiang He nearby, he's shy. We're smaller than him and didn't cry. Mrs. Sen quickly wipes her son's tears and comforts him. Okay, don't cry. Look, Stone and Jiang here smiling at you. Shura and Mother, your comfort isn't helping. He snorts and pouts, stomping off to the flower bed to sulk. A small, angry figure sits there, looking so upset that the three ladies almost laugh. Xiao Jiu found a very beautiful spot for Suihua. He quickly put Suihua down and patted her head, saying later, Uncle Daliang will build a small villa here for you. Is that okay? Look, you can see the pond, the fake mountain, and all kinds of flowers. Suihua looked around excitedly and nodded her head happily. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Master, I will build it now, Suihua said, then hurriedly went to find Daliang. Suihua flew to Daliang and made a series of clucking sounds to express her request. But she forgot that only her owner could understand her words. Daliang looked confused at Suihua, who was cursing loudly at his feet, not understanding what he had done wrong. Everyone in the village knew that Suihua was either cursing or on her way to curse. When she was making loud clucking sounds like now, it meant she was angry. Seeing this simple-minded, strong-limbed bird, Suihua was so angry she went back to find her owner. She realized that in this world, besides her own owner, everyone else was a fool. Meanwhile, Jingxin was stubbornly holding the door open.
Come out.
This is the room I like, she demanded. Whoever gets in first owns it. I got here first, so it's mine.
You can look for another room, she said.
Adauda saw Jingxin clutching her wrist tightly and tried to bite her. Frightened, Jingxin quickly let go. Dauda took the opportunity to shut the door. Jingxin was angry and cursed outside. She had just been calculating the room's good feng shui nearby when she saw this kid sneaking behind her. Once she finished her calculation, the kid had already snatched the room first. The capital city was in an uproar. Did you hear? The fourth young master of the Shi family is alive. He returned yesterday. Not only that, the missing grandson of the Shi family also came back. And there's more. Yesterday, they found the granddaughter too. Granddaughter? Isn't the Shi family only a daughter, the Empress? So she must be definitely the Empress's daughter, our little princess of Dongxia.
Wow.
Heaven really is watching over us. Soon, the imperial decree reached the Marquis of Zhenbei's residence. The old madam, along with Shi Xian and Xiao Jiu, rode in a carriage toward the palace. Inside the imperial study, the elderly lady, who had been granted immunity from kneeling by the emperor, walked in steadily, slightly bowing. She clasped her hands at her side and respectfully said, I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Shi Xian also entered the imperial study, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head respectfully, saying, I humbly greet your majesty. Long live the emperor. Only little Jiu, with a confused look, stared wide-eyed at the emperor sitting above. On the way here, her grandmother told her many things about what to watch out for in the palace, but she was too busy admiring the palace scenery to listen to any of it. Standing straight and tall, little Jiu felt she couldn't lose her dignity as the village chief. She puffed out her chest, clasped her hands behind her back, and nodded slightly to the emperor as a form of greeting. The elderly lady quickly tried to smooth things over. Little Jiu has always lived in the countryside and doesn't understand palace etiquette. I hope your majesty will forgive her. It's fine, the emperor waved his hand, signaling little Jiu to come forward. Little Jiu walked over with her hands behind her back and looked up at him. The emperor, watching her approach, sighed and said, So you've grown up so much. Little Jiu looked puzzled. Could this person have seen her when she was a child? The emperor looked at her with kindness, noticing she was unafraid and not shy around him. He knelt down and asked, Do you know who I am? Little Jiu shook her head. The emperor gently patted her head and said, I am your father. Little Jiu thought for a moment and asked, Do you have proof? She remembered that on TV, they usually checked for parentage with a DNA test, but she wasn't sure if they had that here. The emperor hesitated. No, but I can tell from your face, you look just like me. You and the empress looked very similar when you were young, he said confidently. Little Jiu was about to say that her resemblance to the Empress only proved she was her daughter, not that this man was her father. Before she could speak, Xiao quickly covered her mouth to stop her from saying more. If she kept talking, her sister might end up with the Emperor's suspicion. Seeing the Emperor looking at her, Xiao hurriedly knelt and apologized. Your Majesty, I have heard that you have come back to life. It is truly a blessing from heaven for our country, Xiao said slowly. Xiao knelt on one knee and replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I was lucky to survive. I thought I was going to die on the battlefield, but fate spared me. Heaven blessed me to return and serve Your Majesty once again. Xiao's mind was clear. His goal in entering the palace was to find a way to restore his position and regain control of the military. The Emperor looked at Xiao and cautiously asked, Your Majesty, since you have been reborn, I must ask you, where is the Xiao army now? Your Majesty, I was unconscious in the Medicine God Valley for 5 years. I just woke up recently and do not know the whereabouts of the Xiao army. The Xiao army is made up of some martial heroes gathered together, not soldiers of our Xiao family. After the chaos at the border 5 years ago, the Xiao army has probably dispersed everywhere. I have no way of knowing their exact location, Xiao replied. The Emperor sighed and raised his hand to signal Xiao to stand up. Now, the border is restless, and war seems imminent. Fortunately, you have returned. I will restore your position and revive the Marquis of Northtown to defend our country and expand our territory. I will do my best to fulfill my duty for Your Majesty and the country, Xiao promised. After giving his orders, the Emperor waved his hand to dismiss Xiao and the old lady Xiao. He stayed behind with Xiao Jiu in the imperial study, wanting to have a private talk with his daughter. Old lady Xiao and Xiao hesitated and looked back several times, then anxiously left the hall. Xiao, who had prepared many drafts, was surprised that he regained his official position so quickly and gained control of the military power. Mother, do you think the Emperor isn't surprised at all about Xiao Jiu's existence? Xiao recalled the scene inside the hall. It seemed the Emperor had known about Xiao Jiu's existence long before and was more certain than they were that she was his daughter. Old Lady Xiao was also confused, unable to understand what the Emperor's intentions were. Could it be that the Emperor's people visited Taiyuan village? She asked Xiao. Xiao shook his head. I asked the village elders in Taiyuan village. Xiao Jiu has lived there for 5 years, and no one has come to look for her. No strangers have entered the village. That's strange, Old Lady Xiao said worriedly, watching the imperial study. Time passed second by second. Finally, Xiao Jiu jumped out of the imperial study happily, followed by the official carrying a bright yellow imperial decree. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the daughter we have found, gentle and lovely, brings great joy to my heart. She is hereby titled Princess Changel, granted a palace, and excused from kneeling in homage. May she enjoy happiness and live in prosperity forever. The voice of the decree echoed outside the imperial study. The official handed the decree to Princess Changel. Until the carriage arrived at the Marquis of Northtown's residence, Old Lady Xiao and Xiao were still stunned and unable to react. Xiao Jiu had already jumped down from the carriage, holding the decree, and went to share the good news with her friends. Village chief, did you see your father? Xiao Hu ran over eagerly to ask the village chief as he approached. Village chief, what are you holding in your hand? Village chief, what does your father look like? Giggling sounds, little Jiu hugs Suihua and kisses her, saying, Suihua, soon we can live in a big villa. Old Lady Su and Zhao Dalong see the village chief return and finally relax. They had just asked the maids and servants in the mansion about it. The palace is a dangerous place that eats people without leaving bones. The three of them are anxiously pacing in the yard. Little Jiu spreads out the imperial decree on the stone table. Look, it says I am given a house, very big, very grand. Later, I can invite all the villagers to live there. Ado looks at the decree and says, Village chief, now you are Princess Changel. This is a gift from His Majesty for your princess's residence. So, will the village chief be a princess here? Not returning to Peach Garden Village to be the village chief? Xiao, who almost cries.
Who said that?
We'll just play for a few days, and then go back. Will your father agree?
Ado asks.
Little Jiu looks up in confusion. Why does he need to agree? Her feet are on her, and she wants to go wherever she wants. That makes sense. Seeing that little Jiu is still their village chief, they lose interest in the decree. Xiao Dalong sees the village chief throw the decree on the stone table and run away. He quickly, carefully rolls up the decree and takes it back to the village chief's house. Later, he plans to show it to the villagers to see what the emperor's decree looks like. Inside the palace, the noble consort hurries to the imperial study. The emperor sees her enter and quickly signals the palace attendants to leave. I heard that today His Majesty restored the position of Lord 4 of that family and returned military power to the North Marshal's mansion. Does the Lord know about this? The noble consort asks eagerly and impatiently, her tone full of urgency and dissatisfaction. Right now, the other 3 kingdoms are eyeing Dongxia country. Soon, war might break out. Look at the court, full of mediocre officials. Who can really defend against outside enemies? Does His Majesty want Dongxia to be divided among the 3 kingdoms? Or is he afraid of uncovering past secrets? The emperor, head down, speaks while holding the sugar that little Jiu just handed him. What about Princess Changle? Why does His Majesty suddenly have a daughter? And why is she so eager to be granted a princess's residence and title? The noble consort continues to ask, her face full of doubt and anger. As for giving a little girl such a title, it probably won't affect His Majesty's great plans. Furthermore, Your Majesty sent you here to assist me, not to watch over my every move. Please remember your proper role. You are now my noble consort, the emperor said coldly, with a dark look in his eyes. You really think you're the emperor now? Don't forget who put you in this position. The noble consort snorted disdainfully, clearly showing her contempt. She strode out of the study quickly, her back firm and decisive, as if expressing her deep dissatisfaction. The emperor watched her leave, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, part anger, part helplessness. He slowly sat back on the throne, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the noble consort hurriedly tied her message to a carrier pigeon, sending it back to her lord. At the Marquis of Jinbei's residence, the old lady, supported by the maid, and several ladies slowly strolled to the small courtyard of the girl who had long been uninhabited. Although the courtyard had been empty for a long time, it was neat and clean, with trimmed flowers, grass, and trees, as if waiting patiently for its owner's return. They stepped inside quietly. Inside, the lively noise of children broke the peaceful silence. Suihua, who had stolen and eaten a sugar stone, was being chased around the yard by Shirtu with a broom. Jianghe saw this and hurried over to help catch Suihua. Zhao, who had already climbed a tree, checking for bird nests. Shi-en and Tinia rolled up their sleeves, fishing by the pond. Ado was holding a slingshot, aiming at the flying birds in the sky, determined to practice until he could hit any bird, no matter how fast it flew, just like the village chief. Xiao Dalong was diligently helping Suihua build her small house. As for Xiao Jiu, he was crying and imagining himself in class inside his mind. In the kitchen, the chubby little boy, eager for food, was supervising Sister Xiao Xiao and Grandma Su as they cooked. In the yard, a seemingly unreliable Taoist was meditating. The old lady and her group quietly stood at the gate, seeming reluctant to disturb the warm, happy scene inside. Finally, Xiao Jiu, who had escaped from the clutches of studying, opened his eyes and saw the old lady and her group at the door. Excited, he ran over, holding his grandmother's hand, and began talking nonstop about all the delicious food they would have tonight, how amazing Sister Xiao Xiao from their village was, and how tasty her dishes were. Are they really that good? Then my second aunt will come over tonight to eat with us, the second lady teased. Xiao Jiu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, saying, "Super delicious." The old lady held Xiao Jiu's hand and asked, "Are you used to living here?" "Yes, I like it here," Xiao Jiu replied. Would you like to stay with your grandmother from now on? The old lady looked at Xiao Jiu with hope. Xiao Jiu shook her head like a rattle. No, I need to go back to Taoyuan village. Grandpa the clan leader is a crybaby, and the villagers will miss me. I also need to teach the children at school and help the villagers earn money. I have so many things to do. The old lady gently patted her granddaughter's head with a smile. You're so young and worried about so much. Be careful you don't grow too short. That's because I'm the village chief, Xiao Jiu said with a serious tone. This made a few ladies laugh happily. Soon, Zhao Daliang and some young servants set up a big table in the yard. Su Xiaoxiao and old Madame Su quickly brought out various dishes from the kitchen and placed them on the table. In the middle was a bubbling hot pot filled with bright red soup, with charcoal burning underneath. The old lady and the other ladies looked at this scene with curiosity. What is this? They asked. Shunner heard this and quickly explained eagerly to her grandmother and the others, it's hot pot. We often eat it in Taoyuan village. It's very delicious. After saying that, she hurriedly brought her own stool, found a good spot, and sat waiting for the meal to start. Old Madame Su quickly invited the old lady and the other ladies to sit down. It was the first time they saw such a scene. Everyone gathered around a table, noisy and lively, eating together. It was strange, but somehow felt very warm. How do you eat this raw? The third lady looked at the table full of raw vegetables and was confused. You just dip it in and cook it briefly before eating, Shunner explained. She then picked up a piece of meat, cooked it in the hot pot for a few minutes, and put it in her bowl. She looked at her mother with her eyes as if asking, Did you learn how to do this? I've shown you everything. The third lady, thinking her son was about to serve her, awkwardly put down her bowl. What a rebellious son. Xiao Jiu cooked a piece of bean curd skin, smiled, and handed it to her grandmother. Grandmother, this is made by Sister Xiao Xiao. It's very tasty. Please try it. After cooling, the old lady took a bite and tasted it. The texture was delicate, with a slight chewiness. It wasn't too soft or too hard to chew, just right, which surprised the old lady. Wow, I didn't expect a young girl to have such good cooking skills. What is this called? I've never seen it in the capital, the old lady said with admiration, looking at Xiao Xiao. She never thought that in such a small village like Taoyuan, someone could be so talented in cooking. This dish is made from soybeans. If the old lady likes to eat it, I will teach the maids in the house how to make it tomorrow. They can prepare it often for her to enjoy. Xiao Xiao felt a bit shy as she spoke. Watching everyone happily eating and smelling the tempting aroma, a few ladies couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and taste the food, completely absorbed in the hot pot's charm, almost forgetting their usual graceful manners. I really want to take a day off tomorrow. Lately, my mind feels blank, and I can't think of any stories. No one in the capital has seen this way of eating before. This new thing smells so rich and fragrant, it's hard to resist. The second madam couldn't wait and ate eagerly, her face full of joy. Look at you all, losing your composure. The first madam watched amused as the impatient second madam and the third madam ate happily. With such delicious food, who would still keep up appearances? Exactly. Today, we must enjoy ourselves fully. The old madam happily patted the first madam's hand and said, It's rare for everyone to be so happy. In your own house, forget about manners and formalities. This lively scene was reminiscent of the days when the generals returned victorious a few years ago. Since their brave deaths on the battlefield 5 years ago, the house had been dull and silent. This was the first time it was so lively and joyful. Next time, Grandma and Auntie can come to our peach garden village to visit. I'll go hunt wild boars in the mountains for you. They're so delicious, Xiao Jiu said as he kept adding a piece of meat to his grandmother's bowl. Yes, yes. Grandma will definitely visit your peach garden village next time. Before leaving, the old madam and the three ladies packed various snacks for everyone, all recipes Xiao Xiao had researched from cookbooks in her free time. As for the ingredients used, she didn't know which divine being sent them. Whenever she wanted to make something, she would tell the village chief what ingredients she needed, and the next day, those ingredients would appear in the kitchen. Xiao Xiao believed that the gods in heaven were worried the village chief might go hungry, so they sent whatever was needed. After finishing another hot pot meal, everyone lay on the roof, bored, watching the stars. Those little brats? They only know how to shoot birds with slingshots. Even if they hit, they don't bother to clean up. Next time I catch them, I'll teach them a lesson. It's so irresponsible. Looking at the few pigeons on the ground, Grandma Sue crossed her arms and scolded the mischievous kids on the roof loudly. Ado quickly put away the slingshot in his hand. When asked which elderly woman the children in the village fear most, the answer was Lady Sue. She is someone who can chase you for days and nights, and is just as formidable as Suihua. Lady Sue picked up the pigeon on the ground and was about to bury it. It's strange. Do pigeons in the capital like to tie things on their legs? She wondered. Chin Su, who was about to return to his room, heard this and hurried over. He quickly bent down and took off the bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's leg. The children saw the bamboo tube carrying messages again and hurried down from the roof. Uncle Chin, what does the note say? A few children eagerly tiptoed to look at the paper in Chin Su's hand. Several notes mostly said that Master Shi had come back to life. The little grandson of the Shi family was found, and suddenly a Princess Chong Lu appeared in the palace. Why is there a blank note? Xiao Jiu looked confused. He pointed at the blank piece of paper in Chin Su's hand and asked. Chin Su examined the note carefully, then explained, it's probably that the sender used a special method to hide the writing. How can we see what it says? The children asked quickly. Chin Su held the note close to the candle inside the house and carefully warmed it for a while, but nothing happened. It might be soaked in some kind of potion. We need a special solution to reveal the writing. I will study it carefully and see if there's a way to make the words appear, Chin Su said with a serious and focused look. He hurried back into the house with the note. Only Xiao Jiu and the others remained in the yard, staring blankly at the lifeless body on the ground. Village chief. So officials in the capital use pigeons to send messages. Zhao, who poked the still pigeon on the ground. Could the message on the note be dangerous for the village chief? You can do fortune-telling, right? Tell me, is the village chief in danger in the capital? Ado asked anxiously. Jing Xian looked at Xiao Jiu's face. Well, it was still a mystery. Don't worry. The village chief isn't in danger. You should be worried about whether the people in the capital are safe, Jing Xian said calmly. Jing Xian wasn't worried about Xiao Jiu at all. Although she couldn't read faces, since coming to the capital, she was surrounded by a purple aura. According to her master, this kind of radiant light on the head means she has extraordinary luck. She is destined to turn misfortune into fortune and achieve greatness. Calm and no longer willing to try hard, I will spend my life with this young girl. Anyway, my master once said that following this girl means I won't have to worry about food and drink for life. By the way, Shirin, what fun things are there in the capital? I don't want to stay in the courtyard tomorrow, Xiaohu asked, pushing Shirin gently. Shirin shook his head. Most of the time, he stayed in his room. When he was in the capital before, he was shy and often called a little mute by other children, which made him less willing to go out and play with others. Aren't you living in the capital? How come you don't know? Ado looked at Shirin with curiosity. I usually stay in my room and play, sometimes with the young servants in the house, Shirin whispered, lowering his head. What do you play alone in your room? Xiao Jiu was very curious. What's so fun about staying alone? My room is very fun, Shirin said excitedly. Then Shirin led Xiao Jiu and the others to his room, which was filled with strange parts and tools, like a mysterious workshop. Shirin skillfully manipulated those delicate pieces, and soon, a bird-shaped object appeared. Look at this. Shirin proudly showed his little creation. It was a small wooden bird that could jump automatically, flapping its wings gently as if it were really flying.
This is made by me.
Once I wind it up, it can dance. Xiao Jiu's eyes widened in amazement.
Wow.
That's amazing. Shirin, you're a genius. Seeing Stone and Jiang He looking eagerly, Shirin gave the little wooden bird to Stone and Jiang He. Zhao Hu and Ado also came over, curious about this magical little wooden bird. Xiao Jiu gave Shirin a thumbs up. This is way better than those little toys sold on the street. Shirin, your room has so many little gadgets. Did you make them all yourself? Ado looked at the seemingly messy, but very magical room and praised it. Shirin shook his head. Some were made by my father, and some I learned to make by following my father's notes. Shirin led them to a corner of the room where many small toys were displayed. He took out a tiny box that could open and close automatically, engraved with delicate patterns. Gently pressing it, the lid popped open with a clever mechanism, then closed again smoothly. Next, Shirin took out a small round disc woven from thin bamboo strips and copper wire, with a glowing night pearl embedded in the center. What is this? Xiao Jiu and the others curiously leaned in closer. This is a treasure-seeking compass, Shirin excitedly explained. What can this compass do? It can point in a direction and, with certain settings, find hidden objects. After speaking, Shirin pressed a hidden button on the edge of the compass. The luminous pearl inside began to slowly spin, and finally pointed to a corner of the room. I hid a small box there before. With this compass, I can find it easily. All these were made by my father. My mother said my father made them before I was born and gave them to me as birthday gifts, Shirin proudly said. He then took out several small gadgets, including various models and tools, a modified paper kite that could fly with a small rudder to control direction, and a tiny water wheel that could simulate water flow and made a clear, pleasant sound when spinning. These are all made based on my father's notes. Everyone was stunned and amazed. Shirin and his father are truly incredible. Shirin, your father is amazing. And how is it that your head is so clever and smart? Shirin handed out several small creations he made to everyone. Xiao Jiu and the others couldn't put them down. Xiao Jiu looked at the small water wheel Shirin gave him and said, if you could make a big one and put it in the fields of Taoyuan village, the villagers wouldn't have to go far to fetch water. Shirin looked at the small water wheel in the village chief's hand and thought for a moment. I haven't tried it yet. I can give it a shot later. When we go back to Taoyuan village, I'll ask the villagers to help make one. Shirin, it would be great if your dad were here. He would make many amazing little gadgets. They all sincerely admired Shirin's talented father. I've never even met my father. Shirin touched the gifts his father had given him for future birthdays, feeling a bit sad. Shirin, don't be sad. Uncle Shixian came back to life, so maybe your father could come back too. Ado comforted Shirin. Shirin's eyes brightened. Ado's words made sense. Xiao Jiu patted Shirin's shoulder and said, we'll go look for him with you someday. Even if we don't find him, it's okay. My dad is your dad, Xiao Jiu said, pounding his chest loudly. Shirin remembered how Xiao Jiu had been beaten by Uncle Delang and how he cried out loudly, shaking his head frantically.
No, 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 he kept saying.
Everyone burst into laughter. Suddenly, they remembered how Xiao Jiu had been beaten by Uncle Delang since he was little. Xiao Jiu, even though he is trained in martial arts, he still cannot escape his father's strict control. Next door, the maidservant was helping the full-bodied lady rub her stomach and said, young master has become much livelier this time, and he has made quite a few friends. The lady can finally rest assured. The lady also remembered her son's change after returning home and smiled happily, saying, yes, Anur has always been reserved, staying in his room and not talking much. I worried he might get sick from being so withdrawn. Now, seeing him like this, I never expected it. Thinking for a moment, she told the maid, tomorrow, pick some good things from my storeroom to send to those children. The maid quickly agreed. Back in the courtyard, Xiao Jiu looked at the gifts sent by her grandmother and several aunts, feeling a bit worried. She realized she needed to carefully think about what gifts to prepare for her grandmother and aunts tomorrow. While pondering what to give, Xiao Jiu fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Xiao Jiu finished breakfast early and ran to her grandmother's yard with the gifts she prepared. Grandmother, grandmother. Good morning. Xiao Jiu called out before she even arrived. As she entered the old lady's yard, she saw her aunts there too. She hurried to greet them. Xiao Jiu, coming so early, do you have something to talk to grandmother about? The old lady asked, pulling Xiao Jiu closer. I have prepared a gift for grandmother, Xiao Jiu said, pulling out a small electric stun device from her pocket. Last night, after thinking it over, she decided that her grandmother and aunts probably didn't know martial arts, so she needed a self-defense tool. What is this? The old lady asked, looking at a small, cylindrical object. Xiao Jiu demonstrated how to use the stun device for her grandmother. This is for grandmother's self-defense. If a bad person comes near, just press it and it will shock him, making him fall down. If the battery runs out, grandmother, you can just put it in the sun to recharge. Such a magical thing, the old lady said, surprised by how ordinary-looking yet powerful the device was. She then remembered what her fourth son had said yesterday. In Taiyuan village, the villagers all regarded Xiao Jiu as a fairy, and she often produced strange and wonderful things. Xiao Jiu had saved Shirin, saved her fourth son, and even helped her detoxify when she arrived at the Marquis of Bay's residence. She was like a divine child sent from heaven to save the Xiao family. The old lady was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. Good child, grandmother likes you very much. Xiao Jiu quickly prepared one for each of her aunts. From now on, when grandmother and the aunts face danger, they can protect themselves. Xiao Jiu thought she was amazing. The three ladies almost cried. This little niece was just so adorable. Why wasn't she their own daughter? Where's little uncle? Xiao Jiu asked curiously. Since last night, she hadn't seen her little uncle, and today he wasn't at the mansion either. Your little uncle has gone to the military camp. His Majesty restored his position, and he's now training soldiers there. Maybe there will be a war soon, said the old lady, adjusting a few stray hairs on her granddaughter's forehead. Can I go visit uncle at the military camp? Xiao Jiu asked her grandmother. No, that's not allowed. The military camp is a restricted area. Outsiders can't enter. Do you want to go out for fun? The old lady asked. Xiao Jiu nodded quickly. She really wanted to go out. Then later, your aunt can take you, the old lady said. Mother, I'll go with Xiao Jiu. There's nothing much happening at home, and I can take her out for a walk, the second wife quickly offered. All right, but we're running low on money, so use the account. Bring some guards too. Can't let anyone bully you, the old lady advised. Soon, Xiao Jiu, excited, ran off to find her friends. When they reached the mansion gate, the second wife looked at the group of children, feeling an uneasy premonition she couldn't explain. As the second wife and guards followed the children out, the old lady said to her eldest and third daughters-in-law, I don't know why, but as soon as these kids left the door, I kept feeling uneasy. The carriage arrived at the busiest part of the capital. When the children begged to get out and play for the nth time, the second wife had no choice but to let them down. She immediately ordered the guards to watch carefully, no mistakes allowed. 2 guards quickly held Stone and Jianghe in their arms, afraid that these tiny bundles might get trampled in the crowded street. No matter how Stone and Jianghe struggled to get free, the guards held them tightly. Stone, seeing he couldn't escape and glaring at the fierce guards holding him, was so angry he wanted to bite. Tears in his eyes, he looked at the group of villagers ahead, hoping they would turn back and notice him. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiu and her group were completely distracted by the new sights and sounds of the street. A few small heads looked around eagerly, full of curiosity and excitement. Village chief, look. They have sugar figurines in the capital too. Xiao Hu pointed at a colorful, lifelike sugar figurine held by an old man on the roadside, shouting excitedly to the village chief. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu immediately hugged Suihua and pushed through the crowd, leaning in to look. The sugar figurines were all different shapes, each one clear and shiny, making people want to taste them. I want one too. A chubby boy who had squeezed in earlier shouted excitedly. He then took out a silver note from his pocket to give to the old man selling the sugar figurines. The guard beside him quickly put the silver note back into the boy's pocket and said, Young master, keep your money. The old lady already told us that all expenses are paid from the account. The chubby boy then took out a few more silver notes and said, I have money. Before leaving, His grandmother and parents had told him that when out, he could spend money freely. If it wasn't enough, he could go to his uncle and aunt in the capital to ask for more. On this trip, the boy hadn't spent a single silver note. Instead, he had gained 7 or 8 taels of silver and some valuable items. The young servant of the chubby boy quickly put the silver notes back into his master's pocket. "Young master, you shouldn't show your money openly outside. It might cause unnecessary trouble. Don't you remember what happened last time when you were kidnapped?" The boy, dressed in gold and silver, once again didn't spend his money. Holding a sugar figurine, he followed the village chief, feeling that the sugar was no longer sweet. "What's that? Why are there chickens fighting?" A doe pointed at a noisy corner. Jingxin looked over and said, "You've never seen cockfighting?" He glanced at a few curious children and explained, "Cockfighting is when trained, strong, and aggressive roosters are made to fight. During the fight, 2 roosters are put into a ring and attack each other, pecking and wrestling. People nearby bet on which rooster will win." The children understood and looked again at the lively corner. Apparently, that alley was a small cockfighting arena with a group of excited people shouting and cheering. Inside the ring, 2 roosters stared fiercely at each other, wings raised and claws extended. The crowd around them waved their arms and cheered loudly for their favorite, showing no regard for their manners, acting quite ridiculous. Xiao Jiu hugged Suihua, feeling small and brave, and pushed into the crowd. In a flash, he was gone. Around the cockfighting arena, a group of children cheered excitedly, waving their arms and shouting loudly.
Come on, fight.
Peck him. One child waved his small fist and shouted loudly, his face turning bright red. Ah Bao, hold on. Don't lose to that guy. Another child frowned and stared intently at the black-feathered chicken in the arena.
Oh.
That peck was really fierce. Nearby spectators couldn't help but gasp, their hearts pounding with excitement.
Good.
Well done. The boy who had just shouted cheered excitedly and jumped up. Ah Bao, peck it. Peck its head, quickly. Hurry. Another boy shouted loudly, his forehead bulging with veins, clearly the owner of Ah Bao. Soon, the black-feathered chicken was defeated. Another boy hurriedly picked up the white-feathered chicken named Changzhan, jumping with excitement. My Changzhan won. My Changzhan won. I knew my Changzhan was the strongest and wouldn't lose. He waved his small hand and shouted to the servant nearby, Quick, gather all the bets for me. The servant quickly responded, Yes, young master. He efficiently collected the scattered bets from the ground and held them in his arms. The little boy proudly lifted his head and shouted at the owner of Ah Bao, He Qian. I told you my General Changzhan is invincible in battle. He Qian was not convinced and replied, Gu Zixing, this round was just luck on your side. Next, my Black Panther will fight, and I'll make your Changzhan fall apart. Gu Zixing scoffed and retorted, Luck. No, my Changzhan is strong. Even if your Black Panther fights, it will still lose. Besides, my undefeated general hasn't even come out yet, and you've already lost this round. Just admit it.
Ha ha ha.
Little Jiu looked at the pile of bets in Gu Zixing's servant's arms, mostly small amounts of money. He patted Suihua in his arms and said, Watch and see what happens next. Cluck cluck. Cluck cluck. Don't worry, I'll make the other side fall in no time. Little Jiu placed Suihua into the cockfighting arena and asked, Excuse me, can I let my Suihua join a match too? He blinked his big eyes eagerly, looking at a servant busy collecting bets beside Gu Zixing. The servant hesitated, then looked at Gu Zixing for approval and asked, Young master, what do you think? Gu Zixing, proud of his victory, raised an eyebrow when he heard Little Jiu and smiled. Oh, a little girl wants to challenge my Changzhan? Fine, as long as you're willing to place a bet, I'll let you try. Little Jiu took out a silver note from her, handed to her by some unknown aunt, and slapped it on the ground. Here, this is my bet. Everyone around was surprised, not expecting such a young girl to have so much money. Now, they looked forward to the exciting match. Gu Zixing glanced at the chicken Little Jiu was holding. Its feathers were colorful and shining in the sunlight, reflecting a dreamy glow. Although Gu Zixing didn't want to admit it, this was the most beautiful chicken he had ever seen. He Qian watched nearby, feeling a bit pleased. If little Jiu won, he planned to laugh at her. If she lost, it wouldn't just be embarrassing for her, his own leopard wouldn't be the least useful. The servant carefully collected the bets and announced, "All right, since both sides have placed their bets, the match begins." Little Jiu put Suihua into the fighting arena and said, "Go ahead, split the bet equally." Suihua, hearing this, proudly walked over to the white chicken. At the command of the servant, Suihua flapped its wings, and the white chicken, named Changzhan, immediately fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The crowd gasped just as the match ended. A heavy silence fell over the scene. Suihua looked at its wings in confusion. Then, as if realizing something, it clucked and ran toward its owner. Cluck, 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 cluck. It's pretending to be injured. It's faking. Little Jiu didn't care whether the other chicken was pretending or not. She said to Gu Zixing, "I won. The bet is mine." As soon as she finished, Xiao Jiu and a few others squeezed in and quickly collected the money from the village chief. Gu Zixing looked at Changzhan, who was lying on the ground unable to get up, and muttered, "Impossible, impossible." He hurried over to the fighting arena, picked up his Changzhan, and looked him over carefully. Finally, he concluded that his Changzhan must have been exhausted from fighting too fiercely with He Qian's leopard. No, my General Changzhan is just tired. If you have the courage, let's have another round." Gu Zixing quickly asked the servant to bring out his other undefeated chicken, Sheng. For their kind of spoiled young masters, they never only prepared one fighting chicken. He Qian saw this and also quickly had his servant bring out his Black Panther, which hadn't fought yet. Originally, both sides kept their strongest chickens for the final battle. Who would have thought that in the middle of the match, a colorful, flamboyant chicken suddenly appeared? Xiao Jiu looked at the two people holding a black and a white chicken and said, "Both of you put your chickens in the ring. If you win, the bets are mine. And if you lose, you have to give me both bets," He Qian said. Unexpectedly, this young girl who appeared out of nowhere had a bold attitude, even more arrogant than them. "No way, I won't bully a little girl." Gu Zixing didn't want to fight alongside He Qian's fierce tiger, wanting to win honorably. His undefeated record would surely knock both of them down. "Stop hesitating. Are you not real men? Are you coming or not? I already said, both of you go in together. Are you afraid?" Xiao Jiu was a bit angry. It was just a simple match, but these two kept whining so much. Unlike in their school days, where elementary students would fight if they didn't agree and go home after, there were no such complicated things. Encouraged by Xiao Jiu, the two said, "Fine, we'll come. Who's afraid? If we lose later, don't say we bullied you." Then they placed their undefeated chicken and fierce tiger into the chicken ring. Xiao Jiu also put in Suihua. At the command of the young servant, Suihua flapped her wings once. Both chickens fell straight down, knocked out by Suihua's wing. Suihua realized that the chickens in the capital city were just weaklings, useless at all. Even a random chicken from Taiyuan village was stronger than these two. Suihua was extremely bored. She scolded the lying undefeated and fierce tiger on the ground with a few clucks, which was embarrassing for their chickens. So weak. Xiao Jiu hurriedly picked up Suihua and told Xiao Jiu and Ado to collect the bets. Xiao Jiu and Ado quickly gathered the bets, not leaving a single coin for the others. Seeing the opponents about to leave, Gu Zixing and He Qian hurried forward to stop them. "How much is this chicken? I want to buy it." Gu Zixing pointed at Suihua in Xiao Jiu's arms. "I'll pay double the price." "Sell this chicken to me," He Qian quickly said. "He Qian, what do you mean? I saw her first. Why should you her?" Gu Zixing glared angrily. He Qian didn't think he was doing anything wrong. Throughout history, the higher price wins. "Not for sale," Xiao Jiu firmly refused. She held Suihua and tried to push through the crowd. "You're not allowed to leave. You must sell her to me today. How much do you want to sell her?" As the young boss of the capital, Gu Zixing had never failed to get what he wanted. Today, he was determined to get this chicken. He then ordered the young servant to stop the others. You must sell her today, or don't even think about leaving here. Qian quickly ordered the servant to block the way of a few people, worried that Gu Zixing might strike first and steal the chicken. Before Xiao Jiu could speak, the two men were already arguing over Suihua's ownership. I only have one chicken. Both of you want it, but I can't give it to both. Maybe you should fight for it. If you win, I'll consider giving it to you, said the mischievous Xiao Jiu. Yeah, your Abeo lost the fight earlier, so maybe you can get revenge for him, Xiao said, watching the fight and not minding the trouble. Exactly, fighting fairly is the right way. Otherwise, selling it to someone wouldn't be fair, added Ado quickly. Right, only the strongest should have Suihua, said Yuan, adding fuel to the fire. Yes, a strong chicken should be with the strongest owner, insisted the chubby boy. Gu Zixing and Qian listened and seemed to agree with this idea. Qian had long disliked Gu Zixing. Remembering how Abeo lost the fight and how Gu Zixing had mocked him, Qian clenched his fists and aimed a punch at Gu Zixing's face. Today, he wanted to vent his anger. Gu Zixing was quick to dodge the punch and took the opportunity to counterattack unexpectedly. The two fought fiercely, neither giving in. Seeing their young masters fighting, the servants from both sides quickly joined in, turning what was supposed to be a simple chicken contest into a full-blown brawl. Xiao Jiu and his friends cheered from the side. Left hook, right hook, then a spinning kick. Yes, that's it, Willy Gu. Xiao Jiu jumped around, giving commands.
Kick his.
Why are you dodging? Use your strength. Be a real man. Use all your power. Throw him down. Hit him hard, and make him fall. Hook him with your right fist. Choke him, pinch his nose, bite him. Xiao Jiu and his friends excitedly cheered and directed the chaos. Qian and Gu Zixing's groups didn't seem to like each other much, or maybe they were just caught up in the excitement of Xiao Jiu shouting. They fought more fiercely, more passionately, forgetting that the fight was just over a chicken. They believed it was a battle for their pride. The two sides fought so intensely that people nearby kept their distance, but couldn't help but watch. Two notorious young bullies, for some unknown reason, had started a conflict. They fought from one end of the street to the other, their clothes torn and messy, faces covered in dirt and sweat. One had a bloody nose, the other had a black eye, but neither wanted to stop first. Both held their breath, determined to win. Over there, the second madam, along with her guards, finally squeezed in. She saw two troublemakers from the capital fighting fiercely, while her little niece and others anxiously jumped around nearby. Her heart sank with worry, fearing that the fight might hurt innocent people or the children. She quickly told the young ones to go home, afraid they might learn bad habits from watching the quarrel among the spoiled young men. However, the children, little Jiu and the others, were so engrossed in shouting that they didn't hear what the second madam said. Helpless, she had a guard carry each child back to the carriage. Meanwhile, Shinji, the young master of the Shin family who had witnessed everything, stared in shock at the unbelievable scene before him. Was that his little cousin? He wasn't mistaken, was he? Just last year, he and his grandfather visited Qing Mountain to see his little cousin, a sweet, adorable girl. How could things change so much in just a year? Shun-Iji shook his head, thinking he must have seen it wrong. When he returned home, he was still thinking about what had just happened. He saw his grandfather unable to hold back and asked, "Grandfather, did your last letter mention when my little cousin would arrive in the capital?" Shin Shongshu picked up his tea and took a sip before replying thoughtfully, "Recently, your uncle wrote that Yuaner was on her way to the capital. But he's not very reliable. His letter didn't specify who Yuaner was coming with. It's been several days, and I have no idea where Yuaner is now.
I've been worried about her."
Shin Shongshu felt that his younger son was becoming more and more irresponsible, sending his granddaughter so far away alone, and his son and daughter-in-law didn't bother to inform the officials or send someone to pick her up. Now, they didn't even know where Yuana was. Shun-Iji looked at his grandfather with a hint of uncertainty and said, "I think I saw my cousin today on the streets of the capital." Shun Shongshu paused his tea drinking. Yuaner came to the capital? Then why hasn't she come home? Where does she live? Could she not recognize the Shun residence? It made sense. Yuan'er had been living with her father in Qing Mountain and had never been to the capital before. Several times, Shun Shangshu had sent people to bring his granddaughter to stay in the city, but his son and daughter-in-law refused, worried about the safety. Now, Yuan'er was traveling alone, and they seemed to be at ease with that. Shin Yiji remembered the scene where the guards carried someone and said, "Today, I saw my cousin get into a carriage with 5 or 6 children, heading to the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. Maybe she's staying there." Could it be that the younger cousin just recognized the newly acknowledged Princess Changle? That makes sense, since I heard Princess Changle also comes from Qingshan County. Did my younger uncle not mention this in his letter? Shin Yiji asked his grandfather in confusion. Recently, my younger uncle sent several letters to the capital. What did he say in them? When it comes to this, Minister Shun gets even more annoyed. His son sent a few letters, but they only talk about a lot of things, and the useful information is hard to find. The messages are sent from so far away, and in one letter, he bragged about his new reclining chair, filling most of the page. The useful news was barely mentioned. Every time Minister Shin receives his son's letter, he ends up scolding his rebellious son for a long time in his room. Now, the emperor also seems unsure. He quickly sealed the new princess's title and granted her a palace, but then nothing more happened. No further actions followed. The families in the capital are watching closely. They wonder what the emperor's attitude toward the newly titled Princess Changle is. Yiji, did you see the young master from the He family and the young master from the Gu family fighting today? Madame Shin asked eagerly as soon as she saw her son come in. Seeing her father also present, Madame Shin quickly bowed and greeted him. What happened? Minister Shin asked Shin Yiji, with a look of concern. Though the children from the Gu and He families often bickered, no one had ever heard of them fighting. The children of the powerful families in the capital are proud, and they don't look down on each other. When they gather, they often tease and challenge each other, exchanging insults. But even with deep grudges, they wouldn't resort to fighting in public, especially not in front of everyone. Their family reputation and personal manners prevent them from fighting easily, as it would be shameful. Maybe they lost a cockfighting match and got angry. I just saw my younger cousin near the cockfighting arena, Shin Yiji said honestly. Did they bully Yuan'er? Minister Shin was so worried he sat up straight. Shin Yiji shook his head. He thought about his well-behaved younger cousin, whom he saw last year. Maybe she was trying to stop the fight, but the children might have misunderstood her words. He then told his grandfather, "My younger cousin was passing by and saw the 2 young masters fighting fiercely. She probably couldn't bear to see it and tried to stop them." Minister Shin sat back down, relieved and praised. Yuan'er has always been kind-hearted. Then he turned to his eldest daughter-in-law and ordered, later, have someone prepare a courtyard. Tomorrow, bring Yuan'er back to live with us. Madam, Shin quickly agreed. At the North Town Marquis's residence, the old lady finally relaxed after seeing the children return safely, all tired but happy. Today was really fun, the old lady said as she hugged the little wine. Yes, it was fun. We will go again tomorrow, the little wine replied happily, thinking about the silver notes she earned. Money in this city is really easy to make. The old lady looked at the noisy children in the house and felt very happy. She remembered something and asked the second lady. The housekeeper just came back and said that the young masters of the Gu and He families fought in front of everyone. Is that true? Yes, that's right. The 2 young masters don't know how it started. I heard they almost fought all the way to the palace. I was worried they would learn bad habits, so I took them back quickly, the second lady said quickly. The old lady patted the little wine's head and said, "Our little wine is so well-behaved. She wouldn't act like those spoiled children in the city." Little wine nodded seriously. She definitely wouldn't be like those foolish kids. Her brain works much better than theirs. Our little wine is so good, the second lady praised quickly. She looked at the corner where Stone sat sulking, feeling a bit amused. She hurriedly said, "When you grow up a bit more, you can run around outside just like little wine. Why are you still angry? Didn't you see the fun outside?" The old lady quickly called a maid to bring the stone over. Humph! The stone, who missed all the fun, turned around angrily. with his back to everyone inside the house. His meaning was very clear. He was angry. The kind of angry that couldn't be easily comforted. This made the people inside the house laugh nonstop. Who would have thought that this child has quite a temper, the old lady said as she asked a maid to bring out some small toys for the stone and Jianghe. Only then did they manage to soothe him. Stone's personality is just like Sienner when he was little. His brothers had to take turns comforting him every day, the old lady said with a somber look, and she didn't continue. The second lady also thought of her own husband, and her eyes turned red. For a moment, only the children inside the house were talking about where to go tomorrow. The next morning at court, in the Golden Throne Hall, the emperor was waiting as usual. After everyone finished discussing official matters, he was about to announce the end of the session. Suddenly, the old Duke Gu stepped forward, respectfully bowed to the emperor, and loudly said, "Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report. Yesterday, my grandson was playing on the street and got into a fight with General He's grandson. They fought fiercely." The emperor, who was about to leave court, frowned slightly, feeling impatient. Children fighting is not a matter to report to the court. General He quickly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, this is not just a simple childhood fight. According to my understanding, it was Princess Changle who instigated the conflict. I kindly ask Your Majesty to investigate carefully." The old duke immediately added, "Your Majesty, from what I know, Princess Changle spoke improperly and stirred up trouble, which led to the fight. Her actions not only caused my grandson and General He's little grandson to be injured, but also created a rift between our two families. I humbly ask you to decide for us." General He also looked upset and said, "Your Majesty, Princess Changle's actions truly disappointed us. Our grandsons used to get along peacefully, but now they are enemies because of her instigation. Please, Your Majesty, make a fair decision." The emperor almost laughed at their anger but kept a serious face and asked the two kneeling below, "How old are your little grandsons?" "He's 9 years old this year," the duke quickly answered. "My grandson is also 9, General He quickly replied. "And how old is Princess Changle?" the emperor continued to ask. The two thought for a moment and replied uncertainly, "She is 5 years old." The emperor slammed his hand on the desk with a heavy thud and snorted coldly, "You two are high officials in the court, yet your 9-year-old grandsons are fighting because of my 5-year-old daughter? If this gets out, it will be a joke to everyone. Are you mocking me with such ridiculous stories?" "Your Majesty." They both wanted to explain. But Minister Shen interrupted, "From what I know, Princess Changle is kind-hearted. Yesterday, when she saw the young boys fighting, she tried to stop them. Perhaps her words were misunderstood by the children. Besides, Princess Changle is only 5 years old. What does a 5-year-old know? Are you two implying that the princess, whom Your Majesty has finally found, is at fault? Are you eager to falsely accuse such a young girl?" The Duke and General He turned around angrily and glared at Minister Shen. It was as if he was going against the heavens. Calling someone who was trying to stop the fight a kind-hearted girl, how could Minister Shen lie so blatantly? "Minister Shen, what do you mean? Were the people from your family also present yesterday?" General He looked at Shen with suspicion. Usually, Shen only handled official matters and often closed his eyes to rest when not busy. Why is he acting so agitated today? "Not exactly. My grandson was also present yesterday and witnessed everything. From what my grandson told me, Princess Changle was kind and trying to stop the fight. I never expected the two of you to call her the instigator. It's unfair to falsely accuse a 5-year-old girl." Shen spoke firmly. The emperor sitting on the throne looked at his ministers below, who were arguing and accusing each other. His face showed increasing impatience. He slowly stood up, waved his sleeve, and loudly said, "I'm tired. Do not mention this again. Court is dismissed." Without waiting for others, he turned his back and strode away quickly, his robe flying behind him. His hurried departure showed his extreme annoyance and unwillingness to deal with the matter. The ministers looked at each other in confusion. The emperor's temper seemed to be getting worse. When the empress was still alive, he was gentle, polite, and patient, handling government affairs calmly and kindly, like a breeze in spring. But now, for some reason, he seemed to have changed completely. He often lost his temper suddenly, as if he was holding back endless anger, and his former elegant demeanor was gone. Today's events at the court also reached the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. The old lady called the second lady and asked, "Did Xiao Jiu fight with him yesterday?" The second lady shook her head. "Did Xiao Jiu provoke the two young masters into fighting?" The old lady continued to ask. The second lady shook her head again. Although she didn't see what happened earlier, when she squeezed in, she saw a few children nervously jumping around, probably trying to stop the fight. But the two young masters fought so fiercely that the children couldn't stop them. They must have been worried and upset. Those children are well-behaved. They probably thought the two young masters fighting would get them scolded by their elders, so they just tried to pull them apart, she said. "I knew it. Those two old fools at court just don't like our Marquis of Jinbei's family. They even accused a 5-year-old girl." "It's ridiculous," the old lady said angrily. Her granddaughter was just a little girl, only a few days back in the capital. At this age, she still couldn't recognize all her characters, yet these old fools were already accusing a 5-year-old girl in court. Xiao Jiu and the others didn't know what was happening at court because they were currently leaning against the wall, watching the scene unfold. Let's go back to about an incense stick of time earlier. "Village chief, when do you think I'll become as powerful as you?" Xiao Jiu asked, looking at the village chief who was sticking out his and listening to Suihua at the corner of the wall. "What are you thinking? You'll never be as powerful as the village chief in your life," Ado said, squatting next to the village chief without turning his head. "Then tell me, how many moves do you think we could survive against the village chief together?" Xiao Jiu asked stubbornly. Ado also looked at the village chief. Village chief.
Sure.
Xiao Jiu, annoyed, glared at both of them, signaling them to be quiet. "What's wrong?" the two quickly asked in a whisper. "It seems like someone is arguing next door," Xiao Jiu said softly. Little Jiu just finished speaking. Xiao Jiu and Ado immediately pressed their ears against the corner of the wall to listen carefully. "It seems like someone is really arguing, but I can't hear clearly because the sound is intermittent," Ado said, with his ear pressed tightly to the wall. From a distance, Jing Xian looked at the group and quickly ran over. "Is there a commotion and no one told me?" After saying that, he also joined the children, sticking his out and pressing his ear against the wall to listen to what was happening on the other side. Soon, a row of ears was pressed against the wall. Besides a few children, there were Lady Su, Zhao Daliang, Su Xiao, and some maids and servants from the yard. It was unclear who had encouraged them. "I can't hear what they're arguing about." Little Jiu looked at the wall and directly asked Uncle Daliang to bring over some ladders. The children quickly climbed up and leaned on the wall to see what was happening next door. In the yard of the Yongning Marquis' residence, the Marquis and his wife were arguing fiercely. The Marquis' face was red with anger as he said, "The heir of Pingnan Marquis is noble and matches well with our daughter. This marriage is also approved by my wife. What are you dissatisfied with?" Lady Lu, the Marquis' wife, raised her eyebrows and retorted, "Sir, you know very well that our daughter has been childhood sweethearts with that Qin family young master. They love each other, and after the spring exams next year, the two families will agree on the marriage. Besides, that Pingnan Marquis heir has a bad reputation and poor character. How can you push Ninger into a fire pit?" The Marquis glared at his wife and said sternly, "You a woman. Understand nothing. Family honor is most important. This marriage concerns the future of the family, and you cannot oppose it. That Qin family is a fallen household. How can they compare to our Yongning Marquis' daughter?" Lady Lu trembled with anger, holding on to a maid's hand, her face about to collapse. She shouted, You only think about the family's benefit and completely ignore your daughter's happiness. You only care about that so-called future. I will never agree. We had promised the Qin family long ago. Is this how a gentleman behaves, breaking promises like this? What promise? That was years ago, just a joke. If the Qin family hadn't fallen, I would be willing for Ninger to marry into them. But as you can see now, the Qin family is in such a state. What good could come from Ninger and marrying into them? How can you be so biased against poverty and favor wealth? Have you forgotten the Yongning Marquis estate? It's fallen just like theirs. Now you look down on the Qin family. Basically, you're using your daughter's happiness to pave your own way. I tell you, forget it, I won't let Ninga marry into that family. Shrew, how can you be so unreasonable? Mother also agreed to this marriage. Do you want to go against your elders? The two argued fiercely, their voices echoing in the courtyard, startling the servants nearby who dared not make a sound. Count Yongning, seeing the argument go on, angrily scolded, "Foolish woman." Then he swung his sleeve and left. Countess Yongning watched his figure disappear into the distance, her chest rising and falling with anger. A maid hurried forward, gently patting her back to comfort her. The countess's eyes reddened, and she gritted her teeth, saying through clenched jaws, "Look at him." Back in the day, the Yongning estate wasn't so grand. If it weren't for my dowry, how could we have this today? The maid nodded repeatedly, agreeing, "Yes, madam. It's all because of you. Please don't get too upset and harm yourself." Maybe the lord is just confused for a moment. The countess bit her lip tightly, her voice trembling with anger. Confused? He's bewitched. For the so-called future, he's willing to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Everyone in the capital knows that the heir of the Pingnan Marquis is a bully and a spendthrift, living a reckless life. What good can come of marrying Ninger to him? The maid echoed, "That's right. I heard the heir of the Pingnan Marquis isn't married yet, and he already has many concubines. Such a reckless man isn't fit for our young lady." The countess continued, "And what's wrong with the Qin family? The young master of the Qin family is handsome and well-behaved." Both families agreed to the marriage, and the Qin family was supposed to come to propose next year after the exams. But the lord only cares about gaining favor with the powerful, ignoring his daughter's future. Seeing her lady about to get upset again, the maid quickly patted her back softly to soothe her and whispered, "Madam, don't worry. Let's think of a way. Maybe we can persuade the lord to change his mind." Persuade? He's bewitched and won't listen now. The countess snorted coldly. "Don't push me," shouted Shuren, nearly crying. One was fat, the other strong, and the small Shuren was caught in the middle, almost squeezed to death. "Who is it?" The countess and maid in the courtyard looked up immediately. They saw a row of children's heads peeking over the wall. The maid was about to call for help, but the countess stopped her, as the recent news in the capital was buzzing. The emperor's newly recognized daughter, Princess Chanlo, was said to be living in the Jinbei Marquis' estate. It seems that the youngest the wall, the one with two little pigtails, is the princess. Madame Yongning Ho quickly bowed politely. "Greetings, little princess. I wish you good health." Little Jiu, who had forgotten she was the princess, looked confusedly at the woman on the other side of the wall, not sure who she was bowing to. She asked the people nearby, "What is she doing?" "Village chief. Don't you remember? You are the princess." A doe hurriedly reminded him. Little Jiu blinked and looked at the woman still kneeling in the yard, confused about whether she should bow back or do something else. Finally, she waved to the person across the wall and said, "Hello there." Madame Yongning Ho saw that the little princess on the wall finally responded, so she quickly stood up, looking a bit nervous, and asked politely, "May I ask, what is the little princess doing?" Little Jiu, who had been eavesdropping and was caught, looked around anxiously, then finally focused on Jingxin, who was also watching from the wall. She pointed at Jingxin calmly and said, "My Taoist friend. He sensed that something strange was happening in the neighboring house, so we thought we'd come up and take a look to see who lives there." Everyone, including Madame Yongning Ho, her maid, and the children on the wall, looked at Jingxin. Jingxin replied, "It's a type of plant." She then watched little Jiu grit her teeth and say to Madame Yongning Ho in the yard, "Indeed, I observed the stars last night and noticed unusual movements. After some calculations, I believe something bad might happen in the neighboring house soon." Madame Yongning Ho, perhaps remembering her daughter's unhappy marriage, became anxious and believed her words quite a bit. She hurriedly asked little Taoist, "Can you tell us what kind of bad thing might happen?" Jingxin rubbed her fingers nervously. Madame Yongning Ho immediately understood. She initially wanted her maid to give the other person 10 taels of silver, but after some thought, she gritted her teeth and told her maid to bring 50 taels instead. Looking at the height of the wall, she asked, "Little princess, would you like to come sit in my yard?" Little Jiu and the others had been waiting for this. A group of children on the wall suddenly jumped down and ran into Madame Yongning Ho's yard. Madame Yongning Ho quickly asked everyone to sit down and handed the 50 taels to her maid, then asked, "Excuse me, little Taoist, could you help me see if there's a problem with my yard's feng shui?"